Chapter 1. The Reinforcement of the Kidneys. The Serpent's Embrace. Konoha, the training ground. Isn't it time for the assembly? The raven-haired youth searched for a certain figure and inquired, "Where is that rascal Naruto?" "Don't concern yourself with that guy." The pink-haired girl scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. "That fellow is truly uncouth. Look, he doesn't even have parents, does he? That's why he always acts recklessly. If it were me, I would surely be scolded to death by my parents. It is precisely because he lacks parental guidance that he behaves so irresponsibly. Being alone is quite delightful." The pink-haired girl let out a melodious laugh, oblivious to the raven-haired boy's clenched teeth, his expression shifting from shock to disgust. Under normal circumstances, Uchiha Sasuke would coldly reprimand Haruno Sakura. Smack! But at this moment, the blonde youth approached from a distance, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Uzumaki Naruto was genuinely elated. "Thank you, Sakura. I truly appreciate it." Haruno Sakura slightly furrowed her brows, hands on her hips, and admonished, "Naruto, am I wrong in what I said? You, of all people, have no parents, and now you dare to curse." Uzumaki Naruto's laughter grew louder. "Indeed, you are absolutely right. If it weren't for you, that guy would never have let go. He truly is a handful. That guy, he truly was willing to die. He genuinely felt despondent enough to die. He resolutely chose to die. What are you babbling about?" Haruno Sakura replied impatiently. "What do you mean he would let go because of me? I don't even know that fool." "That fool." Uzumaki Naruto's smile remained radiant, yet his gaze gradually turned cold. "That guy is already dead. Why are you barking like a dog?" Haruno Sakura was taken aback. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How dare the jovial Uzumaki Naruto, who had always obeyed her every whim, scold her? Instinctively, she retorted in anger, "How dare you speak to me like that?" Before she could finish her sentence, a tall shadow loomed over her. A pair of blue eyes looked down upon her, stating, "Haruno Sakura, you'd best keep your voice down from now on. I may lack parents, but it is you who truly embodies the essence of garbage by casually judging others. And you, quite frankly, are incredibly annoying. You are even less considerate than a mere character in a book." With that, he paid no mind to Haruno Sakura's disgruntled expression, casting a fleeting glance at the nearby thicket before turning to leave. "Hatake Kakashi, let me see if, as a disciple of Namake's Minato, you still harbor any feelings of mentorship towards the fourth Hokage. Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto, I will never acknowledge you." Haruno Sakura exclaimed in shock, shouting at Naruto's retreating figure. Then, she turned to Uchiha Sasuke, her voice tinged with grievance. "Sasuke, see? Uzumaki Naruto is utterly uncouth." She believed Sasuke would surely comfort her. "Lonely," Uchiha Sasuke replied coldly. "What?" Haruno Sakura was stunned, finding Sasuke's response rather harsh. "It is 100 times more painful than your so-called scolding from parents." Uchiha Sasuke shot her a frosty glance. "Naruto is right. You are indeed quite bothersome." He followed Uzumaki Naruto's departing steps, a smile creeping onto his lips. Naruto seemed far more interesting than before. Left behind, only Haruno Sakura stood there in confusion, her face marked by grievance. "Clearly, it's that uncouth Naruto's fault. What does it have to do with me?" She did not believe she was in the wrong. This was clearly the truth. Not far away, behind the trees, Hatake Kakashi appeared bewildered, his expression incredulous. What kind of development is this? Under normal circumstances, the female member of a team should help balance the group and not be weaker than the boys. Why does it feel like things are going awry? He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Moreover, it seems Naruto has changed somewhat. As an elite jonin, he was not supposed to take on students. Ninjas were judged by their talent. A teacher could only guide, but if the talent was lacking, it would merely waste the teacher's time. Just like when Minato Sensei chose him, and he chose the son of his teacher and Sasuke. As for Haruno Sakura, she was merely a filler. The Hokage has instructed me to monitor Naruto's reactions, and indeed, his state today seems somewhat unusual. Hatake Kakashi hesitated, then sighed. But Naruto is doing quite well. This matter does not require reporting to the Hokage. Konoha, the snack street. This is the most bustling snack street in Konoha, a place that holds the childhood memories of all its inhabitants. Even elderly come here for a taste of their past. But not everyone feels the same. Huh, that monster is back. Someone looked scornfully at the figure of the blonde youth. His words spread like a plague, quickly circulating throughout the snack street, and everyone turned their venomous gazes towards him. That damn monster! Why does he exist in our Konoha? The Umbu ninjas should eliminate this monster. Huh, becoming a ninja is well and good, let him die on mission. Monster, why don't you just go die? Huh, you're absolutely right, I should have died long ago. Uzumaki Naruto was in extraordinarily high spirits. He was so delighted that he could hardly contain himself. Uzumaki Naruto, you can finally die. He strolled leisurely down the center of the road, entirely unfazed by the malice surrounding him, as if all emotions were irrelevant to him. After 12 years of entanglement, you have plagued me for 12 years. Uzumaki Naruto's smile was radiant. He was a transmigrator. 12 years ago, he crossed over, experiencing classic scenarios such as being labeled with explosive tags and losing both parents immediately upon arrival. Fortunately, Namake's Minato's flying thunder god technique was exceptional. Otherwise, he would have faced death again right after his arrival. Meanwhile, curiously, the soul originally inhabiting this body did not vanish, but instead existed as a secondary personality. Most of the time, he practiced in the mental space, so it was mostly the secondary personality that operated in the outside world. But today, when Haruno Sakura uttered, "Naruto is uncouth, doesn't even have parents," the secondary personality chose silence. He retreated deep into the recesses of his soul, cowering in a corner, weeping silently, unresponsive to any call, as if it were akin to death. The final whisper was silence. He said not a word. Years of emotion reached their zenith at this moment. Haruno Sakura's words, with a last straw that broke the camel's back. Because of your existence, my golden finger has been unusable for 12 years. Because of your existence, I have been insulted for a full 12 years. Because of your existence, I have been influenced for 12 years. Yet, at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's azure eyes were filled with profound sorrow, tears hidden within, his face awash with emotion. Sleep peacefully. In this painful world, I shall bear it for you. Brother, good night. If one were to ask whom he shared the deepest bond with over the past 12 years, without a doubt, it would be the secondary personality of Uzumaki Naruto. The two had accompanied each other through 12 years, trusting one another implicitly. He had long since regarded the secondary personality as his brother. Now that Uzumaki Naruto slumbered, he even felt it was a blessing. Finally free from the torment of it all, how could that not be a good thing? Naruto! Uchiha Sasuke chased after him from behind, concern mingling with feigned indifference as he offered a skewer of dango. Today, it's buy one, get one free. I can't eat, you take it. Such a sundered disposition. Uzumaki Naruto grinned widely. If you want to comfort me, just say so. Although I've never bought dango before, I know they never have buy one, get one free. His azure eyes sparkled with playful amusement. That boy, Sasuke, what a truly remarkable child he is, maintaining a sound moral compass even after his entire family has been slaughtered. In the original narrative, despite knowing the method to elevate the Sharingan to the Manjiki form, he refrained from taking lethal action against Uzumaki Naruto. Otherwise, we would be looking at a 12-year-old wielding the Manjiki Sharingan. Who needs your consolation? Uchiha Sasuke's expression stiffened. Forget it then. Yet, Uzumaki Naruto was faster, snatching it from his grasp. What nonsense! Once something is given, it cannot simply be retracted. Uchiha Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood Uzumaki Naruto, radiating a bright, carefree smile, starkly contrasting with the depths of sorrow that once lingered beneath his azure gaze. He couldn't help but exhale in relief, retorting, "You truly have no shame, Naruto. I didn't expect you to go so far as to steal the three-colored dumplings." Uzumaki Naruto chuckled heartily, and the two walked side by side. You haven't seen the truly shameless yet. They strolled along, exchanging jibes, their eyes betraying an unmistakable mirth. By the way, isn't your home in that direction? Uchiha Sasuke pointed out. You've taken a wrong turn. Indeed, Uzumaki Naruto replied nonchalantly. I have no sense of shame, so I'm planning to dine at your place tonight. Uchiha Sasuke halted, his smile freezing on his face, his gaze fixed intently on Uzumaki Naruto. I misspoke earlier, Naruto. You simply have no face at all. However, he did not refuse the invitation, a faint smile gracing his features. Before long, they arrived at Uchiha Sasuke's residence. Inside the kitchen, supplies were abundant. There were bags upon bags of rice. The refrigerator was stocked with a plethora of meat, showcasing the affluence of Uchiha Sasuke, heir to the Uchiha clan, who boasted numerous businesses and properties, raking in astronomical sums merely from rentals each month. Within less than 20 minutes, Uchiha Sasuke had prepared and served the meal. Uzumaki Naruto stood there bewildered. Is this it? A mound of rice accompanied by a few slices of boiled fish and boiled meat? Sasuke, is this your hospitality? The dish was merely seasoned with a hint of salt. Beyond that, it was utterly devoid of flavor. Moreover, the meat slices were uneven, some pieces appearing suspiciously undercooked. Yet Uchiha Sasuke, like a heartless machine, consumed it bite by bite, leading Uzumaki Naruto to believe that this was indeed how he typically dined. As long as the food fills the belly, that's sufficient. Uchiha Sasuke's voice carried a chill, his eyes reflecting a pain he was reluctant to revisit. Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto thought it unwise to belabor the point, realizing that the other was already suffering greatly. To bring up that pain again with grandiloquent reasoning would surely provoke a slap across the face. Thus, he preferred to demonstrate through actions. You must eat. Well, I didn't realize you were faring so poorly. Uzumaki Naruto sighed. From this moment forth, I shall take care of you. With that, he sprang up, snorting with determination. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Chop, chop, chop. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, cucumbers, carrots, and whole cuts of pork were sliced into evenly sized strips. With a flourish, he stir-fried the pork, adding the rice and tossing it over high heat before incorporating the diced cucumbers and carrots. Moments later, he plated the dish into 2 large bowls. Indeed, 2 large bowls. The strips of meat nearly overwhelmed the rice, occupying half the bowl's contents. Here, give it a try. Sasuke, classic stir-fried rice with shredded meat. Truth be told, Uzumaki Naruto preferred egg-fried rice. However, this body craved nutrition. Thus, meat was indispensable. After proclaiming this, he reveled in his culinary prowess, oblivious to Uchiha Sasuke's astonished gaze. This smells divine. Uchiha Sasuke tentatively took a bite, and then he promptly joined the ranks of the ravenous. After all, they were both in an age where growth was paramount. The pair devoured their respective bowls with fervor. How is it? My cooking isn't half bad, is it? From now on, your kitchen is in my capable hands. It wasn't mere boasting on Uzumaki Naruto's part. In his previous life, he was no joke in the kitchen. He even had over 100,000 followers on Douyin. Oomph. Uchiha Sasuke crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Very well. In light of your decent cooking, I'll allow it. Uzumaki Naruto rolled his eyes, feigning disdain. You're all talk. I thought you were more tsundere than this. A sly smile crept across his face as he squinted. In that case, he boldly extended his hand. Time to pay up. From now on, selling vegetables and cooking will require funds I'm lacking in such resources. Uchiha Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Gazing with a profound intensity at Uzumaki Naruto, he lingered for a moment before rising to his feet and walking toward the bedroom. Uzumaki Naruto flashed a broad smile and hurriedly followed, only to witness Uchiha Sasuke pull open the wardrobe door, revealing it brimming with stacks of cash. The money is all here, Naruto. You need to take it yourself, Uchiha Sasuke remarked nonchalantly. If it's not enough, I can always fetch more for you. His demeanor was calm, exuding an air of indifference towards wealth. What? Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback, confusion evident in his voice. What do you mean by fetching more if it's not enough? The implication felt decidedly off. This was the rent for the past few months, an inheritance left by his father, stored in the ancestral hall, rarely touched. Uchiha Sasuke appeared even more unfazed, having reached a state where money held no significance for him. Holy hell! Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. This was the life of luxury he had never experienced in either his past or present. Look at Sasuke's generosity. Millions meant nothing to him. Spend freely. In his previous life, This would have made him a quintessential tycoon. Uzumaki Naruto said earnestly, Sasuke, honestly, if you were a woman, I would have directly married into your family. He chuckled. Previously, he hadn't sought Sasuke out because he hadn't become a ninja. And they had been teammates. Now that they were teammates, frequent interactions over meals felt entirely normal. He was foolish enough to have a benefactor while subsisting on bland instant noodles. If Danzo, that scheming old thief, had any objections, he wouldn't hesitate to use his newfound abilities against him. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the cheerful laughter of the two boys through the crystal ball. His gaze sharpening. Naruto, I hope you do not disappoint my expectations. The decision to place Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto together was made after careful consideration. Naruto had immense trust in him as Hokage and possessed a bright disposition. Reminiscent of the fourth Hokage from years past, that if Naruto could reform Sasuke, he would simultaneously hold the Nine Tails and the Mangekyou Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, his aged features flickering in the smoke. If he were a night owl in the darkness, bang! At that moment, the door burst open, followed by a stern reprimand. Hiruzen, is your plan to allow the Uchiha clan to control the Nine Tails once more? Shimura Danzo stormed in, his expression cold as he barked. Or do you wish to see a repeat of the Nine Tails rampage? With a thud, his cane struck the ground, and he raised his head, ambition brimming in his eyes. Hiruzen, you should leave the matter to me. Controlling the Nine Tails from the roots is the wisest course of action. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly lifted his gaze, his wearied visage radiating an unspoken authority. He scoffed softly. Danzo, the Nine Tails cannot be entrusted to the roots, just as you cannot become Hokage. His nonchalant puff on the pipe caused Shimura Danzo's veins to bulge with rage. Ultimately, with a huff, he turned and slammed the door behind him, declaring, you will regret your choice today. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to smoke, his expression serene. Danzo, you fail to understand human nature. What I desire is to simultaneously control the Nine Tails and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, do not let me down. He gazed out the window, his ancient eyes deep and contemplative, as if enveloping the entirety of Konoha. Though Danzo was suppressed under his influence, it did not mean Sarutobi Hiruzen would refrain from probing. Regarding Uzumaki Naruto's performance today, he felt a tinge of doubt. After finishing dinner, Uzumaki Naruto swiftly returned home, for he had more pressing matters to attend to that night. His golden opportunity, awakened with the disappearance of his secondary persona, had begun. Upon returning home, he surveyed the chaotic scene of instant noodle boxes and expired milk in his room, unable to suppress a chuckle. What a wretched existence. If memory serves, the Uzumaki clan possesses countless assets in Konoha. My father was the fourth Hokage, yet I find myself in such dire straits. He laughed. Sarutobi Hiruzen claimed it was for protection. Was being labeled as the Demon Fox truly an act of safeguarding? Other ninja villages were not fools. Demon Fox served as the most illuminating beacon. Ultimately, it was merely a ploy to ensure his unwavering trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let us see, Hiruzen, Uzumaki Naruto smirked. Will you control me? Or will I gradually pull you down from the Hokage pedestal? With a hum, as he focused his thoughts, he opened his eyes once more, entering the mental realm. Before him stood a colossal cage. The Nine Tails lazily lifted its eyelids, baring its fangs. TSK. Unappreciative brat. You will never be able to protect that soft-hearted fool forever. Sooner or later, I will tear you both apart. You no longer have that opportunity. Uzumaki Naruto shot back, glancing at the Nine Tails. That fool is already dead, perhaps due to the intertwining of their souls. Whenever one controlled the body, the other would automatically retreat into the mental space, facing the Nine Tails' intimidation, threats, and temptations. Yet, he disregarded them all. What? The Nine Tails blinked, its enormous eyes widening in disbelief. That fool is dead? Naruto, I have no time for your games. Uzumaki Naruto warned. You had better remain silent. I am not as accommodating as that fool. If you seek trouble, I won't hesitate to toss you into the Ten Tails maw. You? How do you know that, fool? The Nine Tails trembled, its immense gaze filled with uncontrollable fear. Memories from the depths of its soul made it shiver. It dreaded the thought of returning to the Ten Tails body. But how did Uzumaki Naruto know this? Was he truly the prophesied child spoken of by the old man? It couldn't help but spiral into wild speculation. Yet at that moment, Uzumaki Naruto paid it no mind, turning his attention elsewhere. Before him stood a magnificent, multicolored mountain. This was his golden opportunity. The Fulu seven-colored mountain. Ding. Host information verified. Ding. The Fulu system is at your service. This system aims to cultivate a cosmic time-space manager. Please complete the corresponding tasks to acquire the abilities of each Fulu. Ding. Would you like to open the novice gift package? Open it immediately. Uzumaki Naruto agreed without hesitation, though the Fulu system sounded rather whimsical. He found it amusing. However, upon realizing that this was not the Halua system but the Falua system, he recognized it as the Falua from the realm of countless jokes. When the 7 Falua gathered, they could merge into the king of the Eastern Universe, the time-space manager, the protagonist of countless jokes, the super invincible handsome guy, the Falua Little Gold King. Moreover, even if the other Falua were separate, their abilities were incredibly formidable. The first Falua could grow or shrink at will. Indeed, it could truly change size. With immense strength, it could even lift a mountain. The second Falua possessed keen eyesight and acute hearing, an enhanced version of Baichu. The third Falua was remarkable, being indestructible. If paired with the first Falua's size manipulation, it would indeed be formidable. Handing the indestructible ability to Might Guy would mean he could unleash the infinite 8 gates, kicking Uchiha Obito to oblivion. The fourth Falua could breathe fire, igniting mountains. The fifth Falua could summon water, flooding the Golden Mountain. The sixth Falua could become invisible, seemingly unremarkable. But it possessed 2 forms of invisibility. One rendered the user completely unseen and invulnerable, while the other transformed them into a starlight entity capable of traversing through all light and matter, truly a bug. As for the 7th Falua, it was the treasured gourd, capable of containing all things in the world, conjuring thunder, water, and fire, and housing an endless 4-dimensional space, not to mention merging into the Falua Little Gold King. Each Falua's ability was nothing short of terrifying, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed. Each ability in the ninja world is unparalleled. Truly remarkable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a random ability from the Fortune and Prosperity Little Golden King. The power of the Great Doll. The Great Doll, it can be large or small, possessing immense strength and an inexhaustible supply of power. Moreover, the host can separate a clone of the Great Doll from within their body to engage in battle. Ding! The subsequent powers of the Fortune Doll will randomly trigger according to the storyline. The host is encouraged to explore on their own. In an instant, a warm current surged through him, and a formidable strength permeated his entire being. Naruto could sense boundless power coursing through him. And in the mirror, he appeared to have grown significantly taller. His hair had also lengthened. Once short, it now bore a resemblance to the flowing locks of Minato Namikaze from the original series, elegant and suave. A definitive replica of the 4th Hokage. Oh wow, Naruto gasped. To gain the power of the Fortune Doll and even grow my hair. Excellent. I like this. How intriguing. If this trend continues, accumulating the power of the Fortune Doll could transform me into a dashing figure with long golden hair akin to the Fortune and Prosperity Little Golden King. Furthermore, I have the added ability to summon the Great Doll to fight alongside me, and death would pose no threat. Naruto was thoroughly pleased. This was akin to having a completely loyal subordinate. Just imagine, when facing enemies, utilizing the cloning ability to summon 7 Fortune Dolls for battle would turn the tide in an instant. Not only that, but the increase in strength, physique, and height has also amplified the chakra within. Chakra is inherently refined from the cells within the body. The stronger the body, the more formidable the chakra. Now, his chakra was double what it was before, roughly equivalent to 200 Kakashis. Hey, brat, what have you done? The Ninetales' pupils trembled in disbelief. Where has my leaking chakra gone? Its chakra was always leaking at a slow pace. During certain moments, it could even influence Naruto's emotions. But now, it felt as if the chakra it had released had vanished. As if Naruto's body had transformed into an expansive ocean, the leaking chakra was like mud entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Ninetales, ink may affect a cup of water, but have you ever seen ink influence an ocean? Naruto chuckled softly. The effects of the Great Doll's power were indeed unexpected. Ninetales, just wait for the day I claimed your power. Don't resist. Feeling dizzy is normal. With that, his figure vanished from the mental space. The following morning, standing before the mirror, Naruto noticed his transformation. He had grown 5 centimeters taller, now slightly surpassing Sasuke, and his facial hair had diminished. His skin had also improved. Could this be the influence of the Fortune Doll? He mused. Quite impressive indeed. Not only did it enhance height, but it also improved appearance and increased strength. Naruto proclaimed the system to be extraordinary. I'm hungry. He patted his belly and grinned. Time to find my little brother for a meal. Uchiha clan. The surroundings were desolate. In the room, the estate, and on the streets, the entire Uchiha clan was empty except for Sasuke Uchiha. That damned guy. I will certainly kill you. Sasuke, accustomed to waking up and cooking, felt inexplicably as if something was missing. What could it be? Today appeared no different from any other day, yet he sensed an emptiness, a lack of something. Why, dear, your brother is here to cook for you. Suddenly, a familiar and clear voice reached his ears, echoing throughout the Uchiha clan. as if the entire place had become lively. Whoa. Naruto burst through the door, displaying a look of disdain. Hey, little brother, why does your pajamas look so childish? They have no design at all. Can't you show more youthful vigor? Sasuke Uchiha replied, feeling somewhat annoyed by the noise, yet a faint smile crept onto his lips, noisy, looking at his plain black pajamas. He thought, how is this childish? You are the one with that frog wallet, which is truly childish. Sasuke corrected him with irritation, and I'm the older brother. Simultaneously, he was somewhat surprised. Naruto seemed taller, slightly exceeding him. And his hair had grown longer. All right, little brother. Naruto swiftly cooked over 20 pieces of salmon, casually prepared a bowl of noodles, and arranged the char siu and salmon evenly atop the ramen, creating a feast for the senses. With a radiant smile, he crossed his arms and declared from a height, little brother, it's now your older brother's turn to take care of you. With that, he began to devour the meal with gusto, exclaiming, damn. After acquiring the great doll, my appetite seems to have increased. My body feels like an endless pit. If it weren't for the wealthy Uchiha Sasuke, this life would indeed be unbearable. The money earned in a month wouldn't even suffice for meals. Oomph. Sasuke Uchiha snorted, clearly unconvinced, strength determined size. Yet you have never beaten me since childhood. All right then, Naruto said with a grin, just remember to call me brother when you lose. After finishing their meal, the two made their way to the training ground. Imagining the proud and stubborn Sasuke calling him brother was amusing. The training ground. Kakashi Hitaki, for the first time in a while, was not late, as he truly couldn't sleep. What if the three-man team didn't gel? What if the team disbanded? What if Naruto and Sasuke rejected Sakura? What if Naruto and Sasuke developed conflicts too? Kakashi had spent the night worrying, resulting in him yawning incessantly. That guy Naruto, Sakura Haruno looked into the distance, impatiently stating, always late, always goofing around, never serious. Kakashi glanced at the girl with a sideways look and replied coolly, Sasuke doesn't seem to be here yet. He must have been delayed by something. Sakura shrugged, as if it were obvious, saying, Sasuke is handsome and powerful. How could he possibly be compared to someone like Naruto, who is always at the bottom? He isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. She rambled on, completely oblivious to Kakashi's cold gaze. At that moment, two young boys were approaching, laughing. More accurately, Naruto was playfully teasing, while Sasuke was in a defensive stance. Sasuke, a man who can't cook isn't a good chef. He's just someone who can't find a wife. Naruto lamented, it's too hard to find a wife these days. I don't need one. Sasuke retorted coolly, sneering, and besides, are you getting money for free? Naruto pondered for a moment and teased. All right, once I get married, I might reluctantly allow you to come over for a meal. Sasuke halted in his tracks, turning his head slowly, gritting his teeth as he declared, Naruto, I want to duel you. Right now. Beside them, Sakura's face was filled with disbelief. How could this happen? Why are Naruto and Sasuke together? Though the two were embroiled in a quarrel, it was evident to all that their bond was strong. Yet neither acknowledged her presence. Obito, Kakashi Hitaki widened his eyes slightly, as memories from the past overlapped with the scene before him. The golden-haired Naruto bore an uncanny resemblance to Obito of yesteryears. Both radiated sunshine and brilliance, both aspired to become Hokage, and both were loquacious, yet as warm as the sun. Sasuke, who had lost his parents, was strikingly similar to himself, cold, unfeeling, resistant to everything, mistrustful of all, yet yearning for connection deep within. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, the corners of Kakashi's mouth lifted faintly. At this moment, he felt it was his duty as a teacher to dispense some words of wisdom and guide his three students back onto the right path. Perhaps their relationships could be mended. Just then, Naruto Uzumaki cast a disdainful glance his way and said, Dead fish eyes Kakashi, what are you staring at? Don't think your good looks grant you the right to utter repulsive remarks. What a joke, trying to whitewash Sakura. What are you afraid of, daydreamer? Kakashi, taken aback, thought, who on earth ever declared Naruto Uzumaki to be sunny? His lips twitched, veins bulging on his forehead. Naruto, it seems you have forgotten the power of the 1,000 years of pain. Meanwhile, after a brief pause, Sakura Haruno reacted, turning to Naruto with discontent. Who are you calling repulsive? We are teammates. Her expression was one of annoyance, yet she was slightly taken aback, for she noticed Naruto seemed a bit taller, his hair longer, and he appeared much more handsome, standing beside Sasuke in a way that was quite pleasing to the eye. However, in those azure eyes, the original joy had faded, replaced solely by calmness and detachment. Oh, I see, Naruto remarked with a smirk, his azure eyes glinting with sarcasm. I'm an orphan. How dare I be your teammate? What a joke. Are you out of your mind? You. Sakura's expression stiffened, unable to contain herself. That was all yesterday's matter. Why are you so petty, still holding on to that? Ha. Naruto scoffed. I have yet to be magnanimous enough to warmly welcome someone who insults me, who is without parents. Sakura, you do not deserve to be my teammate. After shedding the influence of his former self, he had no intention of engaging in pretense with Sakura. As for the so-called surveillance or threats from the roots, ha. If I want to play with you, I will. If I don't, I can leave at any moment. Betraying the village. So what? What are you talking about? Sakura's turquoise eyes brimmed with disbelief, tears threatening to spill, as if she were about to shatter. Aren't we friends? How could you say such hurtful things? Naruto raised an eyebrow, exaggerating his disbelief. No way, no way. So being friends means one can speak of the other's lack of parents? But since you claim we are friends, you wouldn't be so petty, would you? Just one remark, and you're counting every word. As a youth of the 21st century, he was well versed in the art of banter. Sakura stood frozen, her face pale, unsure whether to cry or not. This situation had become troublesome. Kakashi inhaled sharply, sensing that things were heading in a negative direction. Allowing their relationship to deteriorate would render their team unnecessary. Naruto. The team composition was arranged by Lord Hokage. You can't just switch members as you please, and you must trust one another. Kakashi urged them to reconcile, his voice serious. In the future, you will become incredibly important partners to each other. Naruto retorted, dead fish eyes Kakashi-sensei, at the very least, we are not that yet. His mouth curled into a smirk, showing no regard for Kakashi's words. Kakashi felt a headache coming on. Initially, he thought Sasuke was the most troublesome. But now he realized he was mistaken. Naruto was the most difficult. I am not dead fish eyes Kakashi. Call me Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi ground his teeth as he corrected him. Naruto chuckled. Understood. Dead fish eyes Kakashi-sensei. For the first time, Kakashi felt utterly drained. He began to understand the helplessness his teacher, Minato, must have felt back in the day. All right, dead fish eyes Kakashi-sensei, let us not dwell on the unpleasantness. Naruto was also aware that changing teammates was impossible. A team of 2 males and 1 female was the requisite configuration, a long-standing wisdom in the ninja world. Yet, time was on their side. What mission are we executing today? If we don't, we'll be starving again this month. Can't we at least tackle a C-rank mission? Upon hearing this, Kakashi, who had intended to say more, sighed. All right then. The reason I called you all here is that we have a C-rank mission lined up. It is time for you to venture out of the village for a mission. Kakashi was well aware of Naruto's tragic circumstances over the years. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto beamed. Earning money was secondary. Enhancing their strength was paramount. Even the most potent chakra and physical prowess required ample combat experience, just like Uchiha Madara's taijutsu. Even elite Chunin were no match for him. To acquire the powers of the other Fukuroboba, one needed to continuously trigger the storyline. What a twist. When there was nothing going on, it was dead fish eyes Kakashi, but when it was time to work, it was Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi couldn't help but facepalm. Just right. This mission could also ease the tensions among the 3 of them. At the Hokage Tower. In the office, Dasna, reeking of alcohol, surveyed the 3 youths before him, finally settling on Sakura with dissatisfaction. What are you joking about? This little bean sprout is considered a ninja. Is there no one left in Konoha? Kakashi, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied nonchalantly. Given the difficulty and remuneration of the task, these 3 are more than capable. And I, as an elite Chunin, will accompany them. Dasna, inebriated, displayed a lack of awareness, oblivious to any discrepancies. Drunken uncle, stop rambling. Naruto urged impatiently, if we're going to execute the mission, let us hurry. If not, we're leaving. In truth, it was Dasna who was anxious. Though this mission appeared to be a C-rank escort task, it was, in reality, an A-rank mission. Absolutely. Dasna suddenly snapped to attention, hastily shouldering his bag. Then let us set off at once. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the storyline, the Bridge of the Land of Waves. Task, eliminate or subdue Haku. Task reward, 5 powers of Fukuroboba, ice release. Oh, Naruto's lips curled upwards. Haku. So encountering someone with abilities akin to those of the 7 Fukuroboba would trigger a mission? Naruto quickly deduced by either eliminating or subduing the individual, he could gain their abilities and the powers of Fukuroboba. The 5 powers represented water, capable of absorbing all the world's water, draining a river without breaking a sweat, and naturally immune to all water attacks. This meant that upon acquiring the powers of water, he would no longer be harmed by water release, and he would also gain the power of water and Haku's ice release. Now, that's what I call a system. Naruto expressed his fondness for this straightforward, direct approach, relishing the exhilarating feeling it brought. What are we waiting for? As Uzumaki Naruto gazed at Dazna, he found him increasingly agreeable and urged, "Come on, you drunken uncle. Let's get moving." Dazna's expression stiffened. The more he listened, the more it sounded like sarcasm. "Are you mocking me, kid? All right, everyone disband. We shall reconvene at the village entrance in 1 hour." Hatake Kakashi clapped his hands that it was time for the trio to witness the harsh realities of the ninja world. Only through battle could powerful ninjas truly grow. "Let us go, Naruto," Uchiha Sasuke remarked disdainfully. "Hurry up and prepare your things. Don't make me wait again." "Prepare what?" Naruto shook his head and grinned. "It's my first mission. Of course I need to get the money ready. What's wrong with having money?" Uchiha Sasuke's forehead twitched with irritation. "Don't call me your little brother." All right, got it, little brother." Uzumaki Naruto threw an arm around Sasuke, the two of them walking side by side towards the exit. "Let us go to your house to get the money. Once we leave the village, there will be plenty of places to spend it. I'll take care of your living expenses, but you better pay me well." He beamed brightly. However, to Uchiha Sasuke, it seemed as though the word money rubber was plastered across Naruto's face. He sighed in exasperation. "Taking the money is fine, but can you stop calling me your little brother?" "Of course, little brother." Uchiha Sasuke finally understood. With his thin skin, he was utterly powerless against Uzumaki Naruto's shamelessness. For the first time, he felt a sense of helplessness and resisting. "Fine, let it be this way." The harmonious silhouette of the two left Haruno Sakura in a daze. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke acknowledged her presence. It was as though a barrier had risen between them, isolating her from their world. "Naruto." Haruno Sakura clutched her chest. For some reason, her heart felt heavy. "No. I absolutely cannot let them abandon me. I can just apologize to Naruto." With this solution in mind, her mood improved significantly. Naruto was always easy to talk to. As long as she apologized, he would surely revert to being that bossed-around punching bag. "Humph," Haruno Sakura muttered. "Naruto, you'll come to know the consequences of bullying this lady." Hatake Kakashi felt a tinge of helplessness. What was wrong with this girl's thought process? He said earnestly, "Sakura, Naruto seems different from before. If you wish to earn his forgiveness, as a comrade, you must at least show mutual respect." An hour later, the four gathered. Under Hatake Kakashi's guidance, they officially commenced their first mission. The Land of Waves was not far from Konoha, situated at the border of the Land of Fire. Moreover, being ninjas, their travel speed was remarkable. It was Dazna who slowed them down. In the morning, everything was calm. However, by the afternoon, under the blazing sun, two conspicuous puddles appeared on the forest floor. "Sasuke, it's really hot today." Uzumaki Naruto chuckled lightly. Uchiha Sasuke fixed his gaze ahead. "Indeed, let us hurry along." "What are you two talking about?" Haruno Sakura asked, somewhat disgruntled. These two had been speaking in a manner she couldn't comprehend throughout their journey. How could there be puddles on such a hot day? Suddenly, two metal chains spiraled and swiftly ensnared Hatake Kakashi. What the Kakashi's pupils constricted in disbelief, powerless to resist. "Damn foolish brats," the two ninjas shouted angrily. "You nearly disrupted our plan." They turned to Kakashi, their gaze laced with disdain. Who would have thought the legendary copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, would be so weak? "Die." They both shouted in unison. The chains tightened around Kakashi, and shuriken swiftly targeted his vulnerable spots. Damn. Kakashi fell to the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. "Is this where I must end?" "My dear students, run," he called, burying his head in the ground. To Uzumaki Naruto, this performance was nothing short of farcical. However, to Haruno Sakura, this scene felt akin to the sky collapsing. "Kakashi-sensei," she gasped, her legs trembling with fear. "What are we going to do?" The two ninjas appeared pleased with her reaction. "Ha ha ha, just look at that expression. A little brat raised in the greenhouse of the ninja village. Prepare to die." The two were momentarily stunned, taken aback. Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "Just a couple of lackeys. Why waste words?" Uchiha Sasuke crossed his arms, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. "Naruto, take one each. Don't make me lose respect for you." "What a joke." Uzumaki Naruto suddenly flung 3 shuriken. "Sasuke, you can watch from the sidelines." "What a joke." Uchiha Sasuke scoffed. Like an arrow released from its bow, he shot forward, closing the distance in an instant, causing the two ninjas to involuntarily step back. Angrily, they retorted, "Baka, how dare you lay a hand on us, mere graduates from the Ninja Academy." They sidestepped the shuriken, but the next moment, the shuriken transformed into smoke. Uzumaki Naruto grinned widely. locking eyes with the shocked ninjas. Hello there, multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared, each delivering a punch that left the two ninjas bruised and battered, utterly defenseless. What is this? How dare you act so arrogantly before me? Uzumaki Naruto chuckled, then remarked, and that dead fish-eyed Kakashi, if your acting skills are lacking, could you not annoy us? At that moment, Hatake Kakashi's body had transformed into a piece of wood. Oh dear. Did I get found out? He said nonchalantly, though his eyes betrayed his surprise. Well then, I declare that Naruto and Sasuke both received full marks for their first response. They remained calm under pressure. Sakura, you did well too. Additionally, Sasuke knew how to draw attention, allowing Naruto to launch a surprise attack. Hatake Kakashi, curious, inquired, but how did you two communicate your tactics? He and T noticed how they had coordinated. Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke scowled. There was no plan. This guy stole my opponent. Hatake Kakashi responded. Ah, I see it, and no wonder it appeared flawless. There was simply no plan at all. Ha, don't worry about such trivial matters. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. The enemy was too weak. It was easy to deal with. Next time, Sasuke, I will be more cautious. These two rogue ninjas had proven to be remarkably inept, from beginning to end, aside from the initial concealed jutsu that turned into puddles. They hadn't employed any real techniques. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke stated earnestly, next time we face an enemy, let me handle it. If memory served correctly, the next enemy to appear should be the demon Zabuza. Right? Uzumaki Naruto turned with a serious expression and said, Kakashi-sensei, next time we encounter an enemy, you mustn't intervene, for reasons unknown. Hatake Kakashi squinted, feeling that Naruto was up to something that he chuckled and replied, all right, no problem. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura felt utterly bewildered. The three were engaged in light-hearted banter, while she felt like an outsider. Little girl, you seem somewhat out of place. From the moment the battle commenced, Dasna, who had been hiding, emerged from an unknown location. Leisurely speaking, Haruno Sakura clutched her chest, feeling as if pierced by a dagger to her heart. Oh my, exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto, raising an eyebrow. Old man Dasna, you certainly possess a keen eye. Don't you? Well said. He harbored no fondness for Sakura. Had she possessed even the most basic decency, she would not have repeatedly uttered phrases like no parents and no upbringing among the little powerhouses of Konoha. Her words were deafening, standing out distinctly. To him, Sakura was no different from a stranger. What a nuisance. Hatake Kakashi scratched his head, sensing that matters were escalating. Naruto's relationship with Sasuke was growing closer, leaving Sakura inadvertently sidelined. I am truly inept at mediating. He gazed skyward, a look of melancholy etched on his face. Perhaps I should seek someone skilled in navigating human affairs. The Nara clan has always been resourceful. They might have a solution. Cut the nonsense, you drunken uncle. It's evident that the two ninjas are here for you. Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow. Speak up. Why conceal the mission, confess and receive leniency? Or face the harsh consequences and spend the new year in jail? What nonsense is this? Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but wipe the virtual sweat from his forehead. Naruto, that's not how it works. Now, Dasna, this has escalated to a ninja combat scenario. The mission must at least be upgraded from a C rank to a B rank. His expression grew increasingly grave. You must now disclose everything you have hidden, or we shall refuse to carry out this mission. Dasna instantly panicked. You can't do this. He waved his hands, attempting to stop them. A stark contrast to his earlier drunken bravado. I paid for this. You must escort me back to the land of waves. But Hatake Kakashi showed him no leniency, his demeanor utterly serious. Ninja combat is all about intelligence. Dasna, you concealed information first, therefore, concluding the mission aligns perfectly with the rules. He had witnessed far too many missions fail due to a lack of intelligence. For a single piece of information, countless ninja lives could be sacrificed. Intelligence is paramount for a ninja. All right. Dasna, aware of his wrongdoing, dejectedly recounted the events. This time, he withheld nothing. It was evident that this mission was no longer a C rank. It was an A rank mission, possibly even an S rank. Thus, Kakashi redirected his gaze to his three disciples. What do you three decide? Will you continue the mission? Haruno Sakura was taken aback. What? We get to decide. She still recalled her recent terror. Of course. We should continue. Uchiha Sasuke snorted, somewhat excited. This is a great opportunity to enhance our strength. Only by doing so can we swiftly eliminate that man. Uzumaki Naruto responded nonchalantly. Well, I agree. Haruno Sakura gritted her teeth. Then I agree as well. Hatake Kakashi wore an expression of having anticipated this outcome. Then let us proceed. Yet, unbeknownst to them all, after their departure, a single shuriken remained on the ground. Bang. Amidst the swirling smoke, a figure materialized. Shadow clones are indeed quite effective, Uzumaki Naruto smirked. Unlike the abilities of Little Gene Gang, my clones can possess a portion of my original's powers, and even after utilizing the clone technique, I still retain the abilities of Fulu. However, I cannot create another clone of the same Fulu. Currently, following the team is the clone of the Great Wadati transformed into a shuriken and slipped away. The urgent matter at hand is to either subdue or eliminate Haku. He pondered. Haku's existence, once rescued, equates to living for Zabuza, and attempting to subdue Zabuza is evidently unrealistic. Momochi Zabuza, by nature, is suspicious, ambitious, and ruthless. Only through years of companionship with Haku did a bond form. Thus, the outcome leaves but one option. Uzumaki Naruto's gaze remains serene. My sole objective is to become the strongest, ensuring that the entire upper echelon of Konoha accompanies me in demise. Be it the hypocritical Sarutobi Hiruzen or the cold-blooded Shimura Danzo, all obstacles along the way are mere stepping stones. For years, it has been my alter ego on the outside. Although influenced, the system remained dormant for 12 years. Yet in contrast, I have trained for 12 years, cultivating formidable mental strength, mastering the Rinnegan, and thoroughly reviewing all the forbidden technique scrolls. The 8 Gates, Edo Tensei, Flying Thunder God technique. Do you comprehend how terrifying a transcendent being, who has trained for 12 years, perused the sealing book, harnessed the abilities of the Great Wa, and possesses unparalleled talent, can be? Uzumaki Naruto's lips curled upwards. However, while employing the clone technique, it seems the alter ego was also divided within the Great Wa clone's body. Yet, these are trivial matters. Crack. Power of the Great Wa. His figure gradually grew taller, the childishness fading from his face. From his original height of 155 centimeters, he grew to 175 centimeters, transforming into a 16-year-old youth. Lean and upright, akin to a bamboo stalk. His golden hair was slightly long, and his azure eyes remained calm and serene, as if harboring boundless strength. Clad in the prepared black combat attire, it further enhanced his formidable aura. Had Hatake Kakashi been present, he would have been astounded to discover that the current Uzumaki Naruto bore an uncanny resemblance to Namake's Minato. Swish. Uzumaki Naruto's figure vanished instantly from the spot, trailing far behind the team. However, even he was unaware of one thing. Although the Great Wa clone was still him, its personality bore some differences. Fulu, with a vendetta against evil. Crossing rivers, the four stepped onto the land of waves. Entering a forest, whoosh, with a vendetta against evil, Uzumaki Naruto's shuriken suddenly shot forth. A snow hare let out a tragic wail, impaled against a tree trunk. Naruto, what are you doing? Look at this good deed you've done. You've killed a little rabbit? Finally, an opportunity presented itself. Haruno Sakura felt a surge of delight. After waiting so long, she was merely biding her time for this moment. Do you have no compassion at all? You even kill a little white rabbit. Her tone dripped with mockery. Is this how those without parents and upbringing behave? Haruno Sakura could already envision the ugly expression on Uzumaki Naruto's face. And she, too, had finally gained the upper hand. After all, Naruto was merely the Thailander. Smack. At that moment, a resounding slap struck her face. Damn it, you foolish thing. I've long found you displeasing, with a vendetta against evil. Uzumaki Naruto fiercely slapped, sending Haruno Sakura flying, her cheek instantly swelling. If you can't speak, just shut your mouth, he retorted, shaking his hand, his gaze lofty, as if looking down upon refuse. Do you understand who Great Wa Uzumaki Naruto is? With a vendetta against evil. I've long held disdain for you. How dare you hit me? Haruno Sakura's eyes widened, unable to believe that Uzumaki Naruto, who had always been deferential to her, would actually strike her. Naruto, apologize to me right now. Otherwise, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Ha! Uzumaki Naruto scoffed. Never forgive for a lifetime? You think I'll apologize like in a book? I'll need to reconsider whether to forgive you at all. Sakura, me hitting you is for your own good. You not only shouldn't be angry, but you should also thank me. With a heartfelt tone, Uzumaki Naruto concluded, then bellowed, everyone, get down. Hatake Kakashi was alarmed. This was precisely what he intended to warn them about. Has Naruto's perception sharpened to such an extent? Everyone, heed Naruto's command and lay low. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The colossal beheading sword sliced through the air, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind as it spun towards the ground at a mere meter's distance. Bang! The massive blade swept past the crowd and embedded itself deep into a tree trunk, penetrating a good half of its girth. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. In an instant, a figure stood atop the blade, facing away from the onlookers. What on earth is happening? Sakura Haruno's voice trembled. Had Naruto not just knocked her down, she would have been the one injured now. Was Naruto truly rescuing her? How utterly shameless. The righteous Naruto Uzumaki found himself at a loss for words. Throughout the series, the original Naruto had saved Sakura countless times, yet she remained indifferent towards him. Sasuke Uchiha had attempted to kill her more than once, yet she remained steadfastly devoted to him. This love, the righteous Naruto Uzumaki considered it a form of madness, an incurable affliction, and even began to wonder if Sakura Haruno harbored some sort of masochistic tendencies. Naruto, Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly, and an unfamiliar emotion flickered in her eyes before she huffed in annoyance. What on earth? The righteous Naruto Uzumaki was taken aback. Could it be true? In the early days, Sakura had exhibited two distinct personalities, and the inner personality had not vanished, but rather melded into her character as she matured, transforming into a masochistic persona, the so-called M. The more she suffered, the more exhilarated she became? Was that not Zabuza Momochi? Kakashi Hatake narrowed his eyes. This could pose a significant challenge, for facing this adversary was somewhat taxing. He lifted his eye patch. The crimson three-tomo Sharingan emerged, glimmering with an eerie, bloodthirsty light that instilled a sense of foreboding. The Sharingan. Sasuke Uchiha could hardly believe it. How could you possess such an eye? Could it be? Kakashi Hatake replied nonchalantly. No, you are overthinking it. Sasuke. It's merely a gift from my close friend. A token of appreciation for being a jonin. He chuckled, surprised to encounter the famed copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. No wonder the demon brothers were defeated. Zabuza Momochi squinted. Leave the old man to me. Kakashi, this matter does not concern you. What do you think? The reputation of Kakashi, the Leaf Village technician, preceded him. He had no desire to casually become enemies with such a formidable ninja. When did Zabuza become so juvenile? Kakashi Hatake retorted coldly. Ninjas do not abandon their missions. A thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's figures. Zabuza's silhouette gradually faded, his voice echoing from all directions. Then the throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid arteries. But he was abruptly interrupted by the righteous Naruto Uzumaki. Shut your mouth. Die. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. This was the one technique he, as a clone, had mastered. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless clones surged towards Zabuza. In the shadows, the original Naruto Uzumaki watched in disbelief. Wow. Is he that bold? He was already taking action against Zabuza. Just moments ago, he had slapped Sakura across the face without hesitation. Hiss. Not only Sakura, but even he, the original, felt pain just watching. Was the clone's demeanor a bit too aggressive? Would this give away any weaknesses? But soon, Naruto shook his head. No, the clones and I share the same essence, with indistinguishable energy. Even if there were doubts, they couldn't detect any anomalies. What irked him, however, was that the big clone was incredibly brave, truly deserving of the title Mighty Warrior, invincible in valor. He sought revenge with fervor. Hiss. Even the original found it absurd. As an elite jonin, Kakashi Hatake surely found it ludicrous. Feeling somewhat perplexed as he remarked, why does Naruto seem different now? Although he used to love banter, he was at least rational. Why did he now come across as a simpleton? Yet, one cannot deny, Naruto was incredibly strong. One punch, and even Zabuza, an elite jonin, would feel the pain. A flurry of punches could overwhelm a seasoned master. Hundreds of Naruto clones were as troublesome as cockroaches. Get lost. Water style. Great waterfall technique. Zabuza was truly losing his mind. If he didn't unleash his ninjutsu, he would be beaten to a pulp. Damn brat. I'll kill you first. All clones vanished in an instant, leaving only the righteous Naruto Uzumaki. The beheading sword in his hand radiated immense power as it swung down with ferocity. Clang. The clash of metal resounded. Do you truly think I am invisible? Kakashi Hatake brandished a kunai, swiftly positioning himself before the righteous Naruto Uzumaki. To harm my comrades in my presence is utterly impossible. Before this eye, all your actions are laid bare. The two are locked in a stalemate, their strengths evenly matched. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. However, Kakashi was prepared for a protracted battle. No weaklings exist beneath a glorious reputation. The name of the demon Zabuza was thunderous. Damn you. The righteous Naruto Uzumaki launched a surprise attack, landing a punch in Zabuza's sensitive area, but he found it insufficient. Bang, bang. He continued to strike several times. What the hell? You sneak. Zabuza's entire being felt as if it would shatter, his eyes wide with fury. You can't play like this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Zabuza became distracted, he exposed vulnerabilities. In an instant, Kakashi Hatake launched kunai from his hand. Several kunai embedded themselves precisely into Zabuza's vital spots. Zabuza was gravely injured, unable to retaliate in the slightest. Was it truly this easy? Kakashi Hatake was somewhat bewildered. After all these years, he had never engaged in such a bizarre battle. First, the lower-ranked Naruto Uzumaki struck first, and then, while he was locked in a standoff with Zabuza, he crushed Zabuza's dreams in one punch, rendering his opponent utterly powerless to resist. It was simply surreal. A sound of slicing air pierced through the atmosphere. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, two silver needles suddenly pierced the back of Zabuza's neck. The once-breathing Zabuza fell to the ground with a thud. Breathless, this mask. Are you a pursuing ninja from the Mist Village? Kakashi Hatake's gaze sharpened. Judging by the height and voice, it was evident that this individual was no older than 13, a prodigious ninja. As expected of you, the pursuing ninja spoke calmly. You are quite knowledgeable about such secrets. For years, I have been tracking Zabuza, waiting for the opportunity to eliminate him. This statement was flawless. Kakashi Hatake finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, I entrust him to you. Zabuza himself was a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, so it was only fitting that he be dealt with by the pursuing ninja of the Mist. My apologies. The pursuing ninja waved a hand, instantly appearing beside Zabuza. But suddenly, someone moved even faster. Hey there, kid. Is pretending to be a pursuing ninja enjoyable? A golden-haired figure materialized, placing themselves between the pursuing ninja and Zabuza's corpse. The golden hair flowed elegantly, exuding an air of refinement, yet his eyes held a hint of coldness. Teacher. Kakashi's eyes widened involuntarily, exclaiming, "So handsome, even more so than Sasuke." At that moment, Sakura Haruno was staring intently at the golden-haired figure, utterly captivated and unable to extricate herself. The original Naruto Uzumaki felt somewhat speechless. Goodness gracious, are you not even pretending anymore? I thought you genuinely liked Sasuke. Turns out you simply have a penchant for handsome boys. Bah, what a superficial girl. No, how can there be someone so strikingly similar? It is not merely a superficial resemblance. From every conceivable angle, they appear nearly identical. Hatake Kakashi even harbors doubts as to whether he is the teacher's illegitimate child. Of course, there is a resemblance. Uzumaki Naruto smirks, a sudden amusing thought crossing his mind. He turns to Hatake Kakashi and states deliberately, "Because I am Uzumaki Naruto's elder brother, Namake's Yato." What? Kakashi's pupils constrict in disbelief. Impossible. The teacher has no other children, and you are at least 16 years old. How could you possibly be his child? He cannot help but take a step back. What nonsense. The teacher has only one child. Uchiha Sasuke cannot refrain from glancing at the fiercely vengeful Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, you have an elder brother? I don't know. Vengeful Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitches. The original body. This was not part of the plan. It was merely an unexpected incident caused by the dragon vein. The original Uzumaki Naruto chuckles lightly. When my mother gave birth to me, she placed me in the adjacent room, and then gave birth again, resulting in Naruto. The midwife from that time was killed by the masked man. Aside from my parents, no one else knows of my existence. An unexpected incident with the dragon vein. Kakashi gasps in shock. Indeed, the dragon vein possesses the ability to traverse time. If his aging is due to the dragon vein, it poses no issue. And if what he claims is true, it would surely cause an uproar in Konoha. I don't believe it. Resemblance alone is not evidence. The likelihood is far too slim. No one could possibly believe it. Uzumaki Naruto smirks. Kakashi, we can discuss this later. Right now. With a swift flick of his longsword, he presses it against Momochi Zabuza's neck. I need to repeat myself. Zabuza's follower. Haku. His voice is icy. You can either watch Zabuza die at my hands or take your own life. He is capable of killing Zabuza and Haku directly, but it is unnecessary. The youth of the 21st century thrive on cunning. What he desires is to use Haku's bond to compel her to take her own life effortlessly. What? Kakashi and the others' pupils constrict as they instantly comprehend. If they had allowed Haku to take Zabuza just now, it would have been akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Zabuza would undoubtedly return. Thud. Haku removes her mask, revealing a face of ambiguous charm that captivates onlookers. Yet, within Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lies only a yearning for the power of water and ice. No. Zabuza forces his eyes open, his voice hoarse, filled with unwillingness and pleading. He cannot fathom the reason. The plan was supposed to be flawless. How could this guy see through our scheme? Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto kicks Zabuza in the face, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Don't you dare try to mess with the bond buff. Damn it. You think you can turn the tables? What a joke that you're making me look like a villain. Shut your mouth, observe more, and stop blabbering. Kakashi thinks. This demeanor, this scene. Even I feel that this Namikaze Yato might be the real villain. However, this arrogant attitude is quite reminiscent of Naruto. He discreetly glances at Naruto. The two are indeed strikingly similar. Namikaze Yato appears as an older version of Uzumaki Naruto, standing side by side. No one would doubt they are brothers, save for the absence of facial hair on Yato's face. Do you understand? The original Uzumaki Naruto says impatiently. Zabuza, do not attempt any tricks. Villains perish from excessive chatter. He knows this all too well. Decisiveness is the true path. Humph. Even with the long sword against his neck. Momochi Zabuza remains unperturbed, perhaps for a ninja of his ilk. Death has long since lost its terror. Just mere death, and you dare to threaten me. He tilts his head back and shouts, get lost. Haku, I don't need you at all. You are merely a tool in my hands, and now that I no longer require you, be gone at once. Thud. The original Uzumaki Naruto's longsword strikes down. A faint trickle of blood stains his face. Zabuza's head rolls away, his eyes reflecting deep resentment. Zabuza, Haku gasps, her beautiful eyes filled with sorrow, noisy. The original Uzumaki Naruto glances at Kakashi, who stands not far away. Kakashi, are you looking for proof that I am the son of Namikaze Minato? This is it. When my father divided the power of the Nine Tails, I sealed half within myself and the other half within Naruto. Kakashi, do you believe me now? Hiss. The terrifying crimson energy erupts, enveloping him in a blazing red aura. Radiating heat and bloodshed, exuding an ominous presence. 5 tails sway behind him, striking the ground with a force that shakes the earth. This is the power of the Nine Tails. Kakashi's pupils shrink, if he had any doubts before. Now, with irrefutable evidence before him, he feels an overwhelming sense of dread. The sky over Konoha is about to change. He had initially hoped to resolve this easily. The original Uzumaki Naruto sighs. But it seems I must resort to force after all. Whoosh! In an instant, he closes the distance to Haku, his large hand gripping her neck tightly. The speed is so swift that it leaves no room for reaction. I am indeed going to die. But before that, I must avenge Zabuza. Haku's voice is hoarse as she speaks slowly. Crack. Her body shatters, turning into sparkling shards of ICE.A and Ice Clone. The original Uzumaki Naruto states coolly, while you were speaking just now, I already formed hand signs behind my back to cast the Ice Clone technique. But alas, ice techniques in your hands remain feeble. Ice techniques are indeed powerful. They possess greater defensive capabilities than earth and superior offensive power compared to wind. Even the Ice Mirror technique allows the user to move at the speed of light within it. If Senja Hashirama were to acquire ice techniques and unleash them in an instant, it would result in an ice age. Turning the entire battlefield into crystalline ice, the enemy would have no chance to resist. Ice Mirror, in an instant. Dozens of massive ice mirrors surround the original Uzumaki Naruto, Haku's figure flickering rapidly, making it impossible to detect her whereabouts. Secret technique, 1,000-kill water surge. In a heartbeat, ice shards shoot forth from all directions at a 360-degree angle, with no escape. Such terrifying combat talent. Kakashi's pupils contract, and he cannot help but compare himself to his younger self. Back then, I was nowhere near his level of power. Uchiha Sasuke grits his teeth, his gaze cold and filled with deep resentment. Why do they possess such formidable strength? I need to become stronger. Whether it is Haku or the suddenly appearing Namikaze Yato, both possess terrifying power that makes me feel as though we exist in entirely different dimensions. An overwhelming sense of helplessness deepening my self-loathing. What must I do to become strong? When will I be able to catch up to that man? Uchiha Sasuke grits his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. When can I finally reach that man? He is lost, questioning what he is doing. While other ninjas of his age are battling on the battlefield or even becoming rogue ninjas, he remains sheltered within Konoha. What must he do? What should he do? What level must he achieve? Slap. A weight settled upon his shoulders, prompting him to turn around and behold the radiant visage of Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke, do not overthink it. I will accompany you to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Kakashi-sensei, you will assist as well, won't you? Naruto inquired, glancing towards Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi stammered, momentarily taken aback. Of course, as your teacher, that is my duty. He squinted, noting a newfound maturity in Naruto's tone, a stark contrast to his own uncertainty on how to counsel Sasuke regarding his feelings of hatred. Yet, Naruto had already taken action. That brilliant smile, akin to sunlight, seemed capable of illuminating even the darkest recesses of the heart. Oh, right? The dead fish-eye Kakashi, Naruto smirked, a hint of ferocity in his voice. That fellow named Namikaze Yato just mentioned my parents. Do you know who they are? Kakashi's eyes narrowed, resembling a fierce beast spotting its prey, as though he had emerged from years of darkness to finally glimpse a sliver of light. Hiss. Kakashi inhaled sharply. We shall discuss this matter later. His gaze faltered. genuinely unsure of how to broach the subject with Naruto. Should he reveal that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, and not merely a demon fox? Deserving of the privileges of a hero's offspring, on the battlefield, the situation changed in an instant. With Naruto at the center of it all, he scoffed lightly, a mere ice mirror technique, shatter, in that moment. He conjured a Rinnegan in each hand, merging them into a singular, explosive force that obliterated every ice mirror in an instant. Now you can no longer hide, he declared, directing his gaze upon the exposed form of Haku. With a swift motion, 5 crimson chakra tails lashed out, resembling a colossal serpent attacking from all directions, leaving Haku with no avenue for escape. 1,000 flying water needles. Haku's pallid face betrayed his fear as he unleashed a flurry of needles, simultaneously forming more ice mirrors. The same strategies would prove futile against me. One of Naruto's scarlet chakra tails intercepted every needle, while the remaining 4 tails effortlessly dismantled the ice mirrors. Haku found himself with no barriers left. He realized that against ordinary ninjas, his techniques were unstoppable, yet against formidable foes, his arsenal was woefully inadequate. Crack. The 4 blood-red chakra tails ensnared Haku, suspending him in midair like a fish on a chopping block. Will you choose submission or death? Naruto's voice was icy. I have no patience for nonsense, so declare your answer. Haku's defiance remained unyielding. Snap. The sound of a neck breaking echoed as the chakra tails twisted slightly, causing Haku's eyes to dull with despair. Naruto chuckled derisively, anticipating Haku's protest that he could never forsake his master. Since he refused to submit, he held no value in existence. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of either killing or subduing Haku. Rewards. Power of Water Child. Ice Release. Power of Water Child. You can freely manipulate water, your body can consume endless water sources, and no water can harm you. Ice Release. A powerful bloodline limit created by the fusion of Water Release and Wind Release from the Mizunoke's clan. A surge of formidable power blossomed within him, akin to the initial awakening of the power of the Great Child, enhancing his physique. Now, Naruto sensed that he could wield the power of water at will. While others required hand seals to perform jutsu, he needed none. Even Ice Release could be executed with mere thought. More alarmingly, while Haku's chakra was merely that of an ordinary ninja, in Naruto's hands, Ice Release would become exponentially more terrifying. With his growing strength, Ice Release would rival the effects of an Ice Age, comparable to the Wood Release of Senju Hashirama. What a chilling demeanor. Kakashi squinted, feeling a shiver run down his spine. If Naruto was likened to a small son, then the man named Namikaze Yado, who claimed to be Naruto's brother, was a creature of pure cold-bloodedness. Yet, Kakashi believed that as the son of a teacher, he must possess some semblance of kindness. Namikaze Yado, as the son of my teacher, you should return to Konoha with me. The son of a teacher ought to be a ninja of Konoha as well. Oh, Naruto grinned widely, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, unable to suppress his laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. What are you joking about, Kakashi? Does Naruto even know who his father is? Thunderous revelation. His voice resonated like a clap of thunder, causing Kakashi's throat to tighten, dryness settling in his mouth. Naruto. Kakashi's gaze fell silent, burdened with profound helplessness. He had been unable to save his dear friend, unable to rescue Rin. Over the years, he felt he had failed to save his teacher's son, perpetually falling short. Kakashi-sensei, who are my parents? Naruto raised his head, his azure eyes filled with hope, expectation, and the brilliance of sunlight. Isn't he just an orphan? Haruno Sakura remarked dismissively. What other identity could he possibly have? Kakashi-sensei, even if he had parents, they must have been uncivilized, or else how could he have such a personality? Don't say that. Kakashi turned away, his gaze pleading. Naruto had endured 12 years of suppression, ridicule, and being labeled a demon fox. He could not allow Naruto to discover his true identity now. He understood all too well the darkness that accompanied unending malice. At the very least, let him hold on to some semblance of connection. Naruto, your parents are the fourth Hokage. Namikaze Minato, Yado spoke coolly, as the wind rustled through the leaves. My parents are the fourth Hokage. Namikaze Minato. Naruto's voice trembled. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Kakashi. He felt he should not react so emotionally, yet inexplicably. Another soul within him wailed and protested against this revelation. Are you kidding me? His entire being shook with the weight of the truth. Why, Kakashi-sensei, I am the son of the fourth Hokage. Namikaze Minato. Why am I treated like a demon fox? Why does everyone despise me? Why have I been bullied for 12 long years? Why has no one come to my aid? Am I not the son of a hero? The repetition of his grievances struck like thunder, each word piercing Kakashi's heart, leaving him breathless and frantic. I am sorry, Naruto. I am so sorry. Yet he could change nothing, nor offer Naruto a reason. Was Naruto's father truly the fourth Hokage? Surely this was a jest. Haruno Sakura shrugged dismissively. What makes him anything but a failure? He bears no resemblance to the powerful, handsome fourth Hokage. Shut up, Naruto roared. I am not a failure. I am not a demon fox. I am not worthless. I am the son of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, Uzumaki Naruto. Boom. A terrifying power erupted within him. However, those azure eyes revealed no trace of violence, nor the righteous fury of a vengeful spirit. Instead, they brimmed with profound tenderness and sorrow. It is you, dear brother. The true body of Uzumaki Naruto trembled subtly. It turned out that his brother was not dead after all. Now, spurred by Haruno Sakura's presence, he had regained a fragment of his consciousness. If it were the vengeful spirit, he would undoubtedly have launched a fierce attack. Only a brother could possess such gentleness. Even in the depths of despair, he would not harm anyone. But the true body of Uzumaki Naruto's gaze turned icy. Like a cold sword glinting with a chilling edge, I believe in retribution over benevolence, from dawn until dusk. To hell with you. With a powerful strike, he sent Sakura flying. By the time Hatake Kakashi realized what had happened, Sakura was already crying out in pain. Why are you hitting me? She couldn't comprehend why. When she had done nothing wrong, don't lay a hand on Sakura. She's just a child. Kakashi spread his arms, pulling out shuriken, instantly positioning himself protectively in front of Sakura. Kakashi, look at my brother. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at the enraged and tormented figure of his brother. He is merely a child, the son of a hero. Why should he be treated like a demon fox for 12 years? The Hokage has his reasons for Naruto's safety, Kakashi defended. His identity as a Jinchuriki poses a threat to him. Oh, Naruto scoffed. Yet I see that Sarutobi Hiruzen's grandson seems to be living quite well, protected by an elite jounin at all times. Surely, Konohamaru, as the grandson of the Hokage, must also be in considerable danger? Kakashi fell silent, left with no retort. So, do not obstruct my path. Otherwise, this day next year will mark your death. Hatake Kakashi. The true body of Uzumaki Naruto advanced step by step, and when they were aligned on the same horizontal plane, he faced forward, glancing sidelong at Kakashi, yet he did not take another step. Kakashi stood resolute, blocking his way. I'm sorry, as a teacher, I cannot bear to see my student harmed. He lifted his mask, revealing a crimson Sharingan with 3 tomo. Even if it may cost me my life, I will not waver. How to express this? Uzumaki Naruto held a fondness for Kakashi. He was a good teacher, a true friend. He had shown mercy even towards Uchiha Sasuke, who had turned rogue, embodying a seemingly indifferent gaze yet harboring a steadfast commitment to bonds. But alas, how unfortunate, Kakashi. Yet what I wish to accomplish is beyond your authority to prevent. Water style, 1,000 water needles. With a mere flick of his hand, countless water needles coalesced, erupting forth with such velocity that they offered no time for reaction. They descended like a torrential storm, dense enough to cast shadows that obscured the sun. This is bad. Kakashi's heart tightened, as if plunged into an icy abyss, filled with dread. How could this be? No hand signs for ninjutsu. Sakura, run. He swiftly retreated, attempting to buy time while pulling Sakura behind a massive tree, hastily forming seals. He understood all too well that the tree could not withstand the assault for long. Boom, the tree shattered, utterly powerless against the onslaught of water needles, collapsing with a resounding crash. Finally, water style, great waterfall technique. Kakashi shouted, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If he could disrupt the rhythm of Namake's Minato, he could swiftly escape with Sakura. Given Naruto and Sasuke's bond, he was certain that Minato would not allow any harm to come to Sasuke. In an instant, he devised the optimal solution. Kakashi, Naruto's chakra is measured at 100 units, while I, the true body of Uzumaki Naruto, smirked, waving his hand nonchalantly, is at 200 units. Boom, countless sources of water materialized out of thin air, overwhelming and obscuring the skies. The entire world before him seemed transformed into an ocean. If Kakashi's great waterfall technique resembled a trickling stream, then the water summoned by Uzumaki Naruto was akin to a mighty river. No, this is impossible. Kakashi chuckled bitterly. Our strengths do not exist on the same plane. The initial glimmer of hope that had resided in his heart vanished without a trace. He had thought he could at least take Sakura away, but now it seemed that even his own escape was in jeopardy. Minato hadn't even unleashed the Nine Tails. In the next moment, the true body of Uzumaki Naruto appeared instantaneously behind him. A large hand grasped Sakura's throat, lifting her into the air. How could you be so fast? Kakashi was horrified. His Sharingan hadn't even registered the opponent's form. At this moment, he dared not act recklessly. Haruno Sakura, you are quite brave, aren't you? The true body of Uzumaki Naruto did not spare a glance at Kakashi, his gaze tranquil, as if a lion surveying its prey. Devoid of compassion, I will not kill you. Compared to death, you have a better fate awaiting you. With a resounding smack, his hand struck Sakura's abdomen, sealing, suffering together. A purple, serpentine symbol resembling angelic wings manifested on Sakura's abdomen. Both enchanting and imbued with extraordinary power, from this day forth, should anyone in Konoha dare to insult my brother, they will endure the same torment as my unfortunate sibling. The true body of Uzumaki Naruto turned to the conflicted Kakashi. Fair, isn't it, Hatake Kakashi? And this is merely the beginning. Return and inform Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo that if Naruto suffers any further harm, the ninja world shall no longer have Konoha. He paused. Ah. By the way, if you do not comply, I would not hesitate to make this matter public. I believe the other 4 great ninja villages would be quite interested in Konoha's scandal. Brother, I bestow upon you one final gift. The true body of Uzumaki Naruto gently placed his hand on the forehead of the vengeful spirit, Uzumaki Naruto. Damn it. This theatricality felt inexplicably shameful. Yet this step was indispensable. This encompasses all the ninjutsu left to me by my father. Ninetales, I shall aid in sealing you. From this day forth, you shall no longer be the underachiever, but a true genius. Minato departed silently, leaving behind a tempest of upheaval. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto returned to his normal state. Yet an unsettling calm enveloped Kakashi. This is troublesome. Kakashi felt a headache coming on, yet he also breathed a sigh of relief. At least Minato had not engaged in indiscriminate slaughter. None of the 4 of us were harmed. Regardless, surviving is a tremendous fortune. As long as Naruto suffers no further harm, Minato poses no threat and may even become an asset to Konoha in the future. His gaze deepened. Naruto was not taken away, indicating that there remained room for reconciliation. If only the village could treat Naruto kindly. Kakashi's expression grew even more somber, tinged with concern. Then, let us proceed with our mission. His voice bore the weight of exhaustion. Little did he dream that his inaugural mission away from the village would lead to such tribulations. He would rather face life and death duels than become embroiled in the struggles of the upper echelon. Hatake Kakashi could already envision the uproar that would ensue when the news returned to the village. All of this chaos stemmed from the emergence of Namake's Yado. The question of how to handle Uzumaki Naruto would likely plague the higher-ups of Konoha for a considerable time. The most alarming aspect was that Namake's Yado had inherited his teacher's cunning. He understood that mere threats might prove ineffective. Thus, Kakashi could not help but inhale sharply. He would make this matter public, and that was precisely what Konoha feared most, whether it be a ninja's defection or a mission's failure. The hidden village could endure such setbacks. However, if it involved a tarnishing of the village's reputation or, worse still, a scandal, the other 4 great ninja villages would undoubtedly spare no effort in slandering Konoha. This would adversely affect the village's image, its mission quotas, and even the allocation of funds from the daimyo. In that eventuality, regardless of whether it was Shimura Danzo or the Hokage, they would be incensed. It was too terrifying. They needed to return to the village as swiftly as possible. Kakashi resolved firmly. The entire team fell into silence. Uzumaki Naruto's gaze was cast downward, speechless. Uchiha Sasuke, surprisingly, offered words of comfort to Naruto. Haruno Sakura raised an eyebrow. Kakashi was taken aback by her seemingly defiant demeanor. It appeared she might even resist. Never mind. He was utterly drained and had no idea how to maintain the fragile bonds of this team. Half a day later, Kakashi found himself even more bewildered. What? Dasna exclaimed, astonished by the words of his family before him. What did you say? The mob boss Kato has been killed. By a golden-haired youth. Akin to a deity. What is his name? I must inscribe the name of the bridge in his honor. Dasna's grandson, Inari, burst forth, exclaiming, Naruto. He said his name is Uzumaki Naruto, the great hero who saved the land of waves. A profound silence enveloped the 5. All eyes turned to Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi couldn't suppress a sigh, his expression complex as he mused. Namake's Yado dealt with Kato and left all the glory to Naruto? Dasna spoke with a serious and earnest tone. Then the bridge should be named Naruto Bridge. Although this old man was a drunkard and had exaggerated the mission's difficulty, he was indeed a good person. Deeply principled and loyal. In the original tale, after Konoha was reduced to ruins by pain of the 6 paths, Dasna had volunteered to help rebuild the village. Now that the mission was complete, they would not linger. Kakashi politely declined Dasna's entreaties, feeling a headache coming on. Now, we need to return to the village promptly. As a witness to the Namake's Yado incident, Dasna was somewhat aware of the underlying complexities that he hurriedly prepared some food. Naruto, I too have endured the same kind of suffering as you did on the journey back to the village. Kakashi gazed ahead, letting out a soft sigh. I have a very straightforward friend who knows nothing of consolation. Yet his fervor has inspired me. It is because of him that I regained my spirit. Thus, when it came to seizing the bells, I told you that a ninja who abandons a mission is trash. And one who forsakes their comrades for a mission is even less than trash. His deadpan eyes were incredibly serious as they regarded the three youths before him. There was reminiscence, nostalgia, and also hope. Simultaneously, Kakashi felt that Naruto had undergone some transformation, as if he had reverted to that sharp-tongued, clever boy, brimming with reckless energy and a propensity to act on impulse. Is that so? Uzumaki Naruto chuckled lightly. After defeating Kado and claiming all his wealth, he had already dispelled his shadow clones. Upon dispelling them, he could freely choose to appear in either his original or clone position without being detected. You truly are fortunate. Deadpan-eyed Kakashi. By the way, Deadpan-eyed Kakashi, are you familiar with this technique? With a hum, Uzumaki Naruto extended a hand, azure energy rapidly coalescing into a sphere, Rinnegan. According to the memories imparted by his brother, Namake's Yado, this was a ninjutsu created by his father, wasn't it? Kakashi's breath hitched, his pupils constricted. When did you learn that, Naruto? He was shocked deep within. No one had seen Naruto training, yet he was able to perform the Rinnegan as effortlessly as eating or drinking. What kind of monstrous talent was this? Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke's dark eyes narrowed, his breath quickening, fingers clenched tightly in his palms. His deep, dark gaze seemed to threaten to engulf him. Even Naruto was growing stronger. While he remained as weak as refuse, deadpan-eyed Kakashi, memory tells me you possess a technique called Chidori, correct? Uzumaki Naruto suddenly spoke. Teach it to Sasuke. What? Uchiha Sasuke's body stiffened. He abruptly lifted his head. His strikingly clean and noble visage now filled with disbelief, his black and white eyes trembling slightly. Uzumaki Naruto continued, Kakashi-sensei, since you have experienced similar pain, you should understand that Sasuke needs power even more than I do. With your Sharingan, you are the most suitable teacher for Sasuke. Therefore, impart all your knowledge to him until you have nothing left to teach. Kakashi's eyes contemplated. He was willing to become a teacher to the three of them. First, because Naruto was the son of his teacher. Second, because Sasuke's talent was sufficient to make him his disciple. His eyes narrowed. Naruto, is this a command? Uzumaki Naruto replied earnestly, no, it is a request from a disciple. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi scratched his head in resignation, yet his gaze remained fixed on Uzumaki Naruto. Though he did not answer his own question, he still felt the bonds of companionship. Naruto was kinder than he had imagined. In that case, I shall agree. Kakashi smiled, his eyes narrowing in delight. This seemed quite agreeable. Do not go around proclaiming that we are your students. Uzumaki Naruto grimaced. Kakashi's expression darkened. When I asked for a favor. You were Kakashi-sensei, but when it was done, you were deadpan-eyed Kakashi. Huh? Truly deserving of your reputation. Don't mention it. My dear brother. Casting a glance at Sasuke's haughty demeanor, Uzumaki Naruto discerned that he was once again at a loss for words. At this moment, he felt a brotherly urge to care for Sasuke. If you wish to express your gratitude, how about you cook for me in the future? Sasuke, who had initially hesitated over whether to express his thanks, twitched his lips. He no longer had the heart to contemplate revenge. He retorted, Naruto, I am older than you. Well, it's all the same. It's all the same. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand dismissively, utterly unconcerned. Observing this scene, Haruno Sakura felt a pang of grievance. Clearly, they were all Kakashi-sensei's disciples. Why was she not being taught any ninjutsu? This outing had made her realize her own weakness, especially in the presence of that man named Namake's Yado, where she felt utterly powerless. Or rather, even Kakashi-sensei was not a match for him. Now, with Naruto mastering the ninjutsu known as Rinnegan and the teaching memories imparted from his brother, and Kakashi-sensei promising to pass on all he had learned to Sasuke, she was left feeling abandoned. Why was she not being taught by Haruno Sakura? Naruto Uzumaki was acutely aware of the situation. The root of the matter lay in Sakura Haruno's exceptional control over chakra, making her more suited for genjutsu or medical ninjutsu, areas where Kakashi Hitaki was rather lacking. Therefore, under Kakashi's tutelage, Sakura found herself unable to glean much knowledge. Kakashi felt a tinge of awkwardness. Sakura, you are quite different from Sasuke. You are not suited for powerful ninjutsu, and I, unfortunately, do not excel in medical ninjutsu or genjutsu. The only two mentors fitting for you are the genjutsu master, Hikarinai, and the medical sage, Tsunade. Honestly, Sakura replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Kakashi-sensei is so inadequate. At this moment, she paid no heed to the threat posed by Kaze no Yado. even finding the tattoo on her lower abdomen rather appealing. She muttered under her breath, "What of mere gossip? It's nothing of consequence. I wouldn't be bothered by it." She could not fathom that mere insults could lead to any significant repercussions. In less than 3 days, upon returning to Konoha, they would dissolve their ranks. After Kakashi spoke, his figure vanished in an instant, his underlying anxiety impossible to conceal. Before true retribution arrived, this would merely serve as a slight interest for Konoha. Naruto chuckled softly, a self-proclaimed son of Minato Namikaze, possessing strength comparable to that of a Hokage. Kaze no Yado would instill fear throughout Konoha, rendering it too cautious to act against him, and this was merely the initial step. The skies of Konoha were destined to change. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi took half an hour to relay his report. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew increasingly grave, culminating in his remark, "Moreover, it seems that Kaze no Yado has mastered a certain space-time ninjutsu. I suspect it's the Flying Thunder God technique. Years ago, the midwife was slain by the masked man, and with Minato and Kushina both perishing at the hands of the Ninetales, no one could verify how many children Kushina had borne." Hiruzen felt utterly vexed. Where could one find witnesses for such matters? His eyes were filled with irritation, with golden hair akin to Minato's and nearly identical features, capable of wielding the other half of the Ninetales at will. And suspected of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, his identity was nearly confirmed. He was undoubtedly Minato's child. As he puffed on his pipe, a sense of dread enveloped him. Damn it. He had envisioned how to control Naruto Uzumaki, binding him with ties for a few more years, allowing Naruto to mature and come to terms with these matters. He could become a loyal top-tier force for Konoha. But now, everything had become uncertain. "I see," he said to I in a moment. "I will need you to reiterate this. This matter requires discussion among the upper echelon of Konoha. It is of great magnitude as Hokage, even if I make a decision. In matters concerning the Ninetales, it is not solely my word that prevails." Half an hour later, summoned by the Umbu, several elders gathered in the conference room. Hiruzen sat at the head of the table, his back to the sunlight streaming in, with the likes of T-Rune Kamachi, Midogate, and the root leader, Danzo Shimura, flanking him. "What is the purpose of our gathering, Hiruzen?" Kamachi inquired, glancing at Kakashi. "Oh, is this not Kakashi Hatake, the teacher of the current Jinchuriki of the Ninetales? Is this matter related to Naruto Uzumaki?" They were all astute individuals. What Kamachi pondered was also on the minds of Mido and Danzo. The three exchanged glances instantaneously. Elders' meetings were convened only for significant matters. Indeed, Hiruzen's gaze deepened. "Kakashi, please reiterate your account." Once Kakashi finished, an oppressive silence fell upon the conference room. "Are you jesting? Minato has another child? He can effortlessly wield the power of the other half of the Ninetales and is suspected of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique." Mido exclaimed in disbelief. As an elder of Konoha, they were acutely aware of the difficulties posed by the Flying Thunder God technique. Since the village's inception, only 2 individuals had fully mastered it. Hundreds, if not thousands, had attempted to learn it, yet only those 2 had succeeded. The Flying Thunder God technique was nearly equivalent to the prowess of a Kage. Given the added power of the Ninetales, could there be a possibility of a counterfeit? Danzo's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a predatory ambition. "Impossible." Hiruzen sighed. "I too wish it were a counterfeit. But the other half of the Ninetales, the Flying Thunder God, and the ability to suppress the Ninetales within Naruto, as well as Naruto's instantaneous grasp of the Rinnegan, all affirm his identity. Kakashi, you may withdraw." Kakashi nodded. "Yes." His figure vanished instantaneously. The ensuing discussions were beyond the realm of knowledge for someone of his rank. After a brief pause in the conference room, Mido pondered for a moment and remarked, "Originally, our plan was to strengthen Naruto Uzumaki's ties to Konoha. Now, with the threat of Kaze no Yado, it seems we must elevate our regard for Naruto. As long as Naruto remains unharmed, Kaze no Yado is not an enemy of Konoha." His reasoning was straightforward. Konoha could not withstand conflict at present. Rather than create an enemy, it was better to forge alliances. Kaze no Yado might well become a companion to Konoha. Hiruzen nodded in approval. "I concur. An adversary wielding the Ninetales and the Flying Thunder God was a foe no ninja village wished to confront. Moreover, based on Kakashi's descriptions of Kaze no Yado, the latter was decisive in action, driven by absolute goals. If one were to characterize him, he would be a more ruthless version of Minato Namikaze." Bang. "I disagree." Danzo slammed his hand upon the table. "What if he masters the Flying Thunder God and the other half of the Ninetales? Konoha is the foremost among the 5 great villages. When did we descend to a state where any random ninja could pose a threat?" His gaze was frigid, his eyes glinting with iron resolve and fury. "Anyone threatening Konoha must face its retribution." He turned to Hiruzen and spoke with deliberate emphasis. Hiruzen, hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to me. I believe that facing his own brother, Kaze no Yado would surely hesitate to act. Moreover, he too would be cautious. Reluctant to strike at Konoha. He might even become our tool. As he brazenly laid out his plans, the three present could only perceive madness. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. Two Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails would serve as his instruments to ascend to Hokage and dominate the entire ninja world. Enough. Hiruzen bellowed. Danzo, what nonsense are you spouting? Did you not hear? If Naruto experiences any misfortune, I will make his plight public. That is our greatest fear. The Cloud Village has been watching us closely. At this juncture, both Hiruzen and the others, Kamachi and Mito, revealed traces of trepidation. The reputation of Konoha must not be tarnished. Once the reputation was sullied, it would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction throughout the ninja world. The Cloud Village would eagerly propagate the news, potentially inciting war. In the shadows, Naruto Uzumaki, reduced to a minuscule size akin to an ant, absorbed every detail. Perched atop a roof, his eyes narrowed slightly. Roar. Did they share the same vision as me? Spreading negative news about Konoha, tarnishing its image, inciting war. Hiruzen, you have articulated precisely what I intended to do. Danzo was an ambitious schemer, while Hiruzen was a seasoned politician. One might label Hiruzen as hypocritical, but it would be unjust to deem him inept. For Hiruzen contemplated everything comprehensively, even the potential for war. A smile crept upon Naruto's lips. Hiruzen, since you dread war so much, allow me to present you with a surprise. He possesses the ability to create clones at will, capable of summoning Naruto Uzumaki within the confines of Konoha. A sword of Damocles hangs ominously above the village. What will you do, Hiruzen Sarutobi? Within the office, Shimura Danzo's breath hitched. Yet his gaze became more resolute. And what of it? If we wish to restore Konoha to its former glory, how could we possibly avoid sacrifices? Very well, let us proceed to a vote. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke in a low voice. When the opinions of the four diverge, it is time to raise hands for a decision. 3-1. Only Shimura Danzo opted for the extreme. Sarutobi, what use is a vote? Danzo exclaimed in exasperation, his eyes glinting with malice. When the tide is in your favor, you call for a vote. But when you lose, you always adopt that tone of you are the Hokage. What purpose does this voting serve? From now on, do not summon me for such matters. He stormed out, slamming the door behind him. For years, anything Hiruzen Sarutobi opposed had never passed. Even he, despite his foolishness, could discern that in Konoha, it was essentially his unilateral rule. In the office, Naruto Uzumaki clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected of Sarutobi, he plays the political game with remarkable finesse. Whether right or wrong, it is still Sarutobi who wins. As long as Sarutobi lives, Danzo will never have a chance to rise. The Hokage is no ordinary individual. It requires not only strength, but also character, the ability to command the entire village and garner the support of all. As demonstrated by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Among them, the one who wields the deepest control over Konoha is the current third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for Shimura Danzo, he can only be regarded as an ambitious schemer. Thus, it is settled. From this day forth, no one shall discuss Naruto as a demon fox, Hiruzen declared with a resounding voice. Furthermore, since Naruto is now aware of his identity, the original residence of Minato shall be returned to him. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This issue had arisen too abruptly, yet it had to be addressed. Otherwise, while establishing a powerful enemy at the level of a Hokage, it would also alienate Naruto Uzumaki. With that, the Elder Council came to an end. Next, one can only hope that Naruto harbors no resentment towards the village. He departed, heading towards the Uchiha clan. He was uncertain why Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had become so close that they lived together. Honestly, Sakura Haruno exclaimed, shaking her hands in dissatisfaction as she complained to the coincidentally encountered Hinata Hyuga. Hinata, you won't believe it, but that guy Naruto is actually the son of the fourth Hokage. What is there to boast about? With his arrogant personality, he must be over the moon, yet he still puts on a sorrowful face. Humph, Hinata scoffed. What a joke. If my parents were Hokage, and not so inconspicuous, and didn't he nag all day, I would be overjoyed. She believed that having parental guidance was merely a constraint. No, that nodded. Hinata lifted her head, and Sakura noticed that her timid eyes were now filled with unwavering determination. Having parental guidance is indeed a blessing. What Naruto has longed for his family. I'm sorry, Sakura, I must take my leave. She bowed respectfully, and, under Sakura's astonished gaze, hurried towards the Uchiha household. What's going on? Even Hinata is against me. Sakura followed suit, eager to discover Hinata's intentions. The Uchiha clan was situated at the edge of Konoha, right on the opposite side of the village entrance. Therefore, to complete her task, she would need to traverse the entirety of Konoha, exposing herself to the gaze of the masses. Pairs of hateful, resentful eyes, like venomous snakes, seemed intent on taking lives. Damn demon fox, why has he perished on his mission? Get out. Leave our village. Someone like you has no value in living. Why can't you just die on your mission? Go to hell. Smash. An egg was hurled violently, followed by a barrage of vegetable leaves. They exerted all their strength, seemingly hoping to crush Naruto Uzumaki with these objects. How foolish. Naruto's gaze remained calm and indifferent. He truly did not accept the original host's forgiveness of these abusers, treating them as family. He concentrated a shallow blue sphere in his palm that he was not the original host. Naruto, a girl, graceful as a startled swan, rushed into Naruto Uzumaki's line of sight, embracing him tightly, attempting to shield him from all filth. Tears streamed down her cheeks, yet her lips bore a smile. It's okay, Naruto. I will always support you. Buzz, Naruto's body stiffened. He had thought he was always alone, sharing a bond with Sasuke as two men understanding each other, feeling no attachment to this world as an outsider. But now, he suddenly realized he was not alone. Buzz, the Rinnegan expanded rapidly, instantly shielding Hinata from all attacks. Are you foolish? Naruto frowned. Take care of yourself. I don't need your help, understand? Hinata lifted her head. Her timid eyes radiated a faint smile, as if she hadn't heard Naruto's words. Softly, she replied, I don't want Naruto to get hurt. The girl's eyes were like those of a fawn, timid yet pure, akin to a pristine white flower blooming in spring, boldly intruding into Naruto's gaze. She possessed no skill, nor did she comprehend the methods. All she had was a heart full of sincerity. Are you a fool? Naruto couldn't help but utter. What kind of person was Hinata? Soft on the outside yet strong within. She appeared fragile, yet she had an inner resolve. Much like during the Chunin exams, where she faced Neji Hyuga, who was several times stronger than her, knowing she was outmatched yet fighting until the last moment. But why had Hinata come here? Naruto cast a glance towards the corner, where Sakura's expression was grimmed in an instant. He analyzed the situation. It was merely that Sakura had revealed his identity and subsequently tarnished his reputation, yet Hinata did not believe it. Instead, she was more concerned for his safety, hence she rushed over. The eldest daughter of Lord Hiashi Hyuga. So what? Who says she must protect that demon fox? With so many of us, the Hokage would surely not place blame. The crowd began to murmur. Initially, they feared offending the Hyuga clan, but soon, the notion of the law does not punish the many was cast aside. Everything in their hands was turned into weapons, hurled en masse. I will remember all of you. Naruto's azure eyes turned icy, cold as frost, as he blocked each attack with his Rinnegan shield. He was no pushover. If one were to speak, anyone who had truly interacted with him would clearly understand that he had always been shrewd and vengeful. There is a saying, a gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years. A petty person seeks revenge from dawn until dusk. Not far away, Sakura, who had followed along, felt a sharp pain in her heart. The purple markings on her abdomen flickered slightly. The villagers' angry curses and their snarling faces felt like needles piercing her, making it hard for her to breathe. How could this happen? Why does it feel so unbearable? She believed that it was merely a matter of receiving a few scoldings, as they were not directed at her personally. It was utterly inconsequential, however, at this moment. She came to the realization that the notion of empathy was not simply about being reprimanded. It was about sharing all of Naruto's emotions. The extent of Naruto's suffering equated to her own anguish. She felt as though she were struggling to breathe, leaning against the adjacent wall to prevent herself from collapsing. Was this truly how Naruto had felt all along? Her breathing was labored and uncomfortable, as if she bore a weight of 1,000 pounds. Her chest felt as though it were pressed by a colossal boulder. Whether she straightened her posture or slightly hunched over, each movement rendered her breathless. Suddenly, she heard Naruto's words to Hinata Hyuga, tinged with impatience, and a flicker of joy ignited within her. See, that fellow is not suffering at all. But in the blink of an eye, she witnessed the gentle joy and profound sorrow in Naruto's gaze directed at Hinata. This was a sight she had never encountered before. In the past, when Naruto had seen her, his expression was one of delight. He would even argue with Ino over her wide forehead for her sake. Yet now, such treatment seemed to belong not to her but to Hinata. It's so unbearable. Sakura gasped, her cheeks tinged with a faint flush. She found it difficult to discern whether this emotion stemmed from her empathy with Naruto or jealousy towards Hinata. Enough of this. A stern voice cut through the air, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was grave. Who gave you the right to lay hands on Naruto? Have you all forgotten my orders? The villagers immediately ceased their actions. Falling silent in fear. In the presence of the Hokage, they quickly donned benevolent expressions. "We apologize, Lord Hokage. We were merely too angry. After all, he is the Ninetales." As they spoke, they hastily retreated, pretending as if nothing had occurred. As if they had not just exhibited such ferocity, wishing to devour Naruto alive. "I apologize, Naruto. Damn, these fools." Hiruzen inhaled deeply, his expression darkened to an extreme. "It is my fault for not arriving sooner." Lord Hokage, Hinata hurriedly bowed, a reflection of her ingrained upbringing. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha remained motionless. Is that so? Naruto's demeanor was calm, indifferent. "I must extend my gratitude to the third Hokage then. Were it not for your assistance, I might have perished from hunger in my childhood. If this were 3 years ago, or at least a year ago, had he informed him of his identity as the fourth Hokage's son before he learned of it himself, the current circumstances would have shifted. However, the sudden revelation after he became aware of his lineage felt rather contrived. I apologize, Naruto." Yet Hiruzen, a seasoned politician, detected the sarcasm in Naruto's words and maintained his composure. He sighed. "It was my oversight. I was concerned for your safety. You are not merely the host of the Ninetales, but also the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato has many enemies, and should they discover your identity, it could pose a threat to your life." He had already devised a strategy for this. It was a flawless response. "Oh," Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What about Konohamaru? As the grandson of the third Hokage, shouldn't he be more of a concern than the deceased fourth Hokage's son?" He chuckled lightly. "Why is it that Konohamaru is treated with such kindness? Being referred to as the Hokage's grandson, from the age of 3, he has had Chunin guiding his training. It seems I, the son of the fourth, am deemed unworthy." Each word he uttered was deliberate and well-reasoned, and he showed no fear of exposure. Hiruzen's expression darkened instantly, a hint of anger creeping in. Naruto had changed. He was no longer the hot-blooded, reckless youth oblivious to the world. Now he possessed the wisdom of Minato. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. If it weren't for his brother's words, how long would Hiruzen intend to keep this from him? A smirk crept onto Naruto's lips. Murderous intent. "You dare, brother? Yato?" Hiruzen felt as though cold water had been poured over him, jolting him into a state of clarity. Damn it. Naruto was no longer alone. He had that man named Yato backing him. "Naruto, you're joking. Grandpa intended to tell you this year." Hiruzen smiled benevolently, his wrinkled face resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. He quickly added, "Grandpa has come to help you move into your father Minato's house." He believed this tactic would still work. People rarely change their nature. Hearing news about his parents would surely affect Naruto. Lord Hokage mentioned that. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face. "But my brother said that my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, owns a street in Konoha. Right? Hiruzen's expression stiffened. He felt utterly defeated. Surely, the Hokage would not forget this matter during his visit. Naruto added, "My brother Yato hasn't forgotten either. A street. Kushina Uzumaki indeed owned a street in Konoha. It was property left by the Uzumaki clan. As the princess of the Uzumaki clan, all of it naturally belonged to Kushina upon her arrival in Konoha. Now, it rightfully belonged to him, Naruto Uzumaki." Yes. Hiruzen's expression darkened, his hands trembling slightly. That was the most prosperous street, nearly traversing all of Konoha. After the deaths of Minato and Kushina, he had covertly transferred ownership to the Sarutobi clan. Each year, it generated substantial profits, and now to relinquish it felt akin to spitting blood. "Naruto, I came to discuss this matter. Then I must thank the third Hokage." Naruto beamed. "I believe my brother will be delighted to know." The underlying implication of this statement was clear. Do not attempt any tricks, or I shall make my brother announce it to the ninja world. Hiruzen's expression darkened as he turned to leave. Unable to remain any longer, "Naruto, Grandpa will have the Umbu deliver your parents' inheritance." With that, he seemed to make a resolute decision, leaving without looking back. Damn it, if he stayed any longer, he feared Naruto would strip him of everything he had. Most infuriating of all, after all that flattery, he had not even managed to squeeze out a single grandpa. Hiruzen Sarutobi realized that Naruto had long since stopped falling for his tricks, the son of the fourth Hokage. "Naruto, from this day forth, no one in Konoha would look down upon you." Sasuke Uchiha's eyes reflected newfound respect. "The Hokage never stated he would disclose my identity." Naruto shrugged off the concern. "At most, it was merely to prevent others from discussing him." Hinata's face was filled with confusion. How could that be? Hadn't the Hokage just promised to send Naruto's parents' belongings? Why not announce Naruto's identity? She struggled to comprehend. "Why?" Naruto scoffed, glancing towards the Hokage's office, filled with derision. If I, who am referred to as the Ninetales, were to be declared the son of the fourth Hokage, it would be a slap in their faces. At the age of 12, he was already of the ninja age. The fact that Hiruzen had not made the announcement indicated he had no intention of doing so. Therefore, in the original storyline, he never revealed it until his death. Politician Hiruzen Sarutobi was the most concerned about his reputation. Yet unfortunately, he did not care to tear away their hypocritical facade. Let's go, Hinata. Today, I shall treat you to a meal. Naruto grinned widely. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flickered slightly, and with a hint of disdain, he remarked, naive. I'm leaving first, as he spoke. He turned on his heel and began to walk slowly towards the Uchiha clan. What a joke. Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow. Brother, have you earned so much money on your mission? Don't you plan to treat us to a meal? Of course, it's to your house for dinner. Uchiha Sasuke paused in his steps, bowed his head, and a faint smile graced his lips. He turned back, filled with disdain, saying, what a hassle. You really are something. Didn't you just earn money too? He stood there, neither accepting nor refusing. When Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata approached, the three of them walked side by side towards the Uchiha clan. Such a tsundere. Naruto knew Sasuke all too well, although he verbally expressed reluctance. His body was the most honest of all. If he were truly indifferent, he would have used a body flicker technique and vanished. Yet Sasuke did not. He kept saying no, yet remained rooted in place, waiting for them. A classic case of sharp words but a soft heart. Come on, don't say that. After all, Sasuke, you have more than enough money to spend. Uzumaki Naruto stood in the middle, with Sasuke on his left and Hinata on his right. He spoke with conviction, as comrades, what's wrong with spending your money? While they were talking, upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Naruto's knife skills were fluid and graceful, requiring no assistance from anyone. Naruto, is there anything you need me to do? Hinata inquired softly, her face flushed. Initially unaware, she now realized how close she was standing to Naruto. Oh, Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow. Has she finally realized and started to feel shy? No need, Hinata. When I'm cooking, I prefer not to be disturbed. Just wait for the meal. What a joke. It's one thing if others don't come to the kitchen. If any step is disrupted, it would limit his culinary prowess. Need help? That would be an affront to his skills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the plot. Hyuga Hinata. Task: eliminate or subdue Hyuga Hinata. Task rewards: the power of Urwa. Byakugan. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. The power of Urwa? Byakugan? The Byakugan is a visual prowess, while the power of Urwa corresponds to the clairvoyance, akin to the Byakugan, but even more formidable. Clairvoyance has a terrifying range and can see through objects. In color no less, it is truly a bug. Though its function appears singular, clairvoyance is the most powerful ability. In the ninja world, possessing clairvoyance is akin to being a freak. With clairvoyance, one can know almost everything about the ninja world without leaving home. It can even eavesdrop. What sealing books? What secret techniques? What Orochimaru's modified version of the impure world reincarnation? No matter how well you hide it, clairvoyance sees through it all, revealing everything in its entirety. But how to obtain it? Uzumaki Naruto's brow furrowed slightly. This criterion is quite clever. Killing is out of the question. Who would be willing to harm such a cute girl? But how to subdue Hinata? That is a dilemma. Fighting is impossible. Could it be through seduction? Ding. The system detects that Hyuga Hinata's affection for the host is at 100. Task completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the power of Urwa and Byakugan. Clairvoyance, hearing from 1,000 miles. Everything within sight from 1,000 miles away, and all sounds are heard clearly. Byakugan, the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, capable of seeing everything within a 360-degree radius. What the hell? What is going on? The task is complete. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned, gazing at the innocent and dreamy-eyed Hinata outside the kitchen, and suddenly understood everything. It wasn't that he was simply lucky. Hinata had already made her choice. Without him, Hyuga Hinata would remain unmarried for life. Are you foolish? After finishing the dishes, he looked at Hinata, who had come to help serve, her face flushed and serious, as though the food before her was of utmost importance. Uzumaki Naruto sighed. Why does it feel like little Hinata is a bit clueless? Hyuga Hinata raised her rosy face, somewhat confused. Is something wrong? Naruto-kun, take a break. Naruto-kun, I'll handle the rest, she declared, raising her small fist in encouragement. What the heck? Uzumaki Naruto's breath caught. How adorably thoughtful. Compared to her, Haruno Sakura seems negligible. I must take her home. Come, let us eat. Have more meat. Look at you, so thin. Before long, Uzumaki Naruto piled Hinata's bowl high with food. You see, the reason for your lack of strength is that you don't eat enough. Nutritional deficiency. Eat freely. Uzumaki Naruto cheerfully helped her with the dishes. Hyuga Hinata nibbled quickly, cute yet maintaining her manners. In the blink of an eye, half of the food and rice was gone. Uchiha Sasuke looked bewildered. Is this truly a girl's appetite? She eats even more than he does. He unconsciously quickened his pace in serving himself. Slow down. No need to rush. If it's not enough, I can always make more. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and said casually, Sasuke, eat a bit slower. No one is competing with you. Uchiha Sasuke? No one is competing. If he slows down, there will be nothing left. In the following days, as long as Hyuga Hinata had no other engagements, she would frequently come over, simply because she could eat her fill and see Naruto-kun every day. Moreover, for reasons unknown, her father surprisingly permitted this arrangement, even allowing her to return home a little later. In the Hokage office, these clan leaders are all cunning old foxes. Uzumaki Naruto thought nothing of it. Hyuga Hizashi surely knows my identity. If I grow stronger in the future, he will become a powerful ally. If I don't grow stronger, there is nothing to lose. This old rogue is truly cunning, the king of survival in the ninja world. Otherwise, how could it be that among the three great clans of Konoha, only the Hyuga remain? Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also quick in his actions. The land deeds were all delivered. This meant that from now on, Uzumaki Naruto owned the most prosperous property on the busiest street in Konoha. Sasuke, why haven't you gone to find Kakashi for training? Glancing at Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow, noticing Sasuke appeared anxious. Can't find Kakashi? The only thing that could make Sasuke anxious would be training. Indeed, for the past few days, Kakashi seemed to have vanished into thin air. Uchiha Sasuke frowned. I can't find him at either the Ninja Academy or home. Whenever he had a moment of idleness, he felt a sense of guilt. Only through training and becoming stronger could he feel alive. Forget it. Let me teach you. Uzumaki Naruto stood up. Come on. Although the ninjutsu my brother taught me is limited, it's more than enough to teach you. The name of Wave Wind Yato is incredibly useful. Everything can be attributed to him. Uchiha Sasuke looked perplexed, wondering what he meant by being more than enough to teach him. Are you inflating your ego? I'm just curious to see how much stronger you've actually become. He carried a provocative and defiant tone. As the perennial top student of the Ninja Academy, it was simply impossible for him to lose to the bottom-tier Naruto. Fine. Uzumaki Naruto grinned. I like your defiant demeanor. Uchiha clan training ground. This place had long been abandoned, overgrown with weeds, and desolate. Hyuga Hinata stood aside, cautiously encouraging. Go for it. Naruto-kun. Do not worry. Uzumaki Naruto grinned widely, arms crossed, as he gazed at Uchiha Sasuke, and said in a calm tone. Go ahead, Sasuke. Once I make my move, you will have no chance to strike. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched in disbelief, thinking, is he really that arrogant? He can put on a show even better than me. And Uchiha, come on, let me see your progress. Whoosh, Sasuke swiftly closed the distance, throwing shurikens in rapid succession to block all possible escape routes, forcing Naruto to evade constantly. Meanwhile, he quickly formed hand seals, fire style, great fireball jutsu. This technique was undeniably intricate. If it were an average genin, they would likely be exhausted from dodging the shurikens and unable to escape the damage from the fireball. However, too weak. Naruto's azure eyes remained remarkably calm. Bang! In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving only a piece of wood behind. Substitution jutsu. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze was steady, his crimson Sharingan spinning rapidly as he scanned his surroundings. Above, to the left, to the right, none were present. Of course, it must be behind me, Naruto shouted. Rinnegan. Almost instantaneously, the Rinnegan in his hand crashed down. Sasuke hurriedly sidestepped, barely avoiding it. Yet, at the same moment, his keen Sharingan noticed the smirk at the corner of Naruto's mouth. Not done yet. Sasuke. Naruto's chaotic chakra surged violently into the Rinnegan, and in an instant, the palm-sized sphere expanded rapidly like a balloon, reaching a diameter of 1 meter. It barreled towards Sasuke's cheek. There was no escape. It was easy to imagine the catastrophic consequences if the Rinnegan were to explode at such a close distance. The air fell into silence. Wow, Naruto is incredible, Hinata Hyuga exclaimed, her mouth agape. He seems even stronger than Neji and I. I've lost. Uchiha Sasuke stood frozen, his voice bitter. I never imagined the gap between us had grown so immense. His dark eyes brimmed with self-loathing and unwillingness. It was one thing for Kagaya to be powerful. After all, he lived on the edge of life and death. But now, even Naruto had become so formidable, and I remain stagnant. What am I even proud of? Proud of the former glory of the Uchiha clan? Or this pair of Sharingan? Even Naruto, the underdog, has caught up. Naruto's expression turned peculiar, thinking, what do you mean Kaguya is strong? You must understand, Kaguya is me. I might just crumble. For a moment, he found himself anticipating Uchiha Sasuke's expression upon realizing that Kaguya was also him. Buzz, the Rasengan transformed into countless blue threads, vanishing without a trace. All right, the battle is over. Naruto clapped his hands, his expression gradually turning serious. Sasuke, this is what you will learn today, the Rasengan. This is an A-rank ninjutsu created by my father. I hope it will make you even stronger. For close combat ninjas like them, the Rasengan was an absolute weapon, a guaranteed kill. Additionally, it had ample versatility, adaptable to various chakra types. Thus, theoretically, the Rasengan could be suited for all close combat ninjas. Teach it to me. Uchiha Sasuke was astonished, but this is your father's ninjutsu. Ninjutsu of this caliber was typically passed down among clans, between fathers and sons, or between master and disciple. It was the foundation for a ninja standing in the ninja world. No one would casually teach it to others. Forget about those details. Naruto replied earnestly, you are my dear friend, my brother. So, there's a price. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched. Clearly, compared to A-rank ninjutsu, money is utterly insignificant. Hey, I'll give you all my money. It's of no use to me anyway. Oh, Naruto raised an eyebrow, unable to resist complimenting, as expected of Sasuke, so ambitious. If I remember correctly, in the original story, although Sasuke returned, all his family wealth had been confiscated. Not a single penny left. Tough luck, you'll have to take out a loan for a house. Money isn't everything. However, Naruto believed that lacking money was a considerable disadvantage. Now, use your Sharingan to observe the rotational waves of the Rasengan, and you can use water balloons or rubber balls as aids. Finally, condense high-density chakra in the palm of your hand to create a miniature typhoon. Unleash its terrifying power. He swiftly formed the Rasengan in his hands. Even its proximity radiated a sense of violent power. Once unleashed, it would erupt with unimaginable force. All right, I understand. Uchiha Sasuke nodded. A true genius. His talent was so remarkable that he didn't even need a second look. Then, Sasuke, you should practice. I'll take my leave for now. Naruto waved his hand. Hinata Hyuga hurriedly followed, her footsteps echoing softly behind him. What are you going to do? Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly. Wouldn't it be better to practice during this time? As a landlord, of course, he was going to collect rent. Naruto grinned widely, revealing a radiant smile. Let them know. When Uzumaki Naruto seeks revenge, it's from dawn till dusk. With that, he strolled leisurely down the street with Hinata. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneezed suddenly. Why do I feel like something bad is about to happen? He looked outside. The sun was shining brightly, and the entire Hidden Leaf village basked in sunshine, an idyllic scene. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief. Nothing seems to be happening. Perhaps I've just been overworked. I should take a short break. He was already of short stature, reclining in his chair, turning it into a bed, but the next moment, an Umbu burst in, flustered and breathless. Hokage-sama, it's bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just closed his eyes and, slightly annoyed, said, what's the matter? No need to make such a fuss. Shota, you're a special jounin, so don't always lose your composure. Sigh. Only someone like me, who remains calm in critical situations, can become Hokage. The Umbu ninja gradually calmed down, thinking, the Hokage is wise and mighty. He probably already knows the situation and is prepared. Hokage-sama is right. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is about to get into a fight with some merchants. And those merchants are cursing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What's the big deal? The Hokage can surely resolve this. But the next moment, what? Why didn't you say so earlier? Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded furiously. You can't differentiate between urgency and triviality. I see this Umbu is becoming increasingly muddled. You can still smile in the face of such a significant issue. From today onward, you're no longer part of the Umbu. With that, he hurriedly vanished. Damn it, is he out of his mind? Umbu ninja? No more laughter. He wore a face full of grievance, wondering whom he had offended. Wasn't it the Hokage himself who said not to make a big deal out of nothing? In a street of the Hidden Leaf village. Hey, you little brat. Blocking the entrance is ruining my business. A burly man with bulging veins on his forehead slammed his cleaver down on the chopping board with a loud bang. I warn you, he scoffed. If you provoke me, you'll regret it. Damn it. Do you think you're the landlord? How dare you block my store's entrance? The Hokage said not to refer to each other as demon foxes, nor to provoke each other. But it didn't mean that when Uzumaki Naruto sought trouble, they couldn't retaliate. Just hurry up and get lost. Do not delay our business. It is truly unfortunate. Do not presume that because you have become a ninja and have Lord Hokage speaking on your behalf, we shall refrain from taking action against you. Your interference in our affairs is utterly annoying. You insufferable little brat. The shopkeepers engaged in fervent discussions, each voicing their condemnation, their eyes filled with malice, as if they yearned to devour Uzumaki Naruto alive. Is that so? In the face of their vitriol, Uzumaki Naruto remained unperturbed, leisurely sifting through a stack of property deeds until he extracted one. Ah, here it is. The cane meat shop, correct? He chuckled lightly. What a coincidence that I am indeed the landlord. It is time for rent collection. He slammed the deed upon the table, the sound resonating with a weight that was deafening to the burly man present. Collect. Rent. The towering figure was taken aback. Was he not here to stir trouble? How could Uzumaki Naruto be the landlord? This made his previous actions appear rather foolish. No, it cannot be. How could you possibly be the landlord? This is clearly the property of Lord Hokage. He could not help but take a step back. The deed glaringly real before his eyes. Moreover, I have already paid a year's rent. What kind of rule dictates paying next year's rent in June? What a joke. There is no precedent for paying next year's fees in June. My rules are absolute. Uzumaki Naruto grinned. From now on, you will pay the rent for the second half of the year in mid-year, and every 3-5 years, there will be a 5 increase in rent. Every 2-4-6 years, there will be a 10 increase. He turned to face the rest of the bewildered merchants. Did I mention you? You shall all face the same fate. The crowd responded with a collective expression of confusion. What on earth? They were all bewildered. They had risen with such cheer this morning, only to find their landlord demanding rent in June, and furthermore, he would raise the rent annually. The most infuriating part was that the landlord had become the very person they despised. How could he possibly be the landlord? He was clearly a mere brat of the Hokage. How could he possess such deeds unless they had been stolen? One of the bosses raised a doubt. The crowd immediately erupted into a cacophony, united in their disdainful gazes directed at Uzumaki Naruto. How absurd! The little brat who had once been bullied by them now sought to sit atop them and wield power. What a dream! Oh! Uzumaki Naruto spread his hands, a smirk gracing his lips. So, are we unable to reach an agreement? Then let us cease negotiations altogether. What he desired was precisely this impasse, if an agreement were reached. How could he create chaos? One after another, he proclaimed, now, all of you close shop for good. Otherwise, I shall smash everything to pieces. Buzzing with confidence, he faced the throng of merchants without a hint of fear. His gaze icy. Hinata Hyuga stood obediently by his side, silent. Yet her eyes reflected a mix of resistance and rejection. She clenched her fists tightly. Clearly, Naruto had done nothing wrong. The atmosphere was charged with tension. The crowd seethed with anger, while Uzumaki Naruto thrived on excitement. Damn it. This is exactly the reaction I wanted from you. You have been so arrogant. How could you endure this? How regrettable for you to reveal your true colors after all these years. Silence. You damn nine-tailed fox. Boom, the burly man roared, brandishing a butcher's knife as he charged forward, his eyes blazing with fury, swinging down mercilessly. What are you, anyway? Just a mere monster. I shall slay you. Gasps filled the air as everyone froze in shock. Hinata Hyuga took a step forward, only to be halted by Uzumaki Naruto's grip, anchoring her in place. Naruto's smile persisted. He did not even flinch, but ultimately, the knife hovered before him, the burly man's hand trembling. Damn. Are you out of your mind? He was merely a butcher who had never taken a life. Before him stood a golden-haired youth with azure eyes, cold and indifferent, a smile lingering on his lips at that moment. He truly felt fear, yet just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly noticed the fierce determination in the boy's gaze. Resolute, ruthless, a tremendous force struck him squarely in the face, with immense power and without mercy. Naruto, stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale. He had rushed out without even donning his Hokage robe, but it was too late. To hell with you. Upon hearing Naruto's taunt, the main character had arrived. He intended to strike someone right in front of the old man. The force behind his hand intensified as he swung back to act against a comrade. Do you even honor Lord Hokage's teachings? He bellowed with righteous indignation. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Lord Hokage. Boom! The burly man was flung backward by a single slap, crashing through the wooden door and smashing into the wall. He was gravely injured. Ugh. He spat several mouthfuls of blood. He would be bedridden for at least 6 months. However, this was still due to Naruto showing mercy. Otherwise, a single strike would have settled everything. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival, he felt a surge of anger and struggled to plead. Lord Hokage, please. Lord Hokage, you bastard. Uzumaki Naruto impatiently interrupted. pointing an accusatory finger at the man, to act against a comrade. Do you still deserve to be called a citizen of Konoha? To act against a comrade is a crime that must be punished by all of Konoha, regardless of who it is. Even if they are my parents, I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall never condone it. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, smiling brightly. What do you say, Grandpa Third Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto's azure eyes were calm, yet they held a glint of mockery. I am pointing at you. What will you do about it? The crowd was left speechless. How righteous, how just, how full of moral integrity. Yet the question remained. What of your own parents? Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, wore a grim expression, unable to suppress his thoughts. What do you mean by Lord Hokage, you bastard? Is that an insult directed at me? You are now claiming to act on my behalf. Just days prior, he had given so much. Yet he could not elicit a single grandpa, but now that trouble had arisen, he was suddenly calling for it. He felt a headache coming on, realizing that Uzumaki Naruto had the uncanny ability to create chaos. At this moment, not only had he invoked acting against a comrade and parents, but he also found himself at a loss for words. Regardless of the cause, the issue was that the burly man had acted first. This was the crux of the matter. To act against a comrade was absolutely forbidden in the village. The lighter punishment was a few months in the Konoha prison, while the heavier punishment could lead to expulsion from Konoha. Lord Hokage, is this monster truly the landlord? Yes, how could he possibly be the landlord? This is not your property, Lord Hokage. How could an orphan possess so many shops? Only a handful of people spoke in defense of the burly man. The rest were more concerned with their own interests, as the one receiving the beating was not them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew even darker, but he managed to state with difficulty, indeed. From this point onward, all these shops shall belong to Naruto. He is your landlord. Silence. A deathly hush enveloped the crowd, their faces ashen, each gaze directed at Uzumaki Naruto, filled with fear and a hint of flattery. The situation dictated their actions. This was the most prosperous street in Konoha, a golden goose they could not bear to lose. As for Kame, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned cold, to disrespect the orders of the Hokage, to refer to Naruto with malicious intent, and to act against a fellow villager. Upon recovery, you shall be expelled from Konoha. The crowd gasped in shock, collectively inhaling sharply. Was it truly that severe? They had often acted against Uzumaki Naruto in the past, even throwing stones at him, yet no one had intervened. But now, Kame was to be expelled from Konoha. They fell silent, heads bowed, unable to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. Please, Lord Hokage, I have my family here in Konoha. I cannot survive outside. Kame held on, his voice hoarse. Ugh. He even coughed up blood intermittently. Tsk. Uzumaki Naruto clicked his tongue twice. He chuckled lightly and kindly advised, Indeed, Lord Hokage. The punishment is rather severe. Perhaps we should allow him to stay. Upon hearing these words, Kamita Teisei looked at Uzumaki Naruto with eyes brimming with gratitude. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his gaze to meet Naruto's, inhaling deeply, his eyes profound as if attempting to see through him. Were it the Naruto of yore, he would have had no doubts. However, now, he perceived an ulterior motive in Uzumaki Naruto's demeanor. No, anyone who lays a hand on a comrade ceases to be a part of Konoha from that moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned steely. Kamita Teisei, you should be grateful you are not a ninja. Otherwise, you would already be in Konoha's prison. He declared that this matter was concluded, simultaneously imploring Naruto to extend leniency towards these tenants for a while longer. His expression was earnest, filled with sincerity and hope. Very well, Uzumaki Naruto replied, a broad smile spreading across his face as he shrugged his shoulders, since it is Lord Hokage's request. Let us defer the payment of next year's rent until the end of November. He then added, by the way, Kamita Teisei, if you choose not to rent and decide to leave, you will need to seek a refund for the remaining rent from Lord Hokage, as I do not handle the rent here. What a pity. Naruto raised an eyebrow, impressed by the cunning of the old fox, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had graciously allowed Kamita Teisei to remain. Otherwise, this group of merchants would have felt emboldened, continuing to stir trouble and find excuses for their actions. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen had decisively cut through the chaos, showcasing the resolute and unyielding nature of the Hokage, showing no mercy. His action of expelling them from the village served as a warning to all remaining. This group of merchants would likely quiet down in the future, at least on the surface. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Rest assured, Naruto, I will cover the remaining rent at AS for official matters, should you need anything. Come to your grandfather. He turned on his heel and departed without a moment's pause. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered, Indeed, from the very beginning, Naruto had not come to collect rent. If they were caught by Naruto again, It would surely attract the attention of that troublesome Nato. As this thought crossed his mind, his heart raced. At nearly 70 years of age, he was not accustomed to such turmoil. Sigh. Uzumaki Naruto sighed. Shaking his head in resignation, Sarutobi Hiruzen is too shrewd. It is far too difficult to find his weaknesses. Just as he sensed a hint of threat, Sarutobi Hiruzen had snuffed it out. Expelling them from the village. One must have a reason to find fault, right? Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen was slippery, more elusive than an EEL. But by the way, suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto recalled someone, his eyes lighting up. I don't necessarily have to target Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. There's still the root leader, Shimura Danzo. Isn't there? A smile crept onto his lips. Rather than waiting for others to provoke him, he preferred to take the initiative and turn the tables. Hinata, do you think I am too violent? Uzumaki Naruto blinked, feeling slightly wronged. After all, I never expected they would not only refuse to pay rent, but also resist. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were present, he would surely be aghast, denouncing Naruto for his shamelessness. Listen to this. Collecting rent 6 months in advance. How can anyone live like that? Who would dare resist? Hinata Hyuga's small face bore a hint of anger at that moment. Uzumaki Naruto began to worry. Oh no, his true nature was being revealed. He might end up being disliked by Hinata. How wicked. Oh dear. Uzumaki Naruto's mood promptly soured. They dared to attack Naruto. I must protect Naruto-kun. Hinata Hyuga clenched her small fists tightly, her pure doe-like eyes filled with concern, earnest and serious. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback, incredulous. Wait. I nearly beat someone to death. Hinata, what are you saying? Hinata Hyuga's voice was slightly elevated as she earnestly declared. Naruto-kun, no matter how others perceive you or what they say, I will always stand by your side. Her cheeks flushed crimson, warmth spreading across her delicate face, her ears shimmering a soft pink dye. I will protect you. Her skin felt warm to the touch. She gazed up at the approaching Uzumaki Naruto. She fainted on the spot. Uzumaki Naruto helplessly cradled the unconscious Hinata Hyuga in his arms, her body soft and fragrant. Her features gentle. He couldn't help but speak. Are you a fool? Like a little dimwit. How could he ever doubt the love rated as a perfect 100 by the system? Hinata had never been weak. Rather, throughout her life, everyone had deemed her talent inferior, even compared to her branch family member, Niji Hyuga, or her younger sister, Hanabi Hyuga. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he held Hinata and walked home. Moreover, having been criticized and doubted by her father, Hayashi Hyuga, she had developed an inferiority complex. As he walked, he mused, Hinata has never been timid. She dares to confront even pain to protect those she cherishes. Facing death is not something everyone possesses the courage to do. Thus, Hinata, like many protagonists, often feels the need to shield women behind them to highlight their strength. However, Uzumaki Naruto firmly believed, I will make you the strongest. Strong enough that no one can overlook you. Empowering her to be strong is the best form of protection he could offer. The numerous merchants greeted him with sycophantic smiles, their expressions filled with goodwill, devoid of the initial disdain. Yet, Uzumaki Naruto paid no mind to any of it, striding past them step by step, just as he had when he was insulted at the beginning, upon returning home. Or rather to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke was still diligently training in the short span of a morning. He had already progressed to bursting water balloons, and was now attempting to break a skin balloon. Truly, an A-rank jutsu of extraordinary difficulty. Uchiha Sasuke panted heavily, evidently drained of chakra, but sooner or later, I will master it. Little brother, you are falling behind. Uzumaki Naruto remarked with a look of disdain. I learned it in under a minute. And you've been at it for half a day without success. Is that so? Indeed. Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened. All right, I get it. But I've run out of chakra, so what can I do? This, Uzumaki Naruto understood well. While the Uchiha clan had more chakra than ordinary ninjas, it was nowhere near the abnormal levels of the Uzumaki clan. Hey, Uzumaki Naruto crossed his arms, his gaze condescending, exuding an air of derision. Chakra isn't something you can conjure up at will. Who actually lacks it? Uchiha Sasuke's lips twitched. I do. Did he truly believe everyone was as abnormal as him, possessing chakra 100 times greater than Kakashi-sensei? When he heard Kakashi say that, he was utterly dumbfounded. 100 Kakashi. Kakashi had become a unit of measurement. Had anyone considered the feelings of the parties involved? Just then, a languid yet resigned voice chimed in. How can you forget I am also an elite Jonin? Unbeknownst to them, Kakashi Hitaki had appeared at the doorway, surprisingly accompanied by a pineapple-haired youth. Well, Uzumaki Naruto waved a hand in greeting. Dead Fisheye Kakashi, long time no see. If I didn't know better, I'd think you had died, not passing on jutsu to Sasuke, Kakashi Hitaki remarked. Would you kindly refrain from shattering the harmony of our initial meeting, especially in the presence of others? Allow me at least a semblance of authority as a teacher. Would you? As for Naruto, he is utterly devoid of any temper. Oh, back from a mission, are we? Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow. The boy with the pineapple hairstyle was, of course, Nara Shikamaru. However, this segment was not present in the original narrative. Was it? What could Kakashi possibly want with Nara Shikamaru? Did he feel his communication skills were lacking? Summoning the current strategist of Konoha, Nara Shikamaru, to persuade him. Yes. Just completed a mission and was summoned by Kakashi-sensei. Nara Shikamaru replied, appearing rather listless. His eyes, a mix of lethargy and perceptiveness, seemed to see through everything. Naruto, on the other hand, appeared significantly more cheerful, unlike his previous facade of cheerfulness. Naruto now seemed genuinely relaxed and carefree. Moreover, he had grown taller, surpassing Sasuke by approximately 5 centimeters. Naruto, it seems you've grown taller, Shikamaru noted. There's really nothing going on, so why call me over? And you, Pineapple Head, look even more downcast than Kakashi's dead fish eyes. Naruto retorted with a wide grin. Speaking of which, Nara Shikamaru had been a true friend throughout Naruto's life, untainted by prejudice. While others were oblivious to his identity, Shikamaru cherished their friendship even after understanding everything. Remaining by his side, Shikamaru's forehead twitched slightly. Naruto, I take back what I just thought. You're clearly much worse than before. Such a scheming fellow. Naruto, unfazed, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, don't be so serious. Tonight, all expenses are on me. Uzumaki Naruto, everyone, dinner is on my tab. The crowd fell silent. After a moment, Uchiha Sasuke finally spoke. Shouldn't this be my house, however? It was evident that Uzumaki Naruto had no intention of acknowledging him. He had already begun cooking at a rapid pace. When it came to frying, he was in love with it to the core. Sushi and sashimi were irrelevant. Only freshly cooked stir-fried dishes could satisfy his appetite. Within an hour, 6 dishes and a soup were ready. And Hinata Hyuga had awakened, dutifully assisting nearby, aware that Naruto preferred to cook alone. Oh my, the combination of pineapple and fried meat is simply delectable, Shikamaru exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he took another bite. What is this exquisite flavor? It's merely sweet and sour pork with pineapple. Naruto scoffed. Oh please, Shikamaru, what is there to be so surprised about? Clearly, you lack experience, observing Shikamaru devour 5 or 6 pieces. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Hey? You're eating a bit too much. He quickly served Hinata several pieces, noting her obedient demeanor, and said, silly girl, can't you grab some food when there are so many of us? Hurry up and eat more. Naruto piled a generous amount of every dish onto her plate. After all, feeding his wife well was the priority. Hinata, feeling a bit dazed, furrowed her brow after a moment. Naruto-kun. I am not a silly girl. You should eat too. She gently transferred pieces of meat from her overflowing plate onto Naruto's, displaying a sweet and tender smile. Naruto-kun, do eat more. Gah. Naruto felt his heart skip a beat. Damn it, how adorable. Uchiha Sasuke had long grown accustomed to such scenes, swiftly devouring his meal, while Kakashi and Shikamaru, inexplicably, seemed to be eating less, their eyes wide with astonishment. Should I leave? Kakashi pondered, questioning his existence. Indeed, Naruto smirked, casting a glance at the atmosphere-destroying Kakashi. You shouldn't be in the car. You ought to be under it. Single dog. Dead fish-eyed Kakashi. If you're not eating, then scram. That hit hard. The 30-something bachelor. Kakashi clutched his chest, feigning heartache. Love is not something you encounter so easily. This time, Naruto didn't elaborate further but merely squinted his eyes. To be honest, given Kakashi's current position as the head of the Hitaki clan, coupled with his status as an elite jonin and his undeniably handsome looks, finding someone to marry would not be an insurmountable task. Yet, he seemed disinterested in marriage, as if punishing himself in this manner. Kakashi, why persist in this? Naruto remarked gently, some matters belong to the past. You think you're atoning for sins, but perhaps there are those who wish to woo you instead. Just look at Uchiha Obito, who remains fixated on creating a world solely for Rin. The determination behind Obito's desire to win over Kakashi was stark, contrasting sharply with Kakashi's apparent lack of ambition and desire to simply exist. Kakashi blinked in confusion. What on earth are you talking about? Who would dare encroach upon my territory? I've only ever liked one girl. If someone truly did, he couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be that person is still alive? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said with a slight smirk. Don't speak too soon. You might just encounter your beloved or cherished friends and brothers down the line. What a flag to raise. Just as you said, they didn't die after all. They still visit Konoha every so often to pay respects to their childhood sweetheart. By the way, Kakashi suddenly recalled. Narrowing his eyes, I forgot to mention, the Chunin exams are set to commence in a month. Are you all planning to participate? The Chunin exams, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Count me in. The Chunin exams not only promise to enhance practical combat skills but also offer the spectacle of a certain devourer of teachers' performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen would be thrilled to inform you. Your demise is imminent. Such grandeur. Not joining would be a lifelong regret. Me too. Uchiha Sasuke quickly followed suit. Also, Kakashi-sensei, upon returning to the village, it seems you haven't taught me any ninjutsu yet. His face showed clear dissatisfaction. Haha, don't dwell on such trifles. Kakashi's expression froze in realization that oh no, while preoccupied with persuading Naruto, he had forgotten all about Sasuke. Moreover, hadn't Naruto already taught him the Rinnegan? The power of the Rinnegan was not inferior to any ninjutsu he intended to teach. Kakashi was astonished, not expecting Naruto to have instructed Sasuke in the Rinnegan. Once you master the Rinnegan, I shall teach you my signature technique. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes lit up instantly. That settles it. I must take my leave now. With that, Kakashi stood up, his figure vanishing in an instant. Within half an hour, Nara Shikamaru also took his leave. Hehehe. Naruto crossed his arms and scoffed, sending the Nara clan as mediators? I am not mentally unstable. To Kakashi, his actions seemed rather outrageous. However, he didn't want to report to the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he decided to let Nara Shikamaru probe the situation. Yet, Kakashi remained unaware that he had already caused quite a stir in Konoha today. By the way, Sasuke, do you desire an opportunity to grow stronger? Naruto squinted, speaking as if enticing him. If you wish, I can help you become more powerful. Uchiha Sasuke warily stepped back. He wasn't certain whether gaining strength was genuine. But he knew Naruto's character well enough to anticipate a trap waiting for him. Naruto's beaming smile resembled that of a fox luring a hapless chick. He had figured it out. Sigh. Naruto Uzumaki's smile faltered, and he indignantly exclaimed, what about the fundamental trust between people? Can't we refrain from playing mind games with one another? Would it not be better to inflict less harm upon the world and promote more love? Uchiha Sasuke remained unmoved. Then you should first help Hinata become stronger. I am in no rush. Naruto inhaled sharply, realizing Sasuke was indeed a clever individual. It was quite challenging to deceive him. After all, the more one tries, the more resistant he becomes. Fine. I have always been honest. Thus, Naruto shrugged his shoulders, preparing for a second attempt at persuasion. He spoke earnestly. To be frank, growing stronger entails a degree of risk. Sasuke, you possess formidable strength and unwavering willpower, and you are in dire need of becoming stronger, making you the ideal candidate. Moreover, the process of empowering you is exceedingly taxing that it could leave me unable to recover for an entire month. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's demeanor shifted to seriousness. He understood that Naruto would not joke about critical matters. Observing Sasuke's expression, Naruto raised an eyebrow. It was most entertaining to deceive someone on significant issues. Very well. Sasuke nodded earnestly. Thank you, Naruto. What must I do? His lack of eloquence rendered the words thank you sufficient to convey his sincerity. Without needing to say much, Naruto smirked, retrieving a medical syringe from behind him. And without hesitation, drew a vial of his own blood. His complexion instantly paled. This is the essence of my being, infused with the power of the Uzumaki clan. Simply injecting it into your body will grant you immense chakra and healing abilities. While the outcome was guaranteed, possessing great chakra and healing powers was one thing. Bestowing them upon another was an entirely different matter. This was due to the fact that Sasuke's body harbored the reincarnation of Ashura. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes reddened. He realized the side effects were unexpectedly severe. Don't cry now. Just seize the opportunity. Quick. Let's proceed before the effects diminish. With that, Naruto swiftly administered the injection into Sasuke's body. Sasuke felt a shudder run through him, as an overwhelming force filled his being, threatening to burst him apart. No, this power was too intense. It was becoming unbearable. The chakra within him surged at a terrifying pace, accompanied by excruciating agony. Indeed, Naruto spoke solemnly. It is indeed very painful, as the chakra is immense. Endure it. He observed meticulously, noting the patterns. Yes, the amount was somewhat excessive. When administering to Hinata, it would be prudent to proceed with caution, using smaller doses over time. Rather than rushing it, Seeing Sasuke's agonized expression, Naruto leaned closer to Hinata Hyuga and whispered, "Hinata, when you come by in the next few days, try to avoid Sasuke. I fear this fellow might feel imbalanced." Having succeeded in the experiment, it was only natural to enhance his fiancée's strength. Hinata felt a slight tickle near her ear. She leaned in closer to Naruto, cautiously peering at Sasuke with a flushed face. Softly murmuring, I understand, Naruto-kun." In the Konoha snack street, an anxious Kakashi Hitaki met the despondent Shikamaru Nara. "How are you feeling?" Kakashi inquired, offering Shikamaru a dango. Shikamaru shook his head. "I don't care for fried foods. Nothing compares to Naruto's cooking. Pineapple sweet and sour pork. What an extraordinary dish. It's simply a culinary masterpiece." Indeed, Kakashi gazed skyward, momentarily distracted by hunger. "Wait." He quickly redirected the conversation. "What I meant to ask was, how do you perceive Naruto? Not about the food. How troublesome." Shikamaru sighed, his gaze sharpening with earnestness. In matters of importance, he never dismissed them lightly. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Naruto has undergone significant changes compared to before. This is likely why you summoned me, Kakashi-sensei, but what is the issue? From a friend's perspective, I believe Naruto is happier now, more relaxed in his interactions with friends." Kakashi found this even more troubling. "That's precisely what concerns me." "What do you mean?" Shikamaru inquired, puzzled. Kakashi sighed, his expression complex. "Naruto is indeed very kind to his friends, even willing to teach Sasuke the Rinnegan. However, the issue lies in his treatment of Sakura. He does not regard her as a friend. It was overwhelming. As an ordinary elite shinobi, why must he grapple with such intricate relationships?" Shikamaru was momentarily bewildered. What on earth was going on, however? He quickly organized his thoughts and articulated. "So what you're saying is that Naruto has a strong bond with Sasuke and a decent relationship with you, but he has irreconcilable conflicts with Haruno Sakura, causing tension within the team." Kakashi marveled. "Impressive deduction, Nara clan. You have hit the nail on the head. This is indeed my most troubling dilemma. If this continues, our team may face disbandment. But what does this have to do with Naruto?" Suddenly, Shikamaru spoke up. "Shouldn't it be Sakura who makes the changes?" He frowned slightly. While he did not harbor strong feelings towards Sakura, he remembered clearly her childhood lamentations about lacking parental figures. "Yes, indeed." Kakashi's eyes brightened. "You are absolutely right, Shikamaru. I had previously misjudged the direction. Now, I have clarity that as long as Sakura sincerely apologizes, this matter can surely be resolved." Ever since his chakra reserves became abundant, Uchiha Sasuke had been training relentlessly, mastering the Rinnegan on the 10th day, and subsequently, under Kakashi's guidance, successfully learning Chidori. During this time, Naruto Uzumaki was living the good life, residing in Sasuke's home. He enjoyed 3 meals a day, with Sasuke cooking and even preparing fruits for him. Diligently, he worked with utmost seriousness and respect. After delivering the fruits, he left with a grateful expression, returning to his fervent training. Once Sasuke departed, Naruto turned to Hinata. "Come now, this syringe is fine and quick. Just bear with it." Naruto's previously pale complexion was now flushed with vitality. He appeared far from exhausted from the blood loss, casually retrieving a slender syringe from behind him and smiling at Hinata. "Rest assured, it is warm and quite considerate." Hinata blinked, already accustomed to this routine. Her cheeks reddened. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. Each time after the injection, I feel my chakra enhancing and a warm sensation in my lower abdomen." "But, Naruto-kun," with a flushed face, she gazed at Naruto, who was holding her small hand, and murmured with a hint of confusion, "Why does it always have to be my hand? Sasuke-kun uses his arm, doesn't he? It seems different from Sasuke-kun." "Of course it's different," Naruto asserted confidently as he completed the injection, gently holding her soft hand. "Sasuke has tough skin. He can just use his arm. You, Hinata, are not the same as him. It is imperative to use the best method, small doses over time, and it won't hurt at all." As he spoke, he gently rubbed his small hand, and soon the wound vanished without a trace. Outside the window, the figure of Uchiha Sasuke flitted past, his expression serene, as if nothing had transpired. "Tsk, Uzumaki," Naruto remarked with a leisurely demeanor, residing in Sasuke's house, enjoying meals prepared by him, spending his family's money, and having a childhood sweetheart attending to his needs. This life was simply splendid. Sasuke was truly a remarkable child. Having feigned illness for merely 2 days, he was discovered, yet Sasuke, in his obliviousness, continued to silently offer his support. What a good child he was, only to be ruined by Uchiha Itachi. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but muse. It had been a month. It was time to break out of seclusion. Over this month, he either basked in the sun or played with small hands, managing to inject Hinata Hyuga with a month's worth of Sasuke's chakra in a single session, painless and effortless, allowing her to grow stronger with ease. His own strength had reached a plateau where further progress was challenging. Thus, he awaited an opportunity to make contact with Orochimaru. Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. Unable to contain his frustration, who would have thought that Orochimaru would audaciously steal the corpse of Shinja Hashirama? No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen had to resort to ruthless measures. With the first Hokage's body stolen for human experimentation, who could possibly remain safe? His chakra was already abundant. Uzumaki Naruto contemplated. Once he obtained Hashirama's cells, the amount of chakra within him would reach terrifying levels. In this matter, no one could hinder him. He would acquire the cells of Hashirama. Yet, he was soon reminded of another issue. Although Hinata's chakra had increased and her physique had strengthened considerably, it did not change her innate disadvantages. She was still likely no match for Hyuga Neji. He furrowed his brow. Physique and chakra quantity were fundamental to becoming powerful, yet it did not guarantee that Uchiha Sasuke and Hinata Hyuga would immediately translate those attributes into strength, especially since Hinata was up against Neji, who could effortlessly learn the Hyuga clan's most formidable secret techniques. But it matters not. Uzumaki Naruto rose, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. If Neji failed to recognize his own limitations, it would be of no concern. He would step in, take him as an underling, and teach him a lesson daily. Are you up? In the courtyard, Uchiha Sasuke was practicing Chidori, lifting his head slightly, though his dark eyes remained calm. They betrayed a sense of urgency. The Chunin exams were set to commence tomorrow. A faint, cold smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, and he felt as if Naruto had grown taller. His own height was 153 cm, while Naruto seemed to have reached 160 centimeters, half a head taller than him, more and more resembling that fellow named Nara Shikamaru that I know. Uzumaki Naruto grinned, casting a glance, absorbing the other's expression, and softly said, Sasuke, give it your all. The Chunin exams will bring forth many formidable adversaries. How long has it been? You just learned a new jutsu and are already boasting. Did you forget that with your arrogance comes the risk of being beaten? The following day, the sun shone brightly across the land, warming the air. Today marked the commencement of the first match of the Chunin exams. Let's go. Uzumaki Naruto stood, facing the sunlight, with Uchiha Sasuke trailing behind him as they made their way toward the exam venue. However, midway, as if scripted, they encountered Kankuro, who seized Konohamaru. Damn brat, are you looking to test your luck by blocking my path? As a puppeteer, he exuded absolute confidence. With a brother who perpetually threatened to kill at the slightest provocation, he felt suffocated. Surely, it wouldn't be a problem to pick on a mere child, right? I advise you to let go. A calm voice interjected, laced with subtle mockery. What sort of fool dared to meddle? Kankuro turned around, displeased, only to see two youths approaching side by side. The blonde-haired boy wore a nonchalant grin, while the black-haired boy's expression was icy. Two handsome lads. His irritation grew. Brats, you seeking a beating too? Uzumaki Naruto, however, paid him no mind, instead focusing on a figure perched on a nearby tree, a boy with red hair and dark circles under his eyes, whose gaze was filled with hatred and murderous intent. Gaara Jinchuriki, even more unfortunate than himself, the one who loved his uncle the most, was forced to feign hatred, plunging the innocent and kind-hearted Gaara into the abyss of vengeance, transforming him into a killing machine. Just a heads up, the brat you have in hand is the grandson of the Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled lightly, casually adding, and you might want to call down the fellow in the tree to manage his teammate, or else he may very well meet his end. What? Thud. Kankuro, startled, quickly released his grip on Konohamaru, but he couldn't help but glance at Uzumaki Naruto, shocked to discover that he had noticed Gaara. Thud. The red-haired, dark-eyed Gaara leapt down, his expression grim, speaking in a tone that dripped with a chilling coldness, each word seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth. Do not harm one from Sunagakure, or I will kill you. Just a single sentence. Kankuro's legs turned to jelly. I understand. He was acutely aware that his brother was indeed capable of murder, indifferent to their kinship. And you? Gaara turned his gaze between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, a terrifying smile twisting his lips. You appear to hold significant value for a kill. He trembled slightly. Only by taking your life could he prove his own worth. Gaara's eyes shimmered with a growing madness. It was as if he could no longer contain himself. He was ready to strike. Uchiha Sasuke's expression grew serious. Naruto, this guy is extremely dangerous. Don't worry. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled lightly, completely unconcerned. He's merely a child with underdeveloped morals and poor sleep habits. If anyone deserved pity, it was Gaara, the most unfortunate of Jinchuriki. After all, Shikaku was the weakest, yet it was the most troublesome, never allowing its Jinchuriki a moment's rest. This small child, scorned by his own father and treated as a weapon of war, shunned by the entirety of Sunagakure, and yet unable to find solace in sleep, who could maintain their composure under such circumstances. Yet, to Gaara, these words were nothing but contempt. You seek death. Gaara's eyes bulged with rage, his gourd vibrating ominously. But in the next moment, Uzumaki Naruto, with a gentle smile, stepped closer, placing his hand on Gaara's shoulder. The sand did not respond. Why? Over his anger, disbelief and shock took precedence. He gazed incredulously at the boy before him. Who are you? Of course, it wouldn't react. He had no intention of harming you. Uzumaki Naruto towered over Gaara, a hint of pity in his gaze. Gaara, the purpose of your sand has never been to kill. It embodies your mother's profound love for you. The sand birthed from affection, and her final chakra, akin to a mother, forever shields you. Gaara was both unfortunate and fortunate. His mother's love remained with him. The reason for his eventual redemption, for only those deeply loved can cultivate a garden of emotion. What? Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly followed by skepticism and rage. Impossible. No one loves me. I don't believe it. His face contorted, lines of brown patterns emerging across his visage, resembling a beast, fierce and terrifying. Was the one tail about to emerge? Kankuro felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his legs trembling with fear. Gaara remained composed. Temari approached swiftly, her eyes betraying a hint of fear, but predominantly concern. Yet, it was of no avail. Once Gaara succumbed to his rage, no one could restrain him. Step aside. Naruto Uzumaki spoke coolly. For reasons unknown, Temari shuddered and yielded, gazing at the golden-haired youth, who exuded an air of steadiness that commanded submission. Fox. In the realm of the mind. The Kyuubi lifted its head from its resting position, glancing at Naruto, who materialized in the mental space, exhaling lightly with disdain. So now you seek my help. Why should I assist you? Its demeanor was one of contempt. Humans are not to be trusted. You certainly do love to prattle on. Naruto snorted softly. A colossal hand of chakra coalesced, forcefully tearing away a substantial portion of the Kyuubi's chakra through the bars. What are you doing? The Kyuubi roared, rising abruptly, its fur bristling, its visage twisted in fury. You dare to rob me of my chakra? You are not worthy. But in the next moment, Naruto pointed to the sky and declared, endless ice kill. Buzz. In an instant, countless crystalline swords of ice manifested, shooting towards the Kyuubi as if they were inexhaustible. The portion of chakra seized by the colossal hand was brutally severed. Once reclaimed, it all surged into Naruto's being. Just as you can leak chakra through the bars, I too can seize your chakra from afar. Naruto's expression remained indifferent, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, although his chakra paled in comparison to Hashirama Senju's. It was still abundantly excessive. Kyuubi, this is your first warning. Next time, you shall not be so fortunate. Naruto continued, of course, it is only a matter of time before I claim all of your chakra. Roar. The Kyuubi bellowed, you wretched brat. I shall tear you apart. But suddenly, its body stiffened, incredulously asking, what did you just call me? The Kyuubi was taken aback. How could it possibly know its own name? Naruto, impatient, rolled his eyes. Stop your rambling. I have no time for you. He vanished in an instant, opening his eyes to scrutinize the intricate patterns on Gaara's face, as if attempting to glimpse into his very soul. Stinky raccoon, Naruto grinned, a soft golden light radiating from him as he threatened, if you keep this up, I will kill you. Gaara, get your rest. Naruto unabashedly reiterated his threat. And you, stinky raccoon, behave yourself and refrain from causing trouble. Instantly, Gaara ceased to tremble, adopting an exceedingly obedient demeanor. What a jest. Despite his arrogance behind closed doors, he knew better than to be brazen in front of Naruto, for that foul fox, the Kyuubi, truly had the power to defeat tailed beasts. My heavens, has Gaara fallen asleep? Temari stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. In her recollection, during the deep hours of the night when others slumbered, Gaara would only gaze at the stars from the rooftop, never daring to close his eyes, no matter how exhausted he became. Yet now, the sleeping Gaara, with his youthful countenance, surprisingly appeared quite innocent. Keep an eye on Gaara and wake him before the exam. Naruto stated nonchalantly, I can't guarantee it later, but while you are in Konoha, he can enjoy a few peaceful nights. Temari's expression was complex as she couldn't help but inquire, why do you wish to help Gaara? Consider it assistance among kin, Naruto mused, glancing at the slumbering Gaara. Aid among kindred spirits hardly requires justification. What is your name? Temari turned around, only to find the golden-haired youth had already departed with the dark-haired boy. Unable to suppress a shout. Why does this feel oddly like a mix-up? Naruto muttered under his breath, your name? as if he were seeking to add some sort of debt of gratitude buff. Did he think he was some sort of comic book character? He waved his hand dismissively, casually stating, Uzumaki Naruto. Beside him, Sasuke Uchiha, seemingly struck by a thought, calmly remarked, Naruto, are you plotting something? Lately, he felt increasingly uneasy. Ever since Naruto encountered that guy, Yato, he seemed to have changed. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga visited Naruto almost daily. Now, Naruto had even garnered favor from the ninja of Susanoo. It appeared that Naruto was up to something significant. What has changed? Naruto raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed, sensing something was amiss with Sasuke's expression. What nonsense! Ever since I crossed over, my fate was destined to alter. Enough with the foolishness. Let's head to the exam. He waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. He was quite anxious, as Orochimaru's Hashirama cells awaited him. Observing Naruto's urgency, Sasuke took note of everything, thinking, as expected, Naruto is eager to recruit ninjas. Naruto was fortunate enough not to hear Sasuke's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have awarded him the title of Best Imaginer. Just then, a frantic voice called from behind, Naruto, wait for me. Upon hearing the voice, Naruto did not even halt his steps. Why have you been avoiding me lately? Sakura Haruno rushed forward, clutching her chest, standing before the two with an expression of grievance. Aren't we partners? She panted heavily, tears glistening in her eyes. Partners? Naruto lifted his eyelids, scoffing. I am without parents. How could I possibly be your friend? His azure eyes shimmered with a faint light, as if everything were under his control. At that moment, Sakura empathized deeply with him. Upon returning to the village, whenever someone insulted her, she felt the same anguish, the same humiliation, and sleepless nights, even though she was not the one being insulted. The emotions were contagious. Each curse seemed to beckon her demise. Thus, Sakura suddenly realized that perhaps she was the one at fault. However, Naruto's eyes sparkled with defiance, indicating that such an admission would not suffice. Why did he still look so unconvinced? I don't care. Sakura clutched her chest, angrily retorting. Do you have any idea what I have been going through these days? Even with my ears covered, I can hear those people's curses. I am on the brink of madness. Naruto, lift this sealing jutsu. She felt as if she were losing her mind. The incessant insults drained her spirit, yet she found no outlet for her frustration. Especially since Naruto had been refusing to see her these past few days. Sakura threatened, if you don't, I will never acknowledge you again. She couldn't endure it any longer. If this continued, she would break. Oh, Naruto's azure eyes scanned her coolly, his gaze as frigid as a snow-capped mountain, laced with sarcasm as he replied, sure, splendid, just don't go back on your word. Whoever reneges is a little dog. You? Sakura was taken aback, and upon realizing, she felt tears brimming with frustration. Could it be true? Was Naruto truly unwilling to engage with her? He looked as if he feared she might change her mind. I understand now. It must be that you cannot break the sealing jutsu. Sakura's gaze turned towards Naruto, now filled with urgency and anger. That is a technique only your brother could perform. Naruto, go find your brother. Break the sealing jutsu for me. Even now, she maintained an air of entitlement. Who said I couldn't? A smirk curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth. What do you mean I can't? Sakura faltered, an ominous feeling creeping into her heart. Who said I couldn't break the sealing jutsu? Naruto Uzumaki's lips curled into a malicious smile, the wind swirling around him, making the world appear as though it were unfolding in slow motion. Then you. Haruno Sakura's face revealed a flicker of joy. Yet, in the next moment, she was ruthlessly interrupted by Naruto Uzumaki, who articulated each word with piercing clarity. But I will never grant you the release. Naruto, utterly indifferent to Sakura's astonished and incredulous gaze, turned away and strode into the distance, his azure eyes reflecting a chilling coldness akin to that of an iceberg. He embraced this pain, vowing to live forever with it. Sakura, you too shall taste the same suffering as your brother, the child who has passed, the gentle child, the resilient child. I have no right to forgive him. Uchiha Sasuke did not even spare a glance at Sakura, instead following closely in Naruto's footsteps. No, why must I endure such torment? In that moment, Sakura suddenly realized that Naruto truly seemed unwilling to forgive her, and that she might forever be unable to unravel this sealing technique. No, this cannot be. She felt an excruciating headache, countless curses echoing in her mind. She bit her lip. I must find a way to break this sealing technique. However, she did not hear Naruto's murmurs as he walked away. It would be best not to attempt to unravel the sealing technique, for it is now entwined with your very life. The cost of breaking it, Sakura, you could never bear. Simultaneously, an electronic voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a plot. Ch Nin exam. Mission. defeat or eliminate Moonlight Gale. Modification on November 18, 2024 will not affect the reading experience of future readers. Defeating or eliminating Moonlight Gale will grant you the power of the six paths and the ability to phase through objects. Naruto's eyebrows arched slightly, his breath quickening. The strength of the six paths was formidable, indeed, but the abilities of the six paths were even stronger. Not only could the power of the six paths render one invisible, but it also allowed for rapid travel by harnessing all starlight, even enabling one to transform into a being of starlight. When the six paths became invisible, no harm could befall him. Furthermore, starlight did not merely refer to stars but encompassed entire galaxies. Whether it be the light of the moon or the sun, as long as one was beneath their radiance, they could traverse through all light and pass through solid objects. Of course, this power was not entirely invincible. The objects one could traverse had to be translucent, like ice or glass. If trapped in complete darkness, one would be at a loss. But I am not the six paths. I won't allow myself to fall into such peril. A glimmer of determination flickered in Naruto's eyes. This matter can wait. Though it is said that the Wind Master has perished in Naruto Shippuden, Moonlight Gale is still very much alive. I wonder if the original body has encountered Orochimaru yet. He chuckled softly. Indeed, he was not the original body. Now, taking advantage of the ample time available, adhering to the principle of not wasting it, he chose to seek out Orochimaru to obtain cells from Senju Hashirama. The ability to see far and wide was truly advantageous. No matter how Orochimaru concealed himself under the gaze of these eyes, he would be unable to escape. Naruto's eyes glimmered with a golden light, as if he could perceive events occurring 1,000 miles away. The first exam, at its core, tested the candidate's ability to gather intelligence. Yet, in reality, it was a means to ascertain whether the candidates possessed the heart of a ninja. This time, without Naruto's impassioned speech, many more were eliminated, and only a handful advanced to the second round, the Forest of Death. Why does it always feel as though someone is watching me? A female ninja from the grass village could not help but glance around discreetly. It shouldn't be possible. With my transformation technique, there should be no one who could detect me. Habitually, she licked her lips. Yet, the feeling of being surveilled intensified rather than diminished. Narrowing her eyes, she became more vigilant. I should find Sasuke-kun first. However, do you mention that Naruto Uzumaki by his side is also incredibly powerful, far exceeding previous intelligence? Her voice was hoarse. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is one thing, but capturing him would invite the wrath of Konoha. Not to mention the madness of the Akatsuki organization. She couldn't help but shudder. Whether it was their leader, Pain, or the wielder of the Meijiki Sharingan, Itachi Uchiha, she wished to avoid confronting them again. Oh, a light laugh erupted, and a figure with golden hair appeared on a branch above her, his azure eyes fixed on a suddenly alert and terrified Orochimaru. Orochimaru, are you considering taking on Sasuke Uchiha because you cannot defeat Itachi Uchiha? Be Boruto. Orochimaru gasped involuntarily, but quickly realized the inconsistency in age. No, you are not Boruto. Who are you? A profound fear flickered in his eyes. He had not disclosed his actions to anyone. Neither Dio nor the fourth Kazekage were aware of his methods. Yet here stood someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to the fourth Hokage, who had effortlessly unveiled his identity. Did this person know of his plan to bring Konoha to ruin? A cold, killing intent coursed through Orochimaru. Now, don't be so serious. Naruto squatted atop the branch, a cheerful smile on his face as he said, Orochimaru, I trust you wouldn't wish for your plan to bring Konoha to ruin to be exposed? A blatant threat. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils narrowed. You know after all, but in the next moment, whoosh, he suddenly extended his hand, shouting fiercely. Twin serpent strangulation. Two menacing serpents shot forth from his sleeves, their foul stench wafting through the air. It was clear they were venomous snakes. A single bite would lead to grievous injury or death, a mere parlor trick. Naruto did not even flinch, merely casting a glance. In an instant, crystalline ice formed before him, freezing the two venomous snakes mid-air, mere inches from his azure eyes. Why not just an inch? It was not due to a lack of power, but rather because the snakes reeked terribly. Thud. The two venomous serpents fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, ninjutsu without hand signs. Orochimaru gasped, his mind flooded with questions, yet more so with fervor. Your hand sign-less ninjutsu is extraordinary. How can you gather chakra in your palm without any visible effort? It was bizarre, transcending his understanding. In simpler terms, it was absurd. Even hand sign-less jutsu like Rinnegan or Chidori required chakra to be gathered in the palm, yet he displayed no such action. Orochimaru stared at Naruto as if he were a rare treasure, akin to a famished man beholding a beautiful woman. The trial was over. Naruto, disinterested in prolonging the conversation, said coolly, Orochimaru, can we now conduct our transaction? If one wishes to negotiate, one must possess the power to match. Just as Orochimaru later threatened Tsunade to heal his arm, it was precisely because Tsunade was powerful, alongside Jiraiya's influence, that he did not imprison others outright. Transactions work similarly. Lacking strength, yet yearning for a deal would result in immediate termination. What do you desire? Orochimaru, undeterred by the identity of the transaction partner, licked his lips in excitement. What can I gain? Give me the cells of Shinja Hashirama. Naruto cut straight to the chase. He shifted the subject seamlessly, asserting, and I can keep your intentions to bring Konoha to ruin a secret. Orochimaru appeared momentarily dazed. He fell silent for a while, his smile becoming somewhat stiff. This seems less a transaction and more a threat. No. Damn it. A genuine transaction involves an exchange of equally valuable items. How can a threat be considered a transaction? Orochimaru had traversed the ninja world for many years and had encountered shamelessness. But never to this extent. Under his gaze, it is as if the very air is charged with tension. Since you perceive it as a threat, then let it be a threat. Uzumaki Naruto nonchalantly shrugged, rising to his feet and looking down with an air of authority as he declared, Now, either hand over the cells of Shinja Hashirama, or I shall inform on you and descend upon the Sound Village, ensuring that you find no peace within the ninja world. Orochimaru, well, a blatant threat, is it? Very well. Having traversed the ninja world for many years, he had never endured such humiliation. Thus, with a cold scoff and a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Orochimaru replied with unwavering resolve, Fine, I shall provide them. Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow, reproaching, Why beat around the bush? I thought you were going to refuse. Orochimaru, next time, be more straightforward. I prefer the haughty demeanor you displayed earlier. After the initial probing, and realizing he could not overpower Naruto, Orochimaru was left with no choice but to cooperate. Moreover, for him, acquiring Hashirama's cells was a venture with no cost at all. He had no other alternatives, did he? Orochimaru narrowed his serpentine eyes. This individual before him was not only immensely powerful but also astutely perceptive, having grasped his intentions regarding the collapse of Konoha. If he wished to proceed with his plans, he could not afford to refuse this man. However, I do not possess Hashirama's cells on my person. Changing his tone, he continued, Therefore, it will require some time. Upon my return, I will have my subordinates deliver them. Yet, before he could finish, Naruto's expression abruptly turned icy, sharp as a blade. Orochimaru, are you jesting? Or do you wish for your life to be forfeit? In that instant, the air chilled by several degrees, a bone-deep frost enveloping the space. It felt as if, at any moment, he could strike with lethal intent, staining the ground with blood. This left Orochimaru aghast, unable to resist taking a step back. The very environment has been affected. How on earth are you capable of this? What a farce. Even Shinja Hashirama required a clap of hands. What manner of monster are you? You can execute jutsu without hand seals and influence your surroundings with mere movements, reminiscent of the so-called god of shinobi, Shinja Hashirama. In contrast, he, who was hailed as a prodigy once in decades, felt utterly mundane and insignificant, like mere grains of sand. Do not make a move. Just as Naruto was about to act, Orochimaru hastily interjected. I have another solution. The coldness dissipated, and warmth returned to the surroundings in an instant. Though the wilted grass and leaves bore witness to the recent cruelty. Speak. Naruto's face resumed a cheerful smile, yet his words were laced with menace. This is your final opportunity, Orochimaru. Do not squander it. Damn. Orochimaru silently cursed, feeling utterly humiliated. Once one of the legendary three ninjas, the illustrious Orochimaru, now found himself in such a compromising position, yet he could not afford to be angry. I understand. With a sigh, Orochimaru, faced with the choice of life or death, decisively opted for life. He stated resolutely, The cells are with Shimura Danzo. His right arm is composed of the purest Hashirama cells. Damn it, what does it matter who my collaborator is? Can it outweigh my own plans? Naruto paused, stroking his chin, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Are you certain of this? Though he feigned disbelief, he believed it to a considerable extent. After all, Danzo would not be able to withstand the encroachment of the Sharingan without the purest of Hashirama's cells to resist it. Yet, Naruto felt that this was still insufficient. Of course, Orochimaru asserted, his voice hoarse yet earnest. I have no reason to deceive you. If you do not believe me, you may examine Danzo's arm, which is currently sealed and hidden within his sleeve. He endeavored to affirm the veracity of his words, akin to one desperately trying to prove his integrity. Internally, he thought, when did Orochimaru ever require this thing called integrity? This still is not enough. Naruto narrowed his eyes, emphasizing each word. After leaving Konoha, have your subordinates deliver the Hashirama cells. Otherwise, I will ensure that you find no refuge throughout the ninja world. I know you are not afraid of this, but surely you do not wish to live your life in hiding, unable to conduct your experiments in peace. Only children make choices, adults wish for it all. What if the concentration of Danzo's cells is insufficient? Naturally, one must leave a backup plan. Orochimaru maintained a cheerful facade. I understand. Rest assured, I shall deliver them. Where shall I send them when the time comes? A dangerous glimmer passed through his eyes. There is no need to test my identity. Naruto saw through Orochimaru's thoughts. When the time comes, I will hand them over to Uzumaki Naruto. He is my brother. Upon finishing his statement, his figure vanished in an instant, leaving Orochimaru astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. The brother of Uzumaki Naruto, the brother of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. How could it be that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had another child? Surely he could not be of the same clan. Minato had but one offspring. Moreover, this young man clearly appeared to be of a different age than Naruto. Surely no one would believe this lad to be the older brother of Uzumaki Naruto. Right? Although he bore an uncanny resemblance to Minato, almost to the point of being indistinguishable, the one trait that set him apart was the chilling demeanor in his eyes, utterly devoid of Minato's warmth. Thus, the next step was to seek out Sasuke. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. However, suddenly, he froze, his body stiffening as he recalled something. This boy is Uzumaki Naruto's brother, and Uchiha Sasuke shares a close bond with Naruto. Hiss. This situation feels rather precarious. Orochimaru's thoughts became tangled. If I were to act against Sasuke, Naruto would undoubtedly retaliate. What if I inadvertently harmed Naruto? This could escalate into a significant issue. Based on my estimations, even if I were to unleash my full strength, I might not be a match for this young man, especially given that he currently holds leverage over me. This is quite troublesome. No. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes burned with an insatiable thirst for truth. Even if it is difficult, it must be done. I merely need to take care not to harm Naruto. After bestowing Sasuke with the cursed seal of heaven, I can then make my exit. With a plan finally crystallized, a smile crept across his lips. After all, even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is merely 12 years old. I in the shadows, Naruto smirked slightly, his gaze penetrating. Orochimaru, you truly possess remarkable courage. One cannot help but acknowledge that even such clarity of intent cannot deter Orochimaru's relentless pursuit of truth, nor his reckless ambitions. Orochimaru's pursuit of knowledge could be likened to a fervent desire for enlightenment, as he would willingly embrace death for the sake of understanding. Half an hour later, Orochimaru was sent flying by a single punch, blood spewing forth as he was forced to clumsily utilize the Orochimaru's body replacement technique to mitigate the damage. Is the Jinchuriki now this formidable? He stared blankly at the figure radiating a faint golden light, shielding Uchiha Sasuke. What on earth is this mode? One punch, and it surpasses even Tsunade's monstrous strength. How utterly terrifying. Just one exchange, and I felt as though my spine had shattered. Were it not for the body replacement technique, I would be dead by now. Yet Naruto paid him no mind. A taunting smile playing at his lips as he addressed Uchiha Sasuke. Do you see this, Sasuke? This man, pale-faced and clearly drained, claims to be one of the legendary three ninjas, yet he is as fragile as a twig. He is nothing compared to me. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, responding earnestly. Indeed, while his strength is commendable, he pales in comparison to you. Naruto. Moments ago, the adversary unleashed a formidable aura, prompting a sense of awe in the beholder, who felt a flicker of intrigue at the invitation extended by this imposing figure. Yet now, upon closer inspection, he scoffed. "Pah! What a farce! How dare you consider yourself my mentor? You are even inferior to Naruto. And yet you wish to take me as your apprentice? A weakling like you is unworthy of being my teacher." Uchiha Sasuke's gaze was frigid, laced with disdain as it settled upon Orochimaru, brimming with contempt. "Tsk, tisk, truly the epitome of an arrogant second-rate," remarked Uzumaki Naruto, marveling after having intimidated Orochimaru. Sasuke had now entered a phase of venerating the strong. Only those possessing formidable strength could earn his respect. This had originally been the reason for his admiration of Kakashi, as well as his subsequent departure to follow Orochimaru. In essence, he would ally himself with anyone who could enhance his prowess. Presently, having just knocked Orochimaru down with a single strike, he naturally held no regard for the latter's might. Orochimaru, taken aback, rasped, Hey, I am one of the legendary Sannin. Certain remarks should not be made lightly." At that moment, a flicker of anger crossed his features. A strong individual may be defeated, but they must not be humiliated. With a sardonic smile stretching across his face, he declared, "Since you, Sasuke-kun, doubt my capabilities, allow me to demonstrate them." A chilling aura of murderous intent surged forth, suffocating the atmosphere with its weight. The dread was palpable, a level of terror that dwarfed anything he had experienced with Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, his breath growing labored. But in the next instant, a figure materialized before him, radiating a soft golden light, prompting him to exclaim, "Naruto, not now. Little brother, not now." Uzumaki Naruto's lips curled into a nonchalant smile. Exuding an air of ease, completely dismissing the aura of malevolence, he replied casually, "If one is unafraid of death, why fear mere murderous intent?" His words, though simple, caused the terrifying aura to dissipate as if melting under the sun. "And you," Uzumaki Naruto said, raising an eyebrow in irritation as he turned his gaze toward Orochimaru, "stop pretending. Do you not realize whom you just provoked?" His words were unreserved, rendering Orochimaru momentarily speechless. Orochimaru's silence was deafening. Something was amiss. This was not the expected outcome. A mere genin exhibiting power rivaling that of a Kage was one thing, but to be utterly unperturbed by murderous intent. Was this truly a shinobi from Konoha? For reasons unknown, he suddenly recalled the man known as Kaze no Kage. This brazen demeanor was eerily reminiscent. The sudden realization struck him. No, a sneak attack. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed Uzumaki Naruto transform into a streak of golden light, vanishing in an instant. How dishonorable. Boom! In an instant, he was upon him, delivering a devastating blow, infused with the might of a titan, shattering everything in its wake. With a single punch, Orochimaru's upper body was obliterated, reduced to a mist of flesh, embodying visceral beauty. Only the lower half of his body remained standing. In the next heartbeat, another punch landed, pulverizing the remaining half into a pulp. Regrettably, he had fled too swiftly, his true form having escaped. Uzumaki Naruto's azure eyes remained indifferent. In the next moment, a large hand clutched his ankle, a hoarse voice emerging from the ground. "At last, I've caught you, Naruto-kun." But soon after came an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Orochimaru released his grip, attempting to retreat. It was too late. Yet Uzumaki Naruto's speed surpassed his own, and like a cannonball, his fist crashed into the ground. 1 punch, 3 punches, 10 punches. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of blows rained down, the earth convulsing beneath the relentless assault, waves of soil erupting. Uzumaki Naruto's hands were bloodied, yet he remained unfazed. More blood seeped from the ground, grotesque and terrifying. "You may have escaped quickly, but had you lingered, I would have dispatched you from below," Uzumaki Naruto concluded, his gaze devoid of emotion. Around him lay a massive crater, a testament to the ferocity of his recent display of strength. Whoa, no way. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, his gaze burning with intensity. "Naruto, have you truly reached such heights?" Beside him, Haruno Sakura gaped in disbelief. Impossible. How could Naruto be this powerful? As they were teammates, they were inextricably bound to act in concert. Yet now, Haruno Sakura trembled, witnessing the blood-soaked golden-haired youth before her, radiating an aura akin to a divine warrior emerge from myth, invincible, majestic. It was unthinkable that this was the same underperformer she had always regarded with disdain. Not far away, Orochimaru emerged slowly from the earth, his complexion even paler, blood still staining his lips, yet his gaze was filled with incredulity and fervor. This is the power of the Nine Tails. He finally grasped that this faint golden glow surrounding Naruto was infused with the chakra of the Nine Tails. To fully control the Nine Tails at the age of 12, Naruto-kun, you are far mightier than anyone could ever imagine. Orochimaru regarded him as a masterful creation of the divine. Your talent surpasses all expectations, eclipsing even my own as a genius. Perfectly wielding the power of a tailed beast, possessing strength on par with Kage-level shinobi, and demonstrating both terrifying might and battle intellect. More alarmingly, Uzumaki Naruto was merely 12 years old. What heights might he reach in the future? No one could say. Yet Orochimaru was certain of one thing. He was witnessing the birth of a legend. Enough chatter. Uzumaki Naruto interjected impatiently. If you wish to fight, then do so. If not, be on your way. Orochimaru's lips twitched. This future legend, Uzumaki Naruto, was not only immensely powerful but also possessed a volatile temper. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Naruto's hand, where a wound had just begun to heal in the brief span of their conversation. It had returned to its pristine state. Such formidable power, coupled with terrifying regenerative abilities, speed, and strength, made him a counter to Orochimaru's very essence, reminiscent of the late Minato Namikaze. Then, I shall take my leave. Orochimaru rasped, casting a glance toward the distance. The commotion had undoubtedly drawn the attention of Konoha's shinobi Sasuke. Konoha's nurturing ground cannot produce formidable ninjas. If you wish to grow stronger, you must defeat that man. Only through brutal combat can you truly enhance your power. In conclusion, Orochimaru could not resist the habitual temptation. Yet at that moment, Uchiha Sasuke was wholly absorbed in Uzumaki Naruto's might. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, his pupils dilated. You know that man's information. His eyes burned crimson, his expression contorted into a snarl. Where's that guy? I will kill him. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly grin. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Stimulating Sasuke-kun with the mention of Uchiha Itachi was indeed effective. Just a few more words of temptation, but before he could speak, boom! Uzumaki Naruto closed the distance in an instant, delivering a devastating blow that left Orochimaru shattered. Sasuke, do you truly believe such trivial words? Even I can easily bully him. Do you believe he can rival Uchiha Itachi, or trust that I am a figure of renown? You are right, Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke inhaled deeply, swiftly regaining his composure. Distancing himself from the earlier surge of rage, Orochimaru's strength is not significantly greater than yours, Naruto. There is no need for me to seek distant shores. That he indeed yearned for power. Yet he was not foolish enough to pursue it blindly. In the span of just a month, he had mastered the Rinnegan and Raikiri, and his chakra reserves had multiplied exponentially. Even his Sharingan had evolved into the three-tomo state. Of course, he had not disclosed this to anyone. Nevertheless, he sensed that Naruto had already discovered this truth. Damn it. I have failed. Orochimaru reappeared from a distance, but this time, his complexion was even more pallid. He had nearly succeeded in abducting Sasuke-kun. You ought to be the one to perish, don't you think? Uzumaki Naruto rolled his eyes. Every time I see you, it feels like you're on the verge of death. Yet somehow you never actually die, which is precisely what makes you so infuriating. This was also the reason he refrained from pursuing him. Useless, damn it. Who knows how many cursed seals Orochimaru has hidden away? Or when and from where he might resurrect. Since he couldn't be killed, Naruto couldn't be bothered to exert more effort. That does seem somewhat reasonable. Orochimaru paused, narrowing his snake-like eyes. It appears that Naruto-kun unexpectedly understands me. Well then, farewell, Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun. He cast a deep glance at Uzumaki Naruto. With a swish, Orochimaru's figure melded into the earth, vanishing swiftly. Naruto, please train me even more rigorously. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes brimmed with determination to kill that man. At this moment, he finally gained a precise understanding of Naruto's strength. In merely a month's time, Naruto had transformed from the bottom of the barrel into a formidable opponent who could challenge even the S-rank shinobi Orochimaru. And it seemed this was even his full power, as Sasuke observed in shock. It's worth noting that Naruto hadn't even employed the Rinnegan or the shadow clone technique. Naturally, that guy Orochimaru hadn't unleashed his full strength either. Training? Uzumaki Naruto's lips twitched. With that innocuous face of yours, could you refrain from speaking such shameless words? It's utterly infuriating. I am not into guys, bro. What kind of thought process is that? Training? Is it genuine training? Just then, several figures rushed in an instant. Kakashi Hatake, Anko Mitarashi, and Might Guy, the three wore grave expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy. Cautiously scanning their surroundings, Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, what has happened? Kakashi Hatake's gaze suddenly narrowed as he spotted Uzumaki Naruto in a massive pit. What on earth transpired here? The enormous pit bore a terrifying damage comparable to the S-rank ninjutsu. Raikiri, no need to panic. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. I merely repelled Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin. By the way, your security measures are lacking. How did Orochimaru manage to infiltrate? I believe I ought to demand compensation for emotional distress from the third Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto appeared utterly unconcerned, as if he had just encountered a mere ordinary man rather than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. What? Might Guy's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, that guy dares to intrude into Konoha. If Kakashi and he appeared serious, then Anko Mitarashi was consumed by sheer rage and a hint of fear. How dare he? How dare he? How can that guy return? Yet, in Naruto's eyes, this display of hatred seemed less like genuine animosity and more akin to a long-abandoned pet's anger towards its owner for not taking it away. Is it any wonder that he is known as the foremost trafficker of the Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto chuckled softly. Aside from Sasuke, it seems there's no one he can't ensnare. Even after being discarded for years, he still harbors grievances against Orochimaru, the anger of being abandoned. Over the passage of time, had even led Anko to mistakenly believe it had transformed into hatred. All right. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand, exasperated. That guy has already fled. Let us not disrupt the examinees. To be honest. Regardless of how furious you profess to be, when truly confronted with Orochimaru, the three of them wouldn't have been able to detain him, and would likely have been counter-killed by him. Only for Orochimaru to escape from Gaia's grasp, looking as if he were on the brink of death, yet somehow never dying. What a bloody rogue. Hey, what did you just say, you little brat? Anko Mitarashi fixed her furious gaze upon him. What the examiner does is not something a brat like you can dictate. Her eyes were laden with malice. Hey. Kakashi Hitaki couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Anko. No, don't act rashly. Anko Mitarashi clenched her fists. Don't worry, Kakashi-senpai. I know how to hold back. I'll teach this little brat a lesson without affecting his upcoming exam. Hey. Kakashi Hitaki hurriedly interjected. I'm not worried about that. He meant to say he wasn't too concerned about Naruto, but rather about her getting beaten. Can't you see how large that pit is? How arrogant does Uzumaki Naruto look? Yet before he could finish, Anko Mitarashi's figure vanished in an instant. She swiftly brandished her kunai, vehemently cursing, "Tch, damn brat, learn to respect your elders properly." With a swish, Uzumaki Naruto's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next moment, he seized Anko Mitarashi's right hand with one hand. Yanking it violently, pressing the kunai against her throat, with his other hand, he lowered Anko Mitarashi's body into a 90-degree position. It seems the prowess of a senpai doesn't quite live up to the title. Uzumaki Naruto grinned and said, Now, senpai, do say once more, who is to teach whom a lesson? Anko Mitarashi, after all, was merely a special J-nin if she wasn't afraid of Orochimaru. What need had she to fear his former student? Anko Mitarashi, I told you, Kakashi Hitaki sighed, rubbing his forehead. Naruto's strength is such that I wouldn't dare claim I could win. Anko, you are no match for him. In the previous month. Though Naruto hadn't engaged in battle, merely instructing Sasuke, and casually forming an enormous Rinnegan, and a terrifying number of shadow clones was enough to demonstrate his power. Now, having repelled Orochimaru, whatever means he used was sufficient proof of his might. However, at this moment, Anko Mitarashi could hardly absorb this information. She murmured, I was counter-killed by a genin. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I am going to kill him. That hurts. Uzumaki Naruto pressed down harder, grinning brightly. Big sister, as a defeated opponent, it's best to speak a bit more politely. Who are you calling big sister? Anko Mitarashi's forehead bulged with veins as she suddenly turned, attempting to resist, but the next moment, that hurts. Damn brat. She gasped sharply, pain shooting through her, the moment she contemplated resisting. Uzumaki Naruto exerted his strength, causing her burgeoning momentum to vanish without a trace. How humiliating. Utterly embarrassing. The sound of him came from Uzumaki Naruto, who raised an eyebrow dismissively. Even your former teacher, Orochimaru, isn't my opponent. Do you really think you can turn the tide? Just with you, a mere special J-nin. Special J-nin. Anko Mitarashi's face flushed crimson as she angrily retorted. What do you mean, mere special J-nin? Initially, she merely intended to teach this brat a lesson. But now, she sought to make Uzumaki Naruto understand what true suffering entailed. Let me go, Anko Mitarashi shouted, attempting to break free once more, unleashing a surge of powerful chakra. Yet in the next moment, Uzumaki Naruto tightened his grip, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Anko Mitarashi, I can see her head hung low. Damn it, this is mortifying. Kakashi Hitaki, might guy. Goodness. To subdue the notorious Konoha's little witch. Anko Mitarashi, is it any wonder that Uzumaki Naruto has earned such a reputation? That's more like it. Uzumaki Naruto grinned widely, casually stating, if you can't even gauge your own strength, then you truly are foolish. With a soft thud, he released his grip. Yushowashi Hondo turned her head sharply, her defiant eyes glaring back at him. Yet, as quickly as the fire ignited, she recalled the tragic memories from earlier and, in a fit of petulance, turned away without a backward glance, as if resolved to make a statement. As for Orochimaru, she was utterly indifferent. All she desired was to depart. Naruto, what did Orochimaru just say? Kakashi Hitaki, ever reliable, promptly steered the conversation back on track, inquiring whether Orochimaru's intentions had been revealed. Simultaneously, he looked at Naruto with astonishment. It had been less than 3 months since Naruto became his student. And now, with the aid of Kaido Hayato, he had become a formidable opponent to Orochimaru. And what of Kaido Hayato himself? Just how powerful was he? His intentions, you ask? Naruto's eyes flickered, his thoughts swirling before he spoke. During the recent battle, Orochimaru mentioned wanting to take Sasuke as his disciple. What? Kakashi's pupils constricted. Indeed, given that man's modus operandi, it was entirely plausible he would attempt such a thing. However, before he could continue, Naruto's lips curved into a slight smile. A glimmer of light dancing in his azure eyes as he added, he also said that if Sasuke agreed, he would bestow upon him the cells of Hashirama Senjidate. Claimed that the effects of those cells had already manifested in Danzo Shimura. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, but the mirth in his azure eyes intensified. A cold glint passed through his gaze. Old fool Danzo, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of the malevolence you have sown behind the scenes. The name of the Nine Tails was indeed spread by you. If Hiruzen Sarutobi was merely negligent in his guardianship, allowing himself to be labeled as the hero's son, then Danzo Shimura's actions were starkly malicious. Inciting chaos and propagating the title of the Nine Tails child. Old fool, I hope that when I decide to strike, you possess the strength to match. At the very least, it should be an exhilarating encounter. What? Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Are you saying that the cells of Hashirama have indeed shown effects on Danzo? This situation appeared precarious. How had the conversation shifted to Danzo? He was the leader of Root. As a former ANBU member, Kakashi was acutely aware of the ruthlessness and iron-fisted nature of that leader. This development could spell trouble. Naruto, are you certain about the authenticity of this information? Kakashi inquired solemnly. This matter involves many people. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. Dead fish-eyed Kakashi. It was Orochimaru who said that. Not me. That if you don't believe me, go ask him. His casual demeanor inadvertently lent credibility to Kakashi's concerns. Understood, Kakashi replied. His expression grave. He could already foresee the storm brewing within Konoha. Who was that? How come I didn't hear him mention Danzo? At this moment, Sakura Haruno suddenly spoke up, her expression one of confusion. Naruto. You wouldn't be lying, would you? In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. Naruto's azure eyes held a faint trace of mockery. Did you not hear? His lips curled in disdain. It was not his fault that her strength was lacking, rendering her unable to participate in the battle or even grasp the unfolding situation. Not only could she not see the circumstances, but she also failed to recognize her own weakness. What nonsense! Sakura protested. How could I possibly be mistaken? Orochimaru clearly didn't say that. If you don't believe me, ask Sasuke-kun. He surely didn't hear it either, she declared with utmost conviction, her gaze shifting to Sasuke Uchiha. Is that so? Naruto's derision deepened. Then ask Sasuke if he saw it. Yet, he merely stared at Sakura, not bothering to turn his head, exuding an air of languid disdain. Sasuke-kun, just as he was about to respond, Sakura's discontent was interrupted. I heard it. Sasuke Uchiha interjected. What? Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief, as though she had seen a ghost. How was this possible? The battle between Naruto and Orochimaru had unfolded before them. And yet, Sasuke interrupted again, snorting disdainfully. Not hearing it is a sign of your weakness. I clearly observed the battle between that guy and Naruto with my Sharingan. Sakura. If you wish to invite misfortune upon yourself, feel free to speak out. But no one will believe you. Sasuke's gaze was cold and detached, as if he were addressing a stranger. So, Naruto smirked, his azure eyes looking down imperiously, icy as an iceberg. Sakura, are you pretending to be something you're not? What are you even worth? He engaged in this ninja game to follow the plot, hoping to trigger tasks more effectively, but that did not mean he would shy away from confrontation. Even if Sakura were to report him, what of it? He was aiming to slap Danzo and Hiruzen's faces. Sakura's eyes widened in shock. Sasuke's earlier response had been within her realm of acceptance. Now, however, Naruto's words shattered all pretense. She even doubted her hearing, tremblingly asking, what did you just say? Sakura Haruno. Naruto's voice was eerily calm. The ninja game is over. Team 7 is hereby disbanded. Team 7 disbanded? What? The very notion left Sakura in a daze. Shouting after Naruto's retreating figure, you're joking, right? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Kakashi, as our teacher, would never allow such a thing to happen. What a farce. The disbandment of Team 7 was only something that would occur when they could stand on their own. Now, Naruto's unilateral declaration meant nothing. I will never allow Team 7 to disband. Your words hold no weight. Naruto. She shouted with all her might. If Team 7 were to dissolve, what would she become? Naruto and Sasuke would surely team up, leaving her as the discarded teammate. Yet, In the distance, both the blonde and black-haired youths walked side by side into the horizon, not once looking back. What lay ahead? Sasuke Uchiha showed no interest in Sakura, stating, "We possess the Earth Scroll. We still require the Heaven Scroll." He was completely unfazed by the disbandment of Team 7. Strengthening himself was his only objective. "I have a more intriguing idea," Naruto grinned. "It will allow us to complete the mission while enhancing your combat prowess. Follow me." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes instantly lit up. At the entrance to the checkpoint, Sasuke grimaced slightly, feeling somewhat numb as he remarked, "Is this your brilliant plan? To lie in wait at the checkpoint and rob other participants?" His expression darkened. How shameless must one be to resort to such tactics? "What? Is there a problem?" Naruto shrugged. "Speaking with conviction, we can engage in combat with other ninjas, enhance our abilities, and obtain the Heaven Scroll. Can anything be better than this?" Sasuke sighed. Others would typically wait near the checkpoint. Who openly robs at the entrance? As ninjas, this feels fundamentally wrong. Ninja.it is imperative to gather intelligence on the enemy, devise a meticulous plan, and ultimately strike with precision in a surprise attack, ensuring one's own safety remains intact. However, Naruto's approach can only be described as that of a reckless brute, championing the philosophy of confronting anyone who dares to oppose him, disregarding the finer details. Unfazed, Uzumaki Naruto chuckled lightly, jesting, "As a ninja, one inevitably encounters various situations. Look, someone is approaching. As long as one's strength is formidable enough, all scheming becomes mere trickery. Those who dare to defy shall be met with force, just as in the presence of Uchiha Madara, where even the combined might of the 5 Kage proved futile." As Susanoo swung its blade relentlessly from the southern battlefield to the northern, rendering the area a desolate wasteland, the 5 Kage were left in disarray, fleeing for their lives. "Hey, you two, get out of my way." 3 youths approached, the leader possessing a robust physique and exuding a fierce aura. "Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Swish, 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 3 shurikens shot forth. Uchiha Sasuke did not hesitate. He followed the shurikens with his body, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. So fast, the 3 boys were taken aback, as in an instant, the adversary had closed the distance, prompting the leader to shout, "Scatter!" Yet in the next moment, his gaze caught sight of a pair of crimson, 3-tomo Sharingan, and his body froze as the shuriken pierced his chest. "First one." Uchiha Sasuke's voice was icy as he completed the final hand seal, unleashing a colossal fireball that engulfed another ninja. The last ninja, too, found no opportunity for resistance, as Sasuke's swift shuriken penetrated his abdomen. None of the 3 perished, yet all were grievously injured, rendering them incapable of continuing in the Chunin exam. How utterly pathetic. Sasuke gazed at his hands, somewhat astonished. He had anticipated a challenging battle, yet it had proven unexpectedly simple. He quickly realized the reason. No, it was more accurate to say that compared to them, he had become overwhelmingly powerful. In just a month's time, he had undergone a profound transformation, becoming countless times stronger than before. He had mastered the Rinnegan, Chidori, and experienced a significant surge in chakra within him, even ascending to the 3-tomo Sharingan. Enough with the theatrics. Uzumaki Naruto rolled his eyes. "Let us see what the scroll contains. Once we gather them, we can commence a grand massacre that a mere trio of genin would hardly serve as worthy training." The group of genin lurked nearby, eager to finish quickly and retreat. "Damn it. Once we're done, we can focus on the theatrics, the Uchiha clan's talent, I presume." Meanwhile, 5 hours had elapsed since the second round of the exam commenced, and all the ninjas capable of passing had gathered at the entrance. Sasuke's expression darkened. "I understand now." Clutching his shuriken, he glanced at the nonchalant Naruto, who was perched on a branch, casually munching on seeds. Inside, "While I know you intend for me to train, it still feels somewhat unsatisfying. I am struggling through arduous training, yet this guy's strength just keeps skyrocketing. Is there no sense of justice in this world?" But in the next moment, his figure blurred, rapidly vanishing into the woods, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. "This is bad. He is far too strong. We are no match for him." To the others, "Do not linger, quickly regroup, or we shall all be eliminated. Do not snatch my scroll." The entire forest resounded with wails and roars. Several ninjas seized the opportunity to dash towards the exit. "Ha ha ha. Though I cannot defeat you, I have gathered the scrolls of heaven and earth. As long as I escape without being pursued, I will be fine." A few genin exchanged glances, not foolish enough to engage. If they couldn't win, they could certainly evade. As for the blonde boy on the branch by the exit, they paid him no heed. Could one person truly impede their escape? If they wished to live, They ought to refrain from obstructing us. One Genin scoffed. The strongest among you must be that Uchiha, right? As for you, if you do not resist, we might spare your life. Yet traces of fear still lingered in their eyes at the thought of Sasuke. That guy was simply on another level. Fools. Sasuke scoffed coldly, halting in his tracks, and looked toward the fleeing Genin, tauntingly saying, "How could you believe I am the strongest? In front of Naruto, I cannot last even a minute." What? The Genin's pupils constricted in shock. Are you joking? You are so powerful. How could he possibly be several times stronger than you? Preposterous. This is absurd. Is this the level of strength a mere Genin can possess? It must be a deception. Yet in the next instant, they witnessed the golden-haired youth upon the branch, grinning exuberantly as Uzumaki Naruto raised his palm. Rinnegan. In an instant, 5 Rinnegans materialized from his fingertips. With a flick of his hand, the 5 Rinnegans shot forth like cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. Each explosion echoed deafeningly, transforming the forest into a scene of utter devastation in mere moments. The Rinnegan, originally a close-range technique, was notoriously difficult to control due to the violent energy contained within. Releasing it was an even greater challenge. However, with sufficient chakra control and a hint of wind nature to create pressure, the Rinnegan could be unleashed like bullets. For an ordinary ninja, this level of mastery would be unattainable in a lifetime. Yet for Uzumaki Naruto, it was as effortless as eating and drinking. A monster. This guy is even more terrifying than Uchiha Sasuke. Run, run. The expressions of the ninjas turned pale, their legs trembling. They fled in a panic, desperately distancing themselves from the exam's entrance, only now realizing why Sasuke was unconcerned about anyone escaping. It was because the golden-haired boy guarding the entrance was even more fearsome. Hurry, Sasuke, do not waste time. Uzumaki Naruto sat on the branch, grinning. Faster, faster. Just then, several figures appeared in an instant, wearing various masks, coldly stating, "Uzumaki Naruto, cease your destruction of the Chunin exam. If this continues, there will be no ninjas left to participate in the upcoming matches." The Umbu ninjas were equally troubled. What on earth was happening? How could a Chunin exam devolve into such chaos? Do you have a problem with that? Naruto raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with impatience and coldness. Hokage Tower. Office. Upon hearing Kakashi Hitaki's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. His gaze icy. If Danzo truly undertakes such actions, as Hokage, even if he is my dear friend, I shall show him no mercy. The effects of the Hashirama cells were all too clear to him. They could enhance cellular vitality and amplify a ninja's power, yet they required countless lives as test subjects. However, only Orochimaru had researched the Hashirama cells. If Shimura Danzo had been injected with Hashirama cells, did that not imply a connection between him and Orochimaru? Was it possible that Danzo was involved in Orochimaru's research? Danzo, who had already one foot in the grave, did he truly need to cling to the position of Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was frosty. He was all too aware of his old friend's objectives. Kakashi, what do you think of Naruto's current strength? What troubled him most was that Uzumaki Naruto's power had grown to such an extent. Kakashi Hitaki's expression turned grave as he replied seriously. Naruto's strength is now comparable to mine, and I suspect he has begun to harness the power of the 9 tails. My Sharingan can perceive the vast, unrestrained power of the 9 tails within him. As the situation unfolded, he could hardly contain his astonishment. The 9 tails, a force capable of annihilating an entire nation. Yet now, at merely 12 years of age, Naruto Uzumaki had harnessed this formidable power. Kakashi Hitaki interjected, "I propose we elevate our regard for Naruto. He is no longer merely a prodigy, but a genuine powerhouse." His expression grave, he added, "A stronger genius than I." The countenance of Hiruzen Sarutobi shifted subtly. Previously, Naruto had compelled Konoha to bow under the formidable reputation of Minato Namikaze. But now, Naruto himself had ascended to the ranks of the strong. I comprehend, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. "I have entrusted all of Kushina and Minato's legacies to Naruto, as this serves as the best recompense for him." However, Kakashi, his head bowed, remained silent, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. "Lord Hokage, you are well aware that the most effective solution has never been inheritance, but rather a declaration." Just then, a sudden appearance of an Umbu ninja broke the tension, his voice urgent and frantic. "It is dire, Lord Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha are blocking the entrance to the second stage of the Chunin exams. Having already engaged in battle with dozens of participating ninjas, if this continues, there will be no one left to compete." "What?" Hiruzen Sarutobi bellowed. "Is there no one from the Umbu to intervene?" His fury was palpable, veins bulging upon his forehead. The Chunin exams were not solely a means for Jinin to ascend to Chunin status, they were also a showcase of the village's strength and resolve, crucial for fostering cooperation and relations among the various ninja villages. The actions of Naruto and Sasuke would tarnish Konoha's reputation beyond repair. The Umbu ninja stammered. Everyone else is gravely injured, and I was fortunate to escape. The heavy silence enveloped the room. Kakashi could not help but pinch the bridge of his nose. This truly reflects his character. Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer remain seated, his expression darkening. Just as he had stated the need to increase attention on Naruto, the boy was now embroiling himself in chaos. Damn it. It is unrealistic not to heighten our vigilance. He commanded, Kakashi, go tend to your disciple. After a brief pause, Hiruzen added, Guy, you should accompany him. He genuinely feared that Kakashi might not be able to contend with Naruto's newfound strength. Yes, Lord Hokage. Both replied in unison. Their figures vanishing in an instant. Hiruzen's expression softened slightly, and he sighed. With Kakashi and Guy present, surely Naruto will not create further trouble, will he? Simultaneously, he coldly ordered. Bring Danzo Shimura to me immediately. 10 minutes later. Danzo pushed the door open, his triangular eyes perpetually exuding a sinister glint. Truth be told, he was somewhat bewildered. Since their last unpleasant encounter, he and Hiruzen had not communicated for quite some time. Could it be that Hiruzen had had a change of heart? But the next moment, bang! A water cup came crashing towards him. Danzo evaded it, the cup shattering against the wall. As he opened his mouth to speak, he was met with Hiruzen's piercing, murky gaze, filled with authority and coldness, akin to a lion ruling over the savannah. Despite his age, Hiruzen still exuded absolute control, sending a tremor through Danzo's core. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had done nothing wrong. What was there to fear? He scoffed. Hiruzen, to strike the leader of the roots so casually. Even if you're Hokage, you owe me an explanation. Danzo, I have misplaced my trust in you. Hiruzen fired back, disregarding Danzo's protests. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his face obscured within its haze, his voice fluctuating ominously. Tell me, have you conspired with Orochimaru? Have you injected the cells of the first Hokage? Danzo's pupils constricted, involuntarily trembling, cold sweat trickling down his back. This was his most profound secret. How could Hiruzen possibly know? Tell me. Hiruzen slammed his palm against the table, his expression freezing. His voice a frigid command. As a disciple of the second Hokage, you have never utilized the first Hokage's cellular remnants. He advanced towards Danzo, fixing his gaze upon the concealed arm. No, I did not. Hiruzen. Danzo's brow was slick with sweat. As if plunged into an ice cavern. He knew he could not be discovered, for if so, he would be condemned throughout history, forever barred from the title of Hokage. Just then, a mocking voice broke the tension. Oh? You the one who slanders me as a demon fox, aren't you? Old Coot Danzo. A golden-haired youth wore a brilliant smile, yet his voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell. Did you not hear Lord Hokage's command? Do you need your father to assist you? In the next moment, a blinding flash of steel sliced through the air. Who are you calling an old coot? Danzo's face darkened, but he had no time to retort. The dazzling blade swept through the air. He could hardly fathom that Naruto Uzumaki dared to attack within the Hokage's office, but he did so mercilessly. With the swiftness of a gale severing grass, the terrifying force surged forth, pain radiating through his limbs, as his right arm and part of his shoulder were cleaved away. Thud, the severed arm and a portion of his shoulder fell to the ground. The agony was such that even the strongest of men could not endure it. Yet, astonishingly, Danzo, the old schemer, managed to withstand it. Blood gushed forth, and sweat poured from his brow as he gritted his teeth. His eyes bloodshot, fixating on Naruto Uzumaki, do you comprehend what you are doing? I am the leader of the root. Yet, now he found himself disarmed by a mere child. He turned to Hiruzen. Roaring, Hiruzen, if you intend to strike me, there is no need for such underhanded methods. Hiruzen? It truly wasn't me, Danzo. I did not. Do not falsely accuse the innocent. In utter bewilderment, Danzo found himself devoid of anger. The unfolding events were simply absurd. They had been embroiled in a heated argument moments ago, and now Naruto had suddenly appeared, severing Danzo's arm with a single stroke. To be honest, he hadn't even realized it. Kakashi, Hitaki, and Guy, are you both merely idling about? Oh dear, my apologies, Naruto said nonchalantly. It seems I cut a bit more than intended. After all, I rarely wield a sword. I borrowed this from Sasuke specifically. The Uchiha's blade is truly exceptional. Why should I listen to the orders of Lord Hokage? Disobedience is rebellion. And your conscience, Danzo, is profoundly corrupt, he added with a mocking tone, admiring the sword in his grasp. However, Beneath Naruto's fade lay disdain and apathy. What a joke. He was not one to merely await the arrival of foes. If they were enemies, they would be dispatched with a swift hand. Danzo was unlike any other. He could not be pressed too hard. Thus, severing an arm would suffice. Hiruzen's expression darkened. Who on earth was focusing on how much was cut or the sword in Naruto's hand? Moreover, he had said nothing. Why was every word seemingly directed at him? At that moment, Naruto suddenly raised the sword, bringing it down forcefully upon the severed arm. The clash of metal rang out as the metallic arm shattered, revealing a ghastly sight, 11 Sharingan embedded within the arm. Naruto's lips curled into a mocking smile as he provocatively addressed Danzo. Old coot Danzo, before you interrogate me, perhaps you should first explain how your arm possesses Uchiha eyes? Given that the Uchiha clan was annihilated, could you possibly have been involved? In that instant, the atmosphere grew chillingly silent. The Hokage's office was engulfed in a suffocating stillness, and Danzo's eyes blazed with rage. At that moment, he wished to devour Naruto whole. How could I have possibly participated in the Uchiha clan's extermination? These were merely remnants I stumbled upon while cleaning up after the Uchiha's demise. He swiftly concocted an excuse, leaving those eyes behind in order to better exploit their value. However, before he could finish his statement, Uzumaki Naruto, brimming with impatience, abruptly interrupted him. What the hell? With your Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. What are you pretending to be? Orochimaru has already stated that you trade with him daily. Even Yamato is merely an experiment of Orochimaru's. What's with your stubbornness? He spared no mercy, showing not the slightest respect to Shimura Danzo, effectively delivering a resounding slap to his face. ITSU. Danzo's triangular eyes brimmed with malice and hatred. You informed Hiruzen that I possess Hashirama's cells. Regardless, I am the leader of Root, wielding the strength of a Kage. In an instant, he grasped the crux of the matter. This was the reason for Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger towards him, and his own guilt, compounded by the circumstances at the Hokage office, left him utterly unprepared. In such a scenario, Uzumaki Naruto brazenly struck, severing his own arm with a thunderous blow. Now, reflecting on the situation, Danzo felt a chill run down his spine. Was this truly the plan of a mere 12-year-old boy? How could he not allow others to speak of his own misdeeds? Naruto raised an eyebrow, unhesitatingly picking up his severed arm, showing no disgust whatsoever. I'll take this arm as my trophy. He cast a disdainful glance at Danzo. These eyes have nothing to do with you. The Uchiha clan is not extinct. I will return these eyes to Uchiha Sasuke. You have no objections, right? Before either could respond, Naruto's figure vanished in an instant, leaving them no time to react. Space-time ninjutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils constricted. He had not noticed earlier, but now he realized that Naruto had employed the Flying Thunder God technique. Possessing the power of the Nine Tails, Rinnegan, and backed by a brother even more formidable, Uzumaki Naruto's strength and influence had become formidable. In that moment, he regretted not heeding Kakashi's advice earlier. Hiruzen, retrieve that arm. Danzo roared, emitting a bestial growl. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is an uncontrollable factor. He cannot be managed. Hiruzen, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki must be restrained, or the entirety of Konoha will be ruined by his hand. Even having lost 11 Sharingan and Hashirama's cells, he still possessed a trump card. Even the tailed beast must bow to the power of that eye. Hiruzen felt an unbearable headache. For the first time, he perceived the Hokage position as a hot potato. Danzo, perhaps you should attend to your injuries first. Otherwise, you might not survive. With a soft blood continued to flow from his shoulder. All right, Danzo acquiesced. Sigh. Hiruzen lamented, realizing he had misjudged the situation just moments ago. He thought that no matter how much trouble Naruto caused, how severe could it possibly be? The truth proved otherwise. There was nothing Naruto could not achieve if given the opportunity to create chaos. He could very well bring the heavens crashing down. Weary and worn, he muttered, surely Naruto won't cause any greater trouble now, right? What could be worse than severing the arm of the leader of Root? As he observed the returning Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha panted lightly. Naruto, what did you do? In less than an hour, he had defeated all the ninjas attempting to breach the gates, with only Konoha's ninjas making it through. Nothing much. Naruto raised the pale severed arm with a grin. I just went to snatch an arm and brought you back a little gift, 11 Sharingan. See, all thanks to that old bastard Danzo, who had a hand in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan back in the day. Sasuke was left dumbfounded, his expression betraying confusion. Naruto, what are you saying? This is Danzo's arm, the same Danzo who leads Root, known for his cruel methods. His lips twitched as he gazed at the dismembered limb, momentarily falling silent. Naruto, you call a half-shouldered corpse an arm? Just moments before, Sasuke had been reveling in the joy of defeating numerous lower-ranked ninjas, feeling a significant boost in his own abilities. Yet now, in comparison to Naruto, he felt utterly insignificant, while he basked in his triumph. Naruto had effortlessly visited Danzo and severed his arm in the blink of an eye. How could he harbor any jealousy? Looking at the 11 Sharingan thrust into his hands, his eyes turned crimson, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Naruto had just gone out of his way to reclaim the eyes that belonged to the Uchiha clan. Thank you, Naruto. Sasuke's voice was low and icy, yet when he looked at Naruto, his gaze was filled with solemnity and recognition. You even went against the leader of Root, Danzo, for my sake. Rest assured, I will never allow anyone to harm you. As for Danzo, I will eventually take his life to avenge the Uchiha clan. His eyes glowed a fierce red as the 3 Tomo Sharingan materialized. To possess such an abundance of Sharingan, it was evident that the individual was implicated in the Uchiha clan's massacre. Uzumaki. Naruto tilted his head, thinking, did Sasuke misunderstand? I merely went to seize Hashirama's cells, but perhaps his misconception was for the best. Sasuke was indeed a reliable ally. When trouble arose, he would stand resolutely by his side. In the original story, Naruto had ventured to the moon to charm a girl, while Sasuke, with legs like springs, rolled back to the village, unleashing Chidori to support him. When Naruto became Hokage, he would scour the world alongside Sasuke to investigate the Tsutsuki clan. I could just cry. Indeed, such a valuable ally must be cherished. Uzumaki. Naruto beamed with a radiant smile. Sasuke, rest assured, we brothers stand united against that old bastard Danzo. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air filled the space as Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy appeared. Overhearing the explosive exchange between Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi Hatake? Might Guy? Do you two not wish to reflect on what you were saying? Kakashi felt like a desiccated starfish, dry and brittle. Remarking dryly, what on earth has transpired in Team 7 during the few days I have been away? He forced a smile, recalling his mission, striving to make his voice sound more amiable. Naruto glanced at him, a smirk gracing his lips as he replied casually, not much has changed. I told you, it's only been 2 or 3 days. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. By the way, where is Sakura? I haven't seen her. He turned his head to scan the area. You mean Haruno Sakura? Naruto raised an eyebrow, disdain evident on his face. Team 7 has disbanded. How could you, as our teacher, not know this? Lazy-eyed Kakashi-sensei, naturally, we are no longer together. Oh, so Team 7 has disbanded. Then I can rest easy with whatever you say. Kakashi's voice rose a few decibels. What do you mean I didn't know? I should have said, why was I informed of Team 7's disbandment? His breathing grew somewhat labored. As the leading instructor, he was the last to learn that his team had disbanded. Kakashi clutched his heart. Is there any other news? Just lay it all on me. I can handle it. Previously, he had always believed that he had adequately gauged Naruto's penchant for causing trouble, yet now it seemed his estimation was merely a fraction of the reality. Naruto Uzumaki cast a sidelong glance at the severed arm lying on the ground, his expression laced with disdain as he swept his gaze over Kakashi Hatake, who clutched his heart. Forget it. You can't handle it. That I can handle it. Kakashi replied earnestly. You truly cannot. Naruto retorted nonchalantly. That I can handle it. Kakashi's eyes were resolute, as if he were prepared to face death itself. Suddenly, he noticed the pale arm on the ground, along with a substantial portion of the shoulder. Was this the arm of a certain ninja? He was somewhat astonished. In the Chunin exam, severing another's arm while retaining such a large portion of the shoulder was undeniably a brutal tactic. Kakashi-sensei has keen eyes, Naruto exclaimed in admiration. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding crept into Kakashi's heart. I still prefer it when you call me shinobi with dead fish eyes, Kakashi. That simply won't do. Naruto raised his thumb, his expression serious as he praised, Kakashi-sensei, your insight is remarkable. You immediately discerned that this is the arm of Shimura Danzo. Impressive, impressive, he declared casually, as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. Sasuke Uchiha looked skyward, feeling that Naruto was far more adept at showing off than he, a member of the Uchiha clan. The arm of Shimura Danzo. Kakashi inhaled sharply, his entire being rendered numb. After more than 30 years traversing the ninja world, he had witnessed countless storms, yet nothing had shocked him more than this. What? He stammered, unable to suppress his curiosity. Naruto, weren't you just trying to prevent them from passing through? How could you possibly seek out Shimura Danzo? They had rushed over as soon as they received the orders. This implied that after departing from the Hokage's office, Naruto appeared, severed Danzo's arm, and returned here faster than they could. Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, a voice filled with anger, resentment, and indignation rang out. Kakashi-sensei, you must control Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura Haruno rushed over, having been nearby, and hurriedly approached Kakashi upon seeing him. Naruto said he wants to disband Team 7. Upon seeing Kakashi, her face brimmed with hope. Naruto, you should give up on that idea. Without Kakashi-sensei's consent, Team 7 will never disband. Naruto? Kakashi sighed, his gaze shifting among the three. Sakura's address for Naruto had transformed from simply Uzumaki Naruto. Smart. Naruto didn't even glance at Sakura as he replied, but there will be no rewards. He then shifted his tone, smiling as he continued. Kakashi-sensei, let us discuss serious matters. From this moment forth, Team 7 is disbanded. A distant horn sounded, and the gentle breeze stirred, as if nothing had changed. Yet something profound had shifted entirely. Sakura's eyes gradually widened in disbelief. Naruto, even in the face of Kakashi-sensei, remained so unyielding. From now on, I will not partake in any missions of Team 7, Naruto stated softly, his azure eyes calm yet radiant. Not even at your command, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke followed closely behind, his dark eyes calm and frigid. Standing beside Naruto, he coldly declared, neither will I. How could it have come to this? Kakashi's voice was laced with bitterness. Naruto, Sasuke, is there truly no other way? Must we reach the point of complete severance? His eyes reflected his sorrow. Once, he had been a member of Team 7, and now, 2 of his teammates had perished, necessitating its dissolution. But now, the present Team 7 stood on the brink of disbandment. No. Team 7 must not disband. As if a chord in his heart had been struck, he realized that if Team 7 disbanded, Kakashi-sensei would lead the next generation, while Naruto and Sasuke would form a new team, leaving him as the one abandoned. Sakura cried out passionately, Kakashi-sensei, you must control Naruto. You are the team leader. Her voice echoed through the forest. Yet, in response to her cries, Kakashi glanced at the severed arm on the ground. His eyes filled only with helplessness and resignation. Sakura, it's not that I don't care. I genuinely might not be able to defeat Naruto now. Damn it. Initially, he believed Naruto had repelled Orochimaru out of caution for Konoha's reinforcements. However, given that Naruto severed Danzo's arm, it was evident that this was not the case. Naruto had genuinely attained the strength of a Kage-level ninja. What? How is this possible? Sakura involuntarily took a step back, gazing at the golden-haired youth, her throat tightening. Had Naruto truly grown to such an extent in less than half a year? In comparison, she felt utterly inept. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a familiar figure. Hinata. 3 figures approached from a distance. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. They had gathered the necessary scrolls, and they had overheard the entirety of the discussion. Yet, at that moment, Sakura's gaze was solely on Hinata. Indeed, Hinata had a close relationship with Naruto. If Hinata spoke up, Naruto would surely agree not to disband Team 7. Hinata, please persuade Naruto, Sakura urged, her brow furrowed, her face filled with distress. If Team 7 truly disbands, who will guide us as Jonin? We are merely freshly graduated genin. Hurry, you must convince Naruto, she implored anxiously, a glimmer of joy surfacing in her eyes. Hinata was always agreeable. She would never refuse her request, thus ensuring Team 7 would remain intact. I understand, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushing as she clenched her small fists, as if resolving to undertake a significant effort. She stepped closer to Naruto, lifting her head to reveal her pure, fair visage. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to speak, as if summoning all her courage. That's right, Kiba exclaimed, scratching his ear casually. Naruto, Sakura is right. Once the team disbands, there will be no Jonin to guide us. Disbanding the team is not a wise choice. He spoke loudly, yet his eyes betrayed his worry. Don't cause any trouble. Naruto raised his eyelids, his azure eyes tranquil. For just a moment, Kiba's pupils dilated, and Akamaru whimpered in fear. The overwhelming pressure radiating from Naruto rendered Kiba unable to lift his gaze. A barely perceptible smirk graced Naruto's lips. Kiba, a seemingly brash individual, actually cared deeply for his friends. Though he appeared to scold, he was genuinely concerned. What a clumsy fellow. Naruto replied indifferently, Kiba, this matter does not concern you. The mountain-like pressure dissipated, and Kiba plopped onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Damn, has he really grown this strong? Just his presence leaves me utterly defenseless. Just a glance instills fear. Is this still the same underdog I once knew? So what? Naruto did not look into Hinata's pure eyes as he spoke impatiently. If you've come to dissuade me, then there is no need to speak. No one can alter my decision. Before he could finish, thud, a soft body fell into his embrace. Hinata's face was flushed, buried in his chest, as if afraid to lift her head. Her voice carried a gentle sob, as though she were in distress. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, for being late. She lifted her head, her pure white eyes brimming with tears, yet she wore a smile, reminiscent of a pristine white lily. Regardless of the decisions made by Naruto-kun, I stand firmly by your side. Whatever path Naruto-kun chooses to take, I shall follow. And wherever he goes, please, do not forget to bring Hinata along. Do not leave her behind, if you would be so kind. Even though Naruto-kun is right here, why does it feel as though he is perpetually on the verge of departure? In everyday life, she is undeniably shy, often stumbling over her words. Yet in this moment, she articulates her thoughts with unwavering clarity and conviction. This is the essence of Hyuga Hinata's character. Despite her usual timidity, she possesses an indomitable spirit within. During the battle against Pain, when Sakura Haruno cried out in despair for Naruto, he was ensnared by the black rods of the Yin-Yang release, rendering him invisible even to Sakura's shadow. Only those who love deeply will pay heed to your every move. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes widened slightly, his azure gaze sparkling with brilliance. A radiant smile graced his lips as he teasingly remarked, Are you foolish? If not in Konoha, then where else could he possibly be? He vigorously tousled Hinata's hair, as if trying to grasp something intangible. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. What is happening here? Why are we suddenly inundated with such romantic gestures? Hey, we are all still single, you know. What? Sakura Haruno paused, gazing incredulously at Hinata. An intricate swirl of emotions unfurled within her. A sensation far more profound than when she empathized with Naruto's struggles. Wrapped in a shroud of resentment, she found herself experiencing an unfamiliar discomfort. Hinata, what are you doing? Sakura's voice trembled as she shouted, What makes that guy Naruto worthy of such devotion? What is there about him that you could possibly admire? She could not comprehend it. After all, she had always considered herself the most popular, while Hinata had merely trailed behind. Sakura, Hinata replied, turning her flushed face towards her, Please, do not speak ill of Naruto. I hope this is the last time. Should there be a next time, I shall wager my life to duel with you. Her pure white eyes were resolute and earnest. Everyone present was left in disbelief. Was this truly the same girl who usually spoke shyly and stumbled over her words? This was the true nature of Hinata. Naruto Uzumaki's smile broadened. Despite the constant belittlement and her outwardly gentle demeanor, she harbored a resilient heart. When confronted by Niji Hyuga, she did not flinch, even when grievously injured. All along, it has been Naruto-kun who has protected me. She lifted her gaze, confronting Sakura directly, and with each word, she declared, Now, I wish to protect Naruto-kun. I will not allow anyone to harm him. The pure white lily, now entrusted with a purpose, would blossom into a magnificent rose, resplendent yet armed with thorns. Hinata, Sakura took an involuntary step back. Strangely, despite Hinata remaining the same, there was an undeniable shift that filled Sakura with an inexplicable sense of pressure. Yamanaka Ino, veiled, her expression obscured, spoke with a hint of mirth. Hinata has grown bold. My goodness. Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, cradling Akamaru in his arms. Is this still the Hinata I know? Well done, Hinata, for the one you cherish. You charge ahead, unbothered by the opinions of others. Go, he cheered, barking excitedly like a dog. Their team had always shared a close bond. The attention-seeking yet caring Kiba, the seemingly cold yet warm-hearted Ino, and the soft-spoken yet strong-willed Hinata. Shut up! Naruto's figure vanished in an instant, sending Kiba flying with a swift kick. Don't create such an awkward atmosphere. You're the loudest one here. Kiba realized he had unintentionally made the situation worse and scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, but Naruto, I will defeat you in our upcoming duel, he proclaimed confidently, with Akamaru barking in agreement. That moment, Sasuke Uchiha scoffed derisively. You? Challenge Naruto? He cast a disdainful glance. You can't even match Naruto, yet you dare to challenge him? How utterly foolish. Frustration surged within Kiba as he faced the former top student. That was then, this is now. Sasuke, although you were once the best, I am no longer the same. Inuzuka Kiba. Arf? Akamaru leaped down, baring his teeth in solidarity. Heh, Sasuke smirked, his right hand forming into a claw as he commanded. Chidori. The sound of 1,000 birds echoed, the blinding lightning radiating an aura of lethal intent, palpable even from a distance. Ha. Kiba chuckled awkwardly, unable to suppress a gulp. Comrades, there's really no need for us to fight. I was just joking. It was not that he was cowardly. Rather, it was the overwhelming power of Sasuke's jutsu that instilled fear. That fearsome lightning was clearly an A-rank jutsu, sending Akamaru trembling. With the next match just a week away, it was unwise to suffer injuries now. Humph. Sasuke dismissed. Just a mere Chidori. In your eyes, it may seem powerful. But before Naruto, it is as insignificant as an ant. Hardly worth mentioning. If you can't even surpass me, do not even think of challenging him. I alone am the one closest to Naruto among our peers. If I cannot maintain that position, what right do I have to confront him? Alright, since the remaining participants are mainly from Konoha, there's no need to guard the gate any longer. Naruto clapped his hands together. The teams of Gaara and Niji Hyuga completed their tasks with such speed that they faced no obstacles. Let us go. He tossed the scroll of heaven and earth to Kakashi Hatake. The second stage of the task completed, the third round of the tournament would take place a week from now, allowing time for training and recovery for the injured shinobi. Naruto leisurely tucked the arm of Danzo Shimura under his own. The 11 eyes staring out ominously, yet he remained unfazed. Kakashi looked on, bewildered, his expression a mixture of concern and complexity. Naruto, Danzo is the leader of the root. You should be cautious. As a former captain of the Umbu, he understood Danzo's nature, ruthless, iron-fisted, and long on grudges. Naruto glanced up. As an elite Jonin, a true pillar of Konoha, Kakashi's words reflected genuine concern. He scoffed. Dead fish-eyed Kakashi. Your skills are unimpressive, yet you worry incessantly. Naruto leaned in closer, smiling cheerfully. Besides, my chakra is 100. What is there to be concerned about? If you truly worry, why not ask Gai-sensei for the 8 gates? I think that would suit me quite well. The corners of Hatake Kakashi's mouth twitched. He lamented his own tendency to speak too much. I have some matters at home. He scratched his head and spoke earnestly. Goodbye. Whoosh. He instantly employed the body flicker technique and vanished in a flash. Only the perplexed Might Guy remained. Kakashi, I haven't left yet. Swish. He moved even faster, resembling a streak of green light, closely trailing Kakashi. It was as if a green radiance had enveloped Kakashi. Truly. What wonderful friends they were. Uzumaki Naruto sighed. These two, whether they seek partners or not, both bear responsibility. Every day it's all about bonds. Bonds. Why not find a wife and start a family? The Hatake clan might just face extinction. Let us go. Let us celebrate our successful passage of the second round. Uzumaki Naruto grinned widely. I propose we have a grand celebration tonight. Of course. My little brother is footing the bill. He gave Uchiha Sasuke a gentle shove. Uchiha Sasuke was momentarily stunned, then shook his head dismissively. It doesn't matter. I can't even spend the money at home anyway. How infuriating. Uzumaki Naruto bared his teeth in indignation. Sasuke, you wealthy brat. How dare you flaunt your riches before us? We must ensure you end up penniless today. Inuzuka Kiba, being one who thrived in lively scenarios, immediately chimed in. Leave it to me. I'll make sure to devour Sasuke's wealth. Yet Uzumaki Naruto shot him a glance of exasperation. What nonsense. I meant for you to gather others. We can't possibly eat Sasuke into poverty. We must definitely call Choji along. All of us combined can't match his appetite. The group clamored together as they headed towards the barbecue restaurant. Uchiha Sasuke inexplicably felt a wave of relief, following closely beside Uzumaki Naruto. He should have been a mere spectator, yet he felt no aversion. This sensation seemed rather pleasant. Uzumaki Naruto appeared momentarily dazed, as if his demeanor had subtly shifted. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be no change at all. A hint of helplessness surfaced in his azure eyes as he silently mused. The original self truly acts with such decisiveness. Not a moment is wasted in the pursuit of strength. At the root headquarters, after meticulous care from medical ninjas, Shimura Danzo finally had his wounds bandaged. The medical ninja, gazing at the injury, was struck with horror. Lord Danzo, please be cautious during this time. Who could it be that dared to sever Danzo's arm and a significant portion of his shoulder? The thought was too terrifying to entertain, and he felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he stammered. Lord Danzo, I have never treated such extensive wounds before. As of now, I can only stop the bleeding. If you do not rest adequately, the wound may reopen. If it were merely an arm, it would be manageable. The loss of a substantial part of your shoulder, however, has exacerbated the injury. Not only do we need to halt the bleeding, but we must also treat the affected organs. The assailant was exceedingly ruthless. I understand. Shimura Danzo did not cry out in pain, yet cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Though he remained silent, he was racked with agony. As the medical ninja departed, his triangular eyes glinted with coldness and malice. The pain felt like a relentless torment, invading his entire being, subjecting him to a suffering worse than death. Uzumaki Naruto, no matter who stands behind you, I will never let you off the hook. Since becoming the leader of Root, he had never endured such humiliation and pain. His gaze was filled with venomous resentment. hatred threatening to spill from his eyes, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I ought to serve as a tool in your grasp. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppresses me, and you, Uzumaki Naruto, dare to meddle as well. Then let us fight. He gasped sharply, the sudden movement aggravating his wound, causing him to wince in pain. Blood began to seep from the wound on his shoulder, yet he paid it no mind, fixated on the ceiling. Regardless of who seeks my life, they will know my wrath that I will not close my eyes until I become Hokage and unify the ninja world. He declared vehemently, I am the one who has inherited my master's will, the true individual destined to elevate Konoha. Shimura Danzo's bravado masked his inner turmoil. His voice echoed through the empty underground. As if denouncing the injustices of fate, articulating his own will, and proclaiming the ambitions of a ruthless figure unwilling to relent until his goals were achieved. Bring forth my command. Shimura Danzo, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes brimming with ambition, ordered the root ninja before him with deliberate enunciation. Go seek Orochimaru. I wish to collaborate with him. This time, I shall not be so conservative. I will lead Konoha to notify the entire ninja world. It must be the strongest. Uzumaki Naruto. Once I recover, I shall become the mightiest in Konoha. My previous self was far too cautious, which is why I have become so weak that I must be more aggressive. I must be more audacious. The former him would never have harbored such thoughts, but the emergence of Uzumaki Naruto made Shimura Danzo realize that before true genius, he was as feeble as a child. The only ones capable of contending with geniuses are those who are even more gifted. In the dark of night, with the winds howling, it was a night for killing. Orochimaru thought such a night should have been his stage. Appearing at others' doorsteps to commit murder. Yet here he was, being threatened. Gazing at the golden-haired youth before him, he found it hard to adjust to this role reversal, especially since he had discarded the human mask of a grass village ninja. How on earth did Uzumaki Naruto find him? Naruto-kun, how did you locate me? Even within the confines of Konoha, Orochimaru remained unperturbed, rather intrigued. The situation was not dire. He could still survive, truly. The S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru, infamous for leaving curses in his wake, remained unfazed even in Konoha, a haven of bounty hunters. Uzumaki Naruto clapped his hands, unable to suppress his admiration. When it comes to survival in the ninja world, Orochimaru undoubtedly ranked as number one. No matter who opposed him, his friends, or his disciples, they all met their demise, while he prospered, youthful and vibrant. Why vibrant, you ask? Because although Orochimaru had not perished, he had transformed from a man into a woman. This, perhaps, was the sole thing time had taken from Orochimaru. 3 things. Orochimaru raised his head slightly, gazing at Uzumaki Naruto in bewilderment. Naruto-kun, you seem to know me inside out. He pondered for a moment. Then tentatively inquired, do you know what I desire most? Could this stump him? Uzumaki Naruto dismissed it. Isn't it to master every jutsu in the world and uncover all mysteries? Of course, what you most wish to accomplish now is not the plan to bring Konoha to ruin, but to abduct Sasuke, train him to be powerful, and then seize his body. The Konoha collapse plan is merely a facade, at most a dignified exit for you as a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, purely a rational mind driven by the quest for knowledge, had never contemplated revenge even after slaying Sasuke, let alone against his former teacher. I truly am heartbroken in the land of the rising sun. Dying on the battlefield is the highest honor. Teacher, allow your unworthy disciple to honor you at the hero's monument. Orochimaru had an inkling that Uzumaki Naruto's gaze was somewhat amiss, stirring up tumultuous waves within him. This matter was known only to a select few, yet Uzumaki Naruto articulated it with ease. He fell silent for a moment, then cautiously probed, what is my greatest dilemma at present? Isn't it that the time for the rebirth is fast approaching, and his body is deteriorating? Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru, undeterred, gritted his teeth. Do I have any vulnerabilities? Not particularly. Anyone's death is inconsequential to you. I have any regrets. The inability to save Senju Hashirama. How can I mitigate the side effects of the rebirth? Reborn into the body of the immortal Zetsu, or perhaps into the body cultivated from Hashirama's cells. Wouldn't that suffice? Uzumaki Naruto instinctively finished speaking, only to suddenly close his mouth with a thud, as if realizing something. Had he spoken too hastily, revealing matters that Orochimaru had yet to investigate? Naruto-kun, you are truly astonishing. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with surprise and disbelief, akin to a mother encountering a ghost, leaving him somewhat dazed. In the realm of immortality research, there was no one in the ninja world who could rival his profound understanding. Yet, how did Naruto-kun acquire such knowledge? Orochimaru was momentarily at a loss. The art of immortality was his prized skill for survival. He himself had not fully grasped it, while Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have mastered it thoroughly, even possessing solutions for its side effects. Stop talking nonsense. Uzumaki Naruto, somewhat annoyed, tossed the arm of Shimura Danzo aside and declared, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Extract all of Hashirama's cells and inject them into my body. Thud, the arm landed before them. Orochimaru was stunned for a few seconds, squinting his eyes as he instinctively gasped. Is this Shimura Danzo's arm? Just moments ago, he had mentioned that Danzo possessed Hashirama's cells. In less than half a day. Uzumaki Naruto had directly seized it. Such audacious tactics left even him awestruck. While he had to be discreet in Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto acted with blatant boldness. If it were anyone else, he would certainly refuse to assist. Orochimaru's long tongue flicked across his cheek, his snake-like eyes filled with desire and curiosity. However, if it is for Naruto-kun, I shall assist, though it will require a few days. The tools here are inadequate. As he spoke, the glint in his snake-like eyes flickered ominously, as if he were scheming something. You're overstepping. Uzumaki Naruto's azure eyes turned icy, radiating a green glow akin to divine light. Orochimaru felt as though struck by lightning. His head spun, his soul pricked as if by needles, trembling in fear. Withdraw your methods. Do not attempt to mix anything else into Hashirama's cells. Uzumaki Naruto coldly stated, Orochimaru, from the beginning, I have not been negotiating with you. You will either produce it tonight, or you will die here today. Although he could not prevent Orochimaru's resurrection, it still required time and came at a cost. I shall say it once more. I demand Hashirama's cells today. His expression was as stern as iron, devoid of any emotion, the azure depths of his eyes chilling. In that moment, Orochimaru fully believed that if he failed to concoct the cells tonight, Uzumaki Naruto would undoubtedly strike him down without hesitation. Hehehe, isn't Naruto-kun afraid I might leak information? Orochimaru's forehead dripped with cold sweat. The pain of his soul seemed to intensify the rejection from his body. A sinister smile crept onto his lips, his snake-like eyes betraying hidden malice. Yet, in the next moment, Uzumaki Naruto raised his hand. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, frost coating the wild grass and leaves, as if winter had suddenly arrived. No, no, no. The cold smirk on Orochimaru's lips froze in place, and he awkwardly stammered, It can be completed tonight. It can indeed be done. Rest assured, Naruto-kun, I will not add anything else. He was terrified. That glaring gaze nearly destabilized his soul. It was evident that Uzumaki Naruto's mental prowess far surpassed his own, especially given Naruto's decisive nature when it came to violence. If he were to take action, he would indeed question whether he could survive the night. Follow me. Though I have not been in Konoha for years, finding a place for the experiment should be no issue. Orochimaru turned to lead the way. Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow, reflecting, Indeed, one must never trust Orochimaru. Otherwise, one might find themselves ensnared in a curse mark, becoming a material for resurrection. You see, a mere slight probing revealed Orochimaru's intentions. This fellow was indeed planning to buy time and inject something illicit into Hashirama's cells. Hehehe. Orochimaru chuckled awkwardly. Well, you caught me, Naruto-kun. Soon, they arrived at a hidden laboratory, and in less than half an hour, under Uzumaki Naruto's vigilant supervision, a vial of Hashirama's cells was extracted. Listening enticingly, Here, Naruto-kun, these are Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes shimmered as he kindly advised. Hashirama cells are most potent immediately after extraction, so it is best to inject them now. Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto kicked Orochimaru away, cursing, Do you really think I am foolish? Do you believe I am unaware that injecting Hashirama's cells would lead to an overwhelming surge of chakra, rendering me unable to control my own power? Are you trying to take revenge on me? He unleashed a flurry of blows upon Orochimaru. Damn it. From the beginning, Orochimaru had been digging pits, and after extracting Hashirama's cells, he still attempted to dig another. Don't dodge. Otherwise, I will leak information. Orochimaru's body was paralyzed. He usually bullied others, yet now he found himself at the mercy of Uzumaki Naruto. His lips twitched in disbelief. How had Naruto seen through his wicked thoughts so easily? My mistake. My mistake. Naruto-kun, please, allow me a moment. Orochimaru gasped for breath, having overused his snake substitution technique. His chakra was nearly depleted, and he genuinely pondered whether he should escape. Very well. Uzumaki Naruto clapped his hands and said casually, I shall spare you this time. Consider it a favor owed to me, and I will seek you out again next time. Orochimaru was left bewildered. What did he mean by sparing him? How could he owe Naruto a favor? Do you have any objections? Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk on his lips, his azure eyes shimmering with light. Orochimaru, if I were to inject Hashirama's cells and my chakra became chaotic, I am certain you would attempt to seize my body. Of course. His tone was calm yet filled with unshakable confidence. He glanced disdainfully at Orochimaru. With your pitiful soul, you dare to take advantage of me? Be careful, or I shall consume you entirely. With each acquisition of a Fulu doll's power, my soul would grow increasingly resilient. I might not claim to be invincible, but few could rival my strength. Orochimaru's wretched soul dared to launch a sneak attack. That was pure foolishness. Hissed, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, a flicker of horror crossing his gaze. Uzumaki Naruto was even aware of the effects of Hashirama's cells. This probing was not in vain. It further illuminated the depths of Uzumaki Naruto's hidden talents. It seemed there was nothing he did not know, since Naruto-kun was aware of the Konoha collapse plan. He surely would not impede me, would he? Orochimaru inquired, his snake-like eyes glimmering. If Uzumaki Naruto intervened, the Konoha collapse plan would undoubtedly fail. Of course not. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand, pondering before adding, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen can afford the price. In all matters, one should avoid making absolute statements. Whoosh, his figure vanished in an instant, uninterested in further trivial talk with Orochimaru. What a remarkable individual. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse as he squinted his eyes, unable to suppress his awe. I truly wish to dissect Naruto-kun's head to uncover the secrets within. He not only possesses extensive knowledge of hidden truths but also understands the solutions to the side effects of his immortality and the uses of Hashirama's cells. He himself is a veritable treasure trove. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, respectfully stating, Lord Orochimaru. What is it? Orochimaru glanced back, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Kabuto, I believe I instructed you not to seek me out during my time in Konoha. Did I not? Are you attempting to expose me? In that instant, a terrifying killing intent bore down upon Kabuto, making him feel as though he would be severed from his head at any moment. And Master Orochimaru, please, quell your anger. Kabuto fell to his knees with a thud, yet his gaze remained remarkably composed. It is Lord Danzo. He desires you to create a body cultivated from Hashirama's cells. Moreover, he wishes to exchange for your immortality technique. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, intrigue flickering in his expression, though his demeanor was somewhat peculiar. I never anticipated that Naruto-kun severing Danzo's arm would only enhance his ambition for power. However, even I find it exceedingly difficult to create a body from Hashirama's cells, and he seeks my immortality technique as well. He chuckled hoarsely. Ha. Danzo is even more deranged than I imagined. He must be prepared to pay a price. Both immortality and a body cultivated from Hashirama's cells are feats only I can accomplish. And the price? A strange light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Ha. Let Shimura Danzo repay his debts slowly. Returning home, the Uchiha clan had already succumbed to the night. Gazing at the Hashirama cells in his hands, Naruto Uzumaki smiled. Do you not understand the difference between the impoverished who rely on mutation and the affluent who depend on technology? The Hashirama cells possess immense aggressiveness. In experimental conditions, successful subjects are fewer than 1 in 100. Yet, the Uchiha clan is an exception. He slowly injected 1/3 of the Hashirama cells into his body. The Senju and Uchiha clans share a common origin. Furthermore, I harbor Ashura's reincarnated chakra within me, thus the possibility of failure is non-existent. Over the course of 7 days, Naruto gradually injected the cells, completely absorbing them. The chakra within him surged with power, vibrant and seemingly inexhaustible. No, it was not merely the quantity of chakra that increased, but its vitality as well, as if it possessed a life of its own. This is the true essence of Hashirama's Senju strength. It is not merely the power of a sage. Hiss. Upon truly merging with the Hashirama cells, Naruto couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was no mere sage's body. There were many sage bodies. Nagato was one, and Naruto in his later stages was another. But who possessed the absurdity of Hashirama Senju, a chakra that was inexhaustible, seemingly alive even in death, with terrifying aggressiveness? Others inherit sage bodies, yet Hashirama Senju inherited the power of the divine tree. Only this can explain Hashirama's might and why his would release possesses the ability to seal-tailed beasts. Truly remarkable. Naruto strolled into the courtyard, placing his palm on the ground. Within mere seconds, a sapling rapidly expanded, akin to hastening its growth, and a towering tree sprang forth. This was undeniably the power of the divine tree. Unreasonable irrigation that caused plants to split and swell, this bizarre force could not possibly be achieved by a sage's body. In the entire Senju clan, aside from Hashirama Senju, nearly no one else awakened would release. Just then, clap. Sasuke Uchiha opened the door, and the two exchanged glances. Let's go. We had too much to eat last night, so let's skip breakfast this morning. The tournament is about to begin. Don't let me down. Sasuke. 7 days had passed, and today marked the commencement of the tournament. Naruto chuckled lightly to that moment. Sasuke found himself momentarily lost in thought. This phrase he had often said to Naruto in the past. Yet now it was Naruto saying it to him. Suddenly, he noticed the towering tree that had never appeared before and frowned slightly. When did this tree appear? Of course, it was me who moved it early this morning to provide you with some shade while you train. Naruto replied lazily. You should thank your brother. How boring, Sasuke muttered, already familiar with Naruto's character. This guy always loved to prattle on in a serious manner. However, upon reflecting, Sasuke sensed he wasn't particularly hungry, and whether he ate or not seemed inconsequential. 10 minutes later, at the tournament venue. Naruto-kun. Upon spotting Naruto, Hinata's face lit up with excitement as she jogged over, presenting him with a bento. I wasn't sure if you had eaten, so I prepared this for you. Her cheeks were flushed, looking up at him as if oblivious to the concept of romantic gestures. Only knowing to be straightforward, Naruto's azure eyes softened. What did it mean to be unsure if he had eaten? She clearly worried whether he had eaten well. Regardless of whether he had, he turned to Sasuke with a grin. By the way, Sasuke, you're not hungry, right? Then I won't save any for you. Sasuke's expression darkened. Damn, just a moment ago, he wasn't hungry, but now, with the aroma of food wafting through the air, his stomach growled audibly. Naruto, you trickster. You did this on purpose. Looking at the two bickering, Hinata smiled gently and softly remarked. Naruto-kun, I prepared 2 servings. There's still another one underneath. She was like a daisy, subtle, fragrant, never vying for attention. Are you an idiot? Naruto laughed, ruffling her hair, causing her silky locks to become tousled. Hinata gazed up at him. Dazed, unable to even muster a refusal, with a firm tug, he discovered another bento beneath the first, clearly indicating that Hinata had anticipated the possibility of Sasuke not eating. Sasuke turned away. I'm not hungry. Get lost. Naruto devoured his food ravenously, shoving the second bento into Sasuke's arms. Stop pretending to be aloof. I was considering teaching you a powerful jutsu. But if that's the case, I'll eat. Sasuke's eyes brightened as he accepted the bento. Turning to Hinata, he solemnly said, Thank you. He was well aware of the jutsu Naruto taught. They were incredibly powerful and practical. Before long, the crowd grew larger. As Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi was currently engaged in lively conversation with the Kazekage atop the platform. Naruto cast a casual glance, clicking his tongue in wonder. Orochimaru truly has a wicked sense of humor, deliberately sitting beside Sarutobi just to observe his reactions. This was akin to Uchiha Obito's antics, both hiding their identities while engaging with their mentors. The two disciples seemed to be testing their teachers, gauging whether they could recognize them while maintaining their disguises. Naruto thought they were utterly foolish. They were attempting an assassination yet were concerned whether their mentors could identify them. Sensing Naruto's gaze, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, fell silent. What is this? Could it be that Naruto-kun knows my hidden identity? At this thought, he instinctively shrank his neck. Sarutobi noticed the unusual silence and cheerfully inquired. Kazekage, what's the matter? Are you eager to witness the competition? Ha ha ha. Orochimaru chuckled, skillfully diverting the topic. Indeed. Konoha is truly a breeding ground for geniuses. My Sunigakure has only 3 capable individuals, while Konoha is overflowing with talent. Sarutobi beamed at this comment. However, Orochimaru's focus remained fixated on Naruto, who wore a teasing and mocking expression. Orochimaru thought to himself, It's over. Naruto Uzumaki truly knows. Naruto Uzumaki averted his gaze, surveying the scene with a slight smacking of his lips. This is rather pitiful, isn't it? Why are there only ninjas from Konoha and Sunigakure? What a shame. There are only 15 participants in total. How can you even say that? Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but facepalm. Well, it's primarily your and Sasuke's fault for this outcome in the second round. Aside from the Sand Ninja who completed their tasks early, all the others from Konoha were eliminated by you and Sasuke. Where are the other ninjas left? What was supposed to be a 2-day competition will likely conclude in just 1 day. At that moment, the venue felt surprisingly desolate, lending the Chunin exams a somewhat shabby atmosphere. Stop spouting nonsense, Naruto shouted, earnestly retorting, Sasuke and I eliminated them for their own good. What if they got killed in the arena? If they lack skill, they should practice more. Shikamaru, exasperated, pondered for a moment and looked up at the sky. There seems to be some merit in that. Indeed, upon closer reflection, it appeared that Naruto had a point, albeit twisted. A glimmer of realization crossed Naruto's eyes as he thought. This implies that Orochimaru will execute the Konoha collapse plan today. Originally, Orochimaru intended to carry out his plan on the final day, but now, with the Chunin exams concluding in just one day, he would initiate his attack today at that moment. Gaara approached, his demeanor tense as he addressed Temari and Kankuro. "You are Naruto Uzumaki, correct?" "Yo." Naruto waved, taking note of Gaara's significantly reduced dark circles. "You seem to have been resting well lately. How about joining me? I can ensure you get a good night's sleep every day." Gaara, notorious for his dark demeanor, had transformed into a more amiable and well-behaved young man, all due to Naruto's recognition. During the confrontation with Deidara over the tailed beast, he had exhausted all his chakra to protect the villagers of Sunagakure, demonstrating that Gaara's true nature was not malevolent. Gaara's eyes brightened momentarily before darkening again as he coldly remarked, "Don't think that just because I've had a couple of good nights' sleep, you can win me over. Someone like you holds more value in death?" He displayed a cruel and fierce smile. Kankuro involuntarily shivered, too fearful to speak, while Temari trembled but stammered, "Gaara, you shouldn't speak to others like that. Shut up." Gaara snapped, his wolf-like gaze fixating on Temari and Kankuro. "If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Just then, an unexpected weight rested upon Gaara's head that he turned, bewildered, to see Naruto grinning as he ruffled Gaara's hair. "Ah, I see now why your hairstyle in Boruto looks so greasy. It must be because your hair is naturally fine and soft. I thought you were just losing your temper after becoming a father." Gaara, who understands family. This person has no sense of boundaries. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Naruto's radiant blue eyes, akin to sunlight, radiated warmth, devoid of rejection, fear, or pity. It felt as if he were treating Gaara like an ordinary child. Gaara relaxed his shoulders, turning away in an attempt to escape Naruto's relentless teasing. "Don't touch me. I'll let you off this time because you helped me last time. But if it happens again..." His tone turned icy. However, before he could finish, Naruto interjected, all right, if it happens again, I'll just touch you once more." Gaara was taken aback, his murderous intent faltering. What is this? Is this person not afraid at all? He turned on his heel, initially feeling grateful, but now only seething with anger. "How strange," Temari murmured, observing Gaara's retreating figure. "Gaara didn't attack. What's so strange about that?" Naruto replied dismissively. "Gaara is not a bad kid. He simply lacks love, as his sister. You should care for your brother more, Temari. Use your brains a bit, for buns on your head aren't enough for you to think." He couldn't even be bothered to cast another glance at Kankuro. Deeming him a fool, speaking to him would be pointless. Temari turned sharply, her anger boiling over. "You little brat. Who are you calling buns? I'll kill you." She finally understood why Gaara had walked away. It was infuriating. The first part of his statement was fine, but then he suddenly started calling her names. "Don't speak." Naruto's expression suddenly turned serious, causing Temari to instinctively slow her breathing. Unable to resist, she asked, "What's wrong?" Naruto's gaze sharpened, fixated on a young ninja who had just appeared on stage, wearing a headscarf and carrying a short sword on his back. He had a strikingly handsome appearance, albeit marred by pronounced dark circles under his eyes. And he coughed intermittently. With a grin, he announced, "The Chunin exams officially begin." Quickly, the matchups were revealed. Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino, Rock Lee versus Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Neji versus Hyuga Hinata, Narashikamaru versus Temari, Akimichi Choji versus Yamanaka Shino, Tintin versus Kankuro, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara, and Naruto Uzumaki was left without a match. Naruto raised an eyebrow, skeptical about the absence of favoritism. He feared they might think he would dismantle the arena. However, since he was free, he was content to be a spectator. Yet, he found the lower-ranked matches utterly tedious and lacked the desire to watch. Spotting Sakura nearby, he noticed her hesitating as if she wanted to say something to Sasuke. A smirk crept across his face as he yawned and lay down to sleep. He was truly tired. He'd take a nap and wake up if Sasuke needed him. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Naruto could truly sleep anywhere. Meanwhile, after finishing her battle, Sakura finally seized the opportunity to approach Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun, how have you been during this time?" she asked gently, her voice laced with a hint of pleading. She had been feeling miserable since the disbandment of Team 7, as both Naruto and Sasuke had completely ignored her since then. Yet, she had conceived a plan. Even without Naruto, she could still re-establish Team 7. "What do you mean?" Sasuke's gaze turned frosty, confusion evident in his voice. "I'm doing perfectly fine, better than I ever have. What are you trying to say?" Under Naruto's guidance, his abilities had skyrocketed, and the more powerful he became, the more he felt the overwhelming strength of Naruto, which thrilled him to no end. Sasuke, you should distance yourself from Naruto. Sakura took a deep breath, summoning her courage to speak earnestly. Regardless of how strong he is, Naruto is still just a genin. Even if his skills are impressive, he cannot compare to Kakashi-sensei in terms of experience and mastery of jutsu. With the guidance of Kakashi-sensei, your abilities will undoubtedly ascend at a swifter pace. Haruno Sakura fervently urged, painting a vivid picture. All we need is to find another teammate. As long as it isn't Naruto, we can reassemble Team 7. Together, we shall grow and become even more formidable. Her face radiated hope and anticipation. This was the growth she yearned for, while simultaneously forging a deeper bond with Sasuke-kun. And then, Haruno Sakura tilted her head back. Yet, what met her gaze was an even colder visage. As Uchiha Sasuke's eyes reflected confusion and rejection, "What nonsense are you spouting? You can't even defeat Ino from the mountains." He retorted coldly, asking, "Why would I want to team up with you? In my eyes, you are merely a former comrade. Do not overstep your bounds, fool." Having said that, Uchiha Sasuke showed no further interest, not even a glance in her direction. Why? Haruno Sakura's eyes trembled, her face etched with grievance and disbelief. "Clearly, we are comrades too. Why do you always side with Uzumaki Naruto? We have fought side by side before." The rejection from Uzumaki Naruto did not sadden her. However, Uchiha Sasuke's declaration of just a comrade shattered her. "I understand now. It's all Naruto's fault. If it weren't for him, Sasuke-kun would certainly regard me as a companion." Haruno Sakura gritted her teeth, her gaze towards Uzumaki Naruto filled with disdain. "Get lost," Uchiha Sasuke spat out coldly, emphasizing, "You are different. You are merely expendable, while Naruto is my dear friend." After a moment's hesitation, he firmly declared, "What?" Haruno Sakura could not help but take a step back, her voice trembling. "I am an expendable person? I like Sasuke-kun so much." At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto lazily opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow. "Really? Little brother, I am indeed your dear friend, and it's been ages since I last cooked for you." Not bad at all. Given Sasuke's tsundere nature, for him to utter the words dear friend is quite a feat. It's fortunate that Sasuke hasn't succumbed to darkness yet. Otherwise, he would have turned into a one-armed hero like Yangwa. Uttering such affirming words, Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened. "I knew it. You were eavesdropping instead of sleeping. Naruto is spirited every day, like a beast. How could he possibly be tired? It was all an act." Haruno Sakura's complexion paled instantly, tears welling in her eyes. "You both are deliberately toying with me." Uzumaki Naruto feigned sleep just to see me make a fool of myself. "Don't flatter yourself." Uzumaki Naruto scoffed. "If you hadn't come looking for trouble, who would be laughing at you?" With that, noticing Haruno Sakura's aggrieved and furious expression, his lips curled into a smirk, as if recalling something amusing. "Sakura, do you wish to return to Team 7? I won't bully others. I'm already grateful for that. You keep seeking trouble. Do you really think I wouldn't teach you a lesson?" Haruno Sakura bit her silver teeth, wanting to refuse. Yet, in the end, she resolutely declared, "I want to return to Team 7. Then let me see your character. Wear this it's about time." Uzumaki Naruto casually tossed a collar, a faint smile in his eyes as he placed it around her neck. "If I wear this, can I return to Team 7 and be as I was before?" Haruno Sakura's voice trembled. Why does this collar feel akin to a dog collar? Yet, if it means returning to Team 7, she is willing to make any sacrifice. Of course not. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled lightly, nonchalantly stating, "The collar is merely the first test of your character. Of course, you can choose to give up." He placed his hand on the collar, leisurely adding, "However, you will never be able to join Team 7 again." "No." Haruno Sakura snatched the collar back, her eyes brimming with defiance and determination, embodying an unstoppable momentum. "Naruto, just you wait. I will surely rejoin Team 7. It was as if she was making a VOW. In the distance, Hatake Kakashi cast a sidelong glance, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. If Sakura can return to Team 7, he would feel at ease. Yet, in the next moment, Hatake Kakashi's expression stiffened as he heard Uzumaki Naruto cheerfully say, "Now, Sakura, why don't you go buy us some popsicles? It's quite hot today." Gazing into Naruto's azure eyes, Kakashi felt something was amiss. The situation seemed rather peculiar. "What, you want me to buy you something?" Haruno Sakura, filled with disbelief and grievance, recalled how Naruto used to assist her previously. "Not for me," Uzumaki Naruto corrected. "It's for me." Sasuke and Hinata. Haruno Sakura felt even more wronged. The 3 popsicles she bought were not for her at all. "Naturally, you could choose not to go." Uzumaki Naruto replied impatiently, "If you don't possess this much character, You aren't worthy of being our teammate. He furrowed his brows, a hint of displeasure etched upon his face. That I can't go? Haruno Sakura bit her lip, running towards the exit. Uzumaki Naruto's lips curled upwards. A faint light glimmered in his azure eyes. Sakura, this is just the beginning. There is still plenty of time ahead. This chapter is titled The Collar of Haruno Sakura from Konoha. Haruno Sakura's character is incredibly stubborn. If you lack a bit of strategy, with her tenacious nature, she might even turn the tables and mock your inadequacies. So stubborn indeed. The beloved Haruno Sakura, I must admit, I am somewhat looking forward to it. At that moment, on the arena, the battle between Hyuga Neji and Hinata Hyuga had reached a conclusion. Yet, Hinata Hyuga stood up once more, her gaze resolute as she proclaimed, Neji and I know my talent pales in comparison to yours. But I now have someone I wish to protect. Even though my chakra and physique have improved, there remains a gap between me and Neji. You have grown significantly stronger. Hyuga Neji fell silent. A hint of surprise flickering across his face, in his memory. Hinata shouldn't be this strong. In his eyes, as pure and white as Hinata's, there was only lifelessness and resentment. Since Lady Hinata does not wish to acknowledge our relationship, I shall make you recognize the disparity between us. Neji and you are the true genius. Hinata Hyuga nodded. I want to see your true strength. Yet upon hearing this, there was no trace of joy in Neji's eyes at being praised. Instead, they reflected only indifference and a dull gray, as though he had lost all hope in life. What does it matter if one is a genius? He chuckled softly, and in the next moment, his figure suddenly surged forward, 8 trigrams 64 palms. In an instant, he was upon Hinata, and despite her understanding of the 8 trigrams, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage, ultimately being struck away. Yet he did not cease. Instead, his speed intensified. Another palm struck out fiercely, as if to unleash all the hatred and grievances he had harbored over the years. Why must I, as a genius, play the role of a sparring partner for the clan? Why must my father die for others? But in the next moment, a sharp clap echoed. Neji, are you seeking death? A hand effortlessly seized Hyuga Neji's palm, as a golden-haired youth gazed coldly at him, his eyes glimmering with dangerous light. Does he not see that Hinata has already lost the will to fight? If I had not intervened, Hinata would require a fortnight of bed rest to recover. The entire arena was stunned. The speed just now was such that they could hardly register it. What a terrifying speed. Naruto's velocity is such that even elite Jonin may struggle to react. Orochimaru could not help but express his astonishment, narrowing his eyes as he remarked, Konoha truly is a wellspring of talent. In that fleeting moment, he had failed to even perceive the presence of Uzumaki Naruto. Yes indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his lips twitching. He had been entirely focused on the arena and had not noticed anything amiss. However, given that Naruto had outshone everyone in front of outsiders, he would lavish praise upon him. Naruto is indeed a prodigious ninja of Konoha. Possessing such prowess is not surprising, and your Sand Village's strength is commendable as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Those who can wield wind techniques do so, and those adept in puppetry excel in puppetry. His pride was unmistakable, utterly unrestrained. Orochimaru's lips quivered. Did he truly think he could not discern the implications of his words? On the arena, Hyuga Neji scoffed, locking eyes with Uzumaki Naruto without the slightest hint of retreat. If one must hold back in a tournament, who would show mercy on the true battlefield? Weakness is weakness. His gaze was haughty, his demeanor lofty, as if his earlier actions against a powerless comrade were not only justified but worthy of reward. Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow, a mix of anger and amusement on his face, enunciating each word with precision. Hyuga Neji, you truly are impervious to reason. Hinata, you should step down first. Without turning his head, a sinister smile spread across his face. I have matters to discuss with Hyuga Neji. Grasping Neji's hand, Naruto exerted a sudden downward force. Gradually, Neji found himself unable to resist. The tremendous power made his pupils constrict, his body instinctively yielding under the pressure, nearly forcing him to kneel. No. I shall never concede. A mere Thailander. How could I, a genius, possibly lose to you? Soft fist. Boom. With a sudden eruption of terrifying force from his other hand, Neji attempted to break free from Naruto's grip. Yet to his astonishment, Naruto not only maintained his hold but seemed indifferent to the attack, absorbing the blow as if it were inconsequential. It felt as though a fully grown man was wielding a doll. Naruto swung Neji about as if he were a mere toy. Boom, 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 rapidly smashing him down at a 180-degree angle. Regardless of whether Neji could endure it, he was struck relentlessly, leaving him severely injured. His eyes filled with shock and terror. No, it cannot be. How could you possess such overwhelming strength? In just a fleeting encounter, his Bagua Palm and Heavenly Spin had not even had the chance to manifest. Rendered utterly useless. One final blow. Uzumaki Naruto's gaze was indifferent, as though he regarded an ant. If you survive this strike, then Hinata feigns here. In that instant, his arm bulged with veins. The sheer force emanating from the contours of his muscles was palpable. Stop this. At that moment, the onlookers finally reacted. If this continued, Neji might truly perish. The first to appear on the arena was Hyuga Hayashi. Uzumaki Naruto released Neji, clad in the robes of the clan leader. Hyuga Hayashi carried himself with the authority befitting his position, his gaze solemn and commanding as he stated, Neji is a genius of the Hyuga clan and of Konoha. He should aspire to be a formidable ninja, contributing his strength to the village, rather than sustaining irreparable injuries here. His words were reasoned and logical, standing on the moral high ground, basking in the light of truth. All eyes turned toward Uzumaki Naruto, anticipating a concession. Yet Orochimaru regarded the scene with intrigue. If Uzumaki Naruto were to bow down, he would cease to be Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata felt a pang of disappointment, her small face pale, recalling how, when she was injured, no one but Naruto had come to her aid. Hyuga clan leader, Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes, a grin spreading across his face as he articulated, "Are you pretending to be someone you are not? If you wish to act grand, go do so within your Hyuga clan." What did you say? Hyuga Hayashi's body trembled, unable to fathom Naruto's audacity, his fury igniting. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, never has anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Apologize at once. His gaze flashed coldly, towering over Naruto from the arena. Initially, he had refrained from obstructing Hinata's interactions with Naruto, believing it would foster a powerful ally for the Hyuga clan. Yet now, it was clear he had unwittingly created an enemy. Simultaneously, several members of the Hyuga clan rose swiftly, forming a human wall that surrounded the arena from all sides. "Father!" Hinata cried out anxiously. Hyuga Hayashi frowned, about to reprimand her, when Uzumaki Naruto grinned widely. "Where were you just now?" "What?" Hyuga Hayashi was taken aback. "Did I ask you?" Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head back, enunciating each word, when Hinata was powerless to retaliate. "Where the hell were you?" His voice thundered, echoing loudly. His azure eyes pierced through the crowd, locking onto Hyuga Hayashi's. Uzumaki Naruto's expression was filled with scorn. "Or do you believe that Hyuga Neji is more important than your daughter?" "Hinata." He paused, then leisurely continued. "But that cannot be right. Is Neji not the son of a sacrificial lamb? As the clan leader, if you truly cared for Neji, why did you not show more concern for that sacrificial lamb in the past?" Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow, his smile brazen and arrogant. If Hyuga Hayashi genuinely valued familial ties, he would not have unleashed his wrath upon Hyuga Neji, humiliating him, considering that Neji's father had just sacrificed himself for him. He would not have berated his already timid daughter daily to him. Familial bonds and offspring were merely facets of his authority as the Hyuga clan leader. To him, any offspring that could not contribute to the Hyuga clan was nothing more than refuse. A gasp rippled through the crowd, a collective intake of breath. While they were bewildered, they keenly sensed that this was a scandal for the Hyuga clan, their eyes wide with shock as they turned to Uzumaki Naruto. "Incredible! He dared to expose the Hyuga clan's dirty laundry, and in the midst of the Chunin exams, showing no regard for the Hyuga clan's dignity." Hyuga Hayashi felt a chill coursing through him, his entire being frozen. Was it not merely a threat? Just a moment ago, they had been conversing amiably. Why the sudden escalation, not allowing for any space to react? Impudence. Hyuga Hayashi's complexion shifted dramatically, a mere commoner daring to slander the Hyuga clan. "What do you think you are?" He whirled around to face Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, as a commoner, he maligns my Hyuga clan. I implore you to take action on our behalf. In the ninja world, feudal lords held supreme authority. Even ninja villages must comply, and the aristocracy is untouchable by the common folk." His gaze was frigid. What if he were the son of the fourth Hokage? If even the Hokage had not come to Uzumaki Naruto's defense, then Naruto's standing was effectively non-existent. Even if he were to perish, what of it? For so many years, the Hokage had not spoken on his behalf. Would he suddenly change his tune now? Hyuga Hayashi felt a surge of confidence, solemnly stating, "Hokage-sama, I request that you order punishment for Uzumaki Naruto." Yet suddenly, he noticed a smile flitting across Uzumaki Naruto's lips, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within him. "Hokage-sama, will you not swiftly punish me?" Uzumaki Naruto's smile widened, seemingly impatient. "Everyone is watching this unfold." He spoke slowly, each word deliberate, as if summoning forth a malevolent demon of crime. Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened to the utmost degree. You have crossed the line. Punishing Naruto will inevitably incite Hatake Yato's wrath against Konoha. But if Naruto is not punished, the Hyuga clan, as a noble family of Konoha, will have been openly insulted without consequence. What guarantee do we have that other clans will remain silent? No matter which decision is made, something will be lost, yet there are no benefits to be had. Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. You are indeed at fault here. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi cannot be slighted without repercussions. After all, Naruto is merely a child. If I soothe the situation afterward, it should not escalate too severely. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi's demeanor grew more solemn and austere. A hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, his posture exuding superiority as he awaited an apology from the orphan Jinchuriki. Thus, Hiruzen, with a benevolent expression and earnest tone, urged, "You should apologize to Hayashi." However, at that moment, he noticed the smile on Uzumaki Naruto's lips grew ever more pronounced, as if he were viewing a jester. Suddenly, a calm yet piercing voice resonated from above. So, a tall, golden-haired youth floated in mid-air. His visage was striking and serene, reminiscent of a deity. At this moment, his azure eyes brimmed with mockery and lethal intent. Old man Sarutobi, what do you intend for my brother to do? In his grasp, a colossal Rinnegan, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, overshadowed the arena. Sarutobi Hiruzen was certain that this was the fastest he had ever had to think in his life. Hatake Yato? Therefore, Hyuga Hayashi, what are you staring at? He bellowed. Hurry up and apologize to Naruto. As a noble, how can you bully a child so freely? Damn it. As Hokage, he truly wished not to bow his head. But with Hatake Yato holding all the cards, and such a massive Rinnegan at play, everyone within hundreds of meters, save for a few strong individuals, would surely perish. Should more arrive, Konoha would be doomed. The onlookers exchanged anxious glances, sweat beading on their foreheads. Hyuga Neji turned pale. The sheer volume of chakra was something he could never hope to resist. Notions of dignity and nobility became meaningless in the face of life itself. Just as he was about to apologize, a fierce shout rang out. Konoha is not a place you can destroy at will. Might Guy stepped forward, striking a defiant pose. If you wish to ravage Konoha, then you must first tread over my corpse. The azure beast of Konoha shall unleash its might today. His gaze was resolute, as though he cared not for the prospect of sacrifice. No, Guy. Kakashi Hataki's eyes glistened with cold sweat as he hastily advised. Hatake Yato wields the Flying Thunder God technique. If you open the 8th gate, he will undoubtedly flee at once, and you will die in vain. Might Guy? The Flying Thunder God? His natural nemesis. But soon, he realized something. No, Kakashi, how could he possess the Flying Thunder God? Might Guy's expression turned grave as he scrutinized Hatake Yato. That face nearly overlapped with that of the 4th Hokage. His eyes softened, and he spoke seriously. Is this child the son of Uzumaki Kushina? He bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Kakashi Hatake sighed, utterly at a loss for words. At that moment, Hatake Yato, suspended high above, taunted, "Hey, green-haired turtle, what are you staring at? I thought you were about to unleash a fit, but it seems you're merely reminiscing about bonds. In that case, I shall not hold back." Roar. Might Guy's amiable expression stiffened, and he bellowed, "This child is nothing like Uzumaki Kushina." In stark contrast to Might Guy's dismay, Kakashi Hatake's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he observed Hatake Yato, unable to resist commenting. Why does it feel like Hatake Yato's personality is so similar to Naruto's? Just as arrogant, just as quick to turn hostile. Don't try to leverage that connection. Hatake Yato's demeanor turned icy, pointing accusingly at Uzumaki Naruto as he delivered a passionate indictment. Look at my brother. What has he become in your Konoha? And now, there are still those who wish to bully him. Is there no justice left? Is there no law? What a joke. I am here today to claim what is rightfully ours. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling the pressure, awkwardly chuckled. Yato, rest assured, with me here, no one will dare bully Naruto. Previously, he had never encountered Hatake Yato, thus had harbored doubts about his strength, even fearing a potential tarnishing of Konoha's reputation. But now, facing that terrifyingly bottomless reservoir of chakra, it felt as if he were confronting a monster, not a mere human. The collective chakra of all present may not even match that of Hatake Yato. Hatake Yato possessed the power to make Konoha bow before him purely through strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen barked, Hyuga Hayashi, as a noble, you should lead by example. Hurry and apologize to Naruto. Hyuga Hayashi's eyes flickered. His gaze was filled with frustration and rage, yet he managed to muster a semblance of a smile. I apologize, Naruto. It is indeed my fault. The Hyuga clan has endured to this day not merely through strength, but through their ability to endure and protect themselves. And this time, You are smiling so grotesquely. Do you wish to eat dirt? His voice thundered. Hatake Yato's gaze turned frigid as he observed Hyuga Hayashi's anger, articulating each word with precision. I demand you apologize. Not wallow in filth. Bow at a 90-degree angle and say you are sorry. Damn it. Merely saying I am sorry is not a proper apology. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? In an instant, the air chilled by several degrees. Frost blanketing the entire arena, as the sky darkened ominously, a storm brewing, casting a pall over the hearts of all present. Drip, drip, drip. It's raining. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a jolt of alarm within him as the raindrops began to fall. Yet, in an instant, they cut into his skin, causing his expression to shift dramatically. This is not mere rain. It is mixed with frost, and if Hatake Yato wished, every raindrop could transform into lethal icicles. Suddenly, it felt as though cold water had been poured over him, sending chills down Sarutobi Hiruzen's spine, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic. Without even a single hand sign, he could influence the very weather with his every action. Rinnegan, Flying Thunder God, Ice Release. The chakra he wielded was as deep as an abyss. If it were merely this, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not find it troublesome, but it was evident that his opponent was well versed in the intricacies of politics. If he allowed Hatake Yato to escape even once, Naruto's plight would be made public, and his entire reputation would be rendered ashes. He bellowed. Hyuga Hayashi, what are you still dawdling for? Do my words mean nothing? Immediately bow and apologize to Naruto. Hinata Hizashi gazed up at the sky, a suffocating sensation akin to that of a mountain pressing down upon him. The golden-haired youth appeared almost divine, as if at any moment he might raise his hands, and an icy retribution would descend upon them. Yet, as Hizashi narrowed his eyes, he realized that despite the formidable strength of his opponent, victory was not unattainable. After all, they were merely human, not gods. However, under the piercing gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hizashi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle, genuinely apologizing. I am sorry, Naruto. I was in the wrong. On the surface, and in demeanor, nothing seemed amiss, but the cold voice echoed once more. Not enough. Hizashi shot his head up, bewilderment flickering in his eyes. Not enough. Uchiha Itachi smirked, a blend of malice and amusement dancing in his tone as he pronounced, apologize to my brother's girlfriend. As the ancients wisely stated, in a group of 3, one can always find a teacher. Unfortunately, he did not subscribe to this belief. Rather, he adhered to the principle of retribution, from dawn until dusk. Were it not for his overwhelming prowess, it would have been he who bowed in apology today, and Hizashi would feel no remorse, merely a sense of entitlement. In me, apologize. Hinata Hanabi's expression was one of shock, her pale eyes wide with disbelief. She had grown accustomed to such treatment, and did not even perceive any fault in Hizashi. And no, I do not require my father's apology. Her small face was painted with panic. The notion of her father, the clan leader, apologizing to her had never crossed her mind. Yet, the weight of being valued made her cheeks flush, and she couldn't help but glance at Uzumaki Naruto, her eyes soft as cotton candy. Very well then. Uchiha Itachi chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting to Sarutobi Hiruzen, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Sarutobi Hiruzen, given your relative obedience, I shall grant you a gift. He continued nonchalantly. Should you ever find yourself in need of aid, simply shout, Monkey King. Or rather, just scream, I am a fool, and I shall appear to rescue you from peril. Of course, you must be prepared to pay the price. What nonsense is this? Why is it suddenly switching tracks? It was all too easy for him to slip into such banter. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief. Many forbidden techniques are not documented in the scrolls, such as the 8 gates or the jutsu of the ghost bud, often passed down through word of mouth or kept in private collections. Therefore, when addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen, a gentle approach was necessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was one of confusion. Is this a curse for my demise? He quickly shook his head, his face resolute, exuding an air of defiance. Such shameful words could never escape my lips. Even in death, I would never utter such a thing. The third Hokage observed, his gaze deep and contemplative, yet a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Do not speak so confidently. It is easy to be proven wrong. When the time comes for your demise, we shall see how steadfast you remain. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have anticipated how swiftly the day would arrive when he would find himself seeking salvation. The disguised Orochimaru, masquerading as the Wind Shadow, was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. This was not right. Wasn't Naruto supposed to have promised not to intervene? This was bad. This fellow intended to have his cake and eat it too. Yet, with arrows nocked and ready, he had no choice but to proceed. After years of meticulous planning, success was within reach. Even knowing there were pitfalls ahead, he had to jump into the fray. No worries. I possess the cursed seal. Even in death, I can return. At this juncture, Orochimaru could only comfort himself with such thoughts. The Rinnegan in Uchiha Itachi's hand dissolved into countless strands of blue chakra, vanishing without a trace, and the sky soon cleared. Brother, I am off. Uchiha Itachi winked, musing to himself about how amusing it was to converse with oneself. If anyone dares to bully you, just let me know. Filled with righteous indignation, Uzumaki Naruto, in his larger form, spoke with a booming voice laced with a hint of exasperation. Rest assured, brother, count on it. His eyes were wide as saucers, full of determination and vigor. The original Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but think to himself, this performance was truly abysmal. He would have to summon his other clone. The larger clone inherited the unwavering qualities of righteous indignation with admirable straightforwardness. In that moment, the indignant Uzumaki Naruto turned to Hyuga Neji, instinctively sensing a twinge of unease in his core. Neji, I see your struggles. Should you ever wish to leave the Hyuga clan, you are welcome to join me. With a resounding thump on his chest, he proclaimed, I promise no one will dare to bully you. Neji's expression was complex. His pure white eyes reflected only shades of gray. He had not anticipated that Uzumaki Naruto would speak on his behalf. Yet he felt like a bird trapped in a cage, destined to rot within the decaying confines of the Hyuga clan's oppressive system. Neji, you are mistaken. In an instant, the original Uzumaki Naruto vanished, rejoining the indignant Uzumaki Naruto's form. His expression was calm. If you fear not even death, what is there to fear losing? He pondered the foolish beliefs prevailing among the shinobi. They willingly endured endless suffering, obeying the chains of fate, even to the point of death, yet refrained from resisting. This was the folly of the shinobi world, or perhaps their very thoughts were inherently twisted. Many would later become new oppressors. He warned the youth, fate is a shackle, inescapable. To comply with fate is your lifelong destiny. Nonsense. What? Neji's head shot up, his eyes trembling with a newfound realization. To die for freedom. Uzumaki Naruto's tranquil azure gaze held a compelling strength as he spoke. Then at least in your final moments, you would be free. The shackles of life must be shattered by one's own hand, even if it leads to death. Shackles may confine your life, but you cannot dictate your existence. However, you can choose how you meet your end. Uzumaki Naruto's lips curled upward, enunciating his words deliberately. With each utterance, Neji's eyes trembled further, widening with dawning comprehension. He could not help but gaze at his own hands. So near yet so distant, whispering, if I were to die for myself, then at least in my final moments, I would be free. It felt as if some invisible chains had shattered. All the gloom, resentment, and injustice seemed to dissipate into nothingness at that moment. Indeed, I cannot decide my life. Hyuga Neji lifted his gaze to the heavens, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet a smile graced his lips. Sobbing like a child, thank you, thank you, thank you, Naruto. How is it that I only now understand this truth? Yet I can choose how I die. In his cries, there was no sorrow, only joy. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto, astonished that the burdens he had carried for so long, his anger and grievances, could be so effortlessly articulated by the very person he had once doubted. In Hinata, Neji's pure white eyes shone admiration and gratitude. What a powerful and warm-hearted individual he is. Despite having wronged Hinata, who bore no fault, and audaciously reprimanding Naruto, the latter remained unfazed, even guiding him out of his confusion. It seemed he had discovered the path ahead. His face was a canvas of appreciation and thanks. What the hell? Naruto quickly interjected, I just wanted you to feel better. I didn't mean for you to die. Such a statement was rather alarming. Why did he casually mention death? Neji felt a twinge of fear. The world of ninjas was rife with individuals whose perspectives were skewed. Orochimaru could easily manipulate others with mere words. One could only imagine how abnormal these people truly were. Neji's emotions were somewhat disjointed. I didn't intend to die. Yet, soon he found himself laughing. Perhaps this was the essence of Naruto's character. Neji. Suddenly, a stern voice called out, and atop the platform, Hiashi Hyuga's expression was cold and severe. As unyielding as iron, as a member of the Hyuga clan, how could you disgrace us by crying in public? You have brought shame upon our family. While I may be unable to deal with Naruto Uzumaki, handling a mere branch family member like you is a trivial matter. Get off the stage. When you return to the clan, it seems time for me to teach you the ways of the Hyuga once more. All the frustration he had felt was now directed at Neji. Neji replied, no, I will not return. What? Hiashi was taken aback, quickly followed by indignation. What did you say? As a member of the Hyuga clan, do you understand the consequences of defying the clan head's orders? I will not return, Neji stated calmly, his pure white eyes reflecting determination. From this day forth, I will no longer be a part of the Hyuga clan. His voice was steady as he stared directly at Hiashi. If the clan head wishes to punish me, Let him take my life. I will stand by my word. That is my ninja way. In that instant, Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine. What audacity! How dare he borrow my motto? All right. Hayashi's eyes blazed with fury, his chest heaving with rage. Naruto scolded me. And now you, Neji, dare to defy me as well. This is insurrection. His voice was laced with anger and threat. Neji Hyuga, as a member of the Hyuga clan, you openly declare your betrayal. Do you comprehend the consequences? Unfazed, Neji chuckled lightly. Even if I die. So what? At that moment, he felt no sense of oppression, only a sense of liberation. If living in humility was the only option, he would prefer to embrace death with freedom. Very well. Hayashi's patience had worn thin. His gaze turned frigid, his expression as cold as steel. Neji Hyuga, you will regret your decision. How dare you? Just then, Naruto bellowed. Hayashi Hyuga, how dare you threaten my friend? His face darkened, and he glanced at Neji. And you? Do you not realize that using my motto means you're under my protection? From now on, I will stand by you. Anyone who dares to bully Neji Hyuga will have to answer to me. Naruto Uzumaki. Neji's admiration was evident. If he failed to recognize it now, he would be a fool. Uncle Snake had not deceived him. In the world of Naruto, even within the ninja profession, it was not easy. Yet the human trafficking trade was immensely profitable. With just a few words, he could persuade a genius to serve him. That Hayashi's face darkened. Naruto Uzumaki. He snorted coldly, begrudgingly taking a seat once more. Realizing there would be an opportunity to discuss matters with the Hokage later. Though Kaze's strength was formidable, he was not invincible. Don't you dare pull any tricks, Naruto threatened brazenly. If Neji suddenly dies for no reason, or even loses a single hair, I will hold you responsible. Hayashi's expression grew darker, his composure unraveling. He had seen arrogance before, but never to such an extent. Threatening the clan head of the Hyuga clan before the Hokage. And yet the Hokage remained indifferent. All right, enough of this. Let the match continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, deliberately ignoring Hayashi's glare. What a jest. His entire reputation was in the hands of Kaze, and he would be a fool to intervene. As long as no one died, everything would be fine. The matches proceeded without excitement until Uchiha Sasuke faced Gaara. Naruto glanced at Orochimaru, who was masquerading as the Kazekage. Orochimaru met Naruto's gaze. Naruto silently asked, "What troubles you?" Orochimaru. TSK. The feeling of having one's plans fully seen through was quite unpleasant. Yet he had to proceed with the plan. It was all right. No issues would arise as long as the four purple flames formation took shape. The plan was flawless. Absolutely no room for error. On the stage, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara was intense, verging on brutal. Sasuke's advantage lay in his powerful ninjutsu and the Sharingan, while Gaara's strength came from his sand. In the original narrative, Sasuke would have struggled against Gaara. However, the current Uchiha Sasuke not only mastered the Chidori but also the Rinnegan, and possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan with chakra levels several times greater than in the original. Damn it. How could this guy be so strong? Gaara fell into despair, unable to accept his own powerlessness. What is this? Sasuke's dark eyes were calm, yet his voice dripped with disdain. This level of strength is nowhere near Naruto's capabilities. In front of Naruto, my power is no different from that of an ant.as for you. Prepare to be defeated by me. Rinnegan. Against sand, the explosive force of the Rinnegan was undoubtedly more effective. With a pair of scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan shining, Sasuke's figure shot forth. Sand Shuriken. Gaara couldn't help but glance at the golden-haired youth. Surprised by his formidable strength, he couldn't help but feel curious about the boy who had allowed him to sleep soundly for several days, whose power was so great that even the Uchiha before him revered him. Too slow, Sasuke shouted. All of Gaara's sand shurikens were evaded. The Rinnegan struck Gaara fiercely, shattering even his sand armor. Gaara was sent flying like a ragdoll. How could I be this weak? Gaara murmured in confusion, gazing at the sky from the ruins, his expression gradually contorting with fury. No, impossible, he roared. I cannot lose. I am Gaara of the Sand. My worth cannot be this diminished. As his furious cries erupted, a brown beastly visage emerged on his face, covered in dark cursed markings. Terrifying. It seemed as if he were about to transform into a wild beast. In that moment of shock, when everyone's hearts trembled and their guards were down, an illusion technique, Nirvana meditation technique, was cast. In a corner, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a smile creeping across his face. Lord Orochimaru's plan is officially underway. In an instant, countless ninjas fell into a deep slumber, their eyes glazed over. Kabuto was quite pleased with his creation. This was his strongest illusion. Even A.J. Nin would be ensnared for a moment. Oh, splendid work, Kabuto. Just then, a clear voice rang out, startling Kabuto. What the hell? Who are you? He had assumed everyone had succumbed to slumber, but was suddenly jolted into alertness. Naruto Uzumaki, you have not fallen into the illusion. Is it the Nine Tails aiding you? In his view, there was no other explanation. Kabuto, ignore him. Proceed with your plan. Orochimaru's lips twitched in exasperation as he sighed. Naruto-kun, how about you make an offer? How can one refrain from intervening in this matter? It is hardly surprising that he exercises caution. Who could have anticipated that even the arts of illusion and the techniques of nirvana would prove utterly ineffective against Naruto Uzumaki? He wishes to avoid unnecessary complications. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. Grant me the power of Edo Tensei. I lack that particular ability. Orochimaru's expression darkened, and he inhaled deeply. How did Naruto know that he possessed the knowledge of Edo Tensei? This was information known only to Kabuto. Fine. I will grant it to you. For him, the mastery of ninjutsu merely required comprehension. He was indifferent to who acquired it. Not right now. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. A look of disdain on his face. Your current Edo Tensei is utterly worthless. The summoned ninja lack even half of their former strength, completely useless. Wait until you grasp the technique properly before offering it to me. Orochimaru. He inhaled deeply, a rigid yet polite smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Very well then, Naruto-kun. His serpentine eyes narrowed with irritation. Although he couldn't decipher the situation, Naruto felt that Orochimaru's words were laced with profanities. He was not one to demand and take without reason. Indeed, those who knew him were aware of this. I hope Naruto-kun will uphold his promise, Orochimaru said softly. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, was incredulously Y-I.as Hokage. He could not be ensnared by Kabuto's illusions. Witnessing this spectacle, he thought, Naruto, as a leaf ninja and the son of the fourth Hokage, how could you conspire with Orochimaru? Sarutobi's face was a mask of shock as he observed Naruto and Orochimaru. Clearly aware of Orochimaru's identity and plans, yet none of this had been reported. His furious gaze could only meet Naruto's indifferent expression, laced with scorn, as he smirked derisively. Sarutobi Hiruzen, am I now a leaf ninja? For 12 years, no one had ever mentioned that I was the son of the fourth Hokage. The irony deepened as he continued. If memory serves, you returned my parents' legacy only because you feared your own scandals would be exposed. Correct. Now you dare to claim I am the son of the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen, are you jesting? Each word was a precise strike, merciless and direct. Sarutobi's face darkened, his hands trembling with rage. TSK, TSK, TSK. Orochimaru grinned, his long, slick tongue appearing rather repulsive as he coldly remarked, Teacher, you truly are quite oblivious, having spent so much time with your disciple without realizing anything. After all those foolish deeds, allow your disciple to escort you on your final journey. Otherwise, your famed reputation as a ninja will be beyond saving. His serpentine eyes gleamed with bloodlust and excitement. To kill his teacher was of paramount importance for one who sought to transcend the limits of life. Only by eliminating his master could he break free from his final shackles. Boom, smoke erupted. In an instant, four ninjas materialized around them, forming a square formation, their expressions respectful as they addressed Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru. Suddenly, Sarutobi seemed to realize something and swiftly turned to flee. This is bad, Orochimaru, you fiend. Witnessing this classic scene, Naruto could not contain his sarcastic outburst. For purple flames formation, in that moment. The four ninjas echoed. For purple flames formation, Orochimaru stood there, bewildered. For purple beams shot skyward, trapping both himself and Sarutobi in the center. Confused, Orochimaru felt as though his life was being orchestrated by others. Wasn't he the mastermind behind the plan to collapse Konoha? Sarutobi was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. Naruto Uzumaki, you have actually allied yourself with Orochimaru. This was no longer a matter of withholding information. Naruto was fully aware of their resources and strategies. This was clearly collusion. Clutching his chest, he felt a pang of anguish. In frustration, he shot a furious glance at Orochimaru. The latter felt as though he were a dried starfish on the beach, rendered silent. Teacher, do you believe I was entirely unaware of this? Would you trust me if I said I knew nothing? His voice was hoarse, filled with resignation. He truly had been oblivious. The true instigator of this scheme had indeed been unaware. Who insisted on concealing my identity? Naruto shrugged dismissively, retorting, I barely know any ninjutsu. Isn't it perfectly reasonable to exchange something with Orochimaru? He then glanced sideways at Orochimaru. At this juncture, spare me the sentimental teacher-student nonsense. Hurry and deal with this fool. Why drag this out? Isn't it true that villains often meet their demise through excessive dialogue? Couldn't such trivialities wait until after Sarutobi had been dealt with? Sarutobi's expression darkened as he could no longer contain his fury. Naruto Uzumaki. Yet Naruto remained indifferent. Orochimaru mused. To kill my most beloved teacher truly does tug at my heartstrings. Thus, I must use this final moment to reminisce with you. After this, there will be no more opportunities." He smiled and remarked, "Naruto-kun, after plotting for so many years, it would be a pity if my teacher remained unaware of my earnest intentions." "Hey, don't say that. You truly have a point, Orochimaru," Naruto mused, stroking his chin. "After all, if no one acknowledges your struggles, it must feel incredibly stifling. Orochimaru, you are indeed a genius who emerges only once in decades. Your insights are commendable." Naruto reflected on the plight of villains. Those who had endured oppression for a lifetime often sought to express their grievances. How infuriating. If one does not release such pent-up frustrations, would they not go mad? Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile. "Naruto-kun, you flatter me." Before he could finish, Naruto, feigning astonishment, exclaimed, "Who would have thought, Orochimaru, that this brooding villain, with a mind full of science, would also possess a desire to express himself?" Orochimaru's expression darkened, yet he maintained his decorum. "While we converse, Naruto-kun, please refrain from personal attacks. Who understands the plight of the family?" One moment, he felt as though Naruto was complimenting him. The next, he was being insulted. "Enough of this nonsense. Let us commence the battle." Naruto waved his hand, clearly eager for the confrontation. "If you don't fight soon, I won't be able to bear it." Orochimaru inhaled sharply. He sensed something was amiss. Why was he being compelled to heed the commands of others within his own plan? Was he merely an actor in this farce? Orochimaru turned to Sarutobi, feeling utterly uncomfortable, as if he were reciting lines. "Teacher, let us not linger idly." He hesitated, casting a longing glance at Naruto, who appeared to be watching a performance. Before sighing, his forehead veins throbbing with anger. In a polite tone, he stated, "Naruto-kun, could you please vacate the premises? This is a matter between my teacher and me, and your presence may complicate things." "Not at all. I don't mind." Naruto waved dismissively, unconcerned, as he produced a handful of peanuts, munching away while saying, "Pretend I don't exist. I don't find it bothersome." Damn, Orochimaru felt his patience wearing thin. Yet despite his cruelty, he had once maintained a good temper. Now, however, he was genuinely exasperated. "Who asked for your opinion on the matter? I find your presence troublesome, all right? I have lost all enthusiasm for fighting. As a ninja." Orochimaru resolved that he must not be swayed by external factors. Sarutobi shook his head. "Allow me to impart to you your final lesson." His gaze sharpened, and he spoke coldly. "In the past, I was unable to keep you, but now, let me, as your teacher, retain you within Konoha. Let us put an end to this enmity." Crack, crack, crack. Naruto Uzumaki finished his peanuts and began to crack sunflower seeds, his eyes gleaming with determination, casually tossing a handful to the still-dazed Hinata Hyuga, who had just awakened. Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Damn, this is truly vexing. Teacher, how will you conduct your final lesson? I eagerly await your guidance." Orochimaru squinted, observing the beleaguered Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to suppress a smile, his mood inexplicably brightening. Yet, in the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen moved with the agility of a monkey, though his subordinates' attacks were powerful and overwhelming. Boom, the battle was about to erupt. Once it began, the two top-tier warriors would not waste another word. Meanwhile, the spectators quickly regained their composure. They gazed in horror at Orochimaru atop the roof, unable to contain their astonishment. Orochimaru, how did he get in? As an S-rank rogue ninja, how dare he return to Konoha? Orochimaru, you were too audacious. Kakashi Hitaki's eyes reflected fear. In the past, he had worked alongside Orochimaru in the Umbu, fully aware of his formidable and cold-blooded nature. As a veteran of the elite, Orochimaru's destructive power was undeniably top-tier. However, Orochimaru did not even cast a glance at the crowd. How could he be distracted while fighting his teacher? Boom. In an instant, dozens of gigantic snakes emerged amidst the smoke, unleashing a deafening hiss that echoed with a sinister eerie quality, sending chills down their spines. "This is bad." The crowd's expressions changed as they exchanged glances. "Quick, we must provide support, or Konoha will be devastated." If these massive serpents were not stopped, it would spell catastrophic consequences for Konoha. "Naruto, protect the genin present." Kakashi glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, urgently uttering his command before vanishing in an instant. The ninjas on the scene moved in an orderly fashion towards the surrounding giant snakes. In the blink of an eye, only Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Gaara remained. "Hinata, stay close. It's dangerous here, but I'll escort you home first." Naruto grasped Hinata Hyuga's small hand, and before she could react, his figure vanished, delivering her back to the Hyuga clan. As a prominent clan in Konoha, the Hyuga's defensive capabilities were indeed reliable. "Naruto-kun, please be careful." Hinata Hyuga gazed at the vanishing Naruto Uzumaki, unable to suppress her soft plea, her pure white eyes filled with determination. Realizing she was not yet strong enough, she vowed to grow powerful enough to protect Naruto-kun. On the arena, Sasuke Uchiha looked at the suddenly vanished Naruto Uzumaki and then at the half-tailed beast-transformed Gaara. Utterly bewildered. Wait, Naruto, you just took Hinata away like that. Then let me grant you a taste of failure, Sasuke instinctively uttered, then hesitated. Why am I so accustomed to speaking like him after spending so much time with that guy? A smirk crept onto his lips, but it does roll off the tongue quite nicely. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Gaara's consciousness gradually faded, resembling a true beast, unleashing a furious roar. Only by killing you can I prove my worth. Yet, in the next moment, a heavy fist struck his forehead. Shut up. Study hard. Strive for progress. Do you understand? Stop thinking about killing all day. Naruto Uzumaki descended from the heavens, delivering a punch that incapacitated Shikaku and forced it back into Gaara's body. From his elevated position, exuding arrogance, he looked down at the bewildered Gaara, who was still trying to regain his composure, and disdainfully remarked, "Always thinking about killing, can't you consider grabbing some fries at the dock instead?" "What are fries?" Gaara asked, still somewhat dazed. "That's one of life's most important matters," Naruto Uzumaki replied earnestly. "Instead of that, can you control the tail beast inside you? It's truly ugly." Just then, Shikaku roared, bursting forth. It occupied half of Gaara's form, its brown skin and black curse marks appearing incredibly terrifying as Shikaku's wild voice echoed. "Ha ha ha, little brat, you think it's easy to make me go back? I will kill you all." Roar, but mid-sentence, its voice abruptly halted as Naruto Uzumaki smashed its face to pieces with a single punch, causing Gaara to convulse in pain. When Gaara transformed into his half-tailed beast form, he shared sensory experiences with Shikaku. If Shikaku felt pain, so did Gaara. Naruto Uzumaki scoffed. "Pathetic, you sure talk a lot." Sunlight streamed down as Gaara's eyes widened slightly, watching the violent yet aesthetically pleasing Naruto Uzumaki, whose gaze sparkled with brilliance, until Naruto, growing impatient, directed his azure eyes at Gaara. Stuttering, Gaara confessed, I can no longer control Shikaku. Only after it emerges and is defeated can I regain control." Naruto furrowed his brows. "I see. So, you released too much chakra from Shikaku, causing it to break free from its seal, correct? TCH, your father is quite cruel to you. Such a fragile seal explains why you can't sleep at night. If you were the previous Jinchuriki of Shikaku, it might have been bearable, but Gaara is the son of Raza. When the Sand Village had a good relationship with Konoha, they could have requested Konoha to place the 8 trigram seal or the 4 symbol seal on Gaara. Unfortunately, Raza did not care much for this son. Or perhaps, Raza cared for no one." "Shut up," Gaara roared, his face contorted in anguish as he bellowed. "I need no one's love. I, Gaara, am a Shura who loves only myself, destined to kill everyone." At present, Gaara was merely 12 years old. Even younger than Naruto Uzumaki in the original story. He appeared to be only 8 or 9, his youthful innocence at odds with his fierce declarations, making him strangely endearing. Naruto Uzumaki's expression was peculiar as he responded dismissively, All right, I get it. You're a Shura who loves only yourself and seeks to kill everyone. Don't move. It won't hurt. I promise. Just hang in there." Sasuke Uchiha beside them paused, unable to help but murmur, "Why does that sound so familiar?" Soon, he recalled that the last time Naruto helped him enhance his strength, he had done the same, leaving him drenched in cold sweat from the pain. As for when he helped Hinata enhance her strength, he had injected her with a month's worth of dosage all at once. Just thinking about it made him furious. What infuriated him most was that Naruto claimed this genetic serum required immense sacrifice. It was only later he realized that the so-called sacrifice meant drawing a vial of blood. With Naruto's recovery speed, he could recover in less than a minute. Ow, Gaara gasped, the pain piercing his very soul. It hurts. It hurts. He trembled, overwhelmed by the excruciating sensation. He had never experienced such pain in his life. Of course it hurts. Naruto Uzumaki grinned, his smile radiant and sunny. Of course it hurts to extract your tailed beast. Just bear with it. Once you're dead, it won't hurt anymore. Naruto's smile grew even more benevolent, but to Gaara, it resembled that of a devil. His breathing became labored. His pupils contracted suddenly. Originally, he thought Naruto was a good person, but he never imagined he also intended to kill him. He let out a bitter laugh, despair filling his eyes, as memories of his life flashed before him. "In my life," he did not finish his sentence. Instinctively, Naruto interjected, like walking on thin ice. After speaking, he felt it was inappropriate and politely added, "My apologies, you're nearly dead, and I interrupted your final moments, Gaara." He cast a glance at Naruto Uzumaki. His face etched with sorrow, utterly devoid of strength to utter any further words. Once again, he found himself ensnared in memories, his eyes reflecting a bitter melancholy. My wretched existence, my very birth an omen of misfortune. Unloved by my mother, treated as a mere weapon by my father, even my beloved uncle wished for my demise. Had I known, he lamented, I should have perished at my uncle's hands all those years ago. Thus, I would not have endured the agony of living to this day, nor would I have been subjected to the torment of so many, nor would I have set foot in Konoha. And most importantly, I would not face such a tragic end. Gaara gazed at the azure sky, his eyes trembling softly, tears streaming down, imbued with despair and a flicker of hope. All I yearn for is to be an ordinary child. But why is it that such a simple desire for others feels so unattainable for me? He was ensnared in a sorrowful spiral from which he could not escape. Stop whining, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed impatiently, delivering a sharp blow to Gaara's nose, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Brother, I'm practically on the brink of death. Gaara felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort and indignation, murmuring, why must I be tormented even as I stand on the precipice of death? 12 years of life, and it amounts to nothing? Naruto scoffed derisively. Nothing amounts to anything. I was just messing with you. Now, quit lying around and get up to work. A young man like you will find it hard to marry if all you do is eat. I'm dying, you know. Gaara's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, he sat upright, utterly dumbfounded. I don't have to die. The world. It is so beautiful. Everything appears so wondrous. Stuttering, he questioned. You didn't extract the one tail from me. Did you? How am I still alive? Just then, two beastly roars echoed, filled with rage and defiance. What the hell? Why is that stinky fox here? I refuse to be with that wretched fox, the one-tail scoffed. Despite its disdainful words, it trembled at the thought of facing the fox, for the fox was indeed a formidable adversary. The nine-tail snarled, you little brat, daring to use my chakra to rescue someone. It turned to the one-tail, a sinister grin forming. One-tail, I hear you've been cursing me pretty foully over the years. The one-tail emitted a terrified squeal. Don't come near me. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki was oblivious to the complex emotions between the tailed beast within him. Ignoring the minutiae, he declared, from now on, you are free. You are no longer a Jinchuriki. He smiled warmly at Gaara. I've given you a bit of the Nine Tails chakra, and I've sealed it within you. Without the tailed beast chakra, you would have perished. I hope you don't mind. While others might have been enraged, at this moment, Gaara's expression was one of pure joy and confusion. No, I don't mind. Simultaneously, he quickly noticed that the gourd of sand on his back had not vanished. His gaze turned puzzled. Why has the gourd disappeared even though the one tail is no longer within me? Isn't that the power of the tailed beast? I've told you before, that power was left to you by your mother before she passed. Naruto glanced at the gourd nonchalantly. Unless you die, it will protect you until your last moment. The power of the tailed beast 1T automatically shield you. In that instant, Gaara's eyes quivered, tears cascading down his cheeks. Mother, I can feel you. He sensed the warm, comforting power from the gourd, akin to a mother's gentle touch. This power had always been there, yet only now did he realize it. Gaara, are you all right? Temari swiftly shielded Gaara behind her, brandishing a massive iron fan. Her gaze filled with vigilance. You don't even think about harming Gaara. You'll have to step over my dead body first. Though Gaara was a Jinchuriki, he was also her brother. At that moment, a trembling voice emerged from behind. Sister, thank you. What? Temari froze, slowly turning around to see the tearful Gaara. His lips curled into an awkward smile he was still unaccustomed to. Gaara called me sister? The bond of blood was something impossible to sever. Plop. Temari tightly embraced Gaara. Just as she was about to speak, Naruto shoved them aside, exclaiming impatiently, get out of the way with your sibling affection. Don't delay my enjoyment of the show. Their positioning inadvertently obstructed the battle between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru. Temari, slightly bewildered, realized Naruto bore no malice. However, she wondered, didn't you just threaten to kill Gaara moments ago? Naruto's speed was so swift that before she could react, he had already resolved the situation, leaving her in confusion about what had transpired. I thought so too, Gaara remarked, his expression darkening as he lamented. In the end, he extracted the one tail from me, yet only granted me a minuscule portion of the nine tails chakra. This tiny amount is barely enough to keep me alive. The two murmured to each other. Naruto, uninterested in their grumbling, was fully absorbed in the live broadcast, unable to suppress his excitement. As expected of the first Hokage, even in a partial display of power, he can still keep Hiruzen Sarutobi on his toes. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha was equally stirred, eagerly rushing towards the colossal serpents to join the fray. On the rooftop, Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself cornered. Master, you may as well accept your fate and die, perishing at the hands of the first Hokage. The second Hokage, and an S-class rogue ninja. You'll have died with purpose. Orochimaru licked his lips, casting a wary glance at the gleeful Naruto. He felt a chill run down his spine. This rascal could strike unexpectedly. Thwarting his plans, noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Hiruzen turned to look as well. Suddenly, he recalled the words of Minato Namikaze just before he departed. Minato had said, "When you find yourself in danger, just shout, 'I'm an idiot, and I shall descend from the heavens to save you from peril.'" Damn it. Hiruzen's heart sank. Who in their right mind would consider I'm an idiot a distress signal? The thought was unspeakable, even in the face of death. Yet to remain silent would surely lead to his demise. At that moment, Naruto realized the show had reached its climax, and the protagonist must make an entrance. He gleefully shouted from the sidelines, "Hey, old man Sarutobi, if you don't call for help now, when will you?" Hiruzen's expression darkened further. Whoever calls for help is the real fool. Hearing Naruto's loud proclamation, Orochimaru could not help but break into a cold sweat. This guy. He is trying to play both sides. Hee. Perish, teacher. Orochimaru struck fiercely, fearing a drawn-out battle. His heart laid bare to Hiruzen. To die in the name of the great ninjas is the best ending for you. Furthermore, if Hiruzen were to perish, no one would pursue him relentlessly, allowing him to focus on his research without the constant harassment of those seeking to kill him. The adamantine rod transformed into a cage, blocking the attacks of the first and second Hokages. However, this also caused Hiruzen's chakra to dwindle rapidly, gasping for breath. Yet at this moment, his eyes were filled with cold resolve, entirely devoid of any intention to plead for mercy, regardless of the circumstances. Hiruzen Sarutobi was the third Hokage. He could never utter the words "I'm an idiot." Naruto clicked his tongue. Joking aside, if Hiruzen were truly to utter "I'm an idiot" to save his life, he would lose all respect for him and tarnish the title of Great Ninja. Well then, it's about time to wrap up the show. Whoosh, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, his eyes momentarily filled with confusion before transforming into an expression of utter helplessness. The cautious and astute Uzumaki Naruto glanced upward, pondering. Is the main body stirring up trouble again? Yet, dear brother, could you not act with a bit more restraint? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been summoned to intervene. The prudent and shrewd Shadow clone, indeed, was the second Sun clone. His disposition was characterized by an unwavering caution, embodying the principle of preparing for a rainy day in the eyes of the main body. Uzumaki Naruto, he was the most exemplary tool. Within the confines of the Four Purple Flames formation, Orochimaru detected a flaw in Sarutobi Hiruzen's defenses and lunged forward with his sword. This forced Sarutobi Hiruzen into a defensive stance, revealing his age. However, in the next moment, a massive hand emerged from the diamond rod, seizing Orochimaru by the neck. "With me here, Orochimaru, do you really think you can launch a sneak attack?" The hand twisted. Yet, the body it grasped transformed into an eerie sensation, leaving only a layer of human skin. Orochimaru resurfaced from the ground not far away, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Truly, you are the mightiest of summoning beasts. Even 1,000 snakes cannot rival you." His gaze sharpened, growing increasingly wary. The Saruoni not only possessed an indestructible form but also wielded ninjutsu. It would not be an exaggeration to consider it a formidable shadow-level powerhouse. Were it not for the Saruoni, he would have long subdued Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just then, a mocking and languid voice echoed from above. Hey, is there truly no one who requires my assistance?" A strikingly handsome youth, resembling a deity, floated gracefully in midair. Evidently, it was yet another counterfeit, self-directed and self-starring fake Kazekage Yado, true Uzumaki Naruto. With a slight smirk, he chuckled softly. "There is an old saying, if the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. What say you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Would you like some assistance? Just utter the word, and I shall aid you. Naturally, there must be compensation. I do not engage in pro bono work." After all, Orochimaru came to disrupt Konoha's collapse plan and even remembered to bring Arrowverse Apprentice back with him. In own need. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, retorting with irritation. "It is not that I am seeking your help. You simply cannot profit from this. I do not require your assistance. I can handle Orochimaru without issue. This is Konoha's home turf. Even if I cannot kill Orochimaru, with the Saruoni present, as long as we prolong this, it is a foregone conclusion that the Konoha ninjas will arrive to subdue Orochimaru." "Oh," the main body, Uzumaki Naruto, raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "Are you certain?" "I am certain." Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed without hesitation. "Very well." Uzumaki Naruto turned his gaze toward Orochimaru, speaking decisively. "Come, Orochimaru, let us collaborate to dismantle Konoha. After all, I have my grievances against it as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen was left dumbfounded. No way. Is there truly someone so shameless? If I refuse to cooperate, you turn to Orochimaru for collaboration? You are trying to play both sides. No way, no way. I can collaborate too. Can I? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale with anger. He realized that if he did not seek out Kazekage Yado, he would come knocking on his door. If he collaborated, he would be pushed around. If he refused to cooperate, he would be forced into it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a face full of frustration, lamented. From start to finish, the initiative for collaboration has never been in my hands. The main body, Uzumaki Naruto, chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Sarutobi, old man. Wouldn't it have been better if you had understood this sooner? Yet now, his expression shifted. Too late. Everyone is competing for my attention. Now, the one who offers the most shall be my ally. The main body, Uzumaki Naruto, cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, grinning maliciously. I tried to reason with you, but you wouldn't listen. Sarutobi, old man, you asked for this. He looked down upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, make your bid. Just thinking about this made him furious. He initially thought that acquiring the second son's clairvoyance would allow him to effortlessly steal all secret techniques and ninjutsu. Yet all the remarkable techniques were sealed away. The clairvoyance could not penetrate them. Beside him, Orochimaru appeared somewhat bewildered, yet a faint smile crept upon his lips as he cautiously spoke. By the way, Naruto-kun, I suppose I want to need to bid. Right? He cautiously inquired. After all, I have said nothing until now. The main body, Uzumaki Naruto, furrowed his brow in disdain. What kind of joke is this? There are only the two of you, if you do not bid. How can Sarutobi Hiruzen have any thoughts of competing? Hiss. Orochimaru inhaled sharply, feeling uncertain. Yado-kun, you are monopolizing this, and moreover, Naruto-kun promised me you wouldn't interfere. He attempted to persuade Kazekage Yado to change his mind. Heh. The main body, Uzumaki Naruto, raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing. What Naruto promised, you should take it up with Uzumaki Naruto. Why involve me, Kazekage Yado? Furthermore, has Naruto not yet intervened? He impatiently declared. Hurry and make your bid. Otherwise, I shall eliminate both of you. Orochimaru was utterly dumbfounded. To be honest, there was indeed some twisted logic to this. In an instant, he found himself at a loss for words, regardless of whether Kazekage Yado aided Sarutobi Hiruzen or caused chaos. His plans would inevitably fail. However, if Kazekage Yado were to assist him, then killing the teacher would indeed be a simple task. Orochimaru licked his lips. Then I shall bid one secret technique, the rebirth of the impure world. Sarutobi Hiruzen grew anxious. At this moment, bidding fell right into Kazekage Yado's hands, and failing to bid could endanger the entire Konoha. He could not afford to think further, hastily exclaiming, I shall also bid a secret technique. The Demon Realm Seed Technique. The Demon Realm Seed Technique. Does he really believe I cannot discern its value? The limitations of the Demon Realm Seed Technique are far too low, and its side effects are overwhelmingly severe. Only a madman would study it. The main body, Uzumaki Naruto, wore a face of disdain. Not even a dog would want it. It's a half-baked technique. Who would want such a thing? Choose again. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened. This is bad. My ulterior motives have been exposed. It was precisely because I deemed the Demon Realm Seed Technique useless that I intended to use it as a bargaining chip. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do not be absurd. I believe the 8 gates of Duinjia would be quite excellent. The main body, Uzumaki Naruto added cheerfully. Oh, and do not forget the Demon Realm Seed. That can serve as an accessory. Sarutobi Hiruzen? Who in their right mind would treat a secret technique as an accessory? He looked at Kazekage Yado, whose expression was full of eager anticipation, and could not help but explode in anger. You clearly had your eyes on the 8 gates of Duinjia all along. Sarutobi Hiruzen fumed with rage. Yet, he found himself powerless. What about you, Orochimaru? The main body, Uzumaki Naruto gazed over with a smile. As an established S-rank rogue ninja, surely you have more than just this in your collection? I recall your snake substitution technique is quite impressive. Let us see it. What do you mean by let us see? This is outright plunder. Orochimaru felt a tightness in his chest. Yado-kun, the snake substitution technique is of no use to you. Utilizing the snake substitution technique requires a transformation of the snake body. However, I possess something far more intriguing. He licked his lips, speaking in a hushed tone. Yado-kun, would you like an artificial 3-tomo Sharingan? An artificial 3-tomo Sharingan? The main body, Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his face. As expected of you, Orochimaru. You never fail to disappoint, now able to produce a 3-tomo Sharingan. This did indeed remind him of a certain artificial Uchiha from the original story. Orochimaru had long attempted to create the Sharingan. However, unfortunately, the artificial Uchiha seemed to be born with obsession, yet devoid of emotions. Thus, the resulting Sharingan possessed very singular powers and was somewhat foolish. The main body. Uzumaki Naruto found this amusing. Others' Manjiki abilities, unquenchable hellfire, the permanent alteration of others' wills, intangibility rendering them immune to harm. Yours, on the other hand, allows for the control of iron. ISNT, that's simply hilarious. Be careful not to have your Susanoo smash your head. Get lost. The main body, Uzumaki Naruto scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. Pathetic trinkets, you yourself do not cherish them, and yet you attempt to use them to fool your father. This is problematic. Orochimaru's expression darkened. He had forgotten that these two brothers were aware of everything, yet each time his ulterior motives were exposed, he still felt a pang of discomfort. After all, it was the fruit of years of research. What about the Cursed Seal? The Cursed Seal can grant you the power of nature, magnifying your strength severfold. Orochimaru's voice was laced with fervor. Upon finishing his statement, he seemed to have an epiphany and quickly added, "Rest assured, I will never incorporate my cells into you." Ah, how intriguing. The true body of Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow. Not bad. It appears you are indeed teachable, demonstrating foresight by answering ahead of time. Truly, you are Orochimaru. Your awareness is commendable. In the original narrative, once he realized the path of switching bodies with Sasuke was futile, he promptly altered his strategic approach. Such adaptability in the pursuit of knowledge is not a trait possessed by all. Now, what can you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, contribute? The true body of Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head, a radiant smile directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Surely, you do not wish to see me and Orochimaru join forces to annihilate Konoha. Do you? By the way, if we were to obliterate Konoha, I would start with your clan, the Sarutobi. His smile widened. You wouldn't mind, would you? After all, you are destined to perish. A family should remain intact. His gaze was filled with disdain. A glint of icy light flickering in his azure eyes, reminiscent of an iceberg, sending chills down one's spine. Sarutobi Hiruzen, when you find yourself in a situation akin to mine, I am curious to see if you can choose forgiveness. Absolutely not. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened. What a ludicrous notion. I simply did not request your assistance. It is not as if I have violated some sacred rule. Konoha can offer you the adamant chains and other sealing techniques. The true body of Uzumaki Naruto rolled his eyes. What's the matter? Returning the Uzumaki clan's possessions to their rightful owner. Sarutobi, you are rather proud, aren't you? Merely a supplementary asset. Not sufficient. What a jest. The adamant chains and other sealing techniques are inherently from the Uzumaki clan. You dare to take advantage of the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, his voice laced with fury. Konoha possesses a limited number of resources. I have already provided you with the 8 gates, the spirit transformation technique, and sealing techniques. He exclaimed in anger. You possess the Flying Thunder God technique. The Shadow Clone technique is also yours. The Rinnegan is in your arsenal as well. By the end, he felt somewhat aggrieved himself. Konoha has so little to offer. What more do you desire? Do you wish to claim the entirety of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped in frustration. Damn it.is Buffing Yato truly here to assist? He is clearly a thief, a blatant bully. Had I known, I would never have allowed Uzumaki Naruto such freedom. If I had entrusted him to Danzo, at the very least, Danzo could have trained him into a lethal weapon. Keeping Buffing Yato in check. It's all Danzo's fault. Why couldn't he have been a bit more assertive? No wonder he can't become Hokage. What a brilliant idea. The true body of Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement as he grinned. How can my little brother thrive in Konoha without any territory? Let us allocate a piece of land for Naruto and Konoha. It need not be vast. A space equivalent to 10 Hyuga clans would suffice. Upon uttering those words, Sarutobi Hiruzen struck a chord within him. As a Blue Star inhabitant, he harbored an inextricable attachment to land. To live and work in peace. How can one thrive without land? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, his breath catching, wishing to slap himself. Allocating land to Uzumaki Naruto would be akin to harboring a tiger. However, upon reflection, Naruto is but one individual. What harm could a larger clan territory possibly inflict? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. A sense of unease washed over him. He feared that allowing Uzumaki Naruto to possess clan land was a grave mistake. Just then, a frigid blade pierced through, instantly penetrating his chest. Orochimaru, wielding the Kusanagi sword, regarded him with a chilling gaze. Sensei, your lesson has not reached your disciple. What do you think of the lesson I imparted? One must never lower their guard, regardless of the circumstances. He then turned to the true body of Uzumaki Naruto. If my calculations are accurate, Yato has always collaborated solely with the old man, correct? and I am merely a pawn, forcing the old man to pay a higher price. Thus, I must take the first strike. As he uttered this, a shiver coursed through him. Regardless of the cost he bore, Buffing Yado's gaze remained fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a swift thrust, the Kusanagi sword pierced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Without medical ninjas present, his fate was sealed. A satisfied smile danced in Orochimaru's eyes. The collapse of Konoha's plan has reached its successful conclusion. Yado, it seems this time I have outperformed you. But rest assured, the promises I made earlier will be fulfilled in their entirety. Oh, come on. The true body of Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed in exasperation. Who the hell wants your trifling offerings? In a flash, he appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face contorted with rage. Who told you to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen now? Did I authorize you to do so? Did you not hear that I just made a promise to him? Orochimaru smiled. There was no way around it. He was indeed that audacious. To his surprise, Buffing Yado displayed a sense of integrity. Sarutobi Hiruzen, realizing he had punctured his lung, gasped for breath like a broken organ. Inhaling less than he exhaled. He observed the anxious expression on Buffing Yado's face, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. It seemed he had wronged Buffing Yado. Though brash, he indeed possessed a sense of integrity. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Buffing Yado, you are quite the decent fellow. Go to hell. The true body of Uzumaki Naruto delivered a resounding slap to Sarutobi Hiruzen, glaring at Orochimaru with indignation. Who the hell is dying now? I have not bullied him enough yet. It has only been a few months of torment. I truly cannot bear to part. Oh, what the hell? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Had he not just praised Buffing Yado? Why was he suddenly receiving a slap? Was he sincere in his desire to save the old man? Gradually regaining his composure, his mouth agape, his expression a medley of shock, terror, confusion, and an overwhelming sense of regret for having been so naive. He had thought Buffing Yado was a good person. Instead, it appeared that Yado was merely dissatisfied with the timing of his demise. Feeling he had not been tormented enough. The true body of Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow, looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen with utmost sincerity. At nearly 70 years of age, must you always be so self-involved? Of course, I genuinely wish to save you. I sincerely want to bully you for a couple more years. He grinned widely, revealing a dazzling set of teeth, his golden hair glistening like a divine youth beneath the sun. So that's what you meant? Orochimaru gazed at him, momentarily entranced, involuntarily murmuring, I thought my human experimentation was cruel enough, but compared to Yado, I am but a trifling matter. His eyes gleamed with newfound recognition as he regarded Buffing Yado. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced between Orochimaru and Buffing Yado, feeling like the only sane individual amidst the madness, shivering in trepidation. Fortunately, he was on the brink of death. Perhaps such a demise could be considered a form of happiness. The true body of Uzumaki Naruto's hand plunged into Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Sarutobi Hiruzen winced, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stared at the hand protruding from his chest, unable to help but widen his eyes. Buffing Yado, I am dying, and you still wish to ensure my death is not peaceful. Now, deep breaths. Feeling dizzy is perfectly normal, Uzumaki Naruto cheerfully stated. At nearly 70, you should have some experience. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face contorted in agony. Damn it, what experience? I have never died before. What experience could I possibly possess? Orochimaru couldn't help but hiss in sympathy. Witnessing this was painful to behold. His gaze grew profound, unable to suppress the convulsion of his throat. You must never provoke Yado. With his temperament, he could very well summon you even in death to torment you. Konoha's bully. That is the only phrase that could describe Buffing Yado. The pain inflicted upon Sarutobi Hiruzen pierced to the very marrow of his bones. Each passing second felt like an eternity, tears streaming from his eyes. He believed he had been shouting for several minutes, but the more he yelled, the more he sensed something was amiss. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, why does it feel like I'm gaining strength the more I shout? Suddenly, the excruciating agony surged once more. In the previous moment, he had been too consumed by the pain to notice. But now he realized that his lung, which had been recently punctured, was miraculously intact, only to be crushed again. That was why the pain was unbearable. No, something was definitely wrong. Kazekage Yado, you possess healing ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted as he stammered. The reason I am in such agony is due to your incessant restoration of my lung, only to have it crushed anew. Heal the lung, then crush it again. Everyone else was bewildered. Was this something a human could do? It seems I've been discovered. The real Naruto Uzumaki showed no shame at being found out, boldly stating, I've healed you, and you still have so much to say. Do you not understand that a man bleeds and sweats but does not cry? Since you've uncovered the truth, let us just let it go this time. The real Naruto Uzumaki withdrew his hand. The lung returned to its normal state. No issue at all. Yet, the gaping wound in Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest remained, blood still seeping out. He blinked, realizing that Kazekage Yado had no intention of providing any treatment. Ah. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood. Kazekage Yado was doing this on purpose. Teacher, it seems your life is not meant to end today. Orochimaru sighed, his gaze somber. Yado-kun, whenever the time comes for my teacher to die, you must inform me, and I shall personally see to the end of his life. Now he understood. The matter of killing Sarutobi Hiruzen depended on Kazekage Yado's consent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in immense pain, thought, I might as well be dead. His expression was one of deep concern. The good news was that he was alive. The bad news was that he wished he were dead. Well said, well said. Kazekage Yado looked at Orochimaru with a smile, stopping him as he attempted to leave. Wait, Orochimaru, don't go just yet. There is something I wish to discuss with you. After that, he added threateningly, don't even think about escaping, or I'll raise your lair, leaving you unable to conduct your research in the entire ninja world. Orochimaru. He looked up at the sky, suddenly regretting his trip to Konoha, encountering an enemy he could neither kill nor defeat. And who would pursue him indefinitely was truly a headache. The real Naruto Uzumaki directed his gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why are you still dawdling? Where is your conscience? Where is the compensation? Where is the ninjutsu? He had an indignant expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not hesitant. At this moment, it was not about whether he wanted to give it, but rather that he had no choice. Soon, the Umbu received orders and delivered the ninjutsu scrolls. A small opening in the four purple flames formation allowed the scroll to be passed through. Orochimaru, this is for you. The real Naruto Uzumaki casually tossed one of the scrolls to Orochimaru, unabashedly stating, go back and study the ghostly Luobud technique thoroughly. This technique has immense potential. It may even contain the secret to immortality. Although I possess the Furou system, no one ever complains about an increase in power. If I could elevate my strength to its peak and then merge with the Furou, it would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Orochimaru was taken aback, his snake-like eyes gleaming with excitement. Can I take this as compensation from you? Yado-kun, he expected Kazekage Yado to grant him this ninjutsu. Could it be that Yado also yearned for immortality, just like him? As this thought crossed his mind, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor. What nonsense are you thinking? The real Naruto Uzumaki rolled his eyes and coldly replied, once you've conducted your research, hurry back and deliver it to me, or you'll know why the flowers are so red. What a joke. Did I seem like such a kind-hearted person? To think he believed me to be good-hearted was the greatest insult. Fine. Orochimaru smacked his lips. He realized he was foolish to think that Yado would show any kindness. In an instant, upon dispelling the four purple flames formation, Orochimaru and his companions vanished in a puff of smoke. A massive purple serpent appeared. Hiss. The 10,000 snakes emitted a deafening roar, exuding a foul stench. Orochimaru. You summoned me. This time I require at least 100 sacrifices. Surely, these in front of me are the offerings. Yes. Its serpent eyes glinted with a cold light, exuding impatience at being disturbed. But the next moment, a haunting voice echoed from above. The real Naruto Uzumaki, with a smile, said, Who are you calling a sacrifice? Look me in the eye, you scoundrel. In Konoha, I will not allow anyone to be more arrogant than I. In an instant, the moisture in the air crystallized into frost. The colossal purple 10,000 snakes transformed into an ice sculpture, frozen solid. Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat bobbed as he gazed at the immense ice sculpture. His murky eyes filled with fear. This is a powerful summoning beast on par with the Monkey King. Even an elite ninja would find it difficult to contend with. Yet, in the face of Kazekage Yado, he didn't even perform hand seals. In a mere moment, an S-class summoning beast, the 10,000 snakes, was reduced to ice. This is absurd. The 10,000 snakes let out an enraged hiss, its serpent eyes flashing with fury and indignation. It's merely ice release. Witness my might. It thrashed wildly, attempting to break free from the ice. TSK, fool. The real Naruto Uzumaki, with a disdainful glint in his azure eyes, regarded it as if it were an imbecile. Your master may live undying, roaming the ninja world, stealing others' techniques daily, but you, 10,000 snakes, are not the same. In an instant, a chilling aura descended. The frozen 10,000 snakes felt an even more terrifying cold engulfing it, its very consciousness beginning to fade. Crack. The sound of ice shattering rang out, but it was not the 10,000 snakes breaking free. Rather, the ice splintered as its body was divided into countless pieces, its serpent eyes still filled with rage. This signified that it didn't even know when it had met its end. The real Naruto Uzumaki chuckled softly. Orochimaru, weren't you always complaining that the 10,000 snakes demanded too many sacrifices? Well, now it won't be asking you for sacrifices ever again. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle. Heh, Orochimaru, if you wish to kill me, you must pay the price. However, to kill a summoning beast and still be so unapologetic. Besides Kazekage Yato. He couldn't think of anyone else so shameless. He suddenly felt that, compared to Yato's bully-like nature, his disciple Orochimaru was much better. Old man, what are you worried about? Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. The real Naruto Uzumaki shot him a glare. Stop just eating and not working. Hurry up and distribute the clan lands to my little brother. Sarutobi Hiruzen ceased his frivolity. In the distance, Orochimaru had already escaped from Konoha. His voice hoarse. With the 10,000 snakes around, delaying for a while is not an issue. However, the next time I want to summon the 10,000 snakes, the cost will be even greater. As he thought of this, he felt a headache coming on. He couldn't help but lament, which summoning beast demands offerings every day. Neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade summoning beasts ever ask for sacrifices. Yet mine behaves like a demanding parent, requiring offerings every single day. But at that moment, a strange sensation arose. Orochimaru's expression stiffened, cold sweat immediately trickling down. Wait. The 10,000 snakes is an S-class summoning beast. It can't die so easily, can it? He couldn't help but slowly turn his head. There, he saw the colossal purple 10,000 snake's body crumbling inch by inch, the golden-haired youth standing atop the disintegrating serpent's head. Smiling brightly as he silently uttered a phrase. Orochimaru's face darkened. Who the hell needs your help? Although the 10,000 snakes was typically disobedient, its power was undeniably formidable, a spirit beast perpetually engulfed in fury. One so audacious it dares to strike its very master, though it may not be particularly obedient, as long as the offerings are sufficient, it truly comes forth. He let out a bitter laugh. Unable to suppress a sigh. Forget it, I have already extracted the cells of the 10,000 snakes. Cultivating another one is not a loss. Obtaining the art of Gue Luoya is still worthwhile. Little did he anticipate. The S-rank spirit beast, 10,000 snakes, would not endure even a minute in the hands of Bofeng Yido. What a calamity! Although the wound on his chest throbbed painfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a deeper ache in his heart. A perfectly fine Chunin exam had devolved into a farce. Stop the nonsense. The original body, Uzumaki Naruto, raised an eyebrow and impatiently declared, hurry up, right now. Grant my little brother some land. As Orochimaru departed, all the colossal serpents of Konoha vanished simultaneously. Lord Hokage, all the ninjas swiftly gathered, armed with kunai, their gazes warily fixed on Bofeng Yido. As if any movement from him would prompt a united attack. I'm fine. Don't attack. He's a good person. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly panicked. Thanks to him, I would never have survived otherwise. What on earth is happening? If Bofeng Yido is truly angered, my entire life's reputation will be ruined. Moreover, with the Flying Thunder God in play, no one can detain Bofeng Yido now. This crisis, thanks to Yido saving my life, compels me to grant him a piece of land. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart genuinely bled. Blood flowed from his chest wound, yet his smile remained resolute. However, considering he was not a ninja of Konoha, he decided to bestow it upon Naruto. He waved his hand grandly, demonstrating his generosity. TCH, the original body, Uzumaki Naruto, expressed disdain. Even at this juncture, you still seek to preserve your own face. With a droopy expression, he admonished, lift your spirits, don't embarrass yourself. Throughout the ordeal, Sarutobi Hiruzen had continuously referred to himself as Yido, never once mentioning his surname. Very well, I shan't mention it either. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Damn, he was the Hokage. And here he was humiliated in front of all his subordinates. Bofeng Yido raised an eyebrow, suddenly struck by a more amusing thought, pointing at all the ninjas and villagers below. His gaze akin to that of one surveying refuse. You lot, you've bullied my little brother, Uzumaki Naruto, haven to you. The original body, Uzumaki Naruto, shone with golden hair, radiating sunshine, yet his grin was malevolent and arrogant. He articulated each word with emphasis. No wonder your kin deserved to be slain by the Ninetales. Their demise was well deserved. In that instant, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly turned. As if he had seen a ghost. What scheme was Bofeng Yido concocting now? He could not help but feel a chill in his heart, though he was unaware of the other's intentions. He was all too familiar with Bofeng Yido's penchant for chaos. Even a passing dog would receive a couple of slaps. All eyes simmered with hatred, as if they wished to devour Bofeng Yido alive. Yet the original body, Uzumaki Naruto, exhibited no fear. Rather, he lifted his chin, his smile growing more pronounced. His azure eyes were unfathomably deep, resembling an inscrutable abyss. If you dare to bully Naruto again, I will kill you. What consequences could arise from that? It was merely a group of reckless individuals, driven by hatred, attempting to retaliate against him. But what did that have to do with him? If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon Sarutobi Hiruzen for not revealing his identity to preserve his own innocence. If blame were to be assigned, it should lie with Shimura Danzo for spreading rumors about him being the Ninetales to control it. Farewell, you bunch of foolish individuals. The original body, Uzumaki Naruto, did not conceal the malice in his gaze. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed the hostile, murderous glare from Moonlight Wind. Whoosh! His figure vanished in an instant. With a swift motion, he aimed a blow. I was about to leave, and yet you dare to stare. This slap was delivered with remarkable force. It was no jest. Moonlight Wind felt as though his very meal from the previous night was about to be expelled. Coupled with his existing ailment, he felt he might truly be at his limit. What have I done to deserve this? Who am I bothering just by looking your way? However, the original body, Uzumaki Naruto, was far too swift. Having struck, he vanished once more into the air. This one do, Kakashi. Might Guy furrowed his brow. His speed is too sudden. I didn't even comprehend why Moonlight Wind was struck. Hatake Kakashi murmured. Stop pondering. He strikes without reason. It could just be that he simply dislikes Moonlight Wind. When he is displeased, even passing dogs receive a couple of slaps. Although my time with Bofongido has been short. Hatake Kakashi squinted with a hint of pride. I have a slight understanding of his character. The original body, Uzumaki Naruto, cast a sidelong glance at Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, you know a bit too much. At that moment, Moonlight Wind felt utterly wronged. Casting a resentful look at Hatake Kakashi, what are you so proud of? Among the thousands present, why am I the one singled out? He strained to maintain his composure. A belly full of rage, raising his katana. No matter who you are, I can tell you, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Oh, the original body, Uzumaki Naruto, raised an eyebrow, furiously exclaiming, not only does the enemy refuse to surrender, but they also dare to resist. Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi exchanged glances, their expressions wary, muscles tensed. They sensed that Moonlight Wind was about to take another beating. Whoosh, a flash of golden light crossed through. Moonlight Wind's katana shattered, a clear imprint of a slap appearing on his face as he spiraled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Might Guy. Witnessing it, he could not react in time. A whoosh, and he vanished once more. Hatake Kakashi, completely taken by surprise. You dare to vie with me for the title of the fastest in the ninja world. The original body, Uzumaki Naruto, smirked, glancing at the two before turning his attention back to Moonlight Wind. If you must seek a reason, blame your pedestrian face that resembles a typical downcast main character from a shounen anime. Plus, you have a lovely girlfriend, yet lack the corresponding strength. Moonlight Wind's girlfriend is indeed attractive, purple hair, long legs, and a stunning figure, reminding him of an outstanding film named Takayanagi's work. Hiss. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. Damn it, Moonlight Wind seethed, shouting, shut up, but the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. New injuries compounded with old ones caused him to faint instantly. Ding. Congratulations, host, mission complete. Defeat or kill Moonlight Wind. Mission reward, 6 paths power, phasing, 6 paths power. Become invisible and penetrate any translucent object. Traversing through the light of all celestial bodies. Phasing, omitted. Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow, glancing at Moonlight Wind. Wouldn't it have been easier to concede? A young man with tuberculosis should not overexert himself. However, the system's omission was rather clever. Phasing, and the system looks down upon it. Even invisibility has a shadow. Poor rating. And you lot, a group of trash like Moonlight Wind, might as well keep your heads down. Bofongido grinned broadly, revealing a dazzling smile. His figure vanished in an instant. How dare he be so audacious in Konoha, observing the villagers and ninjas of Konoha, their faces filled with murderous intent and fury directed at Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on, but his chest ached even more. He could almost see through his chest, glimpsing his lungs. Why did it feel like surviving was worse than dying? Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say something, but his breath quickened, the pain in his chest intensifying, threatening to make him faint. Ouch! Naruto Uzumaki was quick-witted and agile. He leaped forward with a grand stride, a vibrant green light emanating from the palm of his hand as he bellowed. Old Dinga, wake up. You haven't even designated a place for my clan. What nonsense is this? You can't just fall asleep before we're done talking. You're just here idly fishing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled into alertness. His body and spirit both weary, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. He felt as if he was on the verge of collapse, and yet, Naruto's urgency perplexed him. Something felt off. Why did Naruto's manner of speaking resemble that of Minato Namake's? His eyes widened in realization as the familiar sensation of healing washed over him. He suddenly entertained a bold conjecture. Could Naruto Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze be the same person? No, that was absurd. The two could not possibly exist in the same realm, and Minato's skills were terrifyingly superior, possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, Rinnegan, and Ice Release. Naruto had been under his watchful gaze for 12 years. How could he have mastered such ninjutsu? Thus, this theory was the most unlikely of possibilities. Naruto, there is no space left in the village center. Choose any spot at the village's edge, Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to say. His exhaustion evident as he nearly collapsed into Naruto's embrace. Hey! Naruto took a large step back, sensing the ploy for sympathy. Thud! Sarutobi Hiruzen fell heavily to the ground, the pain overwhelming him, and in that moment, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lord Hokage! Why aren't you helping Lord Hokage? Naruto Uzumaki, do you even deserve to be a ninja of Konoha? If you don't wish to remain in Konoha, then get out. You heartless wretch! A voice of dissent echoed, directed at Naruto, filled with anger and hatred, akin to that of a wild beast longing to devour him whole. Yet, the smile on Naruto's lips grew ever more pronounced as he surveyed the faces twisted in fury and disdain. Dismissively declaring, a bunch of fools. What did you say? The villagers of Konoha gaped in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost, exchanging incredulous glances. Where did he find the audacity to insult them? Unfazed, Naruto continued with deliberate enunciation. When Minato was here, why didn't you dare to speak up? Could it be that you are all simply cowards? Naruto's lips curled into a smirk as he stepped forward. Or do you wish to kill me right now? However, as he advanced, the villagers and ninjas of Konoha recoiled in fear, cold sweat trickling down their brows, their eyes wide with terror. Stop! I command you to halt. You monster! Do not approach, or we shall slay you. They rallied together, emboldened by their numbers. A multitude of stones, kunai, and explosive tags rained down upon Naruto. Ha ha ha! Kill that monster! Kill him! The villagers' pupils dilated, their faces contorted with madness and delight. Naruto's azure eyes turned icy as the pale blue Rinnegan began to coalesce in his hand, but at that moment, three figures swiftly interposed themselves before him. Uchiha Sasuke rapidly formed hand seals, fire style, fireball jutsu. Neji spoke with authority. Heavenly spin. Gaara raised his hand. Sand shield. In an instant, all attacks dissipated into nothingness. Sasuke turned back, his dark eyes glinting as he scoffed. Humph! Naruto, you can't even dodge this level of attack. Naruto sensed an unusual gust of wind today. Damn it. Sasuke, you idiot. You stole my 5 kills. Uchiha Sasuke replied. Indeed, he realized he should never have harbored expectations of Naruto. This guy wouldn't even refrain from bullying others. Don't block my way. Naruto forcefully pushed Sasuke's head aside with a feral grin. I usually don't bully others, but when did you lot dare to bully me? Damn it. It's all your fault. He cursed at the three of them. The Rinnegan in his hand shot forth like a bullet, its speed unfathomable. With Sasuke and the others in the way, nobody even noticed until it detonated amidst the crowd, claiming the lives of over 10 individuals amidst their wails of anguish. Who was the loudest just now? Do I look so easy to bully? Do I appear to be a good person? Naruto feigned confusion, shrugging off the situation with a cold smirk. Who gave you the courage to lay hands on me? Liangjingru. The villagers of Konoha were enraged, their collective fury threatening to consume Naruto whole. Naruto, as a comrade, you must never lay a hand on your own. Might Guy's expression turned grave as he regarded the deceased villagers, his eyes filled with sorrow. Moreover, people have died because of you. Humph. In response, Naruto merely sneered dismissively. Guy, are you joking? It was they who struck first. Are you blind? Guy's breath hitched. Kakashi Hitaki's gaze remained calm. The Chunin exams are over. Everyone disperse. We shall discuss everything once the Hokage awakens. Having once been the head of the Umbu, he was acutely aware of Konoha's darker side and the third Hokage's concerns. Besides, they were not Hokage, merely ordinary elite Jonin, lacking the authority to make decisions. Mind your own business. Naruto glanced at Kakashi with indifference. You can save them for a moment, but you cannot save them for a lifetime. His azure eyes glinted with mockery. Just watch, even if hell has no gates. They will break through. Through Naruto's azure gaze, Kakashi felt as though he was gazing into an unfathomable abyss, sending a shiver down his spine. Having said that, Naruto turned to leave, with Sasuke, Neji, and Gaara closely following. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Gaara, are you following me for what? The Chunin exams are over. Hurry back to your own homes. He scrutinized the slender Gaara, who was even shorter than Sasuke. It was no wonder he had only grown to 172 meters, right? Gaara, let us head back quickly. Tamari exclaimed urgently. Father has been killed. The Sand Village must be in chaos. We need to return at once. The death of a village leader signified impending turmoil for the Sand Village. If not handled properly, the entire village could be in jeopardy. What does that have to do with me? Gaara rejected her plea. What? Temari's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Gaara, her voice trembling. Why, Gaara? This is precisely when the Sand Village needs us. Gaara's expression remained apathetic. Go back, sister. I shall not return to the Sand Village. He exhibited no signs of being moved, as if the Sand Village's fate held no significance to him. His gaze shifted to Naruto, his youthful eyes ablaze with fervor. I am no longer a killing machine. I have found my own path, and the tailed beast is no longer within me. Gaara's gaze burned intensely as he fixed his eyes upon Naruto Uzumaki. Feeling as though he had finally grasped the essence of bonds and emotions. Naruto shivered, saying, Don't do that, brother. I'm not into that. However, at the same time, he found it rather peculiar that he had just taken a life without a second thought. While it may not have been a massacre, it certainly did not paint him in a favorable light. How could Gaara choose to follow him? This kid, if it doesn't work out, perhaps he should take a look in the mirror. Naruto turned to Neji Hyuga and asked, I just killed someone. Don't you think that's cruel? Not cruel. They deserved it. Neji shook his head. Naruto glanced at Gaara and employed an apt descriptor. I just called them idiots. Don't you think that reflects poorly on my character? Well said. I think you should have acted on it. Gaara affirmed, feeling that the cruelty was insufficient. Naruto stroked his chin, his gaze deepening. I think you both should perhaps have a look at your own minds. What on earth is going on? Are kids these days that intellectually challenged? It seems like once they set their minds on something, they refuse to turn back, just like Kimimaro, who knew Orochimaru was evil yet remained devoted until the very end. Are we wrong? Neji and Gaara exchanged uncertain glances. No, Naruto declared solemnly, extending his hand enthusiastically. You're absolutely right. What I need are fools. Clever kids like you. Welcome to the Uzumaki clan's family. If you're dissatisfied with your original family name, feel free to change it. He looked at them with eager anticipation. Gaara, somewhat perplexed, remarked, I seem to lack a surname as well. Neji refused, stating, There's no need, although I will no longer return to the Hyuga clan. I do not wish to change my surname. After all, it is my father's name. Naruto expressed his disappointment. What a pity. I was hoping to experience the feeling of being a father. Gaara. Neji. Listen. Is this even human speech? Sasuke Uchiha, standing nearby, twitched at the corner of his mouth, knowing that Naruto never had anything good to say as a result. Now, no matter what Naruto said, he had to consider whether there might be a trap involved. No, Gaara, if you don't go back, how am I supposed to explain to the village? Temari stammered, on the verge of tears. As the Jinchuriki, if you don't return, and the One Tail is lost, our village will surely not let it slide. Oh, Naruto raised an eyebrow, surveying Temari. This was indeed a problem. Losing both the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki would lead their village to disbelief, and they might even declare war. The more he spoke, the brighter Naruto's eyes became. The Sand Village attacking the leaf. Excellent. Right? Temari, completely unaware of Naruto's growing delight, quickly added, You think that's right too, don't you? So, Gaara, No. Naruto waved his hand. Interrupting Temari, with a serious expression he said, Temari, you need to hurry back. Get the Sand Village to declare war. And don't forget to mention that Sarutobi Hiruzen is gravely injured and may not recover. It would be best to involve the Cloud Village too. Those brutes would certainly not miss this opportunity. Once they see you two villages at odds, the Mist and Rock villages will likely join in, and the Leaf will be utterly doomed. A smirk crept onto Naruto's lips, revealing a satisfied smile. Temari's eyes widened slowly. Wait, brother, you're from the Leaf. Why does it sound like you're wishing for the Leaf's downfall? Enough with the nonsense. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, impatiently saying, Get lost. Since Gaara has joined my ranks, he will henceforth be my ace in the hole. As an elder brother, I must protect my younger brother. Understand? He looked disdainfully at Temari. Your Sand Village's strength is practically non-existent. It's just Chiyo holding it together. After the fourth Kazekage's death, the Sand Village has barely any strength left. If you dislike me, come and take a swing. With the fourth Kazekage gone, it was just Chiyo, an over 70-year-old lady, keeping things afloat. Thanks to her lack of ambition, she ultimately sacrificed herself to save Gaara, leaving the Sand Village with a flicker of hope. Otherwise, without Gaara to hold the fort, the Sand Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, would not even have a single powerful leader. Temari couldn't help but shudder. Having only observed from a distance, she now realized how incredibly arrogant Naruto truly was. But Gaara wasn't leaving. She genuinely had no way out. Did she really have to return like this? Kankuro wore a reluctant expression. Let's go. Temari sighed. If we can't even defeat Gaara, how could we possibly stand against the even more formidable Naruto? Don't you see how Naruto has even killed his own villagers when pushed too far? You might throw around threats and act tough, but Temari was unafraid. However, the thought of Naruto killing without mercy made her feel, those who recognize the situation are the true wise. Kankuro refused to back down. What's so great about that guy? I don't think highly of him at all. No sooner had he spoken than Temari's face paled. Shut up. She suddenly turned around. And before Naruto could say anything, she caught sight of 3 icy glares. Who do you think you are? Sasuke Uchiha's eyes glimmered with the crimson light of his Sharingan, cold as ice, as he spoke. How dare you speak ill of Naruto behind his back? Neji Hyuga turned his head. Puppet master of the Sand Village, are you seeking death? But the swiftest was Gaara, who suddenly extended his hand, enunciating each word with clarity. Sand coffin. In an instant, countless grains of sand enveloped Kankuro, tightening suddenly, as blood trickled from the cracks, and the sound of bones fracturing echoed. Kankuro, your loose tongue could cost you your life. Naruto is not someone of your caliber to comment on. Gaara's gaze remained indifferent. Temari's eyes trembled. She had anticipated Kankuro would be reprimanded, but never imagined it would be Gaara, his younger brother, who would teach him a lesson. Sister, avenge me. Kankuro gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Temari's expression was complex. Kankuro, be quiet. After a moment of silence, she looked at Gaara's receding figure, took a deep breath, her expression conflicted. The sand coffin is a jutsu used in conjunction with sand funeral. Yet Gaara did not use sand funeral. The pressure from the sand coffin is rarely lethal. In that instant, Kankuro's expression turned to shock, incredulity causing his words to stutter. No, it can't be. All right, let's go. Naruto didn't even spare a glance. Since we have nothing to do, you all better help me build the clan's territory. I've already decided on the location. His lips curved upward, envisioning a territory 10 times larger than the Hyuga clans, nearly equivalent to a significant portion of the leaf itself. Although there was no space within the leaf, he had thought of a more suitable area. The leaf itself was not vast, and within 20 minutes, they arrived at the destination. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, both Sasuke Uchiha and Neji Hyuga felt their mouths twitch in disbelief. Naruto, are you certain you want to establish the Uzumaki clan's territory here? Sasuke asked for confirmation. Are you sure this is the place? Hey. The Hokage shouldn't agree to this, right? Neji couldn't help but swallow hard. Observing the two's lack of resolve, Naruto's expression turned dismissive as he greeted the 2 gatekeeping ninjas. Pointing at the entrance of the leaf, it's exactly this. The location is simply perfect. With a frown, Uzumaki Naruto let out an impatient snort, remarking that Sarutobi Hiruzen was currently like a clay Buddha crossing the river. Unable to protect himself, a smirk crept onto his lips as he declared, choosing this place is my intention to vex him. Gaara, still somewhat bewildered, gazed blankly at the entrance of Konoha and murmured. Building at the gate of Konoha, wouldn't that impede the villagers and ninjas from coming and going? Is this even something a person can do? The 3 exchanged glances, realizing they had perhaps overestimated Naruto's audacity. It became evident that his boldness surpassed their wildest imaginations. However, a pressing concern lingered. Hyuga Neji furrowed his brows and glanced back at Konoha, noting, to establish a clan territory, we would certainly require the assistance of craftsmen. It is clear that the citizens of Konoha would never consent to this construction at their gate. Moreover, it is unlikely that craftsmen from elsewhere would take on such a task, without skilled laborers. The 3 of us attempting to build a clan territory is nothing short of a pipe dream. Uchiha Sasuke nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. My father once mentioned that the construction of the Uchiha clan's territory took a full 6 months just for the craftsmen. And that was with the aid of ninjas. Otherwise, it could have taken even longer. The scale of this territory, 10 times larger than that of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, is unimaginable. Sasuke shook his head, stating, some matters cannot be resolved merely with money. Just as he contemplated the impossibility of it all, a resounding slap echoed in his ears. Uzumaki Naruto clapped his hands together, grinned mischievously, and bellowed, you 2 ignorant fools. How could you fail to recognize that I am the reincarnation of Ashura? Would release, multiplication technique of the Hyuga clan, boom, the ground fractured, and countless vines surged forth, not bursting forth chaotically but rather as if meticulously crafted by a mold. Towering structures and courtyard walls ascended into the air. The roofs were adorned with eaves, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. Inside, every piece of furniture was present. In mere minutes, a clan territory rose from the earth as if by miracle. Is this would release? Before Gaara and the others could fully register their shock, A voice of disbelief rang out nearby. Thud. An ice pop slipped from her hand, and her pupils quivered. The first Hokage's bloodline limit. How could you, Uzumaki Naruto, possibly wield would release? Oh right, I nearly forgot about you. Naruto turned his gaze toward the distant Sakura, his tone laced with impatience as he remarked, Haruno Sakura. Why on earth does it take you so long to buy an ice pop? What are you doing? Didn't your parents teach you even the simplest of tasks like shopping? No wonder, he added disdainfully, given your lack of upbringing, having parents may as well be the same as having none. His gaze was harsh and contemptuous. Haruno Sakura's breath hitched, tears welling in her eyes as she exclaimed, How can you say such things about me? The wind picked up, and tears fell. Naruto, seemingly reluctant, sighed deeply. My apologies, I misspoke. A smirk played on his lips, yet his eyes grew colder still, as if regarding refuse strewn upon the ground. One might say you were worse off than being parentless, a worthless thing. Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura trembled, her eyes wide with disbelief, her voice tinged with tears. How can you speak to me like this? Aren't we comrades? Why must you insult me? Didn't I buy the ice pop for you? Clutching the ring around her neck, she demanded angrily, For this, I even wore this humiliating ring. Is this not enough? If it were anyone else who heard this and saw the girl weeping, who could remain unmoved? The renowned gatekeeper of Konoha, Gongzi, could not help but interject, As comrades, even if we may not see eye to eye, there is no need to bully her. Besides, she is a girl. He could not bear to see a girl cry. Especially one as lovely as her. Yet here they were, squabbling incessantly. Naruto's gaze was impatient, regarding him as one would a fool, and he chuckled derisively. Either shut your mouth, or I'll take you down right now. Do you understand the meaning of a warm-hearted man? His words were pointed. Since you are so displeased, you may as well try to comfort Haruno Sakura later. There are always those who consider themselves clever. Standing on one side without grasping the full context, either foolishly bold or merely stacking buffs. Gongzi's anger flared, his eyes turning red, but Naruto did not spare him a glance. He turned his attention back to Sakura. Stating coolly, Haruno Sakura, those words you just uttered were once spoken by you to me. His azure eyes brimmed with mockery, striking her like a bolt from the blue as he articulated each word with precision. Why is it that when they are directed at you, you cannot withstand them? These were indeed Sakura's original words. Speaking of which, the character of Haruno Sakura is quite amusing. As a child, she would ridicule Naruto for being parentless and unrefined, even leading others to ostracize him. Yet as she grew older, she came to resent the constraints that parental presence imposed, wishing she were free of them. From Naruto's perspective, at 12, she was merely naive. Yet at 16, she remained foolish. No, I didn't. Haruno Sakura was taken aback, her heart racing. Her tears momentarily halted, and she became utterly flustered, attempting to defend herself. I was just, Shut your mouth. Do not waste my time with your nonsense. Naruto pointed at Sakura, his tone impatient as he mocked. So, from the very beginning, I told you to leave, yet you insisted on lingering. Can't you just go? Return the ring and scram. He extended his hand. Utterly unmerciful, his azure eyes icy. Yet at that moment, it was Sakura who refused to comply, firmly clutching the ring around her neck and defiantly declaring, No, I want tea. I absolutely will not return it. In the past, had Naruto berated her, she would have certainly retorted. Yet at some point, she had subconsciously come to accept it as a given. Moreover, she had invested so much into this, so much effort. How could she not expect a return? As long as the ring remained on her, they would still be comrades. Haruno Sakura, adorned with the ring around her neck and a mystical purple tattoo on her abdomen, stood resolutely. TSK. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his large hand gently patting her fair face, his expression cold. That is what you believe, but we have never thought that way. Not to mention, her face was quite pleasant to the touch. So he rubbed it vigorously. It is well known that I never force others. If you wish to leave, I will not stop you. But should you regret it later? Naruto's lips curved upward, a glint of chilling light crossing his gaze. Do not blame me. With the ring on, and the tattoo inked out, I won't. Haruno Sakura's face was resolute. What I have decided, I will never regret. With a snap, Naruto tightened the button of the ring, causing it to press closely against her neck, his lips curling upward. Then consider this a small reward. What? Haruno Sakura was taken aback, her cheeks flushing. The ring, initially resembling an ornament, now felt like a collar. Yet Naruto claimed it was a reward. Next, the entire Uzumaki clan would need to be tidied up. Sakura Haruno was momentarily taken aback. The Uzumaki clan before her was at least 10 times larger than the Hyuga clan. And if she were to clean it herself, it would undoubtedly take several days. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki, with a calm demeanor, remarked nonchalantly, Of course, I reiterate my statement. You can take off the ring and leave. An inexplicable sense of urgency welled up within her, as if she were on the verge of being abandoned. Without thinking, Sakura exclaimed, I can do it. A smile crept onto Naruto's lips as he replied. Then let us get started, Sakura. With that, he beckoned to 3 of them to enter the clan grounds. Gaara, you and Neji can choose your own rooms. Both Gaara and Neji nodded, having no particular demands regarding their living conditions. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha subtly turned his head away, his expression somewhat frosty, his dark eyes seemingly communicating unspoken words. Since there's nothing going on, I'll be heading back, he stated, turning to leave without so much as a farewell. Naruto, momentarily stunned, quickly grasped the situation, a smirk forming on his lips. Where do you think you're going? Do you think all the meals you've had here were for free? I'm renting you a room. So from now on, you'd better pay your rent. Let me experience what it feels like to be a landlord. Sasuke paused, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Who would want to live in your place? Although he verbally rejected the notion, a hint of color flickered in his black eyes, and he hesitated to leave, as if the decision to depart had not truly been his. Hey, Naruto raised an eyebrow. If anyone in the ninja world was the epitome of pride, it was undoubtedly Sasuke. In terms of pridefulness, no one, regardless of gender, could rival him in the entire ninja realm. Everyone else was merely a younger sibling in his presence. On the other hand, at the entrance of the Uzumaki clan, Sakura pondered, did Naruto just call me Sakura? Her eyes widened slightly. This was the first time he had referred to her as Sakura since their falling out. What was there to be happy about? Sasuke furrowed his brow, murmuring, that guy Naruto is calling you so sweetly. He is definitely up to something. Can't you see that? Not far away, Ganko Tetsu was still fuming. What s with that arrogance? Calm down, Kamizuki Izumo consoled. If you had a brother as powerful as him, you'd be even more arrogant. Ganko Tetsu was momentarily at a loss for words. Are you kidding? Do I seem like such a shallow person? He glanced at Sakura, who was diligently cleaning, and suddenly recalled Naruto's infuriating smile and words. If you can't bear to watch, why don't you try comforting Sakura later? Ganko Tetsu scoffed. I'll give it a try. With my charm, winning over a girl will be a piece of cake. He flashed a warm smile, cheerfully saying, so you're called Sakura, right? Don't take any nonsense here. We Konoha ninjas don't do things that would embarrass ourselves. Come, I'll treat you to some dango. Ganko Tetsu beamed brightly. After all, girls love dango, and even the tough girl, Anko Mitarashi, was no exception, let alone a young girl like Sakura. But at that moment, Sakura scrutinized him from head to toe, dismissively declaring, no way, you're too ugly. I wouldn't want to go eat dango with you. Ganko Tetsu's eyes widened in disbelief. Stammering, he asked, why? With a look of disdain, Sakura enunciated each word, because you're too ugly. You're nowhere near as good-looking as Naruto or Sasuke. In the hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen awakened, feeling as though he had experienced death. Staring at the stark white ceiling, memories slowly pieced together in his mind. And he let out a deep sigh that I never expected to think that death wouldn't be so bad. Life is indeed unpredictable. What surprised him even more was the familiar figure standing at the head of his hospital bed. Like a stone statue, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came out hoarse, as if he had not had enough water. So, Danzo, how long have you been keeping vigil here? Although Danzo lacked a broader perspective, even Hiruzen had to admit that the man's endurance was remarkable. Shimura Danzo dismissed it casually. I merely dropped by from time to time. Have you been busy during this time? Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing through them. After all, when Orochimaru targeted me, no one from your root came to my aid. If you die, it will only prove that you are unfit to bear the title of Hokage, Danzo remarked, lifting his eyelids, revealing eyes filled with undisguised ambition. Ah, yes, Hiruzen suddenly chuckled, looking at Danzo's weathered form. With a body like yours, still aspiring to be Hokage, that is something I cannot match. However, let us first discuss how to deal with Nagato, shall we? He shifted the topic. I believe that is also the reason you sought me out. Indeed, the first thing he thought of upon waking was to eliminate Nagato, and Danzo felt the same. Hiruzen regarded Danzo with eyes devoid of pity. There was no difference from usual, not an ounce of distinction. To regard someone like Danzo, who despite his half-destroyed body still harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage, with pity would be a sign of disrespect. Of course, Danzo's triangular eyes glimmered with a cold light. Konoha can belong to you, Hiruzen, or it can belong to me, but it absolutely cannot be controlled by anyone else, no matter who it is. I will never allow it. Hiruzen's gaze deepened, his tone grave. But you know that Nagato wields the Flying Thunder God technique, even with the speed of the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, They almost fell to Minato, who also possessed the Flying Thunder God. His expression darkened. We only have one chance. This is the most challenging part. If we allow Nagato to escape, we may never have another opportunity to defeat him. And I would face utter disgrace. Leave everything to me. Danzo's eyes turned icy. I already have a plan. You just need to cooperate. But, he paused, fixing his gaze on Hiruzen. This time, I don't want you to go back on your word. Hiruzen sighed deeply. Rest assured. I can accept threats against me. However, I cannot tolerate anyone defecating on my head. His expression soured. What Nagato had done was precisely that. And not just once. If he didn't put a stop to it. He felt that his head would eventually become Nagato's toilet. Danzo nodded in satisfaction and prepared to leave. Oh, by the way, Hiruzen, Danzo left behind a parting remark, tinged with a hint of pity. Now that you've just awakened, try not to get too upset over certain matters. Learn to self-soothe. Huh? Hiruzen was left bewildered. When did Danzo become a comforter? He chuckled softly. It's only been a few days since I fainted. What could possibly happen? Could it be something worse than what Naruto Uzumaki has caused? The Chunin exams had just concluded, and Naruto had just completed his tasks. Even livestock needed a couple of days to rest. Lord Hokage, you've finally awakened. Genko Tetsu exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. You must get up and see. It's terrible. It's terrible. Konoha is in chaos. That guy actually dared to commit such a heinous act. It is simply infuriating. Absolutely outrageous. Not even human. He was so agitated that he was practically foaming at the mouth. Hiruzen found the noise unbearable. Damn it. You've been rambling on without saying anything of substance. He raised his hand. Cut out the personal feelings and get to the point. As long as I'm here, Konoha won't fall into chaos. Even Orochimaru was repelled by me, wasn't he? His expression remained calm, exuding an air of strategic composure, unperturbed by the circumstances. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced out the window, where the azure sky and fluffy clouds painted a picture of tranquility, as long as the village remained safe. No matter the magnitude of the issues, they were merely trivial matters. Oh, Kanji's expression soured, his restless emotions devoid of an outlet. He succinctly stated, in essence, Uzumaki Naruto has established a clan territory. This was permitted by me. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, dismissing it lightly. It's merely a trifling matter. What is there to worry about? There is ample land outside the village. Is it not true that Uzumaki Naruto built his clan territory beyond the village borders? Kanji replied obediently, it is indeed constructed outside the village. Then that settles it. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. What is the fuss about? Kanji, as a guardian ninja, one must maintain composure in the face of significant events. Do not react with alarm to every little thing. Do you understand? He paused, then inquired, by the way, where has Naruto chosen to establish the clan territory? I shall visit it when I have the time. Heh, he is but a child. He knows not the complexities involved in constructing a clan territory. Kanji murmured, Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Naruto has chosen to situate the clan territory right at the village gate, effectively blocking it off. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed, sensing the predicament. No need to panic. It remains under control. Continue. Uzumaki Naruto seemingly mastered would release, completing the entire clan territory in less than 10 minutes. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in shock. Gaara refused to return to Sunagakure, opting instead to follow Uzumaki Naruto. And now, Sunagakure had dispatched individuals to question this situation. What kind of joke is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's breathing quickened, because Uzumaki Naruto's clan territory obstructed the entrance. He charged all passing villagers and ninjas a toll, leaving the citizens and ninjas of Konoha in despair, with some even relocating. Kanji added, some have already attempted to burn down Uzumaki Naruto's clan territory. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though he might lose his mind. He had only been unconscious for a few days. He wasn't dead. This is untenable. I cannot continue as Hokage. Which reasonable person would build a clan at the village entrance and block it so thoroughly? Sarutobi Hiruzen was infuriated to the point of laughter, and he dares to charge a toll. He even lured Gaara from Sunagakure to Konoha. Just hearing it, Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel the fury of Konoha's citizens and ninjas. Each of these incidents was sufficient to overwhelm him, and with so many issues piling up, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly disoriented, his thoughts tangled like a mess of yarn. By the way, you just mentioned that someone attempted to burn down Uzumaki Naruto's clan territory? Sarutobi Hiruzen finally grasped a thread of logic. His expression changed abruptly. No, absolutely not. They must not act. Otherwise, Uzumaki Naruto would slaughter them all. He shuddered, disregarding the need to change clothes, and dashed out in his hospital gown, only to witness flames erupting at the village entrance, a raging inferno, soaring to the heavens. TSK. Uzumaki Naruto retracted his long-range vision, blinking. Can't you all just live peacefully? Must you stir up trouble? If you two didn't create chaos, you could have endured another 2 years of bullying. But if you do, he grinned, I can't be certain how tragically you will meet your end. As for forgiveness, it is utterly impossible. It will never be granted. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen decapitates himself to serve as a urinal. He would need to consider the practicality of such a urinal. But at that moment, countless torches were hurled from all directions into the Uzumaki clan territory. Boom. In an instant, flames erupted. Amidst the fire, Uzumaki Naruto's visage flickered, his lips curling into a radiant smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Yet resembling a devil, your timing is impeccable, you scoundrels. Uzumaki Naruto's figure swiftly ascended to the highest roof peak. He surveyed the frenzied faces of the Konoha ninjas and villagers surrounding him. A glimmer of joy danced in his azure eyes. How dare you establish a clan at the village gate, and charge a toll to boot? Burn them all. Damn the Nine Tails. How dare it flaunt its power above us? Humph, Uzumaki Naruto, the Hokage isn't handling you. We will. The accumulated resentment, once suppressed, now surged forth. They merely exchanged a few insults with Uzumaki Naruto before facing annihilation. It was utterly brutal, shockingly bloody, and inhumane. Let us all attack together. Someone shouted. We are many. Even if Uzumaki Naruto goes on a rampage, he cannot kill us all. Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow. What kind of foolish logic is this? The 5 great villages besieging Wudong Mountain. Zhang Sanfeng could dispatch them with a single slap. However, humans are not mere killing machines. They are creatures capable of weighing pros and cons. He smiled slyly at the crowd of Konoha, his lips curling higher. Those at the front will perish first. The crowd froze momentarily. Panic gripped their hearts. Although they yearned for revenge, no one wished to not heed his nonsense. A middle-aged man bellowed, coldly asserting, it is merely a demon fox, if it dares to kill again. The Hokage will undoubtedly bring it to justice upon awakening. Moreover, other ninjas will not stand idly by while it slaughters. The crowd relaxed, reassured. Indeed, no matter what, Uzumaki Naruto is still a ninja of Konoha. If he dares to kill again, he will be punished, perhaps even imprisoned. A surge of blue energy erupted. The middle-aged man felt momentarily blinded, but in the next instant, with a resounding boom, his head exploded like a watermelon. Thud. His headless body collapsed to the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Cold sweat trickled down every face, as if they had turned into robots, their movements stiff and mechanical, their eyes resembling those of dead fish. On the verge of bulging out. Boom, 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 boom. Ha ha ha. Die, all of you. Uzumaki Naruto cackled triumphantly, his hands conjuring mini Raisengans that sprayed like a machine gun. In the blaze, heads burst open like watermelons. The crowd panicked, a madman. This guy is insane. Run, or we shall all perish right here. Everyone turned and fled, the once united front dissolving into a disorganized mob. Do not run. In the midst of the flames, Uzumaki Naruto murmured, did you not just say that I cannot kill you all? But at this moment, his voice sounded like the whispers of a demon to the crowd. Instantly, they ran even faster. Yet at that moment, boom, 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 many Raisengans cut through the sky, and those trailing at the back, filled with despair, thought they were doomed, only to realize the many Raisengans whizzed past them. In an instant, the heads of the few fastest runners exploded into a pulp. Run, run. Their speed escalated, veins bulging on their foreheads. Leg muscles straining as they pressed every last bit of energy within them. As long as they could survive, it would all be worth it. From this moment on, Uzumaki Naruto's lips curled upwards. Speaking lazily and deliberately, as if toying with his playthings, the fastest to flee will die first. His voice was soft but resonated in everyone's ears. All bodies froze, abruptly halting their steps, eyes trembling in fear. Despair. Uzumaki Naruto, what on earth do you intend to do? Their mental state crumbled. The swiftest attackers will die first. The fastest runners will also perish first. They felt like marionette clowns being played with. What nonsense are you spewing? Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow, casually launching a Rasengan that obliterated the head of the questioner, lamenting, I merely wish to quietly remain in my home. You have inexplicably set my home ablaze. And now you wish to take my life. How can such cruel brigands exist in this world? His face was marred with sorrow and indignation. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head once more, asserting, you cannot possibly be from Konoha. The people of Konoha are kind-hearted and supportive of one another. How could you be from Konoha? Thus, a brilliant smile graced his lips. Whether you flee swiftly or slowly, you all deserve to perish. The vibrant blue Raisengans swiftly coalesced. its diameter a staggering 10 meters. Merely gazing at it instilled terror. No, no, I do not wish to die. I have an elderly mother of 80 to care for. The crowd's eyes were filled with despair, trembling with fear, devoid of strength to escape. Fear not, Uzumaki Naruto kindly reassured. Without your care, your mother will soon accompany you. But at that moment, a commanding voice echoed. Cease, Uzumaki Naruto. Susanoo, Rui Jingu Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Monkey King had already synchronized their efforts. In an instant, he summoned the Monkey King, transforming him into the Rui Jingu Bang. He sensed that Uzumaki Naruto would not comply. Grasping the golden staff, he prepared to charge forth. Old Sarutobi, you truly cannot remain at peace for a single day. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes narrowed, his smile widening. But this time, you truly cannot withstand it. I can withstand it. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed, his voice resonant. They are my family. Suddenly, he realized the Rinnegan had expanded dramatically. What was once a 10-meter diameter had now surged to 30 meters. Not only would it obliterate those few individuals, but should he endure it himself, he would also find himself in the Pure Land to greet the first Hokage with a long time no see. Whoosh! His figure vanished in an instant, retreating to a safe distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, sensing the dire situation, and executed a swift maneuver to evade. He could not sacrifice himself for the sake of saving others, for it was not worth it. Boom! The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Sarutobi Hiruzen hid far away, his expression blank. The fierce wind swept through the dark clouds, ruffling his white hair. He exchanged an awkward glance with Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow and grinned. Aren't you going to save them, old man? Your family is still waiting for you. He felt somewhat like an instigator. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Save what? Look at those people. They are all dead. He looked up to the sky, where the once blue and white clouds had vanished without a trace, the dark clouds mirroring his current mood. Why was it that upon awakening, he immediately felt so weary? Such cruelty. He realized he must hasten Danzo's plan, for Uzumaki Naruto had arrived like a whirlwind, leaving him no time to think, no time to articulate. The chaos ensued with a cacophony of destruction. Dozens of lives were lost. In comparison, his and Danzo's plan moved at a snail's pace. He feared that before the plan could be executed, Konoha would be obliterated by Uzumaki Naruto. I apologize. Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to see their remains but was reminded that they had been utterly annihilated. Where were the corpses? Grief-stricken, he lamented. I could not save you, but rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation. With that, he cast a cold, piercing gaze at Uzumaki Naruto. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt bewildered, realizing that Uzumaki Naruto showed no fear, but rather an expression of excitement. As if eagerly anticipating his wrath. He was enraged. How could he, the Hokage, be so easily manipulated by this youth? He shouted, Uzumaki Naruto, you shall compensate them for their losses, 100,000 ryo each. Uzumaki Naruto responded with a perplexed him. 100,000 ryo. What does that even signify? It amounts to the reward for a B-rank mission, or perhaps 2 months' rent for a small shop. The compensation for dozens of individuals barely adds up to the rent of all shops combined for a month. Ugh! Uzumaki Naruto's gaze turned disdainful. Merely that amount. If others were to see, they might think we cannot afford more. He declared boldly. I intend to take down another 100. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, unable to contain his mounting fury. Get lost. Do you think killing is akin to grocery shopping? Uzumaki Naruto retorted. Give me a reason, old man. His expression darkened as he scrutinized Uzumaki Naruto. After all he had endured during this time, even a fool could deduce that Uzumaki Naruto was simply seeking revenge. Why was he slaughtering them indiscriminately? Regardless, they were all villagers of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto shrugged. Do not speak carelessly. He pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his azure eyes gleaming with mischief, and warned with a chuckle. Even if you're the Hokage, I shall certainly accuse you of defamation should you speak recklessly. Moreover, you claim I kill indiscriminately. Where is your evidence? Where is the proof? Uzumaki Naruto surveyed his surroundings, breaking into laughter. Old Sarutobi, you must not make baseless claims without evidence. Besides, they struck first. You have no proof. But I do. The 3 behind me can attest that I speak the truth. They were the aggressors. Uzumaki Naruto confidently gestured behind him. Gaara, Hyuga, and Uchiha Sasuke nodded in agreement. Uchiha Sasuke's crimson Sharingan glimmered ominously as he coldly asserted, My Sharingan sees everything clearly. They deserve to die. He gazed at the burning remnants of the buildings behind him, a chill passing through his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his anger nearing its boiling point. They were all his people. Was this not perjury? Moreover, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Gaara, Hyuga, and Uchiha Sasuke standing behind Uzumaki Naruto. All three were prodigies. Their future minimum achievement would be that of elite jounin. And all three had chosen to follow Uzumaki Naruto. Should they mature, Konoha would find itself in dire straits. The crux of the matter lay with Uzumaki Naruto and Nato, the two brothers. Each was more capable of causing trouble than the other. Each was more extraordinary. They were relentless in seeking out chaos in Konoha. This could not be allowed to drag on any longer. At the very least, he needed to stabilize Uzumaki Naruto for a while. Even if he were made of iron, Uzumaki Naruto was the one wielding the hammer. No one could withstand that. Suddenly, he noticed something. Uzumaki Naruto appeared slightly taller than before, seemingly reaching 165 centimeters. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke was only 153 centimeters. He squinted his eyes. It seemed Uzumaki Naruto and Nato were becoming increasingly alike, especially in their obnoxious demeanor. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, donning a benevolent smile. Uzumaki Naruto, tell me, what must transpire for you to seize your revenge against the village? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes glimmered. Propping his chin on his palm, he chuckled leisurely. Lord Hokage, when have we shinobi ever valued harmony? I find those 4 words rather unsuitable for our kind. It should be. He continued with a playful smile. To what extent must I exact revenge for you to seize your own? There is, of course, one way. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened. He had nearly lost his mind these past few days. This statement was akin to a divine revelation. Uzumaki Naruto's lips curled upward as he spoke deliberately. Unless the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is resurrected, unless Kushina Izumaki reappears before me. In that instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Gazing at Uzumaki Naruto's radiant smile, he felt an overwhelming chill. This was an utterly impossible demand. Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto rolled his eyes. You realize it is impossible, don't you? I was merely jesting. Can't you see that? An old man nearing 70 still behaves so childishly. He scoffed. Instead of wasting time, you should hasten to discuss with Shimura Danzo how to conspire against me. What a farce. You have resurrected both Uchiha Obito and Kushina Izumaki, so I certainly shall not adhere to any promises. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He could no longer endure this. Damn it. The pleasant mood he had upon awakening vanished without a trace. In less than 10 minutes, he had been outsmarted by Uzumaki Naruto twice. If he stayed any longer, he feared he would be driven to madness. No, he could no longer serve as Hokage. He needed to summon Tsunade back. She was still young and capable of enduring Uzumaki Naruto's trials. Coward. Uzumaki Naruto scoffed, glancing at the deep pit left devoid of even ashes after the Rinnegan explosion, his eyes filled with disdain. Sarutobi Hiruzen was perpetually fixated on moderation, only concerned with maintaining superficial peace. This would lead to utter defeat. As he spoke, he turned to see Haruno Sakura trembling in the corner, raising an eyebrow. Just moments prior, he had berated her, and thus she too felt the sting of pain and injustice. However, the more Uzumaki Naruto observed, the more he sensed something was amiss. What was happening? Why was she still shivering? He bellowed, control yourself. What on earth are you doing? For heaven's sake, stop flailing about. And no, I never intended this. It was her doing. It has nothing to do with me. Haruno Sakura's face flushed crimson as she looked up, her expression a mixture of unbearable shame and impending breakdown. Recently, she had felt increasingly unhinged. In the past, her inner self was always a source of comfort, a friend who consoled her. But now, that inner self was rebelling against her. Moreover, it seemed to revel in this sensation. As Naruto's inner humiliation and pain resonated within her. Her inner self relished it. She fought for control over her own body. Damn it all. Haruno Sakura's eyes brimmed with tears. Please don't come out and affect me. Oh? Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Was that your inner self just now? His azure eyes shimmered with intrigue. This was becoming interesting. Haruno Sakura's true self desired to resist, yet the inner self was her polar opposite. Thriving on the very downfall her true self wished to avoid. To describe her inner self merely as a collection of negative emotions would be inadequate. It was more accurate to say that her inner self was a completely unrestrained, unabashed version of Haruno Sakura. Now, that was intriguing. Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes and chuckled lightly. If the true self is resisting while the inner self craves degradation, what then? How troublesome. Haruno Sakura's predicament was oddly reminiscent of his own. However, he and his alter ego were independent souls, neither affecting the other. While Haruno Sakura was a single soul with 2 personalities, sharing body, soul, and senses. Fascinating. He envisioned a scene where Haruno Sakura's true self desperately protested, while her inner self shamelessly acquiesced. How utterly chaotic. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head in bemusement, a smirk forming, but I find it rather enjoyable. He was eager to witness just how stubborn Haruno Sakura could be under these circumstances. He gazed at her, golden locks gleaming, tilting his head slightly, his azure eyes narrowing like those of a youthful deity. Is this the extent of your capabilities? You cannot even control your own body, let alone accomplish what you desire. Haruno Sakura's pupils constricted slightly, her body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Her complexion shifted abruptly, fear of the unknown flickering in her eyes. No, please don't say that. Don't come out. I am the rightful owner of this body. You are, too, aren't you? Please, don't emerge. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled lightly, his lips curving into a warm smile, akin to encouragement, yet tinged with anticipation. Haruno Sakura's body trembled even more violently, as though striving to break free from her constraints. Suddenly, her gaze shifted, the terror in her eyes receding like the tide, as she sat on the ground. Head tilted back, her expression dazed and suffused with a rosy hue. Her voice stuttered, resembling a child learning to speak. Naruto, I will definitely come out to claim you. In herself, Uzumaki Naruto scrutinized her, noting the distinct change in demeanor, and chuckled softly. Aren't you fond of Sasuke? Just a few words, and your inner self speaks as if it were any ordinary person. Do not conflate me with that wretched girl. The inner self bit down on Sakura's lip, a flush of color appearing on her pale face, her eyes filled with obsession and madness. It is the Haruno Sakura who fancies Uchiha Sasuke. What I desire is you, the one who makes me yearn for life, yet dread death. Uzumaki Naruto blinked in surprise. What on earth is this brazen declaration? He realized then that her inner self was quite disturbed. Uzumaki Naruto clicked his tongue in astonishment. So this is what it means to be darkened. She can even vie for attention from the host personality. What a feat, from a medical perspective. Most individuals possess a degree of split personality, though they typically manage to control it and regulate their emotions, preventing any deterioration. However, Haruno Sakura's case was rather unique. Her inner self had manifested quite severely. Without intervention, as her strength and character grew, the inner self would gradually dissipate. Yet now, the inner self was spiraling into wild chaos. You are mine, and you can only be mine. The inner self's eyes gleamed with fervor. Regardless of whether it was Haruno Sakura or Hinata Hyuga, they all must perish. Only I can possess you. Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes. A Yandra combined with a darkened personality and Stockholm Syndrome? This inner self of yours has some depth, but its overwhelming madness is problematic. Simply being a Yandra is already troublesome enough. Combined with darkness and Stockholm Syndrome, it becomes utterly uncontrollable. The suffocating possessiveness of a Yandra is stifling. You cannot engage intimately with anyone but her. Otherwise, she will eliminate anyone who dares to come close. Interestingly, some may attempt to reform a Yandra with love and patience. Yet, alas, a Yandra is still a malady. Consequently, many ultimately find themselves suffocated by such obsessive affection, opting to flee, resulting in frantic curses, only to be fatally wounded by the Yandra's blade. But Uzumaki Naruto was different. He curled his lips in disdain, his expression one of derision. With a swift motion, he delivered a sharp slap, his face a mask of contempt, gripping the inner self's chin and impatiently stating, "Stop your incessant prattle. I have no use for worthless things. Do you not see that everything is ablaze? Get to extinguishing the flames and clean up the entire clan grounds. Otherwise, I will end you." Uzumaki Naruto's azure eyes bore the depth of a chasm, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. It was as if the mere utterance of a no from the inner self would result in his hand striking out in an instant. The inner self froze, gradually comprehending, stammering in response, "Why yes, master," her cheeks flushed with adoration, submission evident. All traces of Yandra madness vanished without a trace. She worked diligently like a little bee. A mere Yandra dares to act up in my presence? Uzumaki Naruto scoffed. Do you not understand what it means to dominate a Yandra? A Yandra is born to stir chaos. The weaker and more compliant she is, the bolder she becomes, but before an overbearing individual, no amount of theatrics will work. The solution is simple: intimidate her until she is left stunned. A Yandra is afflicted, yet deeply in love with you. You can do no wrong in her eyes. And even if you do, it is her fault. Thus, your commands will be executed unconditionally, especially with a touch of psychological manipulation. Uzumaki Naruto's gaze shifted toward the Hokage building. The distant side of the city was remarkable. No matter what schemes or deceptions you may harbor, or the beautiful masks you wear, the true essence is undeniable. A mere glance suffices to see through all your tricks. Uzumaki Naruto uttered the classic line of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi. In the presence of these eyes, nothing of yours can remain hidden. Guh, Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to bear it any longer, contemplated retirement. Considering either Jiraiya or Tsunade for the position of Hokage, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. How fortunate. This is akin to delivering oneself right to the doorstep. Indeed, Tsunade is far better suited to be Hokage than Jiraiya. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her lineage is impeccable, and she possesses the strength and temperament to qualify. In contrast, Jiraiya's character leans towards that of a roguish hero. Thus, he is neither fit nor inclined to assume the role of Hokage. However, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes narrowed. Tsunade is unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, the latter, much like his mother, is perpetually mired in self-pity, seeking to exchange personal grievances for fleeting peace. Yet, as the saying goes, a single strike can prevent 100. Even without the fourth great ninja war, the restless factions of the Cloud and Rock villages would never remain at rest. Anyone with a modicum of power in the Land of Fire is eager to seize opportunities. Conversely, Tsunade, although a woman, possesses a resilience that surpasses many men, along with formidable strength and an unyielding backbone. He paused, stating, thus, Tsunade would rather be shattered than remain whole. Yet instead of concern, his smile grew ever broader. Tsunade has no weaknesses, but Sarutobi, you certainly do. Do you truly believe that shirking the Hokage title will liberate you? Even in death, I would resurrect you through impure reincarnation to make use of your worth. If all else fails, I shall simply procure Shirsue's eyes and bestow upon Tsunade a dose of Kodo Amatsukami. As he spoke, he cast a glance towards the root division, observing what the hapless Shimura Danzo was up to. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Danzo turns out to be an old lecher, truly indulging in such behavior. Is he not afraid of repercussions? His eyes widened further, exhilarated yet conflicted. Wait, something feels amiss. Why does he resemble Shimura Danzo so closely? Uzumaki Naruto rested his chin on his hand. The physically impaired yet resolute Danzo faced off against a younger version of himself, nearly identical in appearance. The only distinction being that the elder Danzo was older while the younger one was still youthful. Was it that Danzo's father retained vigor in old age, or did his mother stray in her twilight years? But soon, his gaze sharpened. Something is wrong. This younger version possesses Sharingan. So it has nothing to do with his biological parents. Orochimaru is the true progenitor. Aha. The mystery is solved. Danzo has once again allied himself with Orochimaru. A youthful body paired with an aging self. What a remarkable twist. It seems resurrection is indeed possible. Orochimaru is quite efficient. Uzumaki Naruto was somewhat amazed. It has not been long since I informed him of the bloodline connection between the Senju and Uchiha clans, and he has already achieved results. Conducting experiments on Danzo. He scrutinized the younger Danzo, noting the utilization of a small portion of Hashirama's cells, along with a majority of Uchiha genes, suppressing the Hashirama cells with Sharingan. Remarkably, a perfect balance was achieved, and there was no loss of control. The outcome appears promising, but what surprises me is Danzo's audacity. Fully aware that resurrection is a path of no return, he still resolutely chooses it. No need to mention, Danzo's resolve is indeed ironclad. He remains steadfast even after colliding with the wall. TSK. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen always looks as if he wants to stabilize my situation. Uzumaki Naruto now comprehended. It turns out he is merely waiting for the Hokage to take the blame. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke coldly interjected. Naruto, relying solely on training to enhance one's strength is far too slow. I wish to leave the village to hone my skills. He added. Niji feels the same way. Hyuga Niji nodded, urgency glimmering in his pure white eyes. Indeed, although the clan leader currently does not manipulate me with the caged bird seal, I aspire to grow strong enough to break free from it. If I cannot unravel the caged bird seal, I shall forever be a bird unable to soar. His tone was serious, yet devoid of the previous gloom, filled instead with a yearning for the future. Agreed. Uzumaki Naruto contemplated, nodding in understanding. Indeed, your strengths have reached a bottleneck. Without experiencing life and death battles, it will be challenging to advance. Thus, let us venture outside the village. Though not just yet. We shall depart in 2 days. In 2 days, Uchiha Itachi will arrive, wielding another Kodo Amatsukami. We must seize it first. At that time, let anyone who dares oppose me be met with my wrath. In the Hokage office, Tsunade, clad in her nurse's attire, Sakura, who was in tears, and Samui, celebrating Christmas, shared a moment of bewilderment. Tsunade and Koharu's intimacy was evident. Children may choose, but as adults, we must embrace all. The three were somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation, while Uchiha Sasuke instinctively sensed that Uzumaki Naruto was plotting something nefarious. Just then, 2 unusual chakra signatures suddenly emerged from the distance. Uzumaki Naruto looked over, a smile spreading across his face as he glanced at Uchiha Sasuke. Speak of the devil. And he shall appear. Brother, your dear sibling has arrived. Surprised, aren't you? Why what? Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback. In an instant, his eyes turned icy, and a murderous intent erupted. That bastard dares to return to Konoha. I will kill him. He slaughtered our parents, annihilated our clan. He even murdered the defenseless elderly and children. Uchiha Itachi is no different from a beast. Yui Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma shut their eyes tightly, not daring to open them. Witnessing Kakashi, immobilized after experiencing Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Itachi's gaze remained calm, exuding an air of composure, as if he could see through everything. From the moment you laid eyes on these, Kakashi, your fate was sealed. In that instant, his voice roared like a youthful tiger echoing through the forest. From the moment you killed Mom and Dad, it was fated that you, Uchiha Itachi, would perish by my hand. Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke's crimson three-tomo Sharingan spun wildly. Lightning chakra invigorated his legs, pushing his speed to its limits. What? Uchiha Itachi was momentarily startled. Three-tomo Sharingan. Based on my estimations, the speed at which Uchiha Sasuke advanced to the three-tomo Sharingan within Konoha should not have been this rapid. His purpose, while aimed at the Ninetales, was also to provoke Sasuke, but it is still insufficient. Uchiha Itachi's eyes glimmered with coldness. Let me show you just how naive you truly are. His eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan, determined to demonstrate to Uchiha Sasuke what true power entails. But in the next instant, something felt amiss. A sense of foreboding flashed through Uchiha Itachi's mind. Before he could react, a powerful blow landed squarely on his face. The assailant left everyone bewildered. What the hell? Who the hell is attacking from the shadows? Unashamed, a boisterous voice resonated as a golden-haired youth appeared in their sights, exuding impatience. What are you doing? Pretending to be tough. A fool who kills his parents yet believes himself to be in the right. In the next moment, Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan came crashing down, only to find Uchiha Itachi transforming into a flurry of crows. In stark contrast to his earlier predicament against the golden-haired youth, he now seemed completely at ease, suspended in midair. Observing the bewildered expression on the golden-haired youth's face, this individual had approached silently, without a hint of sound, and even Sharingan failed to detect his presence. Just as Uchiha Itachi instinctively sensed danger, a powerful blow had already landed on his face, leaving him with no time to react. No way. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Itachi meticulously analyzed the situation before him, even his Sharingan failing to discern the truth. How on earth did you manage to approach me so stealthily and launch an attack? What peculiar ability is at play here? His brow furrowed, a profound sense of unease enveloping him. If the opponent had not merely delivered a slap, but inflicted a fatal wound, he would have been compelled to resort to his trump card by now. Mr. Itachi, the shark-like grin of Kisame Hoshigaki revealed sharp, menacing teeth, as he remarked, this differs significantly from the intelligence I received. Uchiha Sasuke has already awakened his three-tomo Sharingan. In 2 years, he will undoubtedly emerge as an exceptional elite shinobi. The strength of the Ninetales Jinchuriki surpasses what the reports suggested. He cast a glance at Naruto Uzumaki, who wore a haughty and disdainful expression. The corner of Kisame's mouth twitched. Moreover, his demeanor is far from the sunny and carefree personality described in the intel. He appears rather arrogant, yet I find it quite appealing. With a fierce, predatory grin, Kisame's shark-like visage became even more ferocious. I relish this kind of arrogant man. In his view, a man ought to be wild and domineering. Otherwise, how could he be considered a true man? Of course, Mr. Itachi is an exception. Despite his feminine appearance, he is undeniably formidable. However, in the next moment, Naruto scrutinized him with evident disdain. Just because you have a shark head, don't think that your hideous appearance will deter me from beating you up. If memory serves correctly, Kisame is a water-style ninja, right? And I possess the power of the water boy, rendering your water techniques utterly ineffective against me. In the water, I am an absolute deity. Oh, how intriguing. The corners of Naruto's mouth began to curl upwards that Kisame's expression darkened, no longer grinning. He retorted, you insufferable brat, not even the slightest hint of charm. He drew the sword from his back, declaring, allow me to teach you the meaning of courtesy. Beside them, Kakashi Hitaki's expression tightened, immediately warning, Naruto, be careful. This guy possesses immense chakra and is exceedingly combative. Before he could finish, Naruto interrupted with irritation, shut it. Dead fish-eye Kakashi, why are you so nosy? The azure depths of his eyes sparkled with defiance as his lips curled into a smirk. I can kill without batting an eye too. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Good grief, not only is the enemy savage, but you seem even more ruthless. Asuma Sarutobi's brow twitched. He didn't know Naruto well, but he was aware of his brash and domineering ways. even to the extent that their own leader would feel uneasy in Naruto's presence that he closed his eyes and lowered his voice, whispering, "Kakashi, can we trust Naruto? This guy has even killed villagers." Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately bristled. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Yes, you, the middle-aged, bearded man with your eyes closed. What do you mean I've killed villagers? If they had done nothing wrong, would I have killed them?" His face was a picture of indignation, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. Conversely, if they were killed, did they not have any faults? They're all my beloved friends and family. If there were not a significant grievance, would I have gone so far as to kill them? Asuma's face darkened, stammering, "Me, bearded middle-aged? I'm only in my 20s, for heaven's sake. I merely look a tad anxious, Kakashi. Does anyone understand the plight of family?" He felt a wave of exasperation. When you kill, there is no trace of sorrow on your face, only a wide grin. Moreover, the deceased are gone. What does it matter whether they were right or wrong? Kakashi couldn't help but face bomb, yet he still asserted, regardless, Naruto is a Konoha shinobi and would never act against his own village members. Simultaneously, Naruto's arrival brought a sense of relief to Kakashi, who couldn't resist asking. "Just now, I saw smoke rising from the village gate. What transpired?" "Ah, nothing too serious," Naruto replied with a radiant smile. "Someone attempted to incinerate my clan's territory, so I graciously sent them off to the afterlife." He thought to himself, "What a good person I am, returning kindness for malice, allowing them to ascend joyfully to the afterlife. Oh, I see, you sent them to the afterlife, is it?" Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he processed Naruto's cheerful demeanor. "You say you sent them to the afterlife? Is that not a Buddhist term for death? What kind of good person can say they sent others off to the afterlife?" With a smile. "This is bad. We've encountered a living embodiment of death." At that moment, Kakashi wished he could disappear. He had just stated that Naruto would at least show restraint against his fellow villagers. Turning around, he realized Naruto had killed everyone. "Indeed," Naruto lamented. "Unfortunately, there were too few of them. I only sent off a handful that I truly wish more would come." Asuma visibly shuddered, staring blankly at Kakashi. "Kakashi, is this what you call kindness?" "Enough." Kakashi covered his face, unable to face anyone. "I now believe it would have been better if Naruto had not come at all. At least Itachi and Kasame would not have slaughtered dozens of people. Damn it. The good news is reinforcements have arrived. The bad news is the reinforcements have killed more allies than the enemies." Not far away, Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring one another's realization. "This is bad. There is a traitor among the enemies, one even more fearsome than they, making them appear as mere novices fresh to the workforce." Kisame grinned, licking his lips as he gazed at Naruto, his eyes brimming with battle fervor. "Mr. Itachi, please stand aside. I find him far more to my liking now." Naruto smiled back. "That I too find you quite agreeable." He added, "It's like meeting my son. Upon seeing you, I feel you are easy to bully. Come, son, come greet your father." He stated this with utmost sincerity. In his view, this was entirely accurate. Any water-style ninja before him was akin to a younger sibling. Yet, Kasame was infuriated, the veins on his forehead bulging. "How dare you refer to me as your father, you little brat? Truly, I find you insufferable and you seek your own demise." In a fit of rage, he brandished his sword, launching himself forward. The two engaged in a fierce battle, trading blows that escalated into a flurry of strikes. Kasame, increasingly bewildered, exclaimed, "You little brat. I'll show you what it means to be a shadow-level powerhouse. This is not right. How can you possibly keep pace with my speed? Are you unwell? We were fighting splendidly, and you sneakily attacked my groin." Kisame was dumbfounded. Not only could Naruto match his speed, but he also grew faster, even managing to land a surprise attack on his most vulnerable spot. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have been utterly humiliated. "This is an affront to my dignity. Curse little brat. I will have you." Kisame swiftly performed hand seals, leaping into the air, his mouth wide open, eyes gleaming with madness and combativeness. Water style, exploding water wave. In an instant, he unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, surging forth like a lake, crashing toward Naruto with overwhelming force, uprooting trees as if they were mere twigs, intent on obliterating everything in its path. Kisame smirked. "This is my specialty, in the water. I reign supreme. How can you use ninjutsu without hand seals? Whoa, this is cheating." Just as he was about to boast, Naruto, with an air of arrogance and without forming any seals, waved his hand dismissively. God said, "Let there be water style, exploding water wave." Boom, a colossal wave, rivaling the violent water collision unleashed by the formidable Kisame Hashigaki, surged forth in an instant, crashing together with another violent water collision. All attacks were nullified. How did you do that?" Kisame clutched his head, teetering on the brink of madness. Who could possibly understand? He had dedicated over 20 years to mastering water-release ninjutsu, honing his skills to perfection. Yet today, he faced a complete anomaly. Damn it. All he sought was to comprehend the underlying principles. Yet, his opponent showed no inclination to reason. Want to learn? Naruto Uzumaki grinned, and Kisame eagerly nodded, with a light chuckle. Naruto enunciated, "You're dreaming." Kisame, perplexed, with veins bulging on his forehead, gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you toying with me?" This was entirely uncharted territory for him. Who among the powerful would waste their time toying with others? Yet today, he encountered one who reveled in such antics. Not at all. Naruto replied, feigning surprise. "How could you think that? I'm certainly not toying with you." Just as Kisame's anger began to dissipate, thinking perhaps Naruto was jesting. Naruto's smirk widened as he stated emphatically, "A father plays with his son. How can that be considered toying? If one does not have a child to amuse, what then is the purpose of having one?" "Isn't that right, shark head?" Upon hearing this, Kisame's body trembled, his deep blue skin flushing crimson, veins pulsating. The intensity of his rage felt as though his chest would explode. He roared, his voice echoing like thunder, "Ninetales brat. I will kill you. No one can save you. Today, I will make you call me father." Kisame was infuriated. Since becoming a ninja, he had never endured such indignity. Damn it. Being called Sharkhead was one thing, but being toyed with repeatedly? This brat was doomed. Kisame declared, "Water release. Great exploding water collision. Shark skin fusion." Boom. Kisame, in an exaggerated manner, unleashed countless waves, instantly inundating the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Enveloping Naruto within, his body morphed, sprouting gills. Transforming into a humanoid shark form. His gaze was cold and ruthless, akin to a shark fixating on helpless fish. He stared intently at Naruto. "Brat, from the moment you entered my domain, your death was sealed." Within this realm, devoid of air, his demise was inevitable. Before he could finish, Naruto, with wide, innocent eyes, exclaimed, "Kiddo, don't be a fool. Having dreams is commendable, but fantasizing about the unattainable daily is mere delusion." Kisame instinctively gasped for breath. Bubbles slowly rising, his entire being stiffening, feeling like a stranded fish out of water. He bellowed, "No, how can you speak underwater? This is absurd. I have fused with shark skin. Only a mermaid can breathe in water. But how can you, Naruto Uzumaki, do this?" Kisame was frenzied. "I refuse to believe it. Die, thousand-eating shark." In an instant, the water coalesced into countless sharks, seemingly intent on devouring Naruto alive. Naruto glanced pityingly at Kisame. "Kiddo. This isn't your father bullying you. It's you who overestimates your strength against dad." With a wave of his hand, the thousands of sharks, under Kisame's terrified gaze, slowly redirected their focus towards him. The Ninetales Jinchuriki, merely 12 years old, possessed chakra so vast it could rival that of a tailed beast. Uchiha Itachi remained unfazed. Acknowledging that Kisame's battle would soon reach its conclusion, he turned his gaze towards Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan, coldly stating, "And you, my foolish little brother, your capacity is limited to this." Before he could finish, Sasuke, instinctively impatient, interrupted, "Shut your mouth, you worthless scum. Who do you think you are to call me little brother? Since you killed our parents, regardless of the reasons, you are unworthy of being my kin." His gaze was frigid, filled with disdain, as if he wished to sever ties with Itachi entirely. "What?" Itachi wore a perplexed expression. Sensing something amiss. "Why are you directing your ire at me?" While his younger brother had always harbored thoughts of killing him, now it seemed he viewed Itachi with disgust. "Humph," Sasuke scoffed, furrowing his brow, impatiently declaring, "Insult you? You tarnish the very essence of the word beast. You have betrayed Father's trust. Damn you." His insults were delivered with fervor and mercilessness. Itachi was taken aback. This was troubling. He observed Naruto. Realizing that his brother's brashness mirrored Naruto's own, though not as audacious, the essence was identical. This was dire. In a moment of carelessness, Sasuke seemed to have adopted Naruto's demeanor. Sasuke, within the realm of ninjas, could never become a true powerhouse. Resolutely, Itachi thought. "Damn it, a single Tsukuyomi will teach Sasuke what true power is," he coldly proclaimed. Tsukuyomi experienced despair from this moment forth. Only genuine suffering can awaken Sasuke and make him strong. Yet, at that moment, an ominous sensation washed over him. His Sharingan swiftly scanned the surroundings. There was no danger, and before he could ponder further, a loud shout erupted. "Kisame is a son, and you are too." Smack. A powerful slap landed squarely. Itachi spiraled upward, the Tsukuyomi collapsing, leaving him utterly stunned. "Wait, did you just slap me in perfect symmetry?" He realized this was identical to the earlier ambush by Naruto. Last time it was the left cheek. This time, it was the right. What is the meaning of this? Itachi was momentarily thrown off balance, pondering how Kisame could possibly escape. What was Kisame's nature? Ruthless and combative. He would exert every ounce of effort against any foe. Unless vanquished, he would never relent. Wait, Kisame, how could you be so inept? Itachi turned, witnessing Kisame, riddled with wounds, in a state of disarray, his brow furrowed. Could it be that even you are no match for Naruto Uzumaki? Kisame's shark-like eyes were filled with trepidation, the searing pain coursing through him sharpening his mind. Damn it. Be cautious, Mr. Itachi. That Ninetales brat is definitely problematic. He appears to control all water release techniques. All my water release jutsu have been commandeered. Thousand-eating shark has betrayed me. Kisame was on the verge of tears. As a top-tier water release ninja, he had never faced such humiliation. This was his own domain of water release. Yet he could inflict no harm upon Naruto. Instead, his most trusted water release technique had dealt him a fatal blow. It was akin to a wife's betrayal, conspiring against her husband. Itachi's eyes narrowed. Maintaining his composure. I see. Such a bizarre ability. However, nothing can escape these eyes. He paused mid-sentence, noticing Naruto grinning at him. This was bad. Memories of having been slapped twice surged violently in Itachi's mind. Alas, I found myself unable to discern the movements of my opponent while employing the Sharingan. What is it? Naruto Uzumaki raised an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face. Is it a habit of yours to flaunt the Sharingan? Forgetting how I just dealt you a resounding slap. I reign supreme in Konoha. I kick the feeble third Hokage. I strike down the mindless fools of Konoha, even with one hand against the third. My other remains invincible in Konoha. How dare you provoke me? Kneel and apologize now, and I shall spare your wretched life. What does it mean to be arrogant? This is what it means to be arrogant. Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened immediately. Not only he, but even Kakashi Hitaki and his companions were taken aback. In the realm of arrogance, you, Naruto Uzumaki, monopolize the entirety of it. The rest are but mere shadows. The most pretentious Uchiha in the entire shinobi world pales in comparison to you. Uchiha Sasuke gazed over, contemplative. What does it mean to flaunt the Sharingan? Even he has become a target of scorn. Has he not? Itachi's demeanor became grave as he intoned. It appears I have underestimated your prowess, and your threat to Konoha seems to surpass ours. The crimson Mangeki Sharingan flickered subtly. He now comprehended that Naruto Uzumaki was not the guardian of Konoha, but rather a destabilizing force within it. Even the third Hokage found himself troubled by this. If left unchecked, Konoha might descend into chaos. Shut your foul mouth, Naruto bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury, akin to a righteous avenger. Yet beneath that rage lay a profound calculation. You, who are even lower than beasts, who have slaughtered your own parents, I have lived my life with integrity, never taking the life of the innocent. He stood resolute, his eyes wide as copper bells. Observing the fervent conviction emanating from his opponent, Itachi furrowed his brow. Could there be more to this tale? How then could you explain the deaths of those Konoha villagers you have slain? If there were hidden truths, and Naruto posed little threat to Konoha, perhaps it was unnecessary to intervene. You see, this is merely a misunderstanding. Naruto smiled sheepishly, his brow furrowed in confusion as he pondered aloud. It perplexes me. When I sought to kill them, they not only refused to submit but dared to resist. At this juncture, he seethed. Such audacity. Yet fortunately, dispatching them proved effortless, merely leaving me a bit perspired. Naruto displayed an air of nonchalance, even revealing a hint of disdain. However, none noticed that his gaze held no anger, only calmness and cunning. He resembled a meticulous strategist, plotting something grand. Life is arduous, yet the strong must sell their talents. Truly.my true self demands that I play the role, yet I am but a fortunate spirit. As the second in line, my talents are the 1,000-mile eye and the wind listening ear. Why must I engage in such petty thievery daily? But how exhilarating. I revel in it. It flows so effortlessly. As a Konoha ninja, you are more ruthless than I. A rogue ninja. Itachi's eyes widened in shock, to slay kin without a trace of mercy. Even lamenting the sweat expended. Truly, you are a born cold-blooded killer, a natural-born one. Yet he did not finish his thought. You may silence your foul mouth. He was abruptly interrupted by the astute and quick-witted Naruto. You think you can don your feathers and play the fool? You, who have slain your own parents and childhood friends, dare speak to me of cruelty? What shall you say if you have a wife and children? His lips curled into a smirk, each word deliberate and slow. Is it true you have slain your wife and children? All present felt their pupils constrict. They gazed at Itachi with a mix of apprehension and disdain. A man capable of ruthlessly extinguishing the lives of his own kin bore no distinction from a beast. Naruto's smile widened. And you, my friend, are a true hero. You would murder your own wife and children, all for the sake of Konoha's peace. In that instant, Itachi's pupils contracted, his eyes quivering as he fought to maintain composure. Yet his heart roiled in turmoil. I do not know what you are speaking of. That is impossible. It is knowledge reserved for Konoha's higher echelons. How could Naruto know? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the mockery and cunning glimmering in Naruto's gaze. Itachi was seized by panic. He immediately turned to his bewildered brother, Sasuke. Sasuke's dark eyes flickered, sensing an unusual undercurrent. Naruto, what do you mean? No. Itachi blurted out, his crimson Manjiki Sharingan spinning wildly. Now was not the time to reveal the truth to Sasuke. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he shouted without hesitation, Tsukuyami. No, that was insufficient. Tsukuyami would not silence Naruto. Kagetsuchi, caw. Out of nowhere, a black crow appeared in the sky, tilting its head side to side. Its left eye bore a crimson four-pointed pinwheel, now spinning rapidly like a windmill. It was over. Caw. The crow's shrill, discordant cries echoed across the heavens. As the crimson Manjiki Sharingan whirled rapidly, a confident smile crept upon Itachi's lips. The ultimate illusion of Kagetsuchi held the power to control their thoughts. None could escape its grasp. Itachi sighed. Unfortunately, from now on, Naruto would only obey my commands, not protect Konoha. No, that is impossible. Caw. The anguished, tormented cries of the crow resonated throughout the sky, capturing everyone's attention. A tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed youth, his long golden tresses cascading over his shoulders, exuding an air of defiance, toyed with a crimson Manjiki Sharingan in his grasp. Roar, Kagetsuchi is in my hands. In the hands of others. It is a treasure used but once in decades. Yet in my grasp, it is a repeatable tool usable once a month. What? Does Sarutobi Hiruzen displease me? A glare from the Sharingan, and the tool of 997 shines forth. What? A feudal lord wishes to join the fray, transform into a lackey. Tsunade has arrived. Then let us eliminate her, cough, and transform her into a servant. This is the might of Kagetsuchi. I am a deity, wielding life and death, reducing all to mere slaves beneath the shadow of Kagetsuchi. If you encounter a month's cooldown, aside from the brainwashing of Kagetsuchi, I possess a knowledge of humane annihilation. Who are you? Itachi gazed at the godlike youth hovering in the sky, his eyes narrowing, reminiscent of Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki, sharing the same golden hair and blue eyes. What troubled him more was that same elusive sensation. Neither through perception nor the Manjiki Sharingan had he detected the presence of the individual before snatching away Kagetsuchi. But fear not. Though my ocular power has waned, with the Manjiki Sharingan backing me. Even if I seem to borrow strength from a tiger, none can see through this, such is the might of the Manjiki Sharingan. Yo, the true Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brow, his expression shifting abruptly. You impotent fool. Do you think you can control my brother? How many times have you used Tsukuyami today? Amaterasu cannot be cast again, can it? How much ocular power do you have left? He smirked maliciously. To what extent has your vision blurred? Are you on the verge of blindness? Oh my, Itachi was utterly stunned. Wait, how do you know this? Who exactly are you? Such absurdity. An outsider knowing that the Manjiki Sharingan can lead to blindness is already preposterous. Yet now he even knows my ocular techniques. How ridiculous. When did my information become common knowledge? You need not know who I am. The mockery in the depths of the body of Uzumaki Naruto's eyes intensified. What you should truly be concerned about is how. Without the use of Tsukuyami, you intend to silence my dear brother. Sasuke is about to uncover the truth. A chill enveloped Uchiha Itachi, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. The initial calm and rational demeanor he maintained dissipated. This is disastrous. This fellow is even aware of Tsukuyami's existence. Suddenly, a more profound realization struck him. If the opponent had known about the existence of Tsukuyami all along, could it not imply that from the very beginning, their provocations, arrogance, and the revelation of the truth to Sasuke were merely tactics to bait him into utilizing Shirsui's eye and unleashing Tsukuyami? If this were indeed the case, the meticulousness and scheming of the opponent sent a shiver down his spine. It felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss, surrounded by unfathomable darkness. No, your sole objective is to acquire Tsukuyami. Uchiha Itachi strained to regain his composure. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he attempted to salvage the situation. Your goal has already been achieved. What more do you desire? He had not finished his sentence when he beheld Uzumaki Naruto beside Sasuke, gently adjusting Sasuke's handsome face with his hands, casting a curious glance at Uchiha Itachi. Your thoughts are rather peculiar. Our objective, of course, is to obtain Shirsui's Sharingan. A wicked smile slowly crept upon his lips. Naturally. More importantly, it is to reveal to Sasuke the true nature of his brother, is it not? Uzumaki Naruto enunciated deliberately. Sasuke, your brother has never been a traitor. He is a pawn in the hands of the third Hokage. He is a spy hidden within the Akatsuki organization. The massacre of our clan on that fateful night was sanctioned by the third Hokage. This means that Uchiha Itachi was never testing his own mettle. Rather, he was following the orders of the third Hokage, annihilating the entire Uchiha clan. The atmosphere fell into a suffocating silence, akin to a vacuum. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, and the pupils of Kakashi and the others contracted sharply. How is this possible? Kakashi's voice trembled. How could anyone go to such lengths, murdering all their kin for the sake of the village? He felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. Just the thought of slaying a close friend had left him despondent for years. He could not fathom how someone could do this for an entire clan. Bang! Uchiha Sasuke gasped, his right hand striking fiercely against his chest, feeling as though he could not breathe. What? His eyes instantly manifested the three-tomo Sharingan, spinning wildly, his pupils gradually widening, filled with disbelief and madness. It was not for some so-called mettle. How absurd. It wasn't for such a ridiculous reason. Uchiha Sasuke had initially expected to feel a flicker of joy, but instead, he found the true motive behind his parents' murder to be even more ludicrous. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Sasuke laughed maniacally, as if possessed, repeating, it was not for that so-called mettle, but for an even more laughable reason. His laughter grew increasingly reckless, to the point where he felt pain in his facial muscles. Yet, he could not stop. He laughed. He cried. Blood tears streamed down his face, transforming his once handsome visage into that of a demon from hell. Why? Why? Why must this be? His heart ached as if it would burst. A heart-wrenching scream escaping him, yet it did nothing to alleviate the agony within. The blood tears flowed ever more abundantly, uncontrollable. I am sorry, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi's gaze remained silent, yet he maintained his composure. All of this was for the peace of the village. If I did not stop father, the entire village would plunge into chaos. This was his choice, a single person bearing all the sins. This is the spirit of the samurai. He believed Sasuke would understand him. Uchiha Itachi revealed a faint smile. Sasuke, you must learn to think from the perspective of the Hokage, to consider the greater picture, but in the next moment. Go to hell. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes streamed with blood tears. The tomo intertwining to form a hexagram. I refuse to learn such nonsensical ideologies. I shall stand beside father, becoming the blade in his hand. I, Uchiha Sasuke, shall stand beside mother, protecting her from any harm. Uchiha Itachi. In defiance of Uchiha Itachi's expectations, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes brimmed with blood tears, filled with disdain, his voice ringing resolutely. And I shall avenge father and mother, slaying you, the traitor, to the bitter end. Uchiha Itachi trembled. The calm demeanor he had always maintained crumbled, his voice quivering. How could this be? Everything I have done was for the village, for the peace of Konoha. Where did it all go wrong? Why? According to Sasuke's trajectory, he should have understood the brutality of war, should have recognized my mettle, should have comprehended my good intentions. But what has transpired? Sasuke not only does not believe I am right. He instead believes in protecting family and safeguarding his clan. You merely seek to prove your own worth. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze turned frigid, filled with clarity. It is Konoha that cannot accommodate the Uchiha. It is Konoha that has forced the Uchiha, and you, Uchiha Itachi, have always been a pawn in Konoha's hands. Do not speak of father and mother as if they were in the wrong. Even if father and mother were at fault, I, Uchiha Sasuke, would stand before them, and should anyone wish to harm father or mother, he articulated firmly, they shall have to step over my dead body. The youth was tender, merely 12 years of age, drawing forth his blade against his once beloved brother. The sky echoed with the cawing of crows, his crimson six-pointed star Sharingan embodying only calmness and absolute rationality. Resolute and unwavering in determination. This is the lesson Naruto has imparted to me. Nothing is more important than family and friends. The body of Uzumaki Naruto clapped his hands, exclaiming, truly, the second pillar is remarkable. Though he constantly clamors for revenge, always putting on a show he cannot maintain, without a doubt, within the entire ninja realm, the second pillar is the most rational individual. Others have slain my parents, and I seek only revenge, to avenge them. This is only natural. Yet, some insist on prattling about bonds, about connections. Isn't that nonsense? Not to say the second pillar, but anyone would be bewildered. Humph. The body of Uzumaki Naruto smirked. If it weren't for me playing both father and mother, providing the warmth akin to a fatherly figure, cooking delicious meals for him daily, and possessing formidable power to guide him to grow stronger, to let him understand what it means to shoulder burdens, he would have strayed long ago. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of superiority. Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was left dumbfounded. He had orchestrated for years. all to make Sasuke understand what it means to possess metal. To grasp the Hokage's overarching perspective, yet you have utterly ruined it? For the first time since falling ill, he found himself infuriated, his frustration palpable. It's you again. Do you not understand the significance of peace? Do you not realize how hard-won the peace of Konoha is? At this juncture, Uchiha Itachi shed all pretenses. His identity had been laid bare, and there was no longer any point in concealing it. Damn it. After years of painstakingly hiding my identity, to return to square one in a single day, all of this is Uzumaki Naruto's fault. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, finally grasping the frustration of the third Hokage. To fight or not to fight was uncertain, yet if one did not engage, they could be provoked at any moment. It was simply unbearable. Why should I care? Some people, with a twisted mindset, always believe their thoughts and goals to be the most noble and grandiose. If you argue with them, they only grow more fervent. Thus, the body of Uzumaki Naruto never explains. He raised an eyebrow, revealing a brilliant smile. If you find my father displeasing, I stand right here. I dare you to kill me. The ninja world is a realm where strength speaks volumes, but if you can fight, then stop your incessant chatter. Everyone, get out of my way. With a thunderous roar, Kisame Hoshigaki took a moment to catch his breath. His gaze fierce as he eyed the cautious and agile Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki, I will end your life. Even if you possess the ability to control water techniques, I will still bring about your demise. In an instant, he grasped the situation. Like a cannonball, his domain of water surged with his movement, following swiftly in TOW.INA flash. He was even faster than before. Kisame fixated on the vigilant Naruto Uzumaki, dismissing his very presence, even casting a menacing glance at him. Your brother, isn't he? I advise you to leave post-haste. Otherwise, once I eliminate Naruto Uzumaki, your life will be forfeit. He sneered. Surely, you two brothers can't both wield water techniques? At this, Kisame chuckled to himself. What a joke. Having someone like Naruto Uzumaki capable of wielding water techniques is already an anomaly. To have two such freaks would be as absurd as giving birth to 18 children at once. Of course not. The real Naruto Uzumaki replied softly. That's more like it. Kisame nodded in satisfaction as he rushed toward Naruto. Suddenly, he perceived an odd expression on Naruto's face, one that seemed to harbor pity, even mockery. Before he could utter a word, the real Naruto Uzumaki slowly extended a finger, exuding arrogance. Because my ability is to control ice techniques. If Naruto is your father, then I am your elder. WHA. In a heartbeat, Kisame was horrified to see that the vast expanse of water he had dominion over was gradually solidifying into ice. No. Ice techniques. Are you from the Mizukage clan? How can you possibly use them without hand seals? Kisame was bewildered. He turned and fled in a frenzy, but in that fleeting moment, the entire water domain had transformed into solid ice. The massive blocks of ice shimmered brilliantly under the sun. While the terror etched on Kisame's face was unmistakable, everyone stood dumbfounded. Kakashi Hatake felt a chill run down his spine. This is impossible. The first time I encountered Naruto, he was merely an elite Chunin. Yet now, the shadow-level powerhouse is at his mercy, as if he were a mere plaything. While it may be attributed to ice techniques countering water techniques, his power increase is astonishingly rapid. Using ice techniques without hand seals? Itachi Uchiha was equally astounded. Wait, both of you brothers are cheating. One wields water techniques without seals, and the other ice techniques without seals. The first Hokage needed to clap his hands and chant a mantra. While you two can openly cheat, huh? What is this? The real Naruto Uzumaki smirked, swiftly swapping the water orb in his hand into his eye socket, shouting, Kodo Amatsukami, Itachi Uchiha, you'll become my pawn. This won't do. Itachi had too many tricks up his sleeve. He couldn't afford to waste time. First, I'll eliminate him. Itachi Uchiha, if you do not surrender, I shall spare you your life. With an unexpected shout, Naruto launched a sudden, decisive attack, catching everyone off guard. Itachi was taken aback. Who unleashes their ultimate technique at the beginning? You start with your strongest move. Who can withstand that? Moreover, who plays so ruthlessly? Treating the Sharingan as if it were a mere USB plug? You just plug it in whenever you please. Yet, he remained calm, a smirk forming on his lips, his eyes glinting with the unique sarcasm of the Uchiha clan. So, it's you, Naruto Uzumaki. The eyes of the Uchiha clan are not so easily controlled. In my hands, they can unleash Kodo Amatsukami, but in yours, they are merely the three-tomo Sharingan. As he spoke, the three-tomo Sharingan began to intertwine, signaling the activation of the Manjiki Sharingan. No. How can he truly activate the Manjiki? Itachi was left dumbfounded. A massive question mark loomed above him. This defied all logic. Yet, he was a top-tier ninja, resolute in both demeanor and intellect. In an instant, his scarlet Manjiki Sharingan spun wildly, and with a fierce shout, Izanagi. He pierced his own neck with a kunai without hesitation. In that moment, he became a mere shadow, yet Itachi's life did not conclude there. His eyes gradually dulled, completely under the influence of Kodo Amatsukami. Yet his life was nearing its end. In the next moment, Itachi abruptly opened his eyes. His body had yet to collapse, his neck wound perfectly healed, smooth as glass. He pushed off the ground and swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the real Naruto Uzumaki. A cold sweat dripped down his back. How could I be forced to such extremes? Itachi's right eye's Mangeki Sharingan reverted to a black pupil, fading to an ashen hue, while his left eye brimmed with trepidation, gazing at the real Naruto Uzumaki with palpable fear. What manner of monster are you? How is it possible for you to wield the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan in the blink of an eye? How did you achieve this? The youth before him bore one eye of the Mangeki Sharingan, weeping blood, while the other was a cerulean blue like the ocean. The stark contrast of colors lent him an eerie aura, sending chills down Itachi's spine, regardless of the opponent's elusive movements. Their ability to wield ice techniques without seals, or their immense chakra, although astonishing, he could still rationalize it. But the ability to instantaneously activate the Mangeki Sharingan was utterly preposterous. Only those of the Uchiha clan with the Mangeki Sharingan can directly wield it. What right does Naruto Uzumaki have? Clapping his hands, Naruto applauded. Well done, Itachi Uchiha, to instantly sever the ties and activate Izanagi to record your body's state. Just in case, before Izanagi takes effect, you were controlled by Kodo Amatsukami and commanded to undo Izanagi, or even worse. So, you chose to commit suicide, and upon reviving, you escaped the control of Kodo Amatsukami without a moment's hesitation, swiftly distancing yourself. Even if I think of you as less than a beast, I must acknowledge your battle intelligence. Truly terrifying, Kishimoto's child. The real Naruto Uzumaki gave a thumbs up, his mouth curling into a smile. However, how many more times can you use Izanagi? His grin was radiant, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Yet to Itachi, it resembled the grin of a demon from the depths of hell. Damn it. The other party was utterly unfazed. Instinctively, he couldn't help but inquire, are you planning something? Naruto raised an eyebrow, exclaiming with delight, you're absolutely right. Since you're so eager to answer, I'll reward you with a fate of utter obliteration. With a gentle wave of his hand, the surrounding air turned frigid, a terrifying killing intent pressing down like the weight of the ocean, leaving one breathless. Countless ice spears slowly materialized, enveloping Itachi in an overwhelming storm. It was as if there was no escape, neither through heaven nor earth. Itachi. He felt a chill in his heart. Was it truly necessary to create such a grand spectacle for a man who had lost one eye? He sensed that today might be his end. Yet, just then, a voice rang out. Stop. Sasuke. Uchiha's gaze was icy, first glancing at Itachi, then at the real Naruto Uzumaki. I know you are Naruto's brother, although my upcoming request is somewhat presumptuous. Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by the real Naruto Uzumaki. If you know it's presumptuous, then don't speak. I'm not interested in hearing it, so you needn't say a word. Sasuke Uchiha? He cast a languid glance at the astute and vigilant Uzumaki Naruto, who blinked back at him, exclaiming, what troubles you? Watch me flaunt my prowess. My true self wishes to tease you. What use is there in seeking me out? Uchiha Sasuke sighed. Honestly, you two brothers are indeed equally audacious, aren't you? Forget it. The true Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand dismissively, reveling in Sasuke's exasperated expression. One must admit, performing before acquaintances is utterly exhilarating. No wonder scripts often feature morally ambiguous plots. He lifted his chin, displaying his displeasure. Let me tell you, today, it is solely out of respect for my little brother that I tolerate you. If not for him being here and you being his dear friend, no one would stand a chance today. I mean it. No one would. Just then, a green figure plummeted from the heavens, striking a combat pose and bellowing. The proud azure beast of Konoha has arrived. All shall step aside. No one shall harm Kakashi today. After that proclamation, he swiveled his head, eyeing the two approaching foes, the ice-cold man, Hoshigaki Kisame, and the severely injured, blind Uchiha Itachi. My guy couldn't help but chuckle. Am I late to the party? He turned to Nato, flashing a thumbs up. Nato, though you were fierce last time, today, you are the one saving Konoha. The entire village will owe you a debt of gratitude. And you, Uzumaki Naruto, I trust you have always been a good child. What nonsense. The true Uzumaki Naruto scowled. Get lost. Step aside and don't interfere with my showmanship. Damn it. Arriving just when I'm trying to impress. If you keep blabbering, I'll throw your entire Konoha into disarray. Might guy. Oh, understood. Who can fathom the complexities of family? the opponent is impervious to both coaxing and reprimands. Hatake Kakashi gazed skyward, feeling the weight of social death, muttering, "What are you praising? Naruto just slaughtered dozens of Konoha villagers for fun. Truly a foolish praise. It's as if you're calling the Grim Reaper a good person. Are you tired of living? If memory serves, I just praised him the same way. What a disgrace." "What?" Might Guy paused, his deep-set eyes narrowing. Naruto just killed dozens of villagers. He fixed his gaze on Uzumaki Naruto, unable to restrain his curiosity. Why? Now, the conflict between the village chief and Uzumaki Naruto had reached an irreconcilable point. Yet, he still believed Naruto was not a bad child. But killing dozens of villagers, what difference is there from the enemy? Heh. The astute and vigilant Uzumaki Naruto scoffed, hands on his hips. I, Uzumaki Naruto, live my life solely by the principle of arrogance. When have I ever needed to explain myself to them, if I must justify my actions? It's simply because I find them displeasing. Do you have an issue with that? He lifted his eyelids, his azure orbs reflecting a chill and disdain. Having said that, the true Uzumaki Naruto continued, "Might Guy. Don't interrupt. Are you not aware that a grand revenge drama is unfolding here? Do you comprehend the value of a 12-year-old with a Sharingan?" As he spoke, he clapped his hands. Do you have any audacious requests? The true Uzumaki Naruto grinned mischievously. As long as it's not overly audacious, I can accommodate you. At that moment, his intentions were abundantly clear. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi's gaze fell upon Uchiha Sasuke, his expression gentle. As long as you can find happiness and understand my good intentions, all that I have done will be worthwhile. Has Sasuke finally come to terms? Does he grasp the path I have laid for him? At last, does he possess the same caliber as I do? With that thought, a sly smile crept upon his lips. The true Uzumaki Naruto's grin became even more sardonic. My request is singular. Uchiha Sasuke declared calmly. Hand Uchiha Itachi over to me. His gaze was icy. I wish to personally slay this beast. Uchiha Itachi's expression instantly froze, as if doused with cold water. The smile at the corner of his mouth turned bitter and perplexed. He couldn't help but ask. Why? Why can't you understand my capacity, Sasuke? Why can't you appreciate the value of peace? It is I who can think of the future from the perspective of Hokage, who contemplates the shinobi world. I am the one who is correct, and even the Hokage has praised my understanding. Why can't you comprehend? Sasuke. He was not angry, nor did he harbor hatred towards Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, his eyes reflected profound confusion and unwillingness. His failure to cultivate Sasuke into someone akin to himself was a personal defeat. He should have been more ruthless back then. Fool, a sudden voice rang out. What? Uchiha Itachi's gaze shot towards the true Uzumaki Naruto. To think from the position of Hokage regarding Konoha, to ponder the future of the shinobi world, the true Uzumaki Naruto regarded him as if he were a simpleton. Are you here as a jester summoned by a monkey? Sarutobi Hiruzen stands as Hokage while contemplating the future. His clan thrives in Konoha, and I am still the Hokage. Barring unforeseen circumstances, my grandson will likely become the future Hokage as well. Each word struck with piercing sarcasm. You consider yourself in a position to think of Konoha while your family. What of your father, the clan leader? What of your childhood sweetheart? Silence enveloped Uchiha Itachi as he struggled to breathe. His mind felt as though a corner had been abruptly torn open, bringing clarity. Under normal circumstances, one would offer gentle counsel. Yet the true Uzumaki Naruto felt differently. He believed fools deserve their fate. Kid, if your father truly succeeded in his rebellion and became Hokage, only then could you possibly become Hokage. Only then could you consider the shinobi world from the Hokage's perspective. Now, you are being a fool, wagering the lives of your entire clan to fulfill another's dream. The truth is undeniable. The victors take all. Moreover, one cannot blame the Uchiha clan for their constant calls for rebellion. The first Hokage initially promised to make Uchiha Madara Hokage, yet ended up with the first Hokage declaring the Uchiha clan to be utterly mad. They were subjected to scrutiny, followed by more promises, and then the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, made his grand entrance. It would be intolerable for anyone, let alone the Uchiha clan, to endure such treatment. Uchiha Itachi found it increasingly difficult to breathe. No, it shouldn't be this way. Yet, Nato's words left him speechless. The third Hokage thought about matters from the Hokage's perspective, while the Sarutobi clan flourished in Konoha. And I, considering the situation from the Hokage's perspective, am left with nothing. Sasuke, stop arguing with him. Kill him. The astute and vigilant Uzumaki Naruto urged impatiently. Enough of this chatter. By the way, gouge out his eyes. It could grant you the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. A casual remark, revealing yet another secret of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke? He appeared utterly bewildered. What is this Mangeki? What is the eternal Mangeki? As a pure Uchiha, how can I be unaware of this? What the hell? In that moment, he could not distinguish whether he was Uchiha or if the true Uzumaki Naruto was the true Uchiha. Alright, now, I am the strongest. Amaterasu. His scarlet, six-pointed stars spun rapidly, unleashing his ultimate technique. Uchiha Itachi, as a relic of the past, should be cast into the refuse. Die. Magnificent. The skies have cleared. And the rain has ceased. Sasuke felt invigorated. When it comes to confidence, he alone dominates the entire shinobi world. Regardless of the outcome, young Uchiha Sasuke's defining trait is sheer bravery. Meanwhile, the true self, Uzumaki Naruto, gazed intently at Uchiha Itachi. Perceiving him as a formidable opponent, one to be wary of, much like a character out of a fantastical tale. In his Edo Tensei state, Itachi could still wield the power of Izanami. It was utterly absurd. He squinted, thinking to himself, Uchiha Itachi, should you make even the slightest move, my formidable hand shall swiftly meet your face. Feeling the weight of Naruto's gaze, Uchiha Itachi's expression stiffened. Why does it feel as though he can see right through me? A look of disbelief flickered in his eyes. With one eye incapacitated, how is he still so vigilant? Does he sense that I possess hidden cards? A chill ran down his spine. This is terrifying. He had never encountered such a fearsome adversary before. In previous battles, regardless of the enemy, he had always managed to contemplate everything from a position of superiority and ultimately triumph. Every foe had a weakness. Once identified, overcoming them was merely a matter of time, a truth he had known all his life. Even the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara was no exception. He held confidence in his ability to prevail against him. Yet today, facing the young man before him, he felt as though he was staring into an abyss, as if all his thoughts were laid bare, and it seemed that whatever he did, he could not overcome this youth. No, I shall not accept defeat. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. At this juncture, even with the possibility of failure looming, the arrow was knocked, and it must be released. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques have never known defeat. Do not interfere in my battle with Uchiha Itachi. I will not lose. Uchiha Sasuke scowled, his temperament not one to be trifled with. He huffed coldly, his gaze icy. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you as well. The demeanor of Uzumaki Naruto irked him greatly. What is this? Why does he remain in such a state of constant vigilance? Does he distrust me? The true self, Uzumaki Naruto, mused. What a delightful day it is. The rain has ceased. Do you believe yourself capable now, daring to provoke even me? How bold. He chuckled, a grin spreading across his face. Very well, you may engage Uchiha Itachi first. Once you are finished, I shall enlighten you as to why the flowers bloom so vividly. He grinned wickedly, clenching his fist. It had not been long since they had begun this encounter. Displaying arrogance after merely gaining some strength was a harbinger of doom. Sasuke is in dire need of a reality check. On the other hand, in an instant, Uchiha Itachi effortlessly evaded the flames of Amaterasu. The two brothers exchanged hundreds of blows, although Sasuke possessed the Manjikyu Sharingan. He was still young and lacked the combat experience of Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, today, even if it costs me my life, I will make you realize your errors. Uchiha Itachi's eyes glimmered with resolve as he bellowed, Izanami. With that, he directed his gaze towards Uzumaki Naruto, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. All along, you have been on guard against me, haven't you? Truly a formidable and cautious individual. Yet, I have never intended to harm Sasuke. In fact, winning holds no significance for me. I merely wish for Sasuke to return to the right path and possess a greater capacity. A smirk graced his lips, filled with pride. Izanami is. But before Uchiha Itachi could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Uzumaki Naruto's scornful retort. Isn't it merely about setting a target for your enemy? If they cannot achieve it and genuinely repent, they are doomed to languish in an endless cycle of rebirth. Ultimately, are you not merely wishing for Sasuke to become a pawn of Konoha? His expression betrayed indifference. The azure depths of his eyes shimmered with disdain as he regarded Uchiha Itachi, as if looking upon refuse. Does he truly believe that he alone possesses knowledge of Izanami? Uzumaki Naruto clicked his tongue. No wonder you are your father's favorite son. He shared all the secrets of the Uchiha clan with you, yet you choose to wield them against your own brother. TSK. You are more akin to a beast than a true human. With Sasuke's obstinacy, he was the type who would rather perish than alter his convictions. In the original narrative, Sasuke cleaved through everything in his path. When has he ever submitted? He was either engaged in battle or en route to one. Confronting him head-on would yield no results. His defining traits were courage and tenacity. The only time he relented was due to the original's heartfelt proclamation, because you are my dearest friend. It was only then that Sasuke softened, tearfully declaring their separation. I have lost. Thus, the only fate that awaited Sasuke was to be eternally ensnared in the illusions of his Izanami, forever fighting, forever descending. Unable to escape. A fate more terrifying than death. How could you possibly know? Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. He was unable to suppress a step back, his throat tightening, every hair on his body standing on end. Only I and my father among the Uchiha clan know of his Izanami. It is a secret known solely to the clan leader. How could you be aware of it? If you know of his Izanagi, then you would never allow me to control Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi's forehead dripped with cold sweat as he suddenly turned to face Uchiha Sasuke. Upon doing so, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. As if he had fallen into an icy abyss, a solid ice barrier loomed between him and Uchiha Sasuke, imprinted with delicate snowflake patterns that severed all ocular abilities, rendering Izanami ineffective. This meant that Izanami had failed. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Itachi suddenly laughed, as though mocking. What a terrifying mindset you possess. You have already employed ice-release ninjutsu, Haven Tu. At the moment I invoked Izanami, you conjured massive ice to sever its effects. Thwarting my plans, had it not been for this, I would never have faced defeat. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Defeated. From this moment forth, he had lost utterly. Fool. Uzumaki Naruto rolled his eyes. Brother, you are nearly dead. Yet you still pretend to be impressive. As he spoke, his figure vanished in an instant. A powerful blow sent Uchiha Itachi flying. Before you die, I must deliver a couple of blows. Otherwise, there will be no opportunity left. Uchiha Itachi was sent hurtling away. When he finally stood, he was left in shock. What? Good heavens, to strike oneself twice before death. Can a mere mortal utter such words? He was about to say something when his right eye turned a dull gray. Thus, both of his Manjikyu Sharingan transformed into a lifeless gray, losing their ocular power. Sasuke, it is my fault. In my final moments, I failed to guide you back to the right path. Uchiha Itachi hung his head. Filled with regret. Pucci. Chidori pierced through his chest. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze was frigid, devoid of mercy. He coldly declared, "Shut your mouth. You do not deserve the title of brother. Trash. You belong in the refuse bin." Sizzle, the Chidori in his hand dissipated. And Uchiha Itachi, in anguish and despair, closed his eyes. The curtain had fallen. Uchiha Sasuke coldly regarded Uchiha Itachi's lifeless body, heartlessly tearing out his eyes. You, a piece of detritus, are unworthy of the Uchiha name. Had it been before, knowing that Uchiha Itachi had so humbly acquiesced, he would have believed him to be coerced. But now, he felt that Uchiha Itachi had brought this upon himself. Uchiha Itachi deserved death. And so did Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes brimmed with hatred as he gazed towards Hokage's office. All those in Konoha deserved to perish. His expression was one of disdain. In summary, it could be distilled into 3 words: payback. In totality, I am the greatest in Konoha. Hatake Kakashi's expression darkened. Oh no, another rebellious disciple. Out of 3 students, 2 want to destroy Konoha. Just then, a great blow sent Uchiha Sasuke flying. This sensation is just right. Uchiha Itachi's defenses are too worn. The entity known as Uzumaki Naruto nodded with satisfaction. Upon finishing his words, he turned to face the fierce-looking Uchiha Sasuke, a smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth as he unleashed a menacing grin. Hey. You, Sasuke, didn't I just tell you I'd show you why the flowers bloom so beautifully? You dare to provoke me? It seems you have grown weary of life. Today, you'll either call me brother or the Uchiha clan will gain yet another grave. Uchiha Sasuke's arrogant demeanor faltered for a moment. He scoffed, his handsome features radiating pride and confidence. Now that I have awakened my Manjikyu Sharingan, I am the strongest. Uchiha Itachi fell before me. Even if you're Naruto's brother, that won't change a thing. With his newfound power, Sasuke's mantra was one of unwavering confidence. I am the strongest. Ha! The entity known as Uzumaki Naruto could not help but chuckle. His eyes narrowing with amusement. I see now. I once thought Sasuke was merely brave in his quest for strength, but it appears you are simply a natural show-off. You must be a teddy bear at heart. He couldn't resist rolling his eyes. With a hint of power, he thought. How typical of an Uchiha to seek glory against the radiant moonlight. Uchiha Sasuke raised his chin defiantly, a look of disdain plastered across his face. Ever since I obtained these eyes, your fate has been sealed in failure, Amaterasu. In an instant, black flames erupted from thin air, hellfire that would consume all, never to extinguish. A self-satisfied smirk crept onto Sasuke's lips. As Naruto's brother, I am well aware that you share his penchant for theatrics and ambushes. Therefore, if I strike first, you shall have no chance to retaliate. And Amaterasu is an everlasting inferno, one that none can withstand. His confidence was palpable. convinced that his strategy was flawless. Yet, in the next moment, Uchiha Sasuke's expression froze. He witnessed Uzumaki Naruto chuckling lightly as countless shards of ice materialized before him, entirely blocking the Amaterasu that was meant to engulf him. He couldn't help but spit in frustration, his face darkening, feeling a bit humiliated. Humph, a ninjutsu without hand signs. What a cowardly trick. Damn it. He had jumped the gun on the theatrics. Hehehe. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled. Surprised, are you, child? And this is merely the beginning. You'll find yourself bewildered many more times to come. What of Amaterasu scorching the air? What of Amaterasu burning armor? What of Amaterasu being ineffective? Throughout the entire Naruto saga, Amaterasu has failed to claim a single life. The only notable achievement was scorching the arm of that reckless Raikage, and that was merely due to his impulsive nature. If it weren't for his anger, seeking to exchange wounds, Amaterasu would have been nothing but a dark flame with no merit whatsoever. Uchiha Sasuke felt a wave of confusion wash over him, instinctively thinking, though I do not comprehend your words, it feels as if you were just as inane as Naruto, speaking nonsense. Hey, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, feigning shock. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not think our friendship grants you immunity from defamation. Speak too much, and you'll find yourself in a grave today. To his surprise, Uchiha Sasuke showed no fear. Instead, he responded with a cold laugh. Haha, with your bully-like nature and penchant for teasing, it's clear you are merely embarrassed by anger. Uzumaki Naruto. TSK. His expression turned calm and stoic. Akin to a machine, his eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc. Uchiha Sasuke, if you find yourself in the underworld and someone asks how you met your demise, you shall say it was because you knew too much. Damn it. I am an exemplary individual, yet rumors ruin lives. Uzumaki Naruto turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, I grant you a chance to speak the truth. Am I not an outstanding individual? He gritted his teeth, his face filled with indignation. An exemplary citizen, branded a bully, one who enjoys mocking others. Does this not signify the loss of Konoha? It is a misfortune for the entire ninja world. Kakashi looked bewildered, leaning forward. You blockhead. Uzumaki Naruto cursed loudly, impatience evident. Quickly, I grant you a chance to speak the truth, or else I shall rearrange your face. Kakashi gazed skyward, a hint of confusion in his demeanor. Cautiously, he inquired, so, should I speak the truth or not? Can I just go to hell? Uzumaki Naruto kicked Kakashi away. Look at you, Kakashi, your scheming eyes and calculating face betray your true nature. You hardly seem like a good person. Were you thinking of resisting? Kakashi, brother, you are my true brother. I am gravely injured. Do you not see my pain? He gasped heavily, a look of grievance on his face. Uzumaki Naruto fell silent for a moment before suddenly shouting. How dare you retort? Clearly, you harbor rebellious intentions. Kakashi was left dumbfounded. I'm tired. Perish. He flopped onto the ground, surrendering entirely. Damn it. This life has become unbearable. One bully, Uzumaki Naruto, is manageable, but add in another bully, Wave Wind Yato, and life becomes intolerable. He had never contemplated such thoughts even when his father passed. Now, he found himself pondering defection. How absurd. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke's brows furrowed increasingly. Are we still fighting? Why are we chatting? Uzumaki Naruto paused, realization dawning. I wondered why it felt so empty. It turns out I had yet to thrash you, you little brat. Uchiha Sasuke. Yet before he could respond, a flash of golden light darted by. A chilling voice pierced the air, an icy sword resting against his throat. Sasuke, with your current strength, you are far from adequate. Uchiha Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. The crimson hue of his Manjiki Sharingan involuntarily contracted. Damn it. How could he be so swift? His body trembled. He had seen his figure, that his body could not react. How had he become so weak? TSK. Uzumaki Naruto smirked. The Teddy King has ceased his bravado and begun to regret his own weakness. I refuse to believe it. Uchiha Sasuke shouted, suddenly breaking free from the ice sword, his Manjiki Sharingan spinning rapidly. Susanoo. This was the divine power that only the Uchiha clan could wield. In an instant, a towering, purple skeletal giant surged forth, terrifying and fearsome. Yet, to Uzumaki Naruto, it appeared as a malnourished skeleton had it been starved. He looked upon it with disdain. Couldn't someone have shown this child a bit more care and nourishment? Susanoo, Susanoo, Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed in frustration. This is the Susanoo that wields divine power. Enraged, chakra and ocular power surged into Susanoo, and in an instant, it took form. Its chakra-clad exterior enveloping it wielded a bow and arrow, resembling a formidable warrior giant. standing at an imposing height of 872 meters. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. The Susanoo unleashed a fierce purple arrow that sliced through the air with brutal force, aimed directly at Uzumaki Naruto. The onlookers were left in shock, their eyes filled with terror. Susanoo, Kakashi's voice trembled slightly, fear evident. Is this truly the power of the Uchiha clan? Before such strength, everything else pales in comparison to the formidable power before him. The strength of the ninja appeared utterly insignificant and powerless. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended why the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were able to pacify the ninja world. Just then, Kakashi Hatake could not help but glance back, his pupils narrowing in shock. No way. How can there still be would release? With a thunderous clap, the true body of Naruto Uzumaki grinned malevolently and exclaimed, would release, would dragon jutsu. In an instant, several wooden dragons erupted from the ground. Roaring ferociously, one dragon collided with the arrow, resulting in a mutual destruction, while the remaining force surged towards the panicked Sasuke Uchiha with alarming speed. Subsequently, the true body of Naruto Uzumaki turned to Kakashi. Flashing a grin, Kakashi, it's not someone else, but it's you who is merely a lowly chicken, Kakashi Hatake. This night, silence reigned supreme. Indeed, it was true that Sasuke and Naruto were mere underachievers, while the true powerhouse was none other than Yato Bofong. Yet, he alone was a complete failure, and you, my friend, are the genuine novice. The true body of Naruto Uzumaki raised his thumb, a beaming smile on his face as he seriously added. Kakashi Hatake was left utterly bewildered. No, I'm gravely injured. Brother, he clutched his heart. Why not let someone else handle this? I truly can't endure it, brother, to kill and strike at one's heart. Is it? If it were anyone else, Kakashi would not be intimidated. After all, others would only have a trick or two at most. But Yato Bofong was different. This rascal was always stirring up trouble. Moreover, he never repeated himself. Who can withstand such a thing? Yato Bofong stroked his chin, pondering as he scanned the surroundings. You do have a point. One cannot simply exploit a single opportunity. If I were to accidentally kill you, I would bear legal responsibility, and that would weigh heavily on my conscience. Kakashi Hatake, who understands the plight of a family member? A person capable of killing with a mere gesture claims to feel uneasy about taking lives. Yato Bofong surveyed the crowd. That melon-headed kid with thick brows and big eyes looks utterly uninteresting. Might guy? That scruffy fellow, still smoking, has he marinated himself in it? The true body of Naruto Uzumaki paused, a strange smile forming at the corner of his lips. Let us skip that then. Asuma Sarutobi. What kind of evaluation is that? He retorted, annoyed. As a man, smoking is perfectly normal, all right? Moreover, it is also for the sake of utilizing my secret technique. However, deep down, Asuma Sarutobi sighed with relief. Thankfully, he had not been chosen. Otherwise, with the other party's knack for causing trouble, he would certainly be dead. Realizing this, he could not help but shudder, grateful that he was not selected. But upon hearing his words, the true body of Naruto Uzumaki raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling. Not only do the enemies refuse to kneel and surrender, but they even dare to fight back. His gaze shifted, landing on the alluring Kurenai Yuhi, and his expression instantly turned intriguing. Curly hair, bandages, black attire, and long legs. Slurped, he wiped his drool. This woman is a fine specimen, clearly one who would bear children well. It's decided. I choose you. Brother, do you want a wife? The true body of Naruto Uzumaki turned to the cautious and astute Naruto Uzumaki. Just say the word, and I'll deliver her to your bed. Cautious and astute Naruto Uzumaki. Damn it. Big brother. Little brother. Listen to big brother. Asuma Sarutobi. What is this? 2 sentences determining the fate of my wife. Hearing the covetous words of Yato Bofong, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Good news. He was not targeted by Yato Bofong. Bad news. His girlfriend was. He wanted to cry without tears. Damned. It's even worse than being targeted himself. Don't worry, Asuma. Kurenai Yuhi, will never betray you. Kurenai Yuhi declared earnestly, her gaze resolute. Kurenai Yuhi, am not someone who wavers in my convictions. Asuma Sarutobi, moved, exclaimed. I believe in you, Kurenai. Buffs are quite substantial, aren't they? Yato Bofong grinned widely, offering comforting words. No need to be stubborn. Not yet cool down hasn't ended. Wait a month, and you'll soften your stance. Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi wore expressions of indignation. Yet there was nothing they could do. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake stared blankly, as if he had heard something scandalous, muttering, Don't be stubborn, and then you'll soften. Hey, hey, hey. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon the most thrilling part of a novel. Such a tantalizingly veiled description, could it be gleaned outside of the realm of intimate paradise? Oh, the true body of Naruto Uzumaki raised an eyebrow. I almost forgot about you, Kakashi, you old pervert. So, what do you say about becoming my little brother's subordinate? I can offer you content far more explosive than intimate paradise. Kakashi Hitaki's expression immediately soured. Damn it, I want to see it. But I absolutely cannot betray Konoha. Not far away, Sasuke Uchiha once again activated Susanoo, breaking free from the wooden dragon, and as he gazed at the two engrossed in their conversation, he was about to go mad. Damn it. Don't overlook me. I want a genuine contest between men. The colossal purple figure glared fiercely, as if responding to Sasuke Uchiha's fury. What's this? Chatting with others, casually dismissing me, as if I'm inconsequential. The true body of Naruto Uzumaki raised an eyebrow. Are you expressing discontent now? His lips curled upward. Kid, you're not so small anymore. It's time for you to witness the new world. With that, a trace of pity flickered in his eyes, his smile escalating in madness as he clapped his hands. Would release. Wooden man jutsu. Crack. Boom. Vines erupted from the ground, growing with reckless abandon in an instant, coalescing into a colossal 30-meter giant. Majestic. Formidable. Like a warrior from a realm of giants. 30-meter wooden giant versus 6.872-meter Susanoo. Inside Susanoo, Sasuke Uchiha suddenly wore a blank expression, gazing up at the wooden giant towering several times higher than Susanoo. Falling into silence, and he instantly calmed down. Actually, I feel there are areas where I still need to improve. He loved to show off. He believed he was powerful, but he was not blind. The disparity in strength between him and the opponent was glaringly evident. The true body of Naruto Uzumaki was momentarily taken aback, curiously appraising Sasuke Uchiha. Tsk. Not having turned dark means being adaptable. If it were the darkened Sasuke, he would have surely demonstrated what it means to be stubborn. Of course, the key reason was that the true body of Naruto Uzumaki surmised it was because, in Sasuke's eyes, he was Naruto's elder brother. Forget it. In light of your youthful ignorance, I shall forgive your youthful arrogance. Before he could finish his sentence, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Detecting a change in the plot of the ninja world, a mission is released. Defeat Sasuke Uchiha or kill Sasuke Uchiha. Mission reward. Power of the Four Sons, Amaterasu. The true body of Naruto Uzumaki was taken aback. Why did it come now? I wondered why there was no mission regarding Itachi Uchiha. Turns out it was waiting for this. He grumbled, his smile gradually transforming into one of arrogance. Apologies, little brother. This is your last chance. Today, either you call me brother, or I'll break your legs. Sasuke. Oh Sasuke. This is the final opportunity, and how can this not be considered a form of affection? The true body of Naruto Uzumaki mused. I cannot let go of the chance to grow stronger for the sake of our fictitious friendship. Can I? It's no big deal. This second pillar seems aloof, but he is actually quite easy to coax. Sasuke Uchiha was left dumbfounded, his entire being enveloped in silence. Wait, you just said to let me off the hook. Didn't you? How to articulate that? If it were someone else, they would undoubtedly go completely insane. Fight until the very end. One must remember that the Uchiha clan champions fervor and combat. However, they are faced with none other than Naruto's elder brother. The very ninjutsu they possess was learned from Naruto, who in turn learned from Namake's Minato. Even the Manjiki Sharingan was granted thanks to him. It's truly a perplexing situation. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Naruto Uzumaki. His dark eyes seemingly conversing, filled with complexity. Just a glance, and Naruto, ever cautious and astute, found himself momentarily stunned. No wonder some are so captivated by the Naruto-Sasuke dynamic. With those expressive eyes fixated upon you, who wouldn't be entranced? Damn it. He even felt inclined to mediate. Otherwise, as he began to speak, he caught sight of Naruto's deep-set eyes, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He lowered his head. Apologies, Sasuke. I am but a mere shadow clone. What use is it for you to speak to me? Tsk. The original Naruto stroked his chin, grinning widely. Has Sasuke undergone a transformation? In the past, even a passing dog would be subjected to its Tsukuyami. But alas, I too wish to cast its Tsukuyami upon that dog by the roadside. The passing dog. Wait, what did I do to deserve this? The original Naruto, Tsukuyami. I'll cast it upon anyone I find displeasing. How thrilling. Moreover, possessing the power of the fire god grants me dominion over flames, effectively akin to wielding a divine ability. Wouldn't you agree? No. The more I ponder, the more restless I become. Who could possibly unleash its Tsukuyami upon an unsightly dog? Don't you think so, Danzo? He slowly raised his hand. Sasuke, my dear, you'd best not resist. I am rather quick, so endure this. Uchiha Sasuke maintained a calm demeanor, resolutely declaring, I concede. The original Naruto? He was incensed, provokingly exclaiming, You, with your bold brows and striking eyes, Uchiha Sasuke, as a man, how could you be so cowardly? Damn it. After the antics of the second pillar, he ought to be slapped back to reality. It feels as though the face slapping is only halfway through, yet the antagonist has conceded. This sensation is quite unsatisfactory. I have indeed awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke, vigilant, thought. But I'm not foolish. What is this? Why is he provoking me further? Am I really destined for a beating? He struggled with his thoughts, falling silent for a moment. Brother. Ding. Congratulations. Post. Task completed. Reward obtained. Power of the Fire God, Tsukuyami. Power of the Fire God, mastery over all flames. Impervious to fire, capable of spewing thunder, Tsukuyami. An unquenchable black flame that will not extinguish until the target is slain. Oh, double happiness. Ha 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 ha. The original Naruto's expression transformed into one of sheer delight. Hey. Hey. Well done, little brother. From this day forth, Sasuke shall be my little brother. Anyone who dares to provoke him shall be at odds with me. Namake's Naruto. Having said that, he appeared before Uchiha Sasuke in an instant. So swift. Uchiha Sasuke's pupils constricted. How did you do that? The opponent had suddenly appeared, then just as suddenly before him. Could it be the Flying Thunder God technique? He couldn't help but exclaim. Yet quickly shook his head. No, I lack the Flying Thunder God technique. Could it be some extreme form of body flicker technique? Uchiha Sasuke could hardly fathom such a ninjutsu existing in the ninja world. It was terrifying. A body flicker technique so fast that even the Manjiki could not perceive it. This implies that in the entire ninja world, no one could effectively resist Namake's Naruto, having called him brother. Let me bestow upon you a gift. Namake's Naruto's lips curled upward, his large hand imprinting upon Uchiha Sasuke's arm. A black Flying Thunder God mark materializing. From now on, whenever you find yourself in peril. At any time, in any place, just shout brother, save me, and I shall come to your rescue. Damn, almost let it slip. Almost said, super detective, serious case handling. He waved his hand, his figure vanishing in an instant. Little brother. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Interrupting the second pillar's bravado, how could one not revel in the fact that the second pillar now calls him brother? This is indeed a momentous occasion. Sasuke calling someone brother, Kakashi Hitaki was taken aback. The typically aloof Sasuke, who rarely forms connections, is now addressing someone as brother. This world is utterly absurd, as the leader of the trio. He understood Sasuke's character all too well, cold, stoic, forever distancing himself from others. Yet now, Sasuke refers to another as brother. Kakashi believes this is not due to Sasuke's fear of battle. Nor is it because he fears death or dreads Namake's Naruto. Rather, he has genuinely emerged from the abyss of hatred. And this transformation is attributed to his dear friend, Naruto Uzumaki. Ultimately, all of this is because of Naruto, who altered Sasuke's predetermined fate. Each Uchiha harbors a disdain for mediocrity, often resorting to extremes or even defection. Just as he himself was once closed off, Sasuke has Naruto by his side. Kakashi Hitaki couldn't help but smile with a tinge of relief, but at that moment, the caution and astuteness in Naruto Uzumaki's eyes faded, replaced by arrogance and defiance. He suddenly spoke. Did you hear that, Sasuke? My older brother has declared that from now on, if anything happens, you must invoke his name. Incredibly effective. He pivoted his words, a sly smile creeping across his face. By the way, you mentioned wanting to take revenge on Hiruzen Sarutobi, correct, Kakashi Hitaki? Good grief. I was just wondering why Naruto Uzumaki was so quiet. It turns out he was merely biding his time. In this moment, Naruto Uzumaki, in Kakashi's eyes, was the epitome of someone reveling in the chaos. When it comes to stirring up trouble, not even the entirety of Konoha, let alone the whole ninja world, could rival Naruto Uzumaki. Now, with an unyielding Uchiha Sasuke by his side. Oh, by the way, Naruto Uzumaki cheerfully added, Hiruzen Sarutobi is merely an accomplice. The real mastermind is that old dog Danzo. Who is the one responsible for your Sharingan, brothers, sharing both fortune and misfortune? Upon hearing this, Asuma Sarutobi immediately bristled, having already been simmering with anger. After all, this concerns his beloved father. He bellowed, Naruto Uzumaki. Don't get too carried away. Just as his words fell, Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. Good grief. You truly are brave. Even your father dares not act so arrogantly before Naruto Uzumaki. As expected, Naruto Uzumaki did not disappoint Kakashi. He glared, excitement radiating from his face. Let's fight. Tsukuyami. Damn. Just when I was lamenting the absence of a passing dog. Look, here it comes. In an instant, black flames erupted as if summoned from the depths of hell. Refusing to extinguish until the enemy was incinerated, Asuma Sarutobi instantly transformed into a being of fire. This flame ignited spontaneously. The Raikage could evade it with his speed. Even Sasuke, wielding the three tomo, could detect it. Nagato could even perceive it and repel it with Shinra Tensei. Yet now, the one facing Tsukuyami is none other than the Jonin Asuma Sarutobi, who lacked the foresight, resulting in a sudden scream as he plunged into the lake. Why? Why can't this flame be extinguished? The original Naruto scoffed. If it could be extinguished, would it still be called Hellfire? I was wondering who was barking. Turns out it was just me. Showing off and forgetting to teach you a lesson, allowing you to lose track of your place in Konoha. He arrogantly tilted his head back. From now on, in Konoha, when you see me. Naruto Uzumaki, you'd best bow your head and behave. Understand? Regardless of how Asuma Sarutobi reacted, Uchiha Sasuke was utterly bewildered. He hesitantly parted his lips, rubbing his eyes, feeling as if it were all nonsense. This isn't right. Isn't this Tsukuyami? Isn't this the Tsukuyami that only my Manjiki Sharingan possesses? Isn't this the Tsukuyami that requires my eyes to bleed in order to use? No, this is utterly absurd. The rare treasure I just obtained. Tsukuyami, how has it suddenly become so commonplace? Everyone else stood in disbelief. This is intolerable. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his teeth, and in an instant his crimson Manjiki Sharingan emerged. This cannot possibly be Amaterasu. It's Kagaya's technique. A flicker of hope still lingered in his heart. However, the next moment, under the manipulation of Kagaya's power, the black flames began to shift shape, obediently resembling his own Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke. He gazed up at the heavens, feeling a pang of sorrow. That was a technique he had just acquired from his Manjiki Sharingan. What the hell are you doing? Naruto Uzumaki shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, what do you think you're doing with my Amaterasu? Don't you think just because you're handsome I want to hit you? Go use your own Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke. Suddenly, the joy of obtaining the Manjiki Sharingan felt diminished. What was happening? No need to panic. At least he still had Kagaya's technique. Uchiha Sasuke reassured himself internally. Then, he watched as Naruto swung his hand nonchalantly, the black flames morphing into shapes resembling Zambi. The expression on Uchiha Sasuke's face froze completely. Damn it, this was a day he could not endure. In that moment, Uchiha Sasuke felt as though he had always lived in Naruto's shadow. He had only acquired two techniques from his Manjiki Sharingan. One was Amaterasu, and the other was Kagaya's technique. Yet, Naruto could master them all. It made his Manjiki Sharingan seem like a cruel joke. Observing the Zam formed under Naruto's command, Uchiha Sasuke felt like the fool. Thankfully, Naruto couldn't use Susanoo. With that thought, Uchiha Sasuke comforted himself once more. Surely, Naruto, not being an Uchiha, cannot wield Susanoo, right? Naruto Uzumaki glanced over and said, who says that's impossible? Absolutely impossible. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. Susanoo is a divine power that only the Uchiha clan can wield. And one must possess the Manjiki Sharingan. Naruto, you are not of the Uchiha clan. You can never possess Susanoo in this lifetime. As he spoke, he regained some of his pride. This was the glory of the Uchiha clan. Could Naruto ever wield Susanoo? Absolutely not. Naruto Uzumaki smirked, narrowing his eyes. Who can say for certain? The ninja world has countless Manjiki Sharingan. If they can't awaken, we can just take them. Here, you take one. And you take one. And you take one. It's all about fairness. I have 7 shadow clones. Is it unreasonable to seize 7 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan? The fear is that the entire ninja world can't gather 7 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. Oh, and let us not forget the Rinnegan, and the Reincarnation Eye, and the Tsutsuki. With that thought, Naruto felt invigorated, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. Only children make choices, adults take them all. Meanwhile, observing Asuma Sarutobi's wretched state, Kurenai Yuhi exhausted every means but remained helpless. Kakashi Hatake struggled to stand, his face pale, still trying to put on a brave front. This black flame is clearly inextinguishable. Perhaps a sealing technique could resolve it. He extended his hand, preparing to perform the sealing technique. But at that moment, Naruto kicked him away, a concerned look on his face. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? You've drained your chakra and are still trying to hold on. If you're low on chakra, just stand aside and watch. You're not a child anymore. Don't you know to care for your body? The kick was subtle, lacking force but infused with gentleness, aimed at preserving dignity without causing harm. Kakashi coughed heavily, dazed. He rose from the ground, offering a wry smile. Sorry, Asuma, Kurenai. I can't help you anymore. Might Guy furrowed his brows. I only know taijutsu. At that moment, one could see the prowess of Konoha's technicians. He had a bit of knowledge about everything. And no matter who it was, he could trade blows. After all, he had even held his own against Kage Atsutsuki for a couple of moves. But Naruto. What you're doing is wrong. Might Guy's brows knitted together, his expression serious as he earnestly stated, let Asuma go. He is our comrade, and one should never strike a comrade. He was a character of righteousness. An absolute embodiment of justice, just like Rock Lee, who, despite his lack of talent, had worked tirelessly to reach his peak, and everyone in Konoha once doubted him, yet Might Guy remained steadfast in aiding him year after year. This was what enabled Lee to attain formidable strength, even becoming teammates with Neji Hyuga, truly absurd. Suddenly, a wooden clone emerged from Naruto's body, instantly conjuring countless Raisengans, launching them forth, like meteors, yet resembling falling stars. Heading towards the entirety of Konoha, from now on, every second I will unleash numerous Raisengans upon Konoha, he sneered impatiently, addressing Might Guy. What matters more, the lives of countless civilians in Konoha, or Asuma's life? You choose. Might Guy made no choice. His expression turned grave, his figure shooting forth like a green comet. Naruto, what you're doing is wrong. His furious shout came from behind, but Naruto merely scoffed. What a joke. If that were true, do you think I'd turn to the dark side for no reason? He turned coldly to meet Kurenai Yuhi's furious gaze, enunciating clearly. Now, you either kneel and beg for mercy, or watch Asuma Sarutobi burn alive. The smile on his lips slowly widened. Sarutobi Hiruzen. No way. No way. You don't think our enmity has ended, do you? This has only just begun, on one side. The anguished cries of Asuma Sarutobi echoed. Kurenai. Don't agree to him. Even if I die, I will never bow to him. On the other, Naruto looked down upon Kurenai Yui. Kurenai, as a ninja, simply kneeling and apologizing could save Asuma Sarutobi. His grin seemed to originate from the depths of hell. Coaxing gently. Do you want to watch Asuma burn to death? There are many beautiful women in the entire ninja world, and Kurenai Yuhi undoubtedly ranks among them. Curly hair, bandages, black stockings, long legs, and a sultry allure that is hard to resist. Especially the bandages wrapped around her, exuding a faint sense of taboo. Men cannot resist bandages, they want to tear them off. One could say that Kurenai Yuhi now resembled a ripe apple, waiting to be plucked. Kurenai Yui's beautiful eyes brimmed with indignation, and with a thud, she knelt on the ground, her voice trembling. We were wrong. Please spare Asuma. Otherwise, he will die. She had contemplated using Genjutsu to control Naruto, but there was still Uchiha Sasuke beside her. His gaze cold and ready to strike. She had no doubt that if she made any sudden moves, Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan would activate without hesitation. Such a good girl. Naruto gently caressed Kurenai Yui's face. One must admit, the sensation was delightful, especially her crimson eyes filled with indignation and stubborn defiance. How he adored this. He craved that resistance. With a flick of his wrist, all the black flames surrounding Asuma Sarutobi dissipated. Uchiha Sasuke averted his gaze. It's over. This Amaterasu is even more powerful than mine. Time to leave. Don't hinder Asuma Sarutobi's recovery. Naruto chuckled lightly, beckoning the three behind him, after a morning of exercise. We all famished. Let us head home where I'll personally cook. Asuma Sarutobi was covered in scars from the burns. Thankfully, his beard concealed them. Otherwise, his face would have been a mess. He gritted his teeth, watching the retreating figures of the four. Damn it. Naruto Uzumaki was a threat to all of Konoha. As long as he lived, Konoha would be plunged into chaos. The other party was far too arrogant. Neither Kakashi Hatake nor Might Guy could stop him, and he didn't even regard his own father. However, at that moment, three piercing gazes suddenly converged. Gaara's eyes were frigid, akin to an untamed beast. Hyuga Neji's gaze was calm yet chilling. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes betrayed an unmasked intent to kill. Uzumaki Naruto had already become a formidable force. Asuma Sarutobi could not suppress a shiver. I must inform my father. He struggled to rise and hurried swiftly towards the Hokage office. In the Hokage office, listening to his son's serious and urgent recounting, Hiruzen Sarutobi could hardly fail to understand. Asuma, even in front of your father, he shows no respect, let alone for you. Observing his son's disheveled appearance, a look of deep concern crossed his face. Do not provoke Uzumaki Naruto. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with grave seriousness, a hint of weariness in his voice. He is not someone you can contend with. Then what shall we do? Are we to allow him to wreak havoc in Konoha? Asuma Sarutobi exclaimed anxiously. If this continues, the entire Konoha may be laid to waste by him. Damn it. I've been reduced to a mere pawn. Even my girlfriend has knelt before him. He seethed with anger. He could not find rest. He vowed not to be human until he avenged this grievance. Asuma, I understand your urgency, but you must remain calm. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze deepened, for there are those who are even more anxious than us. The matter concerning Uzumaki Naruto will soon reach its conclusion. It will not take long. Otherwise, do you think I've been enduring all this for no reason? He patted Asuma Sarutobi's shoulder. Asuma, the Sarutobi clan seeks ultimate victory, regardless of the grievances or setbacks encountered along the way. They are of no consequence. Gazing into his father's abyss-like eyes, filled with confidence, Asuma Sarutobi felt a sudden shock. He realized he had never truly comprehended his father when the group returned to the Uzumaki clan. They found the inner persona, who was still brimming with energy, thoroughly cleansing the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Wait, your inner persona is so weak, you haven't brought yourself back yet? This is somewhat absurd. What kind of household allows their inner persona to linger outside for so long after awakening? Is the main persona merely slacking off? The inner persona chuckled brightly, her smile radiating brilliance as she raised her fist. Of course. Haruno Sakura came out, but I accidentally slammed into a rock and knocked her out. By the time she wakes up next time, I will lose control of the body. She exhibited no worry. Instead, her smile grew even more radiant. Her eyes almost shimmered pink as she fixed her gaze upon Uzumaki Naruto, her face flushed with excitement. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I will be back out soon. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled. Goodness. Truly, the inner persona of Haruno Sakura is full of vigor. He scrutinized her with a look of disdain. But what are you doing pretending to be a succubus with that puny figure? You should focus on growing up first. Do you understand the power of the great river god? At this age, you're just a child. Haruno Sakura is only 12. To him, she hasn't even matured yet. For all he knew, her backbones could be larger than her front, and she dares to aspire to be a succubus. Do you understand the significance of being entwined like a python? I fear you won't be able to resist. Gaara, what are your aspirations? As they enjoyed hot pot, Uzumaki Naruto chuckled softly, turning to Gaara. Or rather, what kind of person do you wish to become now? What kind of person do I wish to become? Gaara felt a pang of confusion. He had never contemplated this before. I have not thought about it, or rather, prior to this, my thoughts were solely focused on proving my own worth. He shook his head, finding the concept rather novel. Throughout his life, no one had ever spoken about becoming a certain kind of person, yet, this statement seemed imbued with a certain magic. Merely hearing it sparked a flicker of hope within him, igniting aspirations for his future self. Truly, Naruto is capable of asking such profound questions. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke and Hokage were equally taken aback, their gazes fixed intently on Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke's voice was calm yet curious. What about you? Naruto, what kind of person do you wish to become? Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the three with a look of disdain. Look at you three, utterly lacking ambition, not even a single dream. He raised his cup, draining it in one go, proclaiming a profound truth. If a person has no dreams, how do they differ from a salted fish? My dream is world peace. Uzumaki Naruto reflected on how he had initially possessed no such grand ambitions. When did it begin? Perhaps when he grew stronger, or maybe it was a gradually burgeoning ambition. He always felt that ambition was something that arose overnight but rather grew alongside one's strength. World peace, Gaara murmured, his eyes gradually lighting up. Uzumaki Naruto, with a beaming smile, gently encouraged. Gaara, wishing for world peace is not merely a statement. It requires sacrifice, and right now, he narrowed his eyes. There is a splendid opportunity. Do you wish to seize it? In Gaara's eyes, it appeared like golden sunlight. Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke exchanged glances, their expressions slightly tense. However, Niji's was filled with shock and reverence, while Sasuke remained composed, his lips twitching slightly as he observed Gaara and Niji, who were utterly captivated. He sighed. Truly, these two are about to be ensnared by Naruto's rhetoric again. Naruto, you rascal, every time you set the stage, something must be brewing. Hey. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Uchiha Sasuke, displeased. What is your problem? We're all here for team building, and you're behind my back making snide comments. Fortunately, we have a good relationship. Otherwise, if this were before a battle, I would have you executed to teach you what it means to disrupt morale. Damn it. You think the Uchiha are immune to this? Uchiha Sasuke? Huh. His lip twitched. So, we're getting serious now. Just as he was about to speak, Hyuga frowned and interjected. Sasuke, don't disrupt Naruto's words. I believe what Naruto is saying holds great merit. Previously, I never considered what kind of person I wanted to be. Nor did I think about world peace. He spoke earnestly. From childhood to now, the members of the Hyuga clan grew up in rigid conformity, resembling machines more than people, regardless of what kind of person to become. With a notion of world peace, he had never contemplated. Until now, he had only envisioned himself as a caged bird, destined to perish within that cage. Even changing his identity as a caged bird felt like an unattainable luxury. Becoming a certain kind of person seemed to be a matter of a higher caliber than mere capacity. Uchiha Sasuke. He appeared dumbfounded. Goodness, Naruto hasn't even begun to exert himself yet.